Scotland, 1829. Murderer! Makenna Maclaren Brodie stared at the iron bars to her cell, her heart like stone in her throat. She stood accused of murdering her husband, the laird, who'd been found dead with a dagger lodged in between his ribs. She wrapped her trembling hands in her skirts and tried to quell her anxiety. She hadn't done it. Not that she wasn't grateful the foul bastard was dead. He'd been an awful husband, and she hoped he never found peace for all the sins he'd committed. But to be wrongly accused with no defence? The topaz-hilted dagger had been hers, gifted to her by her brother Niall several years before, struck fear into her heart. She had no allies, no one to call friend. Her family was several days' ride away, and there was no one in the whole of Clan Brodie she trusted, nobody except Tildy, her long-time maid. Makenna stared at the woman now, crouched beyond the cell, her petite face drawn. She'd brought bread and cheese for her, and Makenna was grateful. In addition to being imprisoned for 2 days, she'd been starved of food and water. "What are the people saying, Tildy?" she asked, her mouth crammed full and her stomach gurgling loudly. "That you killed him?" The maid's eyes were huge in her face. Tildy was a full-grown woman, and though Makenna wasn't sure of her actual age, her petite size made her think of a child. "That they found him naked, my lady, in your bed." "His bed," Makenna corrected. They hadn't slept as husband and wife in years, not since Graham had discovered that she was barren. No, he'd filled his bed with countless other women. It could have been any one of them who'd killed him. He wasn't known for treating his playthings well. Makenna shivered. She knew from experience how cruel he could be, and if she'd had the means to escape, she would have killed him herself. But she was a wife, and wives had no rights. Not in Scotland, not in England, not anywhere. She'd been his property to do with as he wished, and he had. "They didn't care about that, my lady," Tildy said. "'Twas your dirk." "Anyone could have stolen it from my chamber," she said. "They've no proof." "They didn't need proof. The new laird is adamant that you must be tried and convicted, if found guilty." Makenna's heart sank. The new laird was Graham's cousin, Colin, a worse bastard if there ever was one. Colin had idolized Graham and hated him at the same time. It was an odd relationship, but Colin coveted everything his cousin had, including his wife. He'd cornered Makenna more than once during visits to the keep, his hands groping her person without permission. He'd made his slavering interest clear, and she had found herself avoiding him whenever possible. And now he was laird. She had to escape. If she stayed, there was no question that he would force himself on her, and God knew what other horrors he'd have in mind. "Tildy, is there anyone you trust who can help us?" She shook her head, a tear trickling down her pale cheek. "They all fear the Brodie too much, my lady." "Dinna cry, lass," Makenna said, though she felt her own eyes burn as well. "The truth will prevail. You didn't kill him. I ken, and we will hold fast to that. Now go, Tildy, before you are discovered, and find yourself in here with me." She reached through the bars and squeezed Tildy's hand. "Thank you for the food." "You're welcome. I wish I could do more. You've done more than anyone could ask." After Tildy crept away, Makenna wrapped the remainder of her food and tucked the bundle into a pocket in her skirts. Who knew if and when she would be freed, or when Tildy would be able to sneak her more to eat. She wouldn't put it past Colin to leave her here to starve in order to wear her spirit down, but she'd endured much worse over the past 9 years, and she would not bend now. Determined to conserve her strength, she lay on the straw pallet and stared up at the dank ceiling. The cellars of the keep were cold and musty, the ghosts of those who had died down here tied to the stones. They did not scare her, only the living did. Makenna slept. She was awakened by a noise, at first the soft murmur of a woman, and then the clanging of keys in the gate. "Quick, my lady." It wasn't Tildy. The woman's voice was husky, rough with a cough. Makenna blinked and rose, her limbs aching from being cramped in the same position on the uncomfortable straw. The woman wore a heavily hooded cloak from head to toe. It was clear she didn't want to be recognized. Her hands were pale and slender, a plain rose-gold band with a small topaz on her middle finger. Makenna recognized her brother Niall's exquisite work. He owned the Cairngorm mines on Tarbandale, an estate adjoining Maclaren, her family's seat, and had a lucrative Scottish topaz business. The woman was no servant then. "Come quickly." "Who are you?" Makenna asked, her heart racing at the sight of the opened cell door. The woman hesitated, keeping her head lowered, muffling a wet cough with one hand. Was she ill? "A friend. I have 2 horses waiting, And I've sent a stable boy for your maid. Will she come?" Makenna swallowed a sob of relief. "She will nae stay here, but I will give her the choice," she answered. Other than Tildy, Makenna possessed no friends on Brodie lands. It was how Graham had always wanted it, for her to be lonely and isolated. She held back a moment, wary of what was happening. "Why are you doing this?" "You didn't deserve to be here. Any one of us would have killed him gladly." The woman gasped as if she'd said too much, and Makenna understood. Her benefactor had been one of Graham's lovers. It didn't reduce the list of possibilities much. Graham hadn't been particular. He'd bedded anyone who'd caught his fancy. Maids, tavern wenches, nobles. He'd flaunted them in front of Makenna, thinking he was doing her some great hurt, when she'd been only grateful that she wasn't the one enduring his attentions. When he'd come to a bed when they'd first married, Graham had been a selfish lover, and early on she'd learned exactly what kind of man he was. Makenna followed the cloaked lady in silence, longing to know who to thank for her freedom, but also knowing the woman would not part with a name. Too many lived in fear on Brodie lands. She understood that more than anyone. Even now, as they hustled to the side of the stables, shrouded in shadow, Makenna felt that fear nipping at her like invisible teeth. She was not out of danger yet. Under cover of a low-lit crescent moon, she spotted a wild-eyed Tildy standing beside the horses, two hastily packed bags in hand. One of them wasn't even tied closed, with what looked like several of Makenna's gowns stuffed haphazardly inside and flowing out over the top. Tildy looked like she'd been dragged out of bed, but was relieved to see her mistress. Makenna sent her a reassuring smile, watching as the young stable boy tied the bags on the horses. "Tildy, do you want to leave or stay?" she asked in a low voice. The maid hesitated, her eyes lifting to the keep where the laird slept, and Makenna felt a beat of worry. This was Tildy's home. She could not force her to leave if it wasn't her wish, and if they were caught escaping, Tildy would be punished for her disloyalty. Or worse. Makenna was ready to tell her to stay and protect herself when grim resolve replaced the trepidation on the maid's face. "Aye, 'tis for the best." "Do you have somewhere to go?" the woman asked in a low voice, thrusting a bundle into Makenna's hands. "Dinna tell me. There's some more food for you. Sorry it isn't more." "You've been more than generous," she said. "I owe you my life." The woman bowed her head, coughing again. "You'd have done the same for any of us. You've been a true beacon of hope, my lady. For many Brodie clanswomen, more than you ken." Tildy made a strangled noise, one that sounded like a snort of disgust or disbelief. The maid had always distrusted most of the Brodie women, and for good reason. She'd shielded Makenna from most of the nastier gossip, though some of it had slipped through. Makenna blinked in surprise. She'd thought she had no allies, and here was this woman, this stranger, telling her that she'd brought hope to others. Tears sprang to her eyes. "I've done nothing. You've survived." "Thank you," Makenna told the other lady quietly, her heart aching and so full of astonished gratitude. "I'm forever in your debt. Should you ever need anything and I can repay you, dinna hesitate to find me. I can send word when we are safe." "Good luck, my lady." Makenna mounted her horse as Tildy did the same, and they rode out toward the wood. The more cover, the better. Makenna looked over her shoulder once they crossed the tree line, but all she could see were shadows in the darkness. Thanking her rescuer again, they rode through the trees, though the weight on her chest did not dissipate the farther they got from the village. How long until she was discovered missing? Her escape still seemed almost too good to be true, and she'd learned the hard way that what was too good to be true often was. Could it be a trap? The woman had seemed sincere, but Makenna had been burned before. Trust was something she gave sparingly at Brodie, if at all. She supposed she'd know if and when Colin's men intercepted them on the borders of Brodie land. "Where are we going, milady?" Tildy's whisper made her jump. "To Maclaren?" "Nay, that's too far, and Colin will send men there." "Then where?" Makenna dragged in a breath. There was only one place she could go. One place Colin would never think of. Duncraig Castle was no more than a half-day's ride, if she remembered correctly. With any luck, no one would be there but a few local caretakers, and she'd be able to rest and formulate a plan. One that allowed her and Tildy to get to safety. The keep's current owner would be far away from Scotland. Lord Julien Leclerc would be happily ensconced in his Parisian home, where he'd been for the better part of the last year. A chord of emotion struck low in her breast at the thought of him, but Makenna ignored it. Lord Leclerc belonged firmly on the continent. A libertine and an unapologetic flirt, he'd been as out of place in Scotland as an ewe would be in a ballroom. But he'd also been the only man in an age to make her smile. She'd spared the French lord many thoughts over the past year, some less charitable than others. He'd goaded her beyond belief, a number of his comments contributing to some of the worst months of her life with Graham. But she did not blame him. Her actions were her own. And he'd been right in the end. She'd lost the core of herself somewhere along the way, and it was in part because of him that she had been able to find it. A deep part of her heart would always think of him with fond gratitude. "I have a place in mind," she told Tildy as their mounts cantered through the dark wood. With any luck, Julien would never learn they had been there. "Mon Dieu, how much did you bring, maman?" Lord Julien Leclerc stared at his mother and scrubbed his fingers across his brow, wincing at the clatter of what sounded like a herd of stampeding elephants. When he'd brought his mother from Paris, he had not expected to ship her entire entourage of servants, along with enough furnishings to outfit a dozen castles. "You said the castle was empty, chérie," she said. "One needs the comforts of home, after all. And pray tell, why would I have need of a formal dining table with service for 30? It's a dreary Scottish keep, and we have no suitable neighbours to speak of, unless you intend to invite the Earl of Pirates and his band of merry criminals to dinner." "Hush, Jules. Maxime is a wonderful man." His long-time business partner had a soft spot for his mother, given they were somewhat close in age, and he was one of Julien's friends who happened to own an estate less than a half-day's ride away. But that didn't mean he trusted the man. Julien didn't trust anyone. Maxime was a private-turned-privateer-turned-honest ship merchant-turned-earl, though the honest part was a bit of a stretch. But Julien's mother had decided to take the wastrel under her wing, ever since he'd rescued her son from a gang of thugs on the streets of Paris when Julien was a boy. "You would love him even if he was a stray off the street." "Of course I should. He saved your life, dear, and for that I will cherish him forever." Julien had long suspected that his mother adored Maxime for other reasons, but it was not his place to speculate, or judge. His mother was a grown woman with her own mind. If she sought out companionship, who was he to deny her? As long as Maxime didn't hurt her, Julien chose to turn a very blind eye to their not-so-secret friendship. Lady Avery shot him a benign smile, one that warmed Julien's heart. God, he'd missed seeing those smiles. She'd showed more spirit on the journey here, the sea air doing wonders for her pallid complexion and her constitution. And once they'd arrived on the shores of Scotland, her disposition had only improved. He'd been right to remove her from the crowded city of Paris, where she'd withered for the past 18 months. No, the clean country air was exactly what she needed, and Duncraig Castle was just the place for her to recover. Another crash from the vicinity of the front salon made him flinch. Good God! Are the footmen trying to destroy the place? He fought the urge to disappear into his chamber with a bottle of Maclaren whisky. A housewarming gift from Isla Maclaren, his best friend and former fiancée, who had married the love of her life almost a year ago. Julien should have stayed in France instead of returning to the Highlands, but the place had gotten its hooks into him, although his French soul would never admit that to anyone. The richness of the land and the beauty of the wide-open spaces, rolling hills and glistening lochs had charmed him completely. Not that he was a farmer, far from it, but it was a start, and he'd gotten his hands dirty before. How hard could it be? He pinched the bridge of his nose between his thumb and forefinger and watched as his mother directed her servants with the efficacy of a seasoned diplomat. At the very least, it would look like a French chateau on the inside. And she would be happy, which was all that mattered. Though in truth, if he'd known how run down the place was, he might have considered another item of the Duke's as collateral. Quaint and charming, his mother had called it when she'd arrived. Julien had wanted to laugh. That had been the opposite of his preferred words, interspersed with some choice oaths that the Duke of Craig might have pulled a good one over him. His lips flattened with dark humour. The castle was far from a dump. It wasn't as if he and his mother weren't intimately familiar with hardship. They'd lived and slept in much worse, including a one-room flat in Montmartre that had housed more rats than people. But squalor and poverty were parts of his past, and he intended to keep them both firmly rooted there. Julien entered his nearby study and walked to the window. He looked out upon the sprawling landscape with the ocean glittering in the distance. Located on the western edge of Scotland, the grounds were overgrown, and the stone walls of the castle needed repair in places, but its raw beauty was undeniable. A diamond in the rough. It was one of Julien's rare gifts, an ability to see what a thing could become, He'd made a large part of his fortune taking such risks, purchasing property and investments that others shied away from, only to make massive gains. His friends in Paris claimed, with some envy, that he had the golden touch. Julien didn't. He simply had a good eye for risk and return, and he also did not let anything steer him from his goals. No wife to distract him, no children to burden him, and women he used as his needs required, and allowed himself to be used in return. Marriage was never part of the discussion, only pleasure by mutual consent. A vision of a flame-haired woman with gleaming eyes the colour of sapphires filled his mind. She was the one who had gotten away, although one could argue he'd never really had her in the first place. She'd belonged to another. Julien pushed the image of her from his head. Makenna Maclaren was a part of his past, too. He squinted anew, a practised eye taking in the property. It wasn't unlivable. He'd had a staff of local servants looking after the place since it had come into his possession nearly 2 years ago, and clearly they had all survived. So had some several hundred head of sheep, cattle, horses, and other four-legged creatures that roamed the verdant hills. "My lord," the harried voice of his head solicitor called. "In here, Mr. Jobson." The man had been with him a little over 11 years, and always looked like he was on the verge of apoplexy. But he had an uncanny knack for organization, and kept all of Julien's other solicitors operating in military order. With as many properties, business, and investments that Julien managed across the globe, the man was a godsend. "I've brought the figures for the latest shipments from the East, and Mr. Bonney sends the reports for the American trade as well." "Thank you," Julien sighed with relief. Ledgers were a welcome distraction. His brain was at its calmest when he was knee-deep in numbers, and Lord knew he needed a wagon of calm at the moment. "What of the sale of the Venice estate?" He'd acquired a lovely chateau for a steal that the previous owner, an Italian count whose spending far exceeded his income, couldn't upkeep, and Julien was now selling it to an English viscount for a handsome profit. Julien was ruthless but fair. He'd made an offer given the circumstances, which had been accepted, and then he'd gone on to sell the property at several times more than market value. The Italian count had been peeved to discover the final sale price, crowing to anyone who would listen that Julien had cheated him, but he'd been disavowed of that nonsense fairly quickly when Julien's men paid him a visit. Julien wasn't above using Maxime's kind of street tactics to get his point across. "Nearly complete, my lord." "Excellent." He poured a glass of whisky. "Would you like a glass? It's quite smooth on the palate." "No, thank you, my lord," Mr. Jobson said. "I will be returning with the ship to oversee the final details of the transaction and catch up with your English solicitor." He handed him a second sheaf of papers. "Here's the documentation regarding Duncraig Castle, as well as all the operating information of its businesses. Land, tenants, animals, crops, and the like. Apart from its appearance, all seems to be in working order, my lord. It might take some time to get it profitable, but the foundation is there." "Thank you." After his solicitor took his leave, Julien sat back in his chair and stared thoughtfully at the golden liquid in the glass. Dear, land, tenants, animals. He was, truly, a bloody farmer. He might as well turn in his custom-tailored waistcoats and his membership to White's. 2 years ago he'd had no use for an old castle in some remote part of Scotland, but he had allowed the Duke of Craig to use the castle as collateral in a game of 21. God, was he going soft? He'd felt sorry for the Duke, that much was true. Julien smiled. Maybe he'd simply been outmanoeuvred by the wily old goat, looking to get rid of an unentailed piece of property he hadn't wanted. Diamond in the rough, he reminded himself. Julien sipped the whisky, savouring the spicy burn over his tongue. He'd only developed a taste for it in the last year, when Isla had dragged him here in search of a divorce, only to reconcile with her Highlander of a husband. Her brother, Ronan, distilled some of the finest whisky Julien had ever tasted, not to mention that a certain devastating redhead had been the one to introduce him to it, or the fact that whenever he drank it, he thought of her. Makenna. Fiery, smoky, and full-bodied. He scowled, tossed back the contents of the glass, and opened Jobson's neat pile of documents pertaining to Duncraig Castle. The land itself was rich and fertile, and the numbers all seemed to add up. He hadn't many tenants, but of those remaining there weren't many complaints about work and wages. But by God, he never imagined he'd own so many sheep, and cattle, horses too, though he had more familiarity with those. First things first, he had to interview the staff and hire a competent steward. More noise filtered through the open doorway from downstairs, including more crashing, the musical sound of a female greeting, and then shouting. The last 2 weeks had been nothing but noise and chaos, and he had had enough. Hell, he'd give anything to be in a gaming hell in Paris or even in a brothel. Shoving to his feet, he descended the staircase, about to put a stop to it once and for all. But he came to a brutal, breathless halt at the sight of the woman standing in the castle's entryway. Tall, statuesque, uncommonly beautiful. A vision come to life from his memory. Julien hadn't seen Makenna in a year, but his heart hammered against his rib cage in visceral response at the sight of her. Everything, the noise, the servants, the walls, fell away. He drank in the woman who stood at the door, his own body recalling in painful detail how well she'd felt dancing in his arms during Isla's wedding some 12 months ago. That utterly chaste memory hadn't faded, as much as he'd wished it to, and had evolved into something far more indecent in his dreams. Her red hair was braided tightly against her scalp, her blue gaze dimmed and tired. He took in other details in quick succession, like the dark shadows under her eyes, the smudges of dirt on her skin, and filthy, wrinkled clothing. He frowned. Her appearance was a far cry from the woman he'd met at Maclaren. She looked like she'd been tumbled in a hayloft, or thrown from a hayloft. Julien recalled her mentioning the violent tendencies of her husband, Laird Brodie, and felt his hands clench at his sides. If he had done this to her, he'd hunt the man down and beat him to a boneless pulp. His gaze slipped to the tiny mouse of a woman hiding behind her skirts at her side, and his frown deepened. She looked young and terrified. He found his voice. "Lady Makenna, are you unwell?" A sob shook her shoulders while she fought for composure, and then lost it completely. Those huge blue eyes filled with tears, and she flung herself at his chest. His arms closed around her, gathering her close. It didn't escape his notice how good she still felt in his embrace. Stiff-backed with caution, Julien stepped away. She was a married woman, and as such, off-limits no matter his desire to sweep her off her feet and ferry her to his lair. And she was crying. The Makenna he remembered did not cry. "Why are you here?" he asked gently. "You told me about this castle, and it was the only safe place I kenned to come." Her brogue was as low and rich as he remembered, like honeyed smoke winding along his senses. Even husky with tears, it jolted him. "I didna ken you would be here. I'm sorry for the imposition." "It's no imposition," he said. "Are you alone? Where's your husband?" Her eyes clouded. "My husband is dead." Chapter 2. The look on Julien's face was unreadable, though somewhat telling as his customary smirk was absent. A muscle jerked in his cheek, those peridot eyes of his scouring hers. Makenna waited, knowing the question would come. "How?" he asked. She'd thought of what she might have said to the caretakers who she'd hoped would be in residence, but every plausible excuse now flew from her mind in face of the master of Duncraig Castle himself. In her defence, she hadn't planned on blurting out that the Brodie laird was dead, but she was caught in the snare of her own making. Now that she'd had a few moments to recover from the surprise of seeing Julien, reason and logic steadied her. Admitting that she was on the run from her own clan because she'd been accused of murder would not be the best way to secure his assistance or a roof over their heads. Julien Leclerc owed her nothing, and she could not afford to trust anyone, not even him. "He died? A bed?" She paused, swallowing in a rush to clarify her words. "I was not in it." She did not elaborate further, though his eyes darkened with curiosity. He would know why she hadn't been, of course. She had confessed to him in a moment of weakness at Maclaren that her marriage was one in name only, and she had not been in her husband's bed for the better part of half a decade. Julien had taken her by surprise in the Maclaren conservatory right after she'd received a summons from Graham that commanded her return home, and she'd been in a bitter froth, furious tears pouring from her eyes at the man who sought to erase every happy thing from her life, including a visit to see her ailing father. Being back at Maclaren had restored her, allowing her to rediscover pieces of herself that she'd long lost, and the thought of returning to her life with Graham had been a dismal one. Julien had caught her at her worst. She bit her lip, recalling the conversation. "Ever hear the saying, 'There's no weeping over shed milk'?" The ever-smirking Lord Leclerc had drawled from the open doorway. That supercilious twist of her lips had made her see red, rage boiling through her tears. Her eyes had narrowed on him. Ever heard of minding your own business? Surely whatever it is, it cannot be worth so many tears. Furious, she hadn't chosen her reply with care. My owner demands my return. Then say no, he replied without batting an eyelash. Say it like a man who has never had the misfortune to be considered a piece of property. She snapped back, heedless in her anger. My husband demands it, though he only does it to control me. If he could, he'd have me on bended knee every hour of every day for the rest of my life. Julien's knowing gaze had swept her from head to toe, faint contempt lurking in his eyes. It had made her spine straighten, and a whisper of self-disgust curl through her. The Frenchman's next words had made it worse. Somehow I cannot fathom you, such a fierce Scottish battle-axe, being forced to do anything against your wishes. He arched a golden eyebrow, his aggravating smirk deepening. Or bending a knee to anyone. Despite the spark that had shot through her at his suggestive tone, she ignored the last part of what he'd said, but his initial words had cut deeply, mostly because she'd thought the same true of herself once, that she was fierce, undaunted, fearless. But instead, somehow the opposite had become true. Beaten and defeated, she was weeping over a letter from an overbearing man who dictated her every move. Like so many other women, she'd allowed herself to become a victim of time and circumstance. And how she'd hated it. How she'd hated herself. Even an axe can bend with the right force, she'd whispered, fighting back tears. We are estranged. I am nothing but his chattel, to do with however he pleases. Makenna had seen something like horror and then anger come to life in Julien's eyes, but had fled his presence before she confessed anything more that she'd later regret. Julien's words had made something rise within her, however, a spark of lost pride. Of outrage. She was a Maclaren, not some helpless nobody. When she'd finally returned home to her husband, she hadn't cowered and been silent. No, instead she'd demanded that he treat her as the lady of his clan and cease his philandering, if he intended to see a cent of the remaining portion of her dowry, which would be settled upon him at her father's discretion when she turned 30 in 3 years. It had felt more than good to stand up to the man who had belittled and bullied her. Makenna had felt exhilaratingly powerful again. Right up until he'd hit her so hard that she'd been unconscious for 2 days. The price for her rebellion had continued to be severe, broken bones that had taken months to repair, and unending solitude in the keep, and no one had lifted a finger in her defense. She thought of the woman who had helped her, and her claim that Makenna had supporters at Brodie. Perhaps they hadn't known, or had been afraid for their own lives. Makenna had battled the futility of her position for months, dreaming of the day that she would plunge a claymore through Graham's chest and free herself of his tortures. She was more than capable in the use of a sword, after all, having trained with her brothers from the age of 5. Of course, they'd remained dreams. To raise a hand against her laird would have been a death sentence. She'd mentioned it to Tildy once in a fit of pain and tears, but the maid had only nodded, shadowed emotion in her eyes. Now, standing here in Julien's foyer, Makenna felt those same feelings of confusion and inadequacy rise up in her chest. Not because of Graham, but because she did not recognize herself around this man. Julien Leclerc made her feel nervous and uncomfortable in her own skin, as if he saw right through her walls to the woman hiding within. Finding courage, Makenna hoisted her chin. I need a place to stay for a few days. I can't go back home. Since the laird's death, I am not welcome there. Why? Julien asked. Because I am not a Brodie, and I fear staying there would endanger me further. How did he die? Her breath seized. Does it matter? He's dead. No, he growled, the abrupt sound taking her aback. I have no reason to regret the end of such a brute. She faltered. Of course he would remember. But you are here, not so much the grieving widow, instead of at Maclaren with your family, and I want the truth. Why have you come to Duncraig Castle? I told you the truth, she said, clasping her hands together to keep them from trembling. The laird is dead. His clan has never accepted me. I thought I might be welcome to stay here, at least until I can make other arrangements. They stared at each other in silence, hers breathless, his measured. She'd purposely ignored his comment about her choice to come here instead of Maclaren, and Makenna's heart sank with every second that ticked by. He would not have missed the omission, and he had no reason to help her. There were no ties between them, not even friendship, if she were being honest. She'd met him at Maclaren. They had conversed, gone for mostly agreeable rides on the estate together, and they had danced at her brother's wedding. At the best of times, she'd found him rude, arrogant, and vexing. though admittedly she'd been flattered by his attention, despite knowing full well that the man was a rake. He'd also made her laugh, and that she hadn't done in years. Makenna blinked, wondering if she had been free of Graham, whether she would have taken the Frenchman up on his many advances. But unlike her cheating spouse, she'd refused to break the vows she had made before God. Perhaps she should not have been so sanctimonious. Julien made no secret of his interest in her, and she suspected that any man who left women pining on multiple continents, according to her sister-in-law Isla, would have to be a rather spectacular lover. Her eyes flicked over his broad physique. He probably still was. Gracious, her thoughts were ungovernable. Here she was, running for her life, and her stupid brain was focusing on indecent fantasies instead of convincing him to help. She was an Amadan. Makenna blushed and licked her lips, seeing his gaze flick there, his pupils flaring as if her thoughts had become transparent. A burst of awareness flared through her. Julien Leclerc was a man, and one who had been attracted to her before. She hesitated, considering her options. Perhaps her brain wasn't so stupid after all. Did that attraction remain? Could she convince him to help somehow? Use her womanly wiles? She recoiled at the thought of becoming like one of the many women who had thrown themselves at Graham to gain his favour, and then squared her shoulders. She and Tildy needed a place to stay. They had been on the run for hours, and soon Colin's men would be out scouring the woods and roads radiating from Brodie lands. Her lungs grew heavy at the thought of being found, and desperation made her palms cold with sweat. She would do what she must. Seduction was the only remaining tool in her arsenal. But before she could muster up the fortitude to shut a sultry smile to her lips, a lilting voice cut through the tension from somewhere behind him, followed by soft tapping footsteps. "Jules, chérie, what on earth is keeping you so long?" Oh, God, has he married? Makenna blinked her surprise at the undeniably feminine and cultured voice. But then Julien turned, allowing Makenna to see the slight, older woman coming toward them. Her surprise melted to relief, though she did not dwell on that too deeply. The resemblance between them was clear enough. His mother, Makenna presumed, had the same blonde hair, but hers was threaded through with grey, and her eyes were the same pale green as her son's. She exuded gentleness and poise, though Makenna could clearly see that she wasn't quite well. The effects of lingering illness remained in the ashen colour and papery texture of her skin, and in the dull sheen of her eyes. "Oh," she said, "we have a visitor. Maman, may I present Lady Makenna Brodie—" Julien faltered and cleared his throat, turning with a warm smile to the diminutive woman. "Maclaren." The woman's eyes widened. "Maclaren?" "Oui, Isla's sister-in-law." His eyes returned to her. "Lady Makenna, this is my mother, Lady Avery." Makenna spared a glance at her wrinkled, dirty clothing, but there was nothing to be done for it. She was filthy, and nothing but a bath and a clean dress could change that fact. She curtsied. "Lady Avery, it is a pleasure. Please forgive my appearance. We've been travelling in haste for some hours." Lady Avery speared her son with an arched brow and a curl of the lip that was reminiscent of Julien's. "Pray tell why the young lady and her maid are standing out in the foyer, Julien. Surely you intend to offer your hospitality? I'm certain Lady Makenna would not refuse a cup of tea, a hot meal, and a bath." Makenna nearly swooned at the thought of scrubbing the filth from her body. God knew she wouldn't hesitate to throw herself at the man's feet and beg if it included a bath. Julien's eyes, though warm with affection for his mother, remained slightly mocking. "Of course, maman. I was just about to do so when you came along." Had he? Makenna kept her own brows level by sheer force of will. So he hadn't been torturing her with pregnant silence in the entryway, while her heart had been drumming a frenzied tempo in her chest? She'd been so certain he'd decided to turn her away that she'd been about to scandalize herself. As if he could read her thoughts, Julien sent her a sly look. The man hadn't changed. He still made her feel like kicking him. His next taunting words compounded the urge. "I was only trying to see if Lady Makenna would admit the true reason for searching me out here at my castle, that she missed my incomparable self." Makenna's mouth dropped open. Was he suggesting that she'd come looking for him like some lovesick? Without thinking, she advanced a step and froze. What had she planned to do? Smack the arrogance off his face? That would be next to impossible, as it was likely ingrained in every pore. "Stop teasing her, chérie." Despite her outer frailty, Lady Avery took charge, a melodious voice rapping out quick commands, and within moments Tildy and their belongings were whisked away, and Makenna was ushered toward a bedchamber up the stairs. She glanced over the balustrade to see Julien standing in the lower hallway, looking up with a shuttered expression on his face. Cool green eyes met hers, and she bit back a gasp at the intensity of his stare. He'd always been able to unsettle her with those penetrating eyes, and right now the look in them was burningly shrewd. She felt like a rabbit being sighted by a fox, yet it was nothing like the fear that lived just beneath her skin at the Brodie keep. The way Julien peered at her did not leave her feeling defiled or afraid, the way Colin's stare always had. No, his stare made her burn in places she'd forgotten existed. Carnal places, if she was being honest, and Makenna was afraid, mostly because she did not trust her traitorous body when it came to Julien Leclerc. As had been made abundantly clear in the entryway when she'd brazenly imagined his skills as a lover, he made her feel and want things she had no business feeling or wanting, especially now of all times. Why in God's name does he have to be in Scotland? A nervous shiver crept through her. She would not stay here any longer than was necessary, not with such a fox in residence, and certainly not with her own weakness to said fox. Perhaps Lady Avery had contacts in France. Makenna was handy with a needle, she was better than good with figures, and she had a decent enough brain. She could find work as a bookkeeper, or a governess, or if push came to shove, a lady's maid. She swallowed an hysterical laugh. Poor Tildy, she'd be usurped by her own mistress. "Thank you kindly, Lady Avery," she said once they'd arrived in the charmingly furnished bedchamber. The small woman directed the maids with the focus of a battle-tested general. "We have already eaten breakfast, but I will make sure the cook prepares something fresh and hot for you once you've refreshed." Lady Avery smiled, her head tilting to one side as she swept Makenna's hair and face with an admiring look. "You have such vivid colouring, dear, like a hothouse rose in full bloom." Makenna blushed and then shook her head. "I feel like a tramped piece of bramble at the moment, but thank you for seeing beyond—" She extended an arm down her grimy person. "Well, this. Not to worry, you will be yourself once more." The words felt oddly prophetic, and Makenna wanted to keep them close. She fought the burn of tears against the backs of her eyes, and thanked the lady again. Lady Avery waved off her thanks and swept from the room. Within what seemed like no time at all, servants had ferried buckets of water to a waiting copper bath, and Makenna wasted no more time in getting in. Tildy returned as well. She had cleaned up, brushed the dirt from the hem of her dress, and seemed restored in spirits as well. "Gracious, this is heaven," Makenna sighed with pleasure as she sank into the hot depths of the bath. She luxuriated for a few moments, banishing any creeping thoughts of Colin in pursuit, before helping herself to some of the soap and a cloth to scrub the caked grime from her body. After her skin was scoured pink, Tildy helped to thoroughly wash her mistress's hair. Makenna sincerely hoped she hadn't picked up any vermin during her stay in the keep's dungeons. It felt so good to wash off the filth, both physically and figuratively. She wanted to scrub it all away and start fresh. "Did you find something to eat, Tildy?" Makenna asked when the maid had finished toweling her hair, combing it out in sections, and pinning it on top of her head. "Aye, in the kitchens," she answered in a low whisper, as if she were afraid of being overheard. "Are we safe here, my lady?" "For now, yes, I believe so." Duncraig was a fortress, and there were welcomed guests within its walls, but for how long? Makenna trusted that they would be safe from discovery for at least a little while. "Will we be staying?" Tildy asked. "Nay." Makenna shook her head. "I dinna think it's safe for us to linger this close to the Brodie." "'Tis far enough, aye," the maid whispered. "Not a soul comes to this castle. The villagers fear 'tis haunted. I'm scared, my lady. Will your gentleman friend offer you aid?" Makenna opened her mouth to refute that Julien was any such thing, and shut it. Ideas marched in quick succession through her brain. Tildy had a good point. She hadn't heard of it being haunted, but Duncraig Castle was far enough away and decrepit enough not to be noticed, and it wasn't a Scottish holding. It had belonged to an English lord and had just changed hands to a French lord. Colin might send a few riders to scout the land, the mere thought of which made a bubble of dread rise up her throat, but the pile of bricks would be beneath his notice. She'd have no reason to come here, and he would not suspect it. No, perhaps Tildy was on to something. "Would you prefer to stay here, Tildy?" The maid shrugged. "It might be wise for a time." Makenna chewed on her bottom lip. Aye, it made sense, at least for the moment. They could stay at Duncraig for a short while until things died down, until Colin either gave her up for dead or directed his search elsewhere, and then they would leave. Now she only needed to get Lord Leclerc to agree to let them remain under his roof in the meantime. After she was as clean as possible and dressed in another one of her gowns that Tildy had had the foresight to pack, Makenna felt almost back to normal. Since before her prison stay, that was. Those 2 days had been horrific. She'd barely slept, certain that at any moment Colin would enter her cell. Exhaustion weighed on her as Tildy dried her hair as best she could, and left the still damp strands loosely wound into a knot. She met her maid's eyes in the looking-glass. Though she'd gotten some more colour back into her cheeks, her dark eyes still seemed huge and frightened. Makenna understood her unease completely. She felt it, too, even with the makings of a plan to keep them safely ensconced at Duncraig, at least temporarily. It was the sort of fear that one could not easily put aside. When Makenna descended to the dining room, several footmen were still in the middle of hanging portraits and tapestries on the wall. The embroidered furniture was delicate and obviously French. Self-conscious, Makenna stood to the side as efficient servants bustled in with tea-trays and a number of closed platters. Her stomach growled. She and Tildy had shared the meagre rations her rescuer had given her, and the sight of the steaming tea and the rich smells from the covered dishes were almost too much to bear. Makenna glanced around. "Am I to eat alone?" No sooner had she thought the question than Lord Leclerc arrived, the doors crashing open and nearly making her leap out of her skin. "My mother has retired with a megrim. It seems that she has overtaxed herself this morning. She sends her regrets." "Oh." "She has insisted that I keep company with you." "That's not necessary," she said. "That's what I told her," he replied with a smirk. "You never accept any offers of help." Makenna blinked. "I accept help." Julien walked over to the sideboard and filled 2 plates, one of which he handed to her. He took a seat at the long, elegant table and gestured to one of the empty seats. She sat without protest. "Eat, and then enlighten me on the last time you actually asked for and accepted anyone's help." "I asked you for help not an hour ago, to stay here." Lord, she'd think the man was daft if she didn't already know just how perceptive he was. "And before that?" "I dinna remember." Makenna gritted her teeth. She did not remember because the bounder was right. Asking for help meant she wasn't capable of handling something herself, that she wasn't strong enough. It was the sole reason she hadn't gone to her parents about Graham. She'd borne her lot like a true Maclaren, like a fool as it turned out. She sucked in a breath to compose herself and swallowed what was left of her pride. "Regarding my stay here, I'm willing to work for my room and board." "Is that so?" Julien asked, his sensual mouth curling. She dragged her eyes away from that dissolute curve. "On the land." A different expression crossed his face as his gaze fastened to hers, narrowing with sudden purpose and calculated intelligence. "Do you have any experience with sheep?" "Aye, Brodie is kenned for its wool trade." "Can you handle the duties of a steward?" "Does a bee sting?" she asked. He grinned. "Only when it is vexed. You might want to watch out then." Julien laughed, but his look of relief was almost comical. "Good, you're hired, if you're interested in the position." She would not give away just how interested she truly was, so instead she stared at him blankly. "Why are you here, anyhow? Shouldn't you be in a ballroom in Paris somewhere, sweeping the debutantes off their feet? Why would an eligible lord like you want to be here, neck-deep in manure and piss?" "Maybe because I like manure and piss?" He shrugged at her look of disbelief. "Or maybe because the fresh country air will be better for my mother." Julien lifted a full goblet in toast. "To our future." She frowned. "This is a temporary arrangement." "Of course," he agreed in dulcet tones, which made her freeze. She recognized that tone. It meant that Lord Julien Leclerc was about to get his way. His slow, measured smile made her feel like tucking her skirts up and running out of the room. But that was the old Makenna, the lion-turned-mouse who fled at the slightest provocation. The new Makenna felt grim. She was already on the run. She was an accused murderess fleeing from her clan's vengeful and sadistic laird. Colin had almost certainly launched a search for her and would stop at nothing to find her. If she were to leave Duncraig right then, no matter what direction she rode in, chances were high that she would be spotted. If she were to be dragged back to the Brodies now, Makenna had been terrified of Colin before. Now that she'd angered and humiliated him, his punishment would only be worse. Without a doubt, the greater evil lay behind her, not in the man watching her with a deceptively placid expression. She could handle one arrogant Frenchman, couldn't she? Chapter 3. At some point during the later half of the day, a tall case clock had found its way into the dining room. It hadn't been present at breakfast, when Julien had been discussing with Makenna the terms of her employment as steward. However, now, as he and his mother dined on roasted lamb, mint chutney, and a potent blend of potatoes, turnips, and whiskey sauce, the hollow tick-tock inside the carved mahogany case echoed into the otherwise silent room. It must have been one of the pieces his mother had brought with her from her home in Paris, though Julien didn't recognize it. It wasn't an heirloom, of that he was certain. They hardly had any of those. When he'd been young, his mother had sold what she'd managed to take with her from her previous life as a cherished and fortunate daughter of an earl. Jewelry and silver, gowns and trinkets, all exchanged piece by piece for francs that would keep them from submerging into outright poverty, at least for a time. Julien's father had gone through his own small inheritance as quickly as a stone falling through water, without vice, but also without any common sense. Artists were so often like that, oblivious to anything but their muse, their inspiration, their feelings. Just thinking of his late father's mismanaged wealth, if it could even truly have been called that, made Julien clench his jaw. The muscle leaping there kept ludicrous time with each tick of the clock. "Must that clock be so obnoxious?" he muttered, the prongs of his silver fork trailing paths through the turnip and potato mash. It wasn't that he wasn't happy that his mother could now afford to purchase ridiculously loud and ornate tall case clocks. Hell, if she wanted to put one in every room inside Duncraig Castle, he'd stand aside and let her. But tonight his patience was thin, and it was all due to the mysterious and stubborn woman currently taking dinner in her rooms. "I hadn't realized an inanimate piece of machinery could be offensive," his mother replied from her place at the other end of the table. It had been shortened, the leaves removed, so that the two of them would not be required to shout in order to converse, and yet the table still felt too large and empty. "It's simply wearing on me," Julien replied, knowing he was being particular for no good reason. At least, no reason he was willing to part with. He sat back in his seat, reaching for the glass of wine the footman had just refilled. Julien had not seen his unexpected house guest since they had parted ways after breakfast. He'd recommended that she settle into her room, explore the grounds, and take the day to get her bearings before beginning her position as steward the following morning. He, too, had needed some time alone to think over everything she had said since showing up in his foyer, looking dishevelled, her eyes half crazed as she announced her husband's death. It had been so unlike the Makenna he remembered from their time together at Maclaren that it had taken him a moment to reconcile the two. Her husband, that swine, was dead, and here she was, at his estate instead of at her family seat. She had never replied as to why she'd made that choice, but he hadn't wanted to push too fast or too hard. She'd clearly needed a place to stay, but Julien also suspected Makenna was not completely adverse to taking her maid and riding away either. So instead, he'd relented. And if it were any other woman, in any other place or situation, he may well not have asked. He would not have cared. However, Makenna Maclaren was not any other woman. She was the one who had filled his head this past year, thoughts of her cropping up at the most inopportune of times, like when he would see a beautiful redhead crossing a ballroom or walking through a park in Paris. Without intending to, he would compare and contrast the colour of the woman's hair, her eyes, her figure, all against the memories of a woman who had intrigued him as much as she'd confused him. She'd been married when they first met, off limits. "She isn't now," a voice in his head said. Julien shrugged away the thought and chewed a succulent bite of lamb. He considered the man who had been her husband with a grimace. From what she'd told him, she was better off without him. At Maclaren, she'd lambasted Julien for asking the simplest of questions when he'd caught her with the letter. Why return to a man she despised? He'd done it to be contrary, to make her battle those tears and the man who was so undeserving of them. Julien well knew that the laws in Scotland would be the same as anywhere else. A woman belonged to her husband in no uncertain terms. But he had hated seeing her looking so beaten, so frustrated and desolate. None of those things had matched up with her confidence, her wit, or her quiet joy when she walked through the halls of her parents' keep and rode the grounds, which hinted at another happier version of Makenna. With a husband like that, short of death or divorce, she would never have been free. Now, though, she was. The baffling way she'd arrived, how she avoided giving straight answers, made Julien want to sift through the mess to the truth. It wasn't like him to be so suspicious, but Makenna's untoward arrival, and her dishevelled appearance, had unsettled him, and that he did not like. "Jules, you are most certainly lost in your own head tonight, are you not?" his mother said with a soft sigh. "That's the second time I've asked you about André's new sauce. I'm a terrible dinner companion, forgive me. The sauce is delicious." He finished his wine with an apologetic glance to his mother. Her colouring was still a bit wan, but he was encouraged by the quick recovery she'd made that afternoon, after her megrim. Not many months ago she would have been abed all day, and perhaps the next as well. "Tell me about your lovely guest," she said, sipping her wine. "Is she married?" Julien took a deep breath and signalled the footman, waiting in the wings like a statue, for another glass of wine. "Newly widowed," he replied. "And well you know it, maman. You've had all day to wring the gossip from that hatchet-faced maid of hers." Lady Avery looked unashamed and shrugged one delicate shoulder. "I am only thinking ahead, my darling. Lady Makenna is quite stunning, and you did suggest she might have come to your estate because she felt some sort of tendre for you." "I was only teasing her. She's a friend, nothing more," Julien replied, though he smiled at the memory of Makenna's expression of indignation when he'd suggested she was there out of some misguided fondness for him. "And I would greatly prefer if you didn't take my future on as if it was some project that concludes with me at the altar. I am not getting married, as we've already discussed." His first and only attempt at nuptials had failed, miserably, the year before, when his best friend, Isla, had agreed to marry him on 2 conditions. 1, it would be a marriage of convenience and friendship, and 2, she needed to divorce her husband, a Scottish lad she had failed to mention even existed for the 6 years Julien had known her. She'd been so adamant that she wanted the divorce that he'd travelled with her all the way to the God-forsaken Highlands to see it done. However, as fate would have it, she and Niall Maclaren, Laird of Tarbandale, had fallen in love. Again. "You mustn't let what happened with Isla hold you back from finding someone else," his mother stated. "It isn't holding me back," he said, wishing to God he'd never told his mother the story. He'd kept the betrothal a secret at the time, not wanting to give his mother false hope, particularly when Isla's divorce had not yet been procured. He hadn't had it in him to be upset at the way things had worked out. His best friend was deliriously happy. He'd only asked Isla to marry him to please his mother, who at the time had been much more ill, and hoped to see her son wed. Shortly after Isla's renewed vows with Niall, Lady Avery had slowly begun to improve. It had all fallen into place, and Julien had felt the exhilarating sensation of having been saved at the 11th hour from a swing at the gallows. Not that he equated marriage with the gallows, but it was damned close. "You've been in Paris all year," his mother went on, oblivious or tenacious, Julien wasn't sure which, "with a number of women on your arm who could make you happy. And which society functions have you attended where you could witness such a fact?" She waved her hand. "You think I don't have eyes and ears in ballrooms all over Paris, especially when it concerns my son and eligible ladies. I have an interest in your happiness. Is that so difficult to believe?" Julien nearly choked on a mouthful of wine that soured as it went down the wrong way. Eyes stinging, he pressed a napkin delicately to his lips. At least 2 of those women had been an opera singer and a ballerina, hardly eligible according to society standards. Another even might have been an actress. A dull flush crept up his neck. He'd flaunted them scandalously, and all the while his mother had had eyes on him. Hell! Fighting embarrassment suited to a boy, he sat back in his chair and gestured widely to the room around them. "Maman, I am the new master of this Scottish estate, a castle, and thousands of acres of land. I have estate holdings the world over, a fleet of ships, and more capital than either of us ever imagined possible. I am happy, thank you." She raised one thin brow, clearly unimpressed. "There is more to a happy life than money and property." "I imagine you are referring to love," he replied, sipping the refreshed glass of wine, and letting it burn the bitterness of that word, love, off his tongue. "May I remind you that love is what got you disowned by your father?" "I need no reminder," she said, eyes clouding slightly. "However, given the chance to do everything over—" "You would not change a thing, yes, I know," he interrupted, having heard this claim more than once over the last 20-odd years. Ever since Julien was old enough to question why she would have given up a pampered life to marry an impoverished third son. To her, marrying for love had been worth it, even when they'd subsisted on thin soup 5 days out of the week, or had to shuffle their paltry belongings from let-room to let-room when rent was past due. Even when both she and Julien's father had fallen ill with fever, and only one of them had survived. Julien's fingers clenched around his fork at the memories. Love, a useless sentiment that served no actual purpose. It didn't feed empty bellies or keep frozen bodies warm at night. It didn't provide medicine or stop people from dying. It didn't keep anyone safe from thieves, pickpockets, and flashmen. It was about as useful as a fart in the wind, and as far as he was concerned, the poets and dreamers could keep it. Lady Eleanor Avery, gentle romantic fool that she was, had never stopped believing in it. Years after his father died, she'd remarried, this time to a viscount, Lord Avery, who had doted on her for the 7 weeks of their marriage before he was conscripted. Avery had been killed at Waterloo, leaving his mother widowed, though not penniless. She'd used every cent to fund her son's education. Julien blew out a breath. Perhaps he believed in love, just not romantic love. His mother was quiet a moment, and as she placed her napkin on the table, Julien realized he might have injured her feelings. She still held a strong love for both her long-departed husbands, and he imagined it was difficult for her to know her son didn't understand why she'd chosen the paths she had. A stubborn look sat on her face. "How can you understand when you've never known it yourself?" "It's not that I don't believe in the existence of love between couples," he said quickly, needing to explain. Yet again, always it seemed. "I do. Plenty of people like Isla seem to be converts. I simply have no desire to be caught in its web." After his father had passed, his mother had penned a handful of letters to her stringent and miserly father, the Marquis of Rivoli. They had gone unanswered, his grandfather's disappointment so deeply seated that not even the distress of his destitute and widowed daughter could sway him. It had been up to Julien, then, to provide for his mother, who finally gave up trying to contact the unforgiving Marquis. They had scraped by, but it had always felt to Julien as if they were being punished by the world, all because of love. He would never be in that position again, or subject anyone else to it. "You are like an old piano, chérie, playing out of tune," she said. "All you need is the right woman to set you to rights. It would take the patience of a saint to try and change me." "No, just a headstrong woman," she replied. "It is not worth my time to argue with you, is it?" he asked with a fond smile. She rose from her seat, looking rather smug. "Not in the least. Bonsoir, mon cœur." Julien rose from his chair as well and went to her, giving her a peck on the cheek before she left the dining room. As exasperating as his mother could be, he would rather her be no other place than right here with him. That way he could keep an eye on her health, which truly was making a miraculous rebound. An old piano, playing out of tune. Leave it to his mother to liken a woman to a piano tuner, someone to come in, open him up, and tinker away at him. All it would take is a headstrong woman? Unlikely. He had one of those right here in his castle, though headstrong was a rather mild word to describe Makenna. She was more like a firestorm, rare but unpredictable and destructive, never knowing when her flames would ignite or which way they would turn, and whether such latent passions translated to the bedchamber. It would be a lie to say his mind had not delved into all sorts of erotic imaginings involving Lady Makenna over the last year. He would never have acted on them, not with a married woman, but it didn't stop him from giving in to his fantasies. And give in he had. The pull to her was physical. It had been then, and it still was, though now Julien was more concerned about her state of mind than whether the attraction was mutual. In the past, though she'd been secretive and unhappy at times, she had managed to open up, under duress, about her husband. Today, however, she had announced his death and had turned stony, resistant, not at all mournful, and yet also not relieved to be free of him. She'd seemed rattled, as if there was far more to the story than she was sharing. After dinner, Julien told himself he only wished for honest answers as he made his way to her chamber. It had nothing at all to do with the desire to lay eyes on her again, or to perhaps catch one of the small annoyed quirks of her lips whenever he said something vexing. He'd lived for those little idiosyncrasies during his stay at Maclaren, those provocative glimpses of a hidden spirit. He used to delight in goading her temper, since seduction had never been on the table, though a beat of sexual tension had always been there, drumming between them. A beat that had now become an indelicate throb. That morning in the foyer, he had seen the flare of her pupils, as her mind had wandered somewhere beyond their conversation. Her eyes had slipped to his throat, his chest, lower. Her cheeks had gone pink, betraying what he was certain had been arousal, and the sight of it had intrigued him. Makenna was not immune to flirtation, but she also was not like the women he'd known in Paris, willing, coy, and playful. No, There was something that weighed her down, like a braced broken limb that had not yet healed. Her passions were tempered by caution. Julien stopped outside her bedchamber door, and, though he knew it was improper, knocked twice. Light footsteps approached, and a moment later he was looking down into the narrowed dark eyes of Makenna's dour maid. "My lord," the girl said, dipping into a hasty curtsy as she held firm to the door, opened a scant few inches. She'd seemed girlish at first, but upon a closer look Julien realized that she wasn't as young as she appeared, and she was clearly protective of her mistress. "I don't wish to disturb your lady," Julien began, but then a low voice from within sounded, "Tilde, who is it?" The maid's face disappeared behind the door, and Julien began to wish he'd waited until much later to knock upon Makenna's door, when the maid would have been in her own room. Then again, if he were any kind of true gentleman, he wouldn't have come knocking at all. Thankfully, he wasn't encumbered by that notion. The door opened, and Makenna filled the frame. Her scent reached him first, that of a highland meadow after a crisp spring rain, and Julien fought the urge to breathe it in. Her glossy hair had been plaited and swept over one shoulder in a thick braid, the firelight from her chamber shimmering off the strands. Her emerald silk wrapper obscured most of her body, but the creamy column of her neck was still visible, and he couldn't help noticing the sprinkling of freckles along the hollow of her collarbone. They were often considered unseemly among women, he knew, and a number of his female acquaintances used powder to conceal them. But the tawny flecks along Makenna's skin did nothing to detract from her allure. If anything, they drew his eyes all the more. It took almost all his effort to drag them away. He kept his gaze above her shoulders, though the temptation to peruse the rest of her mouth-watering figure was like a lead weight in each eye. Tall in stature, she'd always leaned toward a voluptuousness that had made him senseless, and seeing her now, nearly en déshabillé, made his every thought fizzle. He swallowed hard, his speech dying in his throat. "Lord Leclerc, is something the matter?" He cleared his thickened throat. Beyond an emergency, there could be no other acceptable reason for him to come to a bedchamber. "I'm afraid there is a problem, yes," he replied. "Might I have a private moment of your time?" She continued to frown, her auburn brows, a few shades darker than her fiery locks, pulled together with worry. "Tildy, that will be all for tonight," she said, stepping aside to both invite Julien inside and the maid out. Tildy bobbed her head, and with a last suspicious glare thrown his way, closed the door behind her. "She's intense," he remarked. "She's protective." Makenna had taken a few long strides away from the door toward the hearth. She checked the ties on her wrapper, giving them a brisk tug. She was nervous then, unsettled. Julien wanted to revel in the knowledge, but he couldn't ignore the unsteady trip of his own pulse. God in heaven, but she was beautiful. "It's not appropriate for you to be in here, my lord." Her husky brogue lit the rest of his flailing senses on fire, and he grasped for his fast-fading control. He wanted to fill his palms with warmed silk, breathe in her scent, hold her close. He wanted to talk, that was what he had come for. "Are you afraid the maids will gossip?" he drawled. "I wonder who they will tell of this indiscretion. The cattle? The sheep? What will they think?" He reached for flippancy for two reasons. One, he was flustered, an uncommon occurrence, and two, she had a temper beneath that guarded and stony exterior, and if he could provoke her to let it loose, she might give him the answers he sought. Then again, she might very well crack him in the jaw instead. It was a risk he was willing to take. "There is no indiscretion taking place," she said, again checking the wrapper's ribbons, as if she didn't trust them to hold it closed. A throb of heat struck him in the groin at the idea of that possibility, and the image of what she wore underneath. If anything at all. A nude Makenna was suddenly impossible to get out of his mind. "You came to get answers, not gawk," he reminded himself. "I disagree," he said. "I've hired you as my steward, and I'd like to get an early start in the morning, if you didn't mind stating your business so I can get to bed." It was a mistake, mentioning the bed. He saw it in the flare of her pupils. They widened just seconds before a blush kissed the fair skin of her cheeks. She immediately averted her gaze, but it seemed to snag on the front of his waistcoat and down farther, over his too-tight trousers. She pinned her lips together with a pained sound and dragged her gaze away. Julien tried to bite back his grin, but still felt the edge of it on his lips. He was smirking, as he was so often accused of doing. But hell, how could he resist? He was aroused, and so was she. "To bed you shall go, indeed," he murmured. He heard an audible intake of breath, and her eyes shot back to his again. He let the innuendo hang between them, watching with some satisfaction as those long fingers fluttered to her wrapper. Makenna opened her mouth, presumably to give him a set-down, and closed it. Her control was laudable. It might even rival his own, though at the moment he would be lying if he didn't admit he was holding on by a thread. However, first I would like some answers from my new hire. Makenna managed to break his stare, and strode toward the lit hearth, where she stood, her profile angled toward him. I thought we'd settled things earlier. Admirable, her voice did not even hitch. Hardly. I don't need you to pour out your soul to me, Lady Makenna, but I would not mind knowing whether or not some raving-mad Scotsman will be descending upon my newly acquired lands in search of you. Her jaw hardened, and Julien thought he saw a fast flare of her slim nostril. He'd startled her. Makenna loosed a breath. Haven't I told you already? The Brodies never accepted me. Why would they come after me? And the Maclarens? He said, circling back to the question she had so deftly avoided earlier that morning. I imagine they will be curious, even a bit peeved, as to why you are here instead of at home, and I do not want them here either. Her 4 burly, intimidating warrior brothers would no doubt assume the basest of reasons why she was with him. First Isla, and now Makenna. As much as Isla cared for Julien, and as much as she tried to convince her husband and brothers-in-law to like him as well, he was still the libidinous rake who had tried to steal her away. And he was French, arguably worse in the eyes of a Highlander. Julien plucked at an imaginary thread on his pristine waistcoat. He had no care for the arrogance of the Scots himself. Well, with one exception, the extraordinarily tempting Scots woman astride away. Makenna's eyes traced the leaping fire in the grate, her attention riveted to the flames. The dancing light showed the many fluctuations of her expression in the following moments, from surprise to contemplative to anxious. What was going through that lockbox of a mind of hers? Julien knew how to play a hand close to his chest, and clearly that was her method here as well. She was hiding something, and he had every reason to believe it had to do with her dead husband. Was he truly dead, or had that been a lie? No, she'd blurted it out upon seeing him, her vulnerability unfeigned. Makenna's tongue darted out to lick her lips, and then said, I cannot burden them. I'm a grown woman and can make my own way. Where were you planning to go from here? She had not expected him to be in residence, that much was evident. I didn't see why that should concern you. I am here and I am your new steward, at least in the short term, am I not? You are. I'm only concerned about your reasons for appearing so precipitously on my doorstep. Why have you come, Makenna? Her mouth firmed into a pale line. I told you, I didn't belong with the Brodie. And you came to me? I came to Duncraig. I didn't ken you would be here. He believed that, at least. She'd been stunned to see him rather than just the castle's caretakers. A small part of him wished he hadn't been in residence at Duncraig. As much as he'd thought of Makenna over the last year, and as satisfying as it was to rest his eyes on her again, she brought with her complications. Julien did not like, nor did he need, complications. You're hiding something. If you think I'll bring trouble, I'll happily be on my way, she replied, her teeth gritted. I don't wish to cause you or your mother any grief. Julien's eyes narrowed at her tone, and the heat in his blood waned as he recognized the pinched look on her face. It was one she'd worn at Maclaren whenever she spoke of her late husband. She was clearly nervous about some sort of retaliation. But from whom? She'd insisted her clansmen didn't care for her and wouldn't be on her heels, but she was afraid of something. Or someone. Had she lied about her husband after all? Why would you cause me or maman grief? Do you have reason to believe that trouble will follow you here? If you do, Makenna, I deserve to know what I've gotten into. She swallowed convulsively, her hands winding into the ties at her waist. It might, she whispered, stalling as if searching for words. My clansmen think I was involved in Graham's death. How? They think I killed him. The soft admission hung between them. Did you? Nay. Her voice lowered to an agonized whisper, her eyes stark with something that looked too much like terror for his comfort. Please, Lord Leclerc, dinna ask me more. He relented, his mind racing, and moved for the door. He could sense she had already said more than she'd wanted to. If she did stand accused of murder, her former clan would stop at nothing to pursue her for the crime, at least until she was proven innocent. Though he knew that trouble might surely follow, Julien could not turn her away. "One more question, at least for tonight. Do you know who did it?" She shook her head. "Someone who wants me to take the blame. If I didn't get away and have the chance to find out why, I'll never be free." He stared at her, caught by her choice of words. Free of whom? The Brodie, of course. Once more, he sensed she was holding back, but he'd pushed her enough. She sounded frightened, that much was clear, and he'd never turned away a woman in distress. He wasn't about to start now. "You'll be safe here, I promise." The Brodies would not touch her. He and his men would see to it. Julien's eyes swept her form, her beautiful face still flushed with emotion, and felt his body respond. He closed the door with a brutal snap. What he couldn't promise, however, was whether she'd be safe from him. Chapter 4. Makenna flung the plump pillow at the wall with a groan. She hadn't slept a bloody wink, thanks to the high-handed Frenchman and his dratted interrogation. She'd confessed far more than she'd wanted to, not to mention the simmering fire he'd incited in her veins with his overt intimations. To bed you shall go, indeed. Her bed with him in it. All night Makenna's body had felt hot and restless, and she'd woken more than once, twisted in the damp bed-sheets with a racing heart and heaving lungs. Her breasts had felt full and tight, her body coiled in anticipation. It had been a while, but she recognized the readiness in her core for the shameless lust it was. She knew exactly what she'd been dreaming of, and those dreams belonged in a locked vault, with no key. God, she was a clothead on the run for murder. Though she was occupied by more important life-or-death concerns, she could not deny Julien was attractive. But the man was a peacock. His obsession with those waistcoats of his bordered on inane. No Highlander worth his salt would dare to wear such outlandish colours. They suited him, though, she had to admit. He wore the bright hues and rich fabrics with elegant ease, his tall frame the perfect backdrop for the fitted lines. Graham would have bathed in horse dung before deigning to wear anything beyond a tartan, sporran, and boots. Even her brothers wore formal togs from time to time, and Makenna quite liked seeing them dressed to the nines. A smile touched her lips. In other circumstances, she wouldn't mind seeing the fashionable Frenchman clad in naught but a kilt. Her body burned anew. Gracious, she needed to douse herself in a bucket of ice-cold water. She had more pertinent things to worry about, and lusting after Julien, or any man for that matter, would only distract her from them. Like keeping ahead of the Brodies, and perhaps, somehow, figuring out who had framed her for Graham's murder. Rising to perform her morning ablutions, which included a thorough face-drenching, she dressed in the simple gown that Tildy had laid out and then fixed her hair. She wondered where her maid had disappeared to, but she didn't fault her for it, since it was late morning by the look of the sun in the sky. Makenna had finally fallen asleep when dawn had started to creep its fingers over the windowsill. She yawned, holding a hand to her mouth, and then rolled her tight shoulders. Some outdoor exercise would be welcome, though she had no idea what the new master of Duncraig was expecting her to do. She would stay here, close enough while out of the way of her former clansmen, until she knew that Colin had given up on whatever he intended to do with her. If he gave up. To do so might look weak on his part, and as the new laird, he would want to bring Graham's accused murderer to justice. She didn't doubt Brodie clansmen would be eager to find her and drag her before Colin. She had no way to prove her innocence, or find out who had actually killed her husband, not from here at Duncraig. But it was the safest place for the time being, and she counted herself lucky that Julien had not tossed her out after hearing her confession the night before. And if there was anyone who could keep her safe, Makenna knew it was him. She would just have to deal with her foolish and inconvenient desire where he was concerned, or find a way to avoid him completely. Makenna descended the staircase to the dining room, which was empty, so she made her way to the kitchens, where a large man was swearing roundly in French over a simmering pot of something that smelled much too delicious. To her horror, her stomach growled loudly. The enormous man turned, a pair of piercing black eyes widening. He did not apologize or attempt introductions, but frowned fiercely. "Who are you?" he bellowed. She almost said Lady Makenna, but then bit her lip. She was a working woman now. "Makenna," she said with a smile. "Is that coq au vin I smell?" "I am André." The cook's bushy eyebrows speared to his hairline. "You are familiar with French cooking?" "Not so much, but what I ate last night for dinner was divine. That leg of lamb was marvellously prepared." "Gigot d'agneau au beurre," he said. The butter sauce was splendid. The smile that overtook his face was like watching the skies clear after a storm, transforming the dour ogre into a more approachable human. Makenna smiled to herself. She'd had more than enough practice cajoling Graham. Men loved to be lauded and complimented on their accomplishments. Toward the latter half of their marriage, Graham had become suspicious of her efforts to commend him, but placating him had become second nature. Not that she had any reason to lie now to this man. André's food was the best thing she'd ever tasted. "Then you must try this." He hastened to ladle a small bowl for her and tore off a hunk of crusty bread. "The wine is not right, and it needs some more simmering, but it is passable, no?" Makenna nearly swooned with pleasure at the first bite. The tangy flavors exploded on her tongue. The wine could have been from the bottom of the barrel, and she would not have cared. Her mother's cook at Maclaren growing up had been half English, half French, and the taste of the familiar dish made her yearn for home. She licked the sauce from her fingers with a vulgar sound, but André didn't seem to mind. Nor did the man standing in the doorway, his eyes fastened to her mouth, and the fingers stuck between her lips. "Enjoying yourself?" Julien asked. André instantly made himself scarce, deserting her, the giant coward. Lowering her hand, Makenna licked the remainder of the sauce off her lip, dragging in a shallow breath as Julien's hot eyes tracked the movement. "André is a wonder." "So my mother claims." Julien scowled at the storage room into which the man had wedged himself. "His sauces are much too rich, I say. No wonder all the French suffer from rampant gout." "You have the palate of a goat," a muffled voice said. Makenna gasped and swallowed her mirth at Julien's affronted look. "You are fired," Julien growled. "Lady Avery hired me, Lord Fancycoats." Biting back a gasp of laughter, her gaze darted to Julien, surprised to find that his current waistcoat of choice was a rich brown, with intricate bronze embroidery. Sedate for him, he'd foregone a cravat, his throat bare, and that snagged her attention like cloth caught on a nail. Pale green eyes met hers, a smile hovering on those firm, full lips, and Makenna tore her eyes away as if caught staring at something wicked. There was something indecent about that masculine golden-hued column, or maybe the only wicked things were her thoughts. "Were you waiting on me, my lord?" she asked, gulping past the sudden, inexplicable knot at her throat. "So formal, Lady Makenna." "It's just Makenna now, remember? I work for you." "That you do." He quirked a brow, extending an arm toward the outer kitchen doorway. "Shall we, then, take a tour of the lands, and the plethora of four-legged beasts that roam it, more commonly known as sheep, cattle, and horses?" Chuckling, he turned, and she followed in his footsteps, breathing in the freshness of the late morning and enjoying the feel of the warm Scottish sun on her face. If she didn't think too deeply on happenstance, she could almost imagine that she wasn't being pursued by a twisted lunatic. The fear lingered, however, caught on the edges of what felt like safety. "There are a lot of baby ones, too," he said. "Foals and lambs and a goatling or two." "Usually called a kid," she corrected, lips pursed. "Not to mention the occasional human couple," he added slyly. She faltered, nearly tripping over her own 2 feet. She must have misheard him. "I beg your pardon." He grinned, and she froze, recognizing that roguish look in his eyes as he waved a nonchalant arm. "Lovers seeking a bit of privacy, enjoying the fresh air, on all fours." Her jaw fell open. Surely he could not be serious, or mean what she thought he meant. A golden eyebrow tented, that devilish smirk deepening. "I have it on good authority that it's quite fun." Oh, the beast! He'd meant to shock her, and succeeded. Her face felt like an inferno. The act that Julien was insinuating was coarse and primitive, and it made every nerve in her body tighten with acute discomfort. Coitus with Graham had been little more than a nightmare, particularly the base act he was describing. Cursing her pale skin, she jutted her chin. "I imagine that some would find that appealing. I, however, dinna. You must have had a poor teacher." That she had, but the Frenchman was venturing beyond the bounds of civility. "Lord Leclerc, I must insist." Her scathing set-down was cut off by shouting in the distance. 2 armed men were galloping toward them. Makenna tensed, her entire body going taut as a bowstring, terror filling her. Good God! Were they Collins' men? Her breath reduced to shortened gasps. Their tartans were dark, much like the black and red pattern of the Brodie, but they were too far away for her to discern the plaid. As they neared, one looked to have blood all over the front of his white shirt. Had there been a fight? Had someone been hurt? She blinked. Tildy! Makenna had yet to lay eyes on her that morning. What if a maid had gone off on a ride, or a walk while her mistress was sleeping in? What if she had been caught? What if that was her blood? Her fear escalated into full-on panic. "Makenna?" Julien's voice sounded as if it were coming from down a tunnel. "Who are they?" she heard herself ask. "My men." Understanding was slow, but it filtered through her thickened blood, calming the rapid beats of her heart. "Your men?" Julien turned her to face him, coming between her and the men on horseback. His frown looked entirely wrong on his usually blithe face. "Yes, these men are loyal to me. I gave you my word that you would be safe." Makenna clamped her lips together as reason returned. The men's tartans were brown, not black and red. Relief was immediate, but not by much when she saw the narrowed look in Julien's eyes. He had more questions, though she didn't know if she'd be able to provide answers. And the last thing she wanted to do was speak of the cruelty she'd endured at Brodie, or what faced her with Colin if she were to be captured and brought back. The arriving men pulled their horses to a stop and dismounted. My lord, come quick!" Julien turned to the farmer. "What is it?" "One of the horses is fallen, my lord. We brought her to the barn, but the foal is not coming. They'll both die, and the head groom went to visit his sister." Makenna was thankful for the distraction, and for something else to focus on other than Julien's scrutiny. "The foal hasn't rotated, likely," she said, the trembling in her limbs from the earlier scare starting to ebb. Something else filled her now. Wonder, maybe, at the fact that he'd made good on his words. Somewhere deep down, she hadn't expected him to. She'd stopped depending on other people, but perhaps she had been right to come here, right to trust him the night before. "I can help," she offered. She accepted a boost from the man up into his horse's saddle and stared at Julien, reaching out an impatient hand. "Coming?" Julien climbed up into the saddle behind her, moving quickly for a man wearing as much clothing as he was, smoothing her skirts over her legs, and trying not to think about the man mounted behind her, or the pair of hard thighs pressing into her. Makenna followed the two men now riding the other horse. Fornicating animals, indeed. She was grateful her face was forward. Small mercies. They arrived at the barn in no time, and Makenna assessed the situation with a practiced eye. The mare was clearly in the second stages of labour, lying on her side. If the placental membrane had ruptured, the birth should have been quick after that, but it appeared that the mare was certainly in some distress. "Is this not normal?" Julien asked from where he had stopped a good distance from the mare. He peered at the animal with a complete lack of confidence. It was not at all like him. Then again, for all his bluster, he was a city man, and this was beyond him. "Would you like to take a closer look, my lord?" she asked with wicked humour. Makenna almost laughed as all the colour drained from Julien's face, his skin taking on a green hue. He glanced helplessly at her. She had helped deliver many foals at Maclaren, though not many at Brodie. Graham hadn't liked her getting too close with the farmers or their wives. He'd liked keeping her segregated instead. "I could use your hands, though I warn you, it will nae be pretty," she told a wan-faced Julien. "Ready for your first lesson, my lord?" She nodded at the men who'd accompanied them. "Will you please leave us?" Makenna then turned to Julien. "Unlace me, please." A shocked stare slammed into hers. "What? I cannae ruin this dress." "Don't be absurd. I could buy you 100 dresses." Makenna smiled patiently, enjoying his discomfort more than she should. Then again, the obscene remarks he'd made about coupling humans on all fours deserved an equally foul punishment. "I didn't want 100. I like this one, and I intend to keep it unsoiled. Besides, it restricts my movements, and I need use of my arms." She turned her back to him, and heard him let out a deep exhalation. His fingers fumbled at the ties to her gown, and a warm shiver coursed down her spine as he eased the upper part of the dress off her body. She grinned to herself and then glanced over her shoulder. He was staring at her chemise-covered shoulders and the whalebone corset that sat on top of it, as if he'd never seen either unmentionable in his life. "First time?" "Undressing a woman with a pregnant horse present, yes." "Dinna look," she told him, conscious of the precarious position of her breasts beneath the transparent lawn, and dumped her hand to the elbow into a nearby bucket of pig fat. "Don't worry," he said in a reedy tone. "I'm too busy trying not to cast up my accounts to notice your charms." She inserted her arm into the mare. Dimly aware of a choking sound behind her, she ignored Julien and focused on finding out what was wrong. Makenna felt a tail and a hoof, and, as she suspected, the foal was not fully rotated. Using her fingers, she felt her way along the foal's hip and body, while kneading the mare's distended belly with her other hand. "You've got to grasp the foal's front foreleg," she said, as she gently did just that. "And then the other, and then you guide both down." Yes, I see," he said, and she smiled at his brave attempt to sound hale and hearty rather than ill to his stomach. After that it was fast. Within moments the foal had exited its mother in a burst of fluid, and bounded up on shaky legs. Makenna rocked back onto her heels and into a very solid chest. She tilted her chin upward to the man behind her. His eyes were on the colt, an indescribable expression on his face, one of wonder. "Congratulations, my lord. It's a boy." His eyes met hers, and then tracked down to her goop-covered arm. He fought back a shudder. "That was the most disgusting, yet most beautiful thing I've ever seen, and I think you should head down to the stream for a wash." Makenna laughed, relieved that both the mare and her baby seemed to be doing well. "Come now, a big strapping man like you cannot possibly be ill. You're a farmer now." "I'd rather be in the seediest brothel in Paris." "I'll wager this mare is much cleaner than some of those women," she replied tartly. Julien gave a bark of laughter as she wiped her arm down with a nearby rag. He sent her a questioning look, and she rolled her eyes. "I have brothers, you ken, and before they were married, they were all as wild as could be. Now help me fasten my dress, and you can call the men back in." After she was back to rights, they stayed for a bit to watch the newborn colt find his legs, but then headed down to the river that emptied into the bay, where Makenna dunked her entire arm, capped sleeve and all, into the icy water. She'd make do until she got back to the castle and availed herself of some soap. Turning her face up to the sun, Makenna sat on a large rock and watched the ships in the cove. "What all of those years?" she asked the man at her side. Colour was rushing back into his cheeks now that he was out of the barn, and his eyes gleamed strangely. She knew he wouldn't admit it, but he'd been moved by the birth. No matter the creature, it was always a miracle she would never know herself. Makenna shoved down her sadness and fixed a smile on her face. "Yes," he said. "How many ships do you have?" He lowered himself to a squat beside her. "Several dozen." "Do you ever sail?" she asked wistfully. She'd never been on a ship before, not unless she counted Ronan's skiff that they used to sail across Loch Rannoch. Julien shrugged. "Not as much as I used to. Perhaps one day you'll come with me." She shook her head and laughed. "I didn't think I'd be a very good sailor. I'd go green to the gills every time my brothers would force me onto Ronan's wee boat on the loch at Maclaren. Nay, I think I'll keep my feet where they belong, on firm ground." They sat in silence for a while, staring out at the ships, and Makenna leaned back, letting the sun dry her damp dress. She felt Julien's eyes on her. "Why are you staring?" she asked, without opening her eyes. "How do you know I'm staring?" Laughter tinged his voice. "I can feel it." "Can you feel this?" She held her breath, sensing him leaning closer, until she felt the barest fingertip brushing over her collarbone. She froze, her eyes flying open. "What are you doing?" "Chasing these freckles." As a girl, her mother used to be worried about the golden spots, but being locked indoors for so many years in the Brodie keep, Makenna delighted in every minute she could get in the sun, freckles be damned. Perhaps she should have been more careful if they'd attracted the notice of a rake like Julien Leclerc. She cleared her throat and sat up, moving out of reach of his fingertips. "Why have you not married?" she asked abruptly. "I thought that was what you wanted the last time you were in Scotland." He didn't answer for a moment, and then said, "Things have changed." She frowned at the odd feeling in her belly. "So you didn't wish to marry now?" "Not ever, if it can be helped." "Why the change of heart?" "My heart doesn't factor into it at all," he said. "It's purely a logical decision. Marriage, love, and the lot of it are not for me." It didn't sound like an exaggeration at all to Makenna's ears. "What did you do in Paris for an entire year, then?" "Isla wrote that she'd heard rumours you were with a different lass at every ball." Makenna clamped her lips shut as she realized what she'd inadvertently let slip, that she'd cared to follow the gossip concerning him. Thankfully, he didn't react to it. Julien waved a hand at the ships. "I've focused on diversifying my investments and shoring up my fortune to make sure my mother is well provided for." "Sounds busy." It was. She eyed him. and lonely. "Why, Lady Makenna," he drawled, "is that an offer I hear to soothe my lonely, starved soul with comforts of the feminine persuasion?" "You're deluded." His soft laughter made her smile, but his next question did not, his eyes scanning her dirty, blood-streaked dress. "With your husband dead, shouldn't you be wearing mourning colours?" "Nay, I've given him enough of myself to last a lifetime. I'll wear what I want, damn his rotten soul." "Good for you," he replied. "He didn't deserve the mud off your boots." Strangely, the fierce words soothed her. They lapsed back into silence. It was strange how comfortable she felt with this man, whether she was talking, or delivering a foal, or sitting without saying a word. As wicked as he was, with his vulgar jokes and commentary, she'd never felt unsafe with him. Not at Maclaren, and not now. And he'd promised she would be safe from the Brodies here. She believed him. She peered at him and felt a resurgence of confidence. He always seemed to have that effect on her, made her discover her own inner fortitude. Makenna wondered what her life would have been like had she been married to a man like Julien. There would have been a lot more laughter and less torment, less pain. He simply wasn't that kind of man, the kind who needed to hit or demean a woman to feel powerful. Her life hadn't been easy, but it had made her who she was. Strong, hardy, fearless. It didn't matter how frightened she was of Colin. She had to stay one step ahead of him. If he accused her of murder and demanded her return to Brodie, she would have to go for a trial. Her father and brothers would rush to her defence, and a bloody feud would be a possibility. Makenna did not want that, and she didn't want Julien becoming involved either. This was not his trouble. She needed to figure out how to prove her innocence and free herself from Colin once and for all. She was a Maclaren. She would not run, even though that had been her first instinct. Now at Duncraig Castle she'd had time to think, to breathe. Instead of fleeing for the continent, Makenna knew she had to fight and end this. The primary suspect, the one with the most to gain, was Colin. He'd coveted the lairdship for years, as much as he'd coveted her. The thought of his extended gazes and his furtive touches made her stomach clench. Telling Graham about his cousin's attentions had been out of the question. He may have even decided it was good sport to let Colin try her. Makenna did not want to go back to Brodie, but it might be the only way for her to prove she hadn't killed her husband. Colin would stop at nothing to silence her, if he was in fact the guilty one, and Makenna was growing more certain that he was. The image of her rescuer's smooth-fingered hands with the topaz ring came back to her. Who had she been? Makenna couldn't help feeling that there was more the woman had been hiding. Perhaps she had answers, but she didn't want to endanger her either, not after what she'd done. "What's going on in that brain of yours?" Makenna blinked, turning to see a steadfast gaze on her. She'd confessed the truth to Julien, but she did not wish to complicate things any further by discussing her plans or her worries. He was her employer, and she was his steward, for as long as he agreed to keep her on, and as long as she thought it wise to stay. It could be nothing more, no matter the attraction she felt to him, or how broad his shoulders were to carry her burdens. She had to do this on her own. "Steward business," she lied. He stared dubiously at her. "Truly?" "Aye, it's why I'm here, isn't it?" Makenna stood and brushed off her skirt. "I'll see myself back to my duties now. Good day, Lord Leclerc." She started walking, feeling the weight of his eyes on her back, and the disappointed swirl in the pit of her stomach at her own sea change in attitude. But to become friendly with Julien, or anything more, would not be wise. Makenna could still feel his fingertip on her collarbone. Chasing freckles. Her skin tingled. She'd known dangerous men, but Julien, he was entirely different. The most frightening part of it was that she didn't want to run away from this danger. Like an idiot, she wanted to run toward it. She'd have to fight that urge before she ran headlong into disaster. Chapter 5. Sweat trickled down Julien's temple as he swung the unwieldy claymore to meet his opponent's downward cut. The steel blades collided in a teeth-grating clang, one he could feel into the bones of his arms. He deflected the strike, and before his opponent, one of the burlier footmen he'd kept on at Duncraig, could take a breath, Julien advanced, lunging forward in a riposte and slapping the broadside of the claymore against the footman's shoulder. "Another point for me, Bryce," Julien said as he stood down, the tip of his sword striking the dirt of the courtyard. His muscles ached from the weight of the steel blade, but it was a good invigorating ache, and he was already hungering for the next round. "For the last time, my lord, there are nae points. This is nae fencing," Bryce said, his own face sweat-streaked as well. From effort, yes, but Julien also suspected from vexation. Most Highlanders learned how to fight with a claymore as soon as they could walk, and Bryce was no exception. I know, Bryce, but I can't help it," Julien said with a wry grin. "I like accumulating points. Lets me know when I have to raise my game." They had been sparring for over an hour, and though Bryce had at first had the advantage, Julien had quickly rebounded. He had taken up fencing a decade or so ago, and he was not only fleet of foot, but of mind as well. He could swiftly catalogue his opponent's tells, his style, and thus be able to anticipate a potential next move. Unlike the street fights of his youth, fencing was not a brute sport, but one of calculated finesse. It suited Julien very well. However, seeing as how he was now in Scotland, he figured it would be wise to take up a sturdier sword than a foil, and add to his list of accomplishments. "In a true battle, the only point that matters is this one," the footman said, indicating the tip of his blade. "Very well, Bryce, no more points. It shall be first blood from here on out. If you're up to the challenge next time we spar," Julien said, goading the young man with a raised brow. His aim was to hone his skill with a sword, and if he was going to see it done, only the brawniest Scot would do. Bryce grinned at the offer, clearly looking forward to the chance at putting the master of Duncraig through his paces. Julien laughed. Competitive brutes, the lot of them. Then again, so was he, just in a different way. "Aye, my lord," the footman replied. Julien dismissed him and turned for the castle entrance. It was a warm spring morning, and he'd discarded his shirt not long into the sparring session with Bryce. He took up his shirt now, but the air inside the castle was cool, and he let it dry the sweat from his chest and shoulders as he made his way up the stairwell toward his rooms. At the landing, he paused to peer down the corridor that led to the study. Over the last couple days, Makenna had closeted herself in that room, making herself scarce as she'd pored over the accounts and ledgers accumulated on his desk. The work kept her busy and her mind off things, she'd said, and so he'd left her to it, though he'd been tempted to keep her company and try to make her smile, the way she had after helping the distressed horse to foal. He'd given her the space she needed. In the meantime, he'd kept his word and had his men patrol the borders of Duncraig lands, and focused on his own work on his ships in the bay. She had spent 2 days in that study now, nose deep in ledgers, avoiding him. Julien frowned. Despite his promises, he had no intention of being used while she kept him in the dark. She was afraid of something specific, and he'd bet his entire recent cargo that it was a person, someone in particular. When she thought he wasn't looking, she wore a look of dread, one she'd often worn with her deceased husband. Julien planned to get the truth out of her eventually, and he would. He couldn't protect her if she withheld information from him. With a determined breath, he cracked open the door to the study. As expected, the object of his thoughts sat behind the dainty desk his mother had ensconced beside the larger mahogany desk, cluttered with his own piles of correspondence from his solicitors. A pair of blue eyes lifted and widened as they took in his scandalous state of undress, hitching on his chest, and then slipping lower. Julien savoured the surprise, and the hint of female appreciation simmering there before it was chased away. An auburn brow lifted as she put down her quill and studied him with blatant aplomb. "Either something catastrophic has befallen the world, or you must be severely ill." "How so?" "Lord Leclerc without one of those flamboyant waistcoats is sign enough of the apocalypse." She studiously avoided looking anywhere below his neck, keeping her eyes focused on his. Faint colour crept into her cheeks, though she kept her voice level. "Are you going to put on your shirt?" He smirked. "Why?" "It's indecent," she said. Unable to hold his gaze, her eyes dropped to the open ledger on the desk. "What if your mother were to walk in, or any of the servants? They'll gossip." He laughed and tugged the dampened white lawn over his head, though he couldn't imagine it was much better. If anyone were to walk in and see them, tongues would undoubtedly wag. "There, I'm decent now. You can quit being scandalized, though after you've had your entire arm up a horse's behind, I'm not sure that my lack of a shirt qualifies as breaking the boundaries of decorum. One is a miracle of nature." She gestured toward his mussed person. "The other, despite your own gargantuan sense of self-importance, is not." He put on a playful scowl, and looking rather pleased with her barb, she continued, "Why are you not dressed anyway?" I was having a bout with Bryce in the training yard. Fighting in a waistcoat and stuffy cravat is not conducive to winning.
A bout?
She asked with a disbelieving frown.
Of fisticuffs?
Claymores.
She gaped at him. With Bryce? As in Bryce MacDonald, the footman the size of a small house?
The very same. He sauntered to the edge of the desk, noting the barest hitch in her breathing. Good. He wanted to keep her off balance. Make her discomfited enough to let something slip, or comfortable enough to confide in him. He would be satisfied with the outcome of either strategy.
And you're still standing?
Shocked. Those wide-bowed lips curved into a reluctant smile.
A few more rounds with him and you might be able to take me on.
Julien didn't know why he was surprised, but he was. You're proficient with the sword.
You forget that I have 4 brothers and 1 mule-headed baby sister who needed constant supervision so that she didn't saw herself in half.
He perched a hip on the desk. The one married to the Duke of Glenross. Julien was well familiar with the Maclaren males, more so the oldest and youngest, though he'd only met Makenna's little sister once. He'd never met her eldest sister, Alice, who had apparently married a disowned Campbell-turned-ship captain, and they had both run off to the Americas. The youngest Maclaren, Soraka, had carried several scars on her face that she wore like badges of honor. And they had been, Julien knew, considering she'd survived an attack by a wolf as a child. He would not want to go toe-to-toe with the fierce Duchess. She'd carve him up like a fatted goose on Michaelmas.
Aye.
Makenna grinned with sudden devilish humour.
You can challenge her only after you've beaten me, then Finlay and Evan, and then Niall. She's even trounced Ronan, though he'll not admit it.
Julien had seen Niall fight, and even with the loss of his left hand and just 1 sword arm, the man was deadly skilled. He didn't doubt that Makenna would also be. She was the kind of woman who excelled at anything she put her mind to, from delivering newborn foals to duelling with Scottish steel. "Why didn't you fight him?" he asked quietly. Her eyes slammed into his, her breathing faltering. They both knew who he meant, not any of her siblings, but a cheating louse of a spouse. Her throat bobbed and she clutched at the edges of her desk.
"He was my husband."
"He hurt you." She did not deny it.
"I was his to do with as he wished."
"You could have left, why didn't you?" Angry colour stamped her skin now.
"And gone where? To my parents? To any of my sisters? It's all well and good for a man to say such a thing when you ken very well a woman has nae rights. I was his, like these stones around us, or a head of cattle. Do you not understand how marriage rights work, my lord?" Her voice went brittle with rage, directed at him it seemed, and Julien recoiled from the force of her anger. "I listened to you once, stood up to him, and all I received for my efforts were more broken bones, and there was not a bloody thing I could do about it. Name any man who wants a useless wife."
"Useless?" Julien repeated dully.
"Barren, my lord."
The word was uttered with such self-defeating pain that if the piece of filth weren't already dead, Julien would trek up to Brodie lands and do the deed himself. No woman deserved to be treated as Makenna had been, because she could not have children. That was no fault of hers. Even as powerless fury raged through him, guilt riddled him. He did recall telling Makenna something in that vein while they'd been at Maclaren, that she shouldn't allow any man to threaten her thusly. He wanted to kick himself at the inadvertent hurt he'd brought upon her. "I'm sorry. I didn't know." She was silent, the cadence of her breathing harsh, as if she hadn't expected the outburst either. But then she let go a long sigh and rubbed her temple. "You've nothing to be sorry for. And how could you have kenned the monster he was? You're not at all like him," she said. "In truth, your words gave me the strength to remember who I was inside, even if they didn't get him to stop. In the end, all I could do to protect myself was to be invisible, and hope that one day I would be free of him. And now I am." Julien exhaled. Dieu! Had she killed him after all? If she had, he wouldn't be able to protect her if Scottish authorities or her clan came looking. He couldn't outright accuse her of lying, but he had to get her to trust him somehow. Or at least tell him more of the truth and exactly who she feared, so he was better able to defend her should the need arise. She'd sought sanctuary at Duncraig. He'd told her of its existence, which meant she had to associate some measure of safety with him, and then she'd stayed. Deep down, a woman who trusted no one trusted him. Julien wasn't sure how he felt about that. The only 2 people he'd ever cared about were his mother and Isla. He did not have many close friends, and he held most people, including women, at arm's length. Even Isla had never gotten close enough to see the real Julien, the one he kept closed off from everyone. That Julien had inherited his mother's empathetic and tender-hearted nature, and would have been crushed by the circumstances of his childhood. That Julien would never have endured the hardships thrown in his path. No, the man who had thrived had been carefully constructed, built to be ruthless and powerful, impervious. Julien Leclerc feared nothing and no one. He kept himself aloof and detached from relationships for a reason. Caring about someone fostered a detrimental reliance upon them, and while he would help Makenna if he could, he would not allow everything he'd worked so hard to achieve to be jeopardized. Viewing her as an object of lust in the past year hadn't been a dangerous risk, but thinking of her as anything more would be a perilous mistake. No woman was worth losing who he'd become. "Who are you running from, Makenna? It's not just Brodie clansmen, is it?" "I'm not running from anyone," she said with a defiant jut of her chin. Shutters descended over her eyes, and Julien knew he had struck close to the heart of the matter. She was avoiding someone. Was it a man? More than one man? "I think you and I both know that's not true, but I'm patient," he said carefully. "We're practically family, Makenna, as I consider Isla a sister. But if you bring danger to my doorstep, I will not hesitate to cast you out. My mother's safety comes first." Her beautiful eyes hardened with a stubborn look he was coming to recognize and resent in equal measure. "You've made that quite clear. May I help you with something, Lord Leclerc? I am quite busy with reconciling the estate accounting, as you can see, and I'd like to get back to my duties, if you'll allow it." Julien well knew the condition of the books already, given his own obsessive tendencies with any of his business ventures, but it had been amusing to indulge her request to examine the estate books. She wouldn't find anything out of order there, considering he'd pored over them himself for hours, though her choice of words bothered him. What did she have to reconcile? "Are they not in order? I confess that I'd much rather be betting on hands of 21 than staring at boring old ledgers. So much more diverting." "Well, now that you're the owner of this estate, you must learn," she said, with a faint note of condescension. "And gambling rots your brain." "Not if I have a competent steward," he returned with a jovial grin. "And gambling has put a lot of money, including this castle, into these hands of mine." "One of these days, Lord Leclerc, you will lose." "I never lose." For once he was serious, but Julien could see that she did not believe him. Most people did not, but he liked it that way. Most of his acquaintances thought him an aimless, empty-headed fool, so much so that they did not see him coming until it was too late. He wasn't opposed to using that to his advantage in business affairs. It was partially what drew him to Makenna. She, too, had a tendency to be underestimated by others, and not just because she was female or beautiful, although she was both. Today she was dressed in a blue gown that set off those brilliant blue eyes, her thick fringe of lashes currently hiding them from view. Her red hair was pinned away from her face, though several curls had escaped their confines and were tucked haphazardly behind her ears. He was fascinated by the fiery amount of her hair, and had more than once found himself fantasizing about her wearing nothing but a river of silken, flaming curls cascading down her back. "Actually, there are some discrepancies," she said, jerking him from his distracting thoughts. "You must be mistaken." "Why?" she countered. "Because I'm a woman." "No, because I looked over those books earlier." She pursed her lips. "Then you were wrong." Julien shoved off the side of the desk to come around to where she was sitting, resigned to demonstrating where she had erred. Makenna stiffened at his approach, but he was more focused on what she'd said to note her reaction to him. His eyes scoured the untidy columns of numbers, as well as her careful notes in the margin. Her handwriting was neat and legible, which he'd expected. What Julien did not expect, however, was the precise notation of where the numbers did not add up, and now that she'd marked it, the mistake was glaringly clear. Indeed, there was a discrepancy, of a minimal number, although it was tiny, only a handful of pounds. How the hell had he missed it? "It seems you are correct," he said slowly, his fingers sliding down the column as he redid the numbers in his head for the fourth time. "Good catch." Makenna made a huff under her breath of what sounded like laughter. "Did you doubt it? I told you I was good with numbers. I used to do the books for Graham's drunken steward all the time. It wasn't a wonder that Graham needed my dowry so badly. He wouldn't listen about the grain for the whiskey, and kept losing more and more coin every year. He didn't believe a woman could have a capable brain, much less a head for figures." "I shouldn't have doubted you," Julien replied honestly.
I checked the accounting myself and simply didn't catch it. She nodded, pleased. I did as well the first time. It's not a mistake, though. What do you mean? Makenna leaned in, her fingers brushing his as she pointed out a line of numbers on the previous page. Look over here. There's a similar disparity. Small, but not enough to notice. She moved another page back. And here as well. Julien was paying close attention now, his own eyes following her calculations. He flipped through the pages, finding her meticulous notations. They were small sums, but the total would add up to several thousands of pounds. Son of a bitch! She didn't respond to his muttered oath. They didn't add up because they were adjusted. I think money was taken out on purpose. Might have been the previous Duke. She sent him a sidelong glance. I've been speaking to the other staff. His debts were nae secret. He must have been using profits from the estate to shore up his accounts at the gaming houses. Julien was impressed. How long did it take you to see this? Yesterday and today. Brushing his hand away from where he held the edges of the ledger, she flipped forward a few more pages. I bet you'll find more here. She hadn't made any notations there, so he assumed she hadn't had the time to labour through the sums. Julien's eyes deftly scanned down the columns, and almost at the same time he found the adjusted totals. She jabbed at the line. There, £17. He blinked his surprise. In all his years of working with people, he'd never come upon anyone who could calculate as quickly as he could. Did you just do that in your head? I told you I'm good with numbers. I see that. He grinned. What's the total of this one? 393, he estimated, rounding up. 393, she said smugly, and 62 pence. Julien threw back his head and laughed. The woman was a bloody treasure. He turned toward her, and suddenly he was all too aware of how close they were at the desk, his side brushing into her shoulder. Hunched over as he was, their faces were mere inches apart, hovering over the inked parchment. They were so close that he could see the spattering of golden freckles across the bridge of her nose, and the flecks of indigo in the endless depths of her eyes. A small pink tongue darted out to wet her lips, and Julien felt an answering tug low in his belly. Hell, he'd never wanted to kiss anyone more. Then again, this was Makenna, the siren who had haunted his thoughts for a year. She'd become an infatuation, and Julien had known he was well on his way to becoming besotted. He'd developed an untimely fascination for red hair, for statuesque females with brilliant blue eyes and long, strong limbs, for women dusted in golden freckles. He had dreamed of her so much that fantasy and reality had become muddled, and here she was now, very real and clearly as affected as him. He promptly forgot every single one of his earlier stern declarations as her beguiling scent filled his nostrils, tension humming between them, and Julien could not tear his gaze from that full mouth. He wanted to devour it, lick it, conquer it. Instead, unable to curb himself, he grazed his lips across the velvet surface of her cheek. Julien groaned. That was a mistake. The softness only made him want more. Indulging himself, he leaned in, trailing his mouth down the slanted edge of her jaw, tantalizingly close to those beckoning lips, before veering down the graceful column of her neck. A moan escaped her, and Julien growled in response, while his tongue darted out to feast on her flesh. He'd never dared to let himself get this close to her at Maclaren, and for good reason. She was fire in his blood, and lightning in his veins. His eyes lifted to meet hers, and the burning desire he saw there mirrored his. This woman would drive him to the brink of madness. "Makenna," he whispered in a half-plea, half-protest, not comprehending what he was asking for. Permission? Opposition? Some direction to guide his vacant brain. "Dinna stop." The hoarse command literally drove him to his knees. Acquiescing, Julien swiveled her with the chair and sank down in front of her. Her fingers tangled in his hair, head tilting back in explicit invitation to expose the creamy swells of her bosom. Julien's hands slid up her sides, over the silky fabric, to the sweet curves that quivered at his eye level, and an index finger traced the tantalizing edges of her bodice, delving into the shadowy hollow between her breasts. He wanted to fill his palms with her, map every inch of her fragrant skin with his mouth, make her tremble and cry out with pleasure. No, Julien didn't intend to stop, but they both froze as the sound of running footsteps pounded in the hallway beyond, coming toward them. They lurched upward at the same time, her head cracking into his chin with a speed and an accuracy that made him see stars. God, that hurt, she muttered, as he rubbed his jaw and adjusted his shirt, just as a footman rapped on the door. He agreed, feeling like a youth caught in a hasty, fumbling tryst. "What is it?" Julien said to the footman, his annoyance plain. He was not accustomed to being hasty or fumbling in anything. He strode to the door and eyed the hapless servant. The man quailed, stammering, "There's a woman, my lord. She claims she's a friend of Lady Makenna's. She has a bairn with her, a young lad." Makenna looked confused as they exited the room to follow the footman to the front of the castle. In the courtyard, Julien saw that the man had indeed been correct. A small, bedraggled boy in shabby clothing stood behind a short, blonde woman who looked like she was on her last legs. Her horse looked to be in as bad shape as she was. "Do you know this woman?" Julien asked. Makenna nodded, her face pale, horrified recognition in her eyes. "Aye, she's one of Graham's." He took her meaning with a grimace. "And the boy?" "His son." Julien felt her pain, though she concealed it well. He felt another surge of rage toward the man who had made her life a living hell, only to flaunt her infertility with children from other women. But as Makenna strode decisively forward to greet the ailing arrival, Julien couldn't help but feel profound surprise. "What are you doing here, Lady Arabelle?" she asked. The woman pitched forward into Makenna's arms. "Thank God we found you, my lady. Please, you have to help." Makenna's eyes met his, a silent plea in them. His widened. Did she mean for him to take them in as well? More Brodies, and potentially more trouble on his doorstep? Julien opened his mouth, but before he could form a response, the woman's face went stark white, and she collapsed. Chapter 6. Makenna sat on the edge of the guest chamber's large bed and pressed her palm to the woman's forehead. "She's feverish," she whispered to Julien, careful to turn her head and keep her voice low. The woman's son stood back from the opposite side of the bed, out of the way of a bustling maid, as she drew the blankets to the woman's chin and propped her head with a few pillows. His fathomless, pale blue eyes were watery as he stared, unblinkingly, at his nearly unconscious mother. She made small moans, but her eyes had not opened since Julien had lifted her in his arms and carried her from the courtyard to this guest chamber. The boy could be no older than 6 or 7, though his face appeared gaunt, with dark smudges under his eyes from sleepless nights. Makenna's heart ached as she searched her memory for his name. He had been born little more than a year after she and Graham had wed, and she recalled the whispers throughout the Brodie keep. She'd ignored them, knowing there was truly nothing to be done about any of it. The woman, Arabelle Brodie, had been one of Graham's long-time mistresses, perhaps even from before he had taken Makenna to wife. She was younger than Makenna, and shorter with thick, dark blonde hair. Malcolm, that was the boy's name. He stood with his little hands clenched into tight fists, his arms straight down at his sides. His tartan was muddied and frayed, as if he'd gone crawling through a thicket of thorns. Arabelle's state of dress was much the same. The pair of them resembled her and Tildy from the week before, when they'd come upon Duncraig Castle, fleeing in the dead of night. She glanced toward Julien, whose frown pressed deep grooves into the space between each brow. "I'll send for the doctor," he replied. She let out a breath when he asked no further questions. He had to be brimming with them, as was she. "I've already done so," Lady Avery announced as she entered the room, carrying a large porcelain bowl. A maid was at her heels, a heavy pitcher of water in her hands. "Merci, maman," Julien said, stopping at the foot of the bed and sparing the boy a glance. "My name is Lord Leclerc, but you may call me Julien. What is yours?" He'd gentled his voice without changing it to sound light or patronizing. "Malcolm, my lord." It was barely a whisper, and Makenna could hear the sob entrenched in his throat. She searched his face, looking for similarities to Graham. However, his colouring and bone structure resembled that of his mother. It was his eyes, though, the light blue colour of them, that gave him the look of a Brodie. Not the exact shade of blue of Graham's eyes, but close enough. Makenna could not fault the boy for who his father was, however, and pushed the discomfort aside. "Malcolm, why don't you come with me? I am sure my cook, André, has heard that I have a new young guest, and is wondering why you're not yet in the kitchen so he can feed you all manner of treats. Come," Julien said, beckoning the boy with a gesture of his outstretched arm. It was a kindness, and Makenna warmed at the thought of him rescuing the boy from the chaos of the room. Arabelle was in clear distress, and by the looks of her pale skin, her sallow cheeks, and the racking cough every few minutes, she had been for some time. Malcolm had been missing sleep so he could take care of his mother, she presumed, and that should not have been a burden for someone so young. He didn't seem at all excited by the prospect of food, and indeed as he stepped away from his mother's bed, Makenna nearly expected him to change his mind and seal himself to her side. But he took Julien's proffered hand, and with a last anxious glance toward the bed, left the chamber. "The poor lad," one of the maids murmured. "They look like they've been travelling for days," the other said. It could not be, Makenna knew. It had taken she and Tildy less than 6 hours to make their escape to Duncraig. She had only appeared worse for wear because of the time she'd spent in the keep's prison cells before that. So what had happened to Arabelle and her son? Had they too been kept in a cell before making their escape? How the woman had ended up here made no sense. "Let's bring down her fever, and then we can ask our questions," Lady Avery said, calm and reasonable, unflappable and to the point, just like her son. On Lady Avery's direction, the maids tended to Arabelle, stripping her of her damp, muddy clothing and washing her with cool water. Makenna lifted her head to help her sip water, though she was unable to swallow more than a few sips before another bone-rattling cough tore through her chest. She covered Arabelle's mouth with one of the many cloths the maids had brought, and once the coughing fit had passed, drew it away. Splotches of red had leached into the fibres. Makenna's stomach dropped like a stone. She'd seen this before, at Maclaren before she'd married Graham. An older woman had contracted consumption, and when she'd cough, the handkerchief would come away speckled with crimson. She looked at Arabelle's pallid cheeks, her parched lips moving over words that Makenna could not hear. If this was consumption, then the woman had been ill with it for some time. "Arabelle," she whispered, then louder. "Arabelle, it's Makenna. Please open your eyes." Her eyes fluttered, her chapped lips parting. "Water," she croaked, and Makenna pressed a cup to her lips. Arabelle had never been one of Graham's more cruel mistresses, those who would flaunt the fact that they were the laird's chosen woman. He'd cast them aside, then bring them back into favour, and then cast them aside again. Arabelle had been a constant, but she had also been quiet and reserved. She was one of the few who had lived in the keep, though she and her son had always kept to their area of it. If she hadn't been her husband's lover, Makenna might have even tried to befriend her. The woman's head tossed side to side, and Makenna pulled her hand into her lap. Her skin was soft, like that of a woman who was not expected to toil on a farm or in a household. Graham had taken care of her then, perhaps because of the boy. Illegitimate, but still his son. She felt a twinge of regret, but then it was gone again. For years she'd wished to be a mother, if only to escape Graham's scathing digs over her barrenness. But for some time now she'd been glad never to give him a child. He would not have been a good or kind father, of that she was certain. Makenna gave her hand a squeeze, meant to be reassuring, but then noticed how delicate her fingers were, each one long and slim and elegant. Makenna frowned as she looked at her hands. They seemed familiar, even though the topaz ring that had graced one of her fingers was no longer there. The cloaked woman, with the roughened voice, with a hint of a cough, who had come to her cell and released her, brought horses for her and Tildy, and even confessed to being glad the laird was no more. Had it been Arabelle? "Was it you?" Makenna asked. She tipped the cup to Arabelle's lips and gave her another sip of water. This time she swallowed most of it. She did not know if the woman was even aware of where she was, or who Makenna was. "Were you the one who helped me?" Lady Avery and the maids were about their business, but they were still close. Still listening, she was certain. She'd have to be careful not to say anything in regards to Graham's murder. Arabelle's lashes parted, and her fevered eyes met Makenna's. They were full of despair, of fear. Her chin dipped, and Makenna realized it was a nod. "Thank you," she said, battling the sting of tears, "for what you did." "I can't," Arabelle began, her throat still sounding swollen and hoarse, but there was now a determined sharpness to her gaze, as if she'd suddenly forced herself to hack through the fog of delirium. "I kenned you were innocent, and didn't want to see you suffer like that. He had plans for you, terrible plans, to break you." She closed her eyes again, and Makenna paused to let her rest. It was the most she'd said since her arrival, and she didn't want Arabelle to have another coughing fit. But after another sip of water, and a cool cloth pressed against her hot forehead, she tried again. "He? You mean Colin?" Even the name struck fear into her heart. Makenna watched Arabelle nod once again, and felt her chest grow tight and airless. "How did you ken where Tildy and I went?" This was no coincidence, her showing up here. "Letters," Arabelle murmured, licking her split lips. "The Brodie women have been listening to the men, and watching to see if they'd found you. Celia, the healer, saw a lad in a strange tartan at the village inn, and managed to retrieve the messages before they were delivered to the laird. 2 of them, since you left." "Messages?" she echoed. As Arabelle stopped to catch her breath, Makenna blinked, her mind awhirl. After releasing her from the prison cell, Arabelle had told her that she had been a beacon of hope for many Brodie clanswomen. She hadn't fully believed it. Hadn't they always hated her? And now, hearing they had been looking out for her, she didn't know what to think. Makenna took a moment to glimpse if the maids and Lady Avery were still listening, but the maids remained at a distance, busying themselves with building a fire in the hearth-grate, and Julien's mother had left. "Aye, they were not signed, but they told where you were hiding," Arabelle went on, her voice weaker. "Duncraig Castle. We read them, and kenned you were in danger." "A spy?" Makenna asked, a hollow carving into her stomach. "Someone's followed, or found you," Arabelle said, "and means to tell the laird where you've escaped to. He's offering a reward for your capture." Makenna's shoulders straightened. Those words, escaped and reward, seeming to echo through the bedchamber. She turned to the maids, hoping she did not appear guilty or worried in any way. "Milly, Arya, why didn't the 2 of you go check on the lad, and fetch some broth for Lady Arabelle?" Though Makenna was also a servant, as steward she was of a higher rank, and the 2 maids bobbed and dashed from the room obediently. She turned back to Arabelle, and dipping the warmed wet cloth back into a bowl of cool water, wrung it out. "The messenger?" she asked in a low voice. "Who was it?" "A boy. I dinna ken who. Some paid courier. Ran off the second time one of the girls stopped him from reaching the laird's study." It was unlikely the messenger boy was the spy, but Makenna supposed anything was possible. "Why have you come, Arabelle, when clearly you're so sick?" she finally asked. Makenna knew whatever the answer was, it would not be pleasant. At this, Arabelle's face unlocked. Her eyes opened, her whole countenance bloomed as her pinched expression went slack. She even tried to sit up higher in the bed. "Malcolm," she said. "My son." "Aye, he's safe and in the kitchens eating. You've come here for him?" Makenna asked, confused as to what the woman meant. Arabelle squeezed shut her eyes. "Aye, to protect him from his father." Makenna took the woman's hand again, alarmed. Was she hallucinating? Did she believe Graham was still alive? "Dinna fash," she whispered. "Graham is gone. He canna harm you or Malcolm." "Not him." Arabelle's crackling voice hitched. Makenna saw the mottled colour rising into her ashen cheeks, and hushed her, but Arabelle kept speaking, even as her voice rose and fell, her breath wheezing what sounded like a death rattle in her throat. Her eyes opened, and the hazel irises seemed to gleam with urgency. "He wasna his father. Colin is. I'll be gone soon, and couldna leave him with the Brodie. I couldna let that cold bastard have him." Makenna straightened her back in shock. Colin was Malcolm's father, not Graham as she had believed, along with everyone else at the Brodie. So Colin had seduced his cousin's mistress as well? God, the 2 men were a horrible pair. Arabelle had been right to spirit Malcolm away. "Does he ken?" Makenna asked. "Colin?" "Nay, I was his wife before—" Her lashes descended in shame. "Before Graham decided he wanted me for himself. Colin believes the bairn is his cousin's." Makenna stuttered. Colin's wife. She hadn't known. What a web of deception she'd been tangled in. No wonder Colin had hated Graham, and had set his sights on Makenna, if her disgusting husband had snatched his cousin's own wife from under his nose. "Malcolm is not a bastard," Arabelle said. "I took herbs from Celia with Graham to prevent pregnancy, and I kept my secret, but now Colin's laird, if he finds out he has an heir, and I'm gone." She took ragged breaths, her strength clearly failing her. "I wanted to take him to my ken in the lowlands, but they wrote that there was no room. They've too many mouths to feed already, and there was no one else. No one." Makenna took her hand again and tried to soothe her. "'Tis all right now. Your son is safe here. I'll keep him safe." She wanted it to be true, but if a letter was to make it through to Colin indicating Duncraig Castle, they'd all be found within a day. "Thank you," Arabelle whispered, a plea in her voice. "I helped you, and I need you to help me, to protect him. You ken Colin, you ken what kind of man he is. He might try to get rid of the boy because he thinks he's Graham's son. He hated his cousin."
Makenna grimaced. She didn't know Colin very well at all, but she'd suspected his loathing many times before, too, and it appeared Arabelle had known it firsthand. She had helped Makenna escape, saving her from the horrors Colin had held in store for her. The boy deserved protection, and his mother's distress, her agony over what would happen to Malcolm when she passed, tore at Makenna's heart.
"You'll be safe with me, Arabelle,"
she said, dampening another cloth and pressing it to her ashen forehead.
"Thank you. He's my heart, my Malcolm. He's nothing like his father. He's a good boy. He's—"
She wasn't able to finish before another round of coughs erupted. Makenna hurried to place the linen over the poor woman's mouth, but saw the blood just the same. Copious amounts of it flecked her lips and stained the cloth in scarlet splotches. The door to the guest chamber opened, and there was a commotion behind her, and in the next moments Makenna was led away from the bed so the doctor, who had arrived, could tend to Arabelle. Her coughing turned wet and violent, and then abruptly stopped, but the doctor remained hovered over her, his stethoscope pressed to her chest. He listened another few moments, before drawing the stethoscope away, and bowing his head. "I'm so sorry. It's too late. She's gone." The room tilted around Makenna, her vision blurring behind tears. All she could picture was Malcolm, sitting in the kitchen eating one of Andre's delicate pastries, happy in the moment, and not yet knowing that his mother had died. Makenna left the room before she could cry. Weeping had never solved any of her problems before, and it wouldn't start doing so now. She took the stairs and corridors to the kitchens as if in a fog. When she entered the vast room, her eyes went immediately to the tall, imposing man standing by the long servants' table. Julien looked like a sentry as he stood watching the small boy with flaky crumbs clinging to his cheeks. She had expected him to leave Malcolm with Andre and the maids, not stay. "Malcolm," she said, her voice trembling over his name. The lad looked up from his full plate of treats. She hoped the truth wasn't written on her expression, but she saw his instant worry. A commotion at the kitchen door open to the herb garden interrupted them. Tildy entered with an armful of fabric, green linen, blue cotton, and one bolt of cream fabric with a pattern of small embroidered roses. Makenna had forgotten that she'd sent her maid to the neighbouring village to purchase fabric for their new dresses, something the two of them had been looking forward to. Tildy's wide grin fell as she saw his lordship, and then the boy. Her eyes popped wide, an indescribable expression on her face. Fear? Loathing?
"Milady,"
she said, coming close and lowering her voice.
"What is his lordship's bastard doing here?"
She placed a hand on Tildy's shoulder. She knew her maid had to be frightened to see a familiar face from Brodie, and yet she was also utterly overwhelmed at the prospect of explaining all that had happened over the last hour, all she'd learned. Not just that Colin was Malcolm's true father, but that a Brodie spy had somehow followed them to Duncraig or tracked them there, that at this very moment Colin could be reading a missive exposing their whereabouts.
"I'll explain later, Tildy. Can you please take Malcolm to Lady Avery for now? I'll join them as soon as I can."
Thank goodness for Julien's mother. The older woman had a gentle, compassionate air about her, and Makenna knew the boy would be at ease with her. Tildy's alarm was still etched into her face when she beckoned the boy forward. He craned his neck to see Julien, as if asking for his permission to leave. Julien nodded, and Malcolm got to his feet. Andre disappeared, as he and Tildy shuffled from the kitchen and out of sight. "I already see it in your eyes," Julien said a protracted moment later. "The boy's mother has died?" Makenna closed her eyes.
"Aye."
"And who will take care of him?"
"I gave my oath I would."
Another few seconds of silence swelled up between them, and Makenna still had not opened her eyes to look at him. Coward! She took a breath and faced Julien, and then flinched. His normally light, sardonic expression, the one that promised indecent thoughts and witty retorts, had transformed. His eyes were two dark storms, his jaw a battleship braced for war. God above, he looked utterly furious. Chapter 7. Julien wanted to shake some sense into the one woman standing a few feet away. How many more Brodies should he expect on his doorstep?
Other women and children? Armed warriors? The entire clan? He'd brought his mother to Scotland for peace, quiet, and recovery, and now it seemed he was being drawn into the middle of some unexplained clan vendetta. Already there were men searching for Makenna, believing her to be the dead laird's murderer. Who knew if anyone would eventually come looking for the woman or the child as well? And Julien refused to be blindsided without all the facts. He stared at Makenna, whose lips were pressed into a tight, flat line, ready for battle. Her hands shook. Her face was pale, but those blue eyes sparked with stubborn, steadfast resolve. A few hours ago he'd admired that stubbornness. Now he wanted to shake it from her. He knew she expected him to turn them out. It was what he'd said he would do if she brought trouble to Duncraig, and this woman and her son were just the start of it. Julien wasn't a man to go back on his words, but even he wasn't that hard-hearted to withhold clemency from a child. However, it was time for Makenna to release all those secrets she was guarding so carefully. "Come with me," he said, taking her elbow in a gentle but firm grip. He steered her to the library and closed the doors behind them before stalking to the mantel. Julien rubbed his thumbs into his temples. His normally even-tempered, serene state had been thoroughly upended by a maddening, secretive redhead. He poured 2 drams of whiskey and handed her a glass. "It's Ronan's, so you should have no complaints." She didn't protest, and drained the spirits in one expert, courage-bolstering gulp. He took the glass and refilled it without question, watching as the whiskey pushed a wash of colour into her ashen cheeks. "Tell me everything," he said. "What do you want to ken?" Leaning against the table at the centre of the room, he crossed one ankle over the next and stared at her, hard. She licked her lips and sipped at her drink, and then took a seat on the armchair opposite. With a deep breath she opened her mouth and told him what the woman had confided before she died, as well as the truth of Malcolm's parentage and the obsession the boy's father had for her. Between sips, he learned exactly what had brought the woman to Duncraig, and a hint of what Makenna had left behind, as well as the identity of the man who dogged her every step, the new laird. "So the boy is not your former husband's child?" "Nay, he's Colin's," she said. "The man you're running from?" She nodded, rising to replenish her emptied glass with a shaking hand. "Aye." "Is he dangerous?" Makenna stared into a drink as if she'd find the answer there, and took a while before answering. "He and Graham share more than a family resemblance. It seems that barbarism runs in that bloodline too. Colin has always coveted what his cousin had, including me. And now I understand why, considering he was married to Arabelle when Graham took her for himself. So he seeks retribution." "Something like that." He folded his arms across his chest, watching Makenna carefully. Her expression was shuttered, but her fear of the man was evident in the way she said his name, and the shadows that slunk across her eyes when she spoke of him. "How was the previous laird killed?" Her nostrils flared slightly. "He was stabbed with a dagger." "Did you do it?" he asked once again. "I wish I did," she said fervently. It wasn't a denial, but it was all he was going to get out of her on the matter. "But your clansmen think you did it." She nodded, her throat bobbing. "You ken they do. Colin will use the accusations and an unjust trial to force me to do what he wants. It was why I was imprisoned and starved. He wanted to break me. Arabelle said as much." She laughed hollowly then. "But the fool didn't ken that you cannae break something that's been fractured so many times it's become unbreakable. Arabelle was the one who rescued me from my cell. She set me free." Her hands shook as she lifted the whiskey to her lips. "She says there's a spy here, and that the Brodie women intercepted letters." "Why does he want you so badly?" She sucked in a shuddering breath. "I suspect it is a combination of retribution, power, and lust. The Maclaren name holds much weight in the Highlands, and Colin has made his carnal interests clear in the past." Julien's fingers cinched around the tumbler in his fist. He drew in a deliberate, calming breath, knowing how easily it would shatter, and relaxed his hand. "Did he force you to his bed?" "He tried," she said with a wan smile. "He did nae succeed. But with Graham gone, I have nae protection. I had to run, you ken? Colin would have either had me hanged for murder or taken me for his own use. I suspect the latter, and I will never be another man's slave." Rage crashed through Julien, along with a territorial, protective instinct he hadn't known he possessed. Hadn't she suffered enough at the hands of the infernal Brodies? No wonder she'd run to avoid her blasted, disloyal, and craven clansman. Ignoring the violent urge to hurl the drink into the wall, Julien downed the contents of his glass and placed the empty tumbler on the desk beside him. Despite his unexpected emotional reaction, the practical part of him still remained objective. As much as he wanted to protect Makenna, the logical side of his brain reminded him that this wasn't his fight. Instincts he'd trusted all his life were telling him that getting involved in a Scottish clan feud was a mistake, and Makenna, as lovely and vulnerable as she was at best an acquaintance, a beautiful temptation of an acquaintance, but one nonetheless. This was a Maclaren issue, a clan issue. He was a Frenchman with no ties to this land or its people. "Tell me, Makenna," he said finally, "if you are in this much trouble, why you won't go to Maclaren? Your brothers will nip this in the bud. If your husband is dead, you are free of the Brodies. You don't owe them any other claim, and if you say you're innocent of any crime, they will believe you." She shook her head. "I cannae. Ronan is not in residence. Now that my father is recovering, my brother has gone on a tour of the continent. I have no idea when he'll return." Julien was aware. He was the one who had suggested the man visit France and Italy, when he'd confided to Julien that he was sick of the constant matchmaking Lady Dunrannoch was subjecting him to. In fact, Ronan was currently comfortably ensconced in Julien's luxurious Parisian home, which was another reason why Julien was here in Scotland. He had many other properties in France and England, but he'd opted for the brilliant idea to restore this charming pile of rubble, and he'd brought his mother here on the mistaken notion that it would be quiet and curative. Julien pressed his knuckles to his eyes. "Niall is at Maclaren. He and Isla have a bairn and another on the way. How can you think I'd bring this to them?" "So you brought it to me?" An exasperated hiss escaped her lips, her eyes flashing blue fire. "I told you I didn't ken you would be here, you daft man, or that your precious mother would be with you. In any case, you were the one who offered me the bloody job, so dinna place it all on me. I could have left after the first day. You wouldn't allow it." It was a fair statement. He had been so desperate for a competent steward, or someone with knowledge of the lands, that he hadn't done much to deter her or send her away. And in all honesty, he'd also been enamoured with the idea of a newly widowed Makenna, along with the mystery of her unexpected appearance on his doorstep. And as convoluted as everything was quickly becoming, he still was. Because he wanted her, and therein was the heart of the matter. Julien spared her a glance, her gaze sparking and her chest rising and falling with frantic breaths. In spite of the circumstances, seeing her this impassioned made his blood heat. He suspected that Makenna had bottled many things inside, and her innate passion had been buried deep. It made him wonder, yet again, what she would be like in bed. Submissive or a hellion? Parts of him stirred at the tantalizing question. He wasn't an altruist. Neither was he a particularly generous man. If he wanted something, he went after it. He never hesitated to go in for the kill, once he understood what motivated his adversaries and competitors. Yes, he craved the reality of Makenna in his bed, and now that she was free, there was nothing stopping either of them. But Julien hadn't gotten where he was in life by taking on bad investments, and Makenna Maclaren came with a lot more risk than he was prepared to accept. Would finally having her in his bed be worth it? The lady in question stood and faced him. "Will you turn us out?" "I'm still deciding." "Then decide, so we can all get on with our lives." Julien studied the virago inches away from him. She had no problem confronting him, he noticed. He liked it immensely. Her creamy skin was flushed from the drink she'd consumed, those beautiful blue eyes of hers glittering with a combination of anger and unshed tears. She'd been pushed to the edge, given a taste of freedom, and Julien could practically see her resistance squaring its shoulders. Her plush pink lips were parted, her bosom, also deliciously awash with colour, trembling. Even her freckles seemed brighter, as if they too intended to make a stand. Soft hints of feminine sweat and spring heather wafted into his nose, and conspired to make his cock sit up and take notice. Not that that required any further convincing. Dieu, he wanted her badly. His body seemed to think she was worth the risk, though his sensible, pedantic brain advised otherwise. It had been a long time since Julien let that part of him dictate his choices. His groin tightened as he recalled his fingers delving into that very hollow between her breasts not some hours before. If they hadn't been interrupted, he would be well on his way to sating his lust and getting her out of his system once and for all. If he hadn't been able to exorcise her in a year, he hated to think of how long it would take this time to forget her, now that his lips had tasted the sweetness of her skin, and his fingertips had known its softness. An eternity, probably. He cleared his throat, and his mind. "What of the boy?" "I'm keeping him," she said with some defiance. "Are we negotiating?" he asked, moving around to the other side of the table. He fully intended to let her stay, but Julien was also a man of opportunity, and admittedly, he wanted to provoke her just a bit. "Is that what you call it?" she countered. "You hold all the cards." If only she knew just how much power she held over him. He eyed her shrewdly. "The boy is nothing to me, and he has a father who has a legal right to him." "You would send him back to that fiend? You're heartless." "No, I'm a realist. There's a difference. I haven't made it this far in life by making unsound decisions. The boy is an expense and a liability. All children are." Makenna placed both hands on the table and leaned over, allowing him a spectacular view of her bosom. Julien faltered at the luscious display, his brain going blank for a second. Perhaps she did know how much power she held after all. "He can work for his keep," she said. "He can help the grooms with the horses. He's still a child, and if you're busy mothering the boy, what about your role as steward? What are you willing to do to earn your keep?" Stunned blue eyes slammed into his, a barrage of emotions jostling for position there. He saw the moment she understood exactly what it was he was suggesting, saw her reevaluate the balance of power, and finally realize what she had to negotiate with. He'd meant it as a joke, to get a rise out of her, to make her retort with that sharp tongue, and put him smartly in his place. But once more, her husband's tyranny won out from the grave. Julien felt like a bastard when he saw the defeated resignation appear in her eyes. "I'll do anything you want," she whispered. "I can't go back to the Brodie. Please, Julien, you don't ken what he's like, what he's capable of. Colin makes Graham look like a saint." She drew a strangled breath, her eyes falling to the ground, her lower lip trembling with suppressed fear. "If you require me to earn my keep, I will. I'll do anything." "That won't be necessary," he said, self-disgust filling him. "I meant no insult, Lady Makenna. It was a jest in poor taste. The boy can help me oversee the estate." "Truly?" she asked, biting down on her bottom lip in disbelief. Julien was in disbelief himself. He must be going soft. "Yes, but if his father comes looking for him, he will have the law on his side. I will be in the wrong for harboring him, no matter what his mother intended, or what you want." Panic flicked through her gaze, a different kind of expression overtaking her face. "You cannot have him, Julien. Colin would destroy him, turn him into a monster just like him, just like Graham. I cannot let that happen." Her fear for Malcolm was entirely real, battering at the walls of composure she'd built around herself. She would sacrifice her pride and her body without a second thought, but the idea of an innocent boy being hurt made all that bravado crumble. A single tear trekked down her cheek. "Please, please promise me you'll protect him." It was a fruitless oath, but he made it anyway. "I'll do what I can." The funeral for Arabelle had been somber and small. Makenna's heart had broken at the sight of the forlorn boy standing at the side of his departed mother's grave. He hadn't wept, but had stood there, long after the service had ended, saying his goodbyes. "She's in a better place, lad," she'd heard Tildy saying. "And you'll be feeling happier soon. I promise you, you'll be where you belong." Makenna was grateful that her maid had taken the child under her wing over the past week. Though Makenna loathed anything Brodie, she supposed that someone from the only clan he'd known would be of some comfort to him. She'd worried Arabelle might not have covered her tracks well, increasing the chances that Colin would show up, but after the first 2 days passed with no more visitors, she'd stopped looking over her shoulder or jumping at every shout. Julien hired some more men from the nearby village to patrol the borders at night, and though no one else had followed on Arabelle's heels, Makenna couldn't help feeling that they were being lulled into a false sense of security. Colin, or his spy, or anyone tempted by the supposed reward, could have their sights on them right then. Arabelle said the Brodie women were listening and watching the men of their clan, and had intercepted letters from the spy. She'd mentioned the healer Celia by name. Makenna remembered the older woman had been cautious but kind whenever she would come to the keep after one of Graham's fits of temper to tend to Makenna's injuries. It would be a gamble, but if Celia had been willing to seize the spy's letters, perhaps she would be willing to answer a letter from Makenna. She wanted to know what was happening at the Brodie, and whether or not Celia or the other women had any suspicions or information as to who might be Graham's true killer. So Makenna penned a letter, careful not to mention anything that could expose her location should it be intercepted by Colin's men, and sent it off with one of Julien's trusted footmen, Bryce. He agreed to the ruse of entering Brodie lands as a crofter, a man displaced by the clearances. Bryce was to deliver the letter to the healer before returning with Celia's reply. The footman did not ask Makenna's reason for such secrecy, and he also agreed to make no mention of his outing to Lord Leclerc. Julien might think it foolhardy, but Celia was her only possible source of information still at the Brodie, and if Makenna ever wanted to clear her own name, it was paramount she learn who had killed Graham. The risk, however, had not worked in Makenna's favour. Bryce returned to Duncraig a day later, empty-handed. "The old woman took your letter," he'd explained, "but told me she could nae reply. She shut the door to her cottage on my nose, and told me to leave, said it was too dangerous." Makenna thanked Bryce, her stomach curdling as he'd bobbed his head and returned to his duties. Celia had to be terrified of the new laird and his men, and receiving a letter from an accused murderer might have very well put the older woman in danger. So again, Makenna was left not knowing if Colin knew of her whereabouts, and was watching her from afar, or if he was still searching, still circling and closing in. Every hour that passed without incident pushed her closer to the edge of her sanity. Tildy, too. "Will the laird come, my lady?" the nervous maid had asked the previous evening. "Did Arabel say?" Makenna frowned at the improper address. She supposed Tildy had felt as she did before Arabel's confessions. "Lady Arabel Tildy, and I dinna ken." "But what if he follows her?" Makenna had patted her maid's arm with more confidence than she felt. "We hide and live to see another day. Dinna fash, Tildy, all will be well." She didn't know if the maid had believed her, but it was what they both needed to hear in order to carry on from day to day. Without complaint, a solemn Malcolm had helped Tildy with her duties, and, true to his word, Julien had allowed him to accompany him on visits to his tenants and down to his ships docked in the bay. Lady Avery had also claimed Malcolm's time, encouraging him to help her in the garden and teaching him his letters when it rained and they could not venture outdoors. To Makenna's surprise, those two had taken a shine to each other from the start. It was an incongruous pairing, the grubby little boy and the frail older lady, but they seemed to delight in each other's company. On the way back from a much-needed walk, and to see for herself that the guards were still at their posts, Makenna watched them in the garden. Malcolm's face animated as he transplanted a rose cutting at Lady Avery's direction. Dirt was smudged on his nose, but he was smiling for the first time since he'd arrived, and that took away some of Makenna's anxiety. Malcolm seemed to enjoy his time with Lady Avery's son, too, though Makenna wasn't privy to what he'd done with Julien. Tildy had imparted that the pair had gone fishing. Speaking of the man, she had not seen hide nor hair of Julien in the last few days. It was as if he were purposefully avoiding her. Though it stung slightly, she was grateful. She did not know how to feel around him. With a slow throb of her pulse, Makenna thought of the steamy interlude in the study. Julien's lips grazing her skin, the heat of his breath against her throat, and the warm musk of him turning the blood in her veins to sun-warmed honey. The unresolved tension between them had not waned, but while Graham had been alive, she would never have acted upon it. Now that she was free, there was nothing stopping her from doing what she wanted. She shivered with what he might have done next, had they not been interrupted. But they had, and she should be grateful. She worked for the man. Being seduced by the lord of the manor was reckless, and while a part of her wanted to bask in his attention, another rational part cautioned against it. Lord Leclerc was a man who pursued pleasure for pleasure's sake, and she would not be used by any man again, even a man who would not act out of malice. She'd called him heartless, but Makenna was starting to suspect that Lord Leclerc hid a healthy, beating heart beneath those peacocky waistcoats and his playful demeanour. It was that same flippant exterior that hid a very capable brain. She thought back to the day they'd raced down the ledger columns, calculating the numbers in tandem, and frowned. He was clever and unyielding when he had to be, which she suspected benefited him in his business affairs. But when it came to matters of the heart, Julien Leclerc was a man who kept his own under lock and key. With the exception of his mother, no one got close, not even her sister-in-law, Isla, the man's closest friend. As if summoned, the object of her thoughts came striding around the side of the castle, blonde hair whipping into his face. A smile tilted her lips at the sight of the garish claret waistcoat beneath the sable coat and matching trousers. The man's predilection for the hideous things was ludicrous, but she understood it. Like his humour, it was part of his mask, much the same as the face of bland indifference she'd perfected over the years. In truth, she liked his quirky clothing, and most especially, she liked that he did not remind her of her deceased husband one bit. In size and stature, Julien was the opposite of Graham. Her husband had been stocky and built, whereas Julien was tall and lean. Graham had been shorter than her own considerable height, which she assumed had also made him feel diminished in some way, as if she could control such a thing. Makenna's lips pursed, remembering how she'd shrunk into herself whenever she was around him, hunching her back like a crone so he wouldn't feel emasculated. Julien was a few inches taller than she was, but not so much that she had to strain to meet his eyes. And his raw-boned form, beneath those lurid waistcoats, concealed a fit body that was sinewy with muscle. She'd gotten a pleasant eyeful of that sculpted chest in the study after his bout with Bryce. Makenna had been unwillingly impressed that he hadn't been black and blue after sparring with the brawny footman. Bryce wasn't exactly a small man, but perhaps he was taking it easy on his new employer. A pair of pale green eyes caught hers where she stood at the edge of the gardens. To her surprise, he headed toward her, instead of veering off as he'd done for the last handful of days. His valet must be remiss in his duties, since it appeared that his master had foregone shaving. Golden stubble peppered his chin, and he'd loosened his starched cravat. Sand dusted his clothing and boots. He looked wind-blown and rakish and utterly distracting. It was because she hadn't seen him in days, she told herself. Nothing to do with the fact that her body hummed like a top when he drew near. "Lord Leclerc," she greeted him as he came to a stop, smelling of the salty ocean air. She groped for something to say, anything to detract from the feelings crowding her brain. "I've just come from taking a walk to check on our foal." A smirk curved his lips. "Our foal?" "Aye, he's doing well." She faltered, her mind going blank. "I've decided his name is Wiley." "Shouldn't we decide the name together?" She bit back a smile, responding to the amused note in his voice. "Considering I did all the work, I get to choose." "I unlaced your dress," he replied. "Surely that counts for something?" Makenna blushed at the recollection. "Very well. You get to choose the letter the name starts with. Might I suggest W? It is a fine letter." "I'll have to think on it," he said, clasping his hands behind his back. "It's a big decision after all. For example, my name means soft-haired, and yours means fiery love. Clearly our parents chose well. We must endeavour to do the same." Her gaze flicked to his blonde strands. She knew intimately how soft they were, before narrowing on him. Was he poking fun at her expense? And how did he know what her name meant? It wasn't that common. "I don't think Wiley is going to care. Must you jest about everything?" He slapped a hand to his chest in mock injury. "It's no jest, Lady Steward. A name sets the course for everyone, even a horse. I'll have you know I take my duties as horse-namer very seriously." A peal of laughter drew their attention. Julien followed Makenna's gaze, touching upon the two heads crouched together in the garden, one dark and the other fair. His tone shifted to something more serious. "How's the lad faring?" "He loves your mother." His expression gentled. "She's easy to love." The soft note in his voice, tempered by pain, caught her notice, but Makenna didn't want to pry. It was clear that Lady Avery was the most important thing in his life, but she suspected his affection for her was intertwined with his own feelings about himself and the man he was. A touch of wistfulness sat on his face as he stared at the two of them. Makenna wondered if he was recalling spending tender moments with her when he'd been a boy. She smiled. "Did you learn to plant with her as well?" "No." His jaw flexed. "We did not have a garden." As if a lamp had been extinguished, all softness fled from his face, leaving the faintly sardonic expression she was well used to in its place. "I'm sorry." "Don't be," he quipped. "Gardens are much too dirty for my tastes." With a false smile, he nodded brusquely to her and strode off toward the keep. Shaking her head at his mercurial mood, she followed his footsteps after a good amount of time had passed so they wouldn't cross paths, and headed up toward her chamber, intending to freshen up before tackling the rest of the ledgers. The mundane work helped to keep her mind off things, and the awful feeling that something terrible was about to happen. She couldn't shake the sensation, no matter what she did, and the estate books helped.
Further, the discrepancies she had found and shared with Lord Leclerc would have to be reconciled, and she had to admit that it had given her an immense thrill to demonstrate her skill, especially against his. "Tildy," she called as she entered her room, but the maid was nowhere in sight. Makenna must have missed her in the kitchen on the way up, or she might have been down at the creek doing laundry with the other women. Makenna spared a quick glance to the looking-glass on the dresser, and nearly squealed at her reflection. She looked like a dozen birds had decided to make a communal nest in her hair, and Julien hadn't said a single word. She was surprised he hadn't taken the opportunity to tease her. Perhaps he'd been attempting to be courteous for a change. Either way, her vanity was pricked. Well, she would have to make do without Tildy. Her brush wasn't in its usual place on the dresser, but lay on the middle of the bed. Odd. What was it doing there? Climbing up, she reached for it, only to hear a furious hissing sound. She froze, a scream bursting from her lips as something long and wriggly shifted beneath the sheet, and a black head with a pair of orange eyes emerged. Makenna recognized the zigzag black and grey markings of the adder as it rose nearly vertical. Her heart stuck in her throat, while stark terror froze her limbs. Her breath burned her lungs, her chest constricting as black spots danced before her eyes. Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! She despised snakes. Though she'd been around many, having grown up at Maclaren, it did not make her fear any less. In fact, it only intensified it to a new, terrifying level. Combined with the dread building up in her bones at the thought of Colin appearing at any moment, Makenna couldn't move a muscle. Suddenly, the snake reared and struck out, but by some deeper gut instinct, Makenna threw the hairbrush and deflected its attack. She let out a wild scream just as Tildy burst into the room, bearing a load of linens. The maid took one look before dropping the clothes and grabbing a nearby broom. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiped at the snake, beating it off the sheets. Makenna leaped onto the bed as the snake slithered into a corner of the room, and the maid instantly joined her, broom still in hand. "How did it get in here?" Tildy shrieked. "I dinna ken," Makenna gasped, her heart still pounding. More maids crowded the door, as well as Lady Avery and Malcolm, who were both covered in dirt as if they'd rushed in from the garden. "There's a snake!" Tildy screeched, brandishing the broom. Malcolm shrieked and fled to the bed. He was quickly joined by Lady Avery, while the other maids dashed in the opposite direction, all of them screaming as loudly as Makenna had. It would have been comical if the snake wasn't thoroughly agitated and defensive. Her sister Soraka had explained that they were not usually aggressive unless disturbed or alarmed, and this one looked quite irritated to have been squashed, and now cornered. What had it been doing in her bed, under the sheets? Her brain was too confused to make sense of why a snake would be in her bedchamber, but something niggled at her. How would a snake, a highly venomous one at that, slither its way onto the mattress 3 feet off the floor? Her stomach roiled into a mass of knots, bile rising, and she clamped a hand over her mouth. "Can we keep it?" Malcolm asked excitedly. Lady Avery shook her head. "No, it's not a pet. It belongs outside." Makenna agreed, far, far outside. She breathed through the vile push of sickness in her throat as the snake slithered out from the corner, and another chorus of screams ensued. "What in hell is all this racket?" the lord of the manor shouted, rounding the door jamb. His eyes widened as the bevy of bodies perched on Makenna's bed, and then shifted to the wriggling snake. Makenna shuddered and tore her eyes away. The thing was at least 2 feet long and thick. It looked angry. She tensed as Julien approached, watching as the snake coiled onto itself and reared back in preparation. "Dinna get closer," she warned him, her voice shaking. Sweat broke out along her hairline and down her spine, and her vision started to spin. Again. Now wasn't the time to swoon. "It's poisonous," she blurted out. His eyes met hers, immediately reassuring, his soothing presence washing over her. "I know." The head groom, Alban, a heavily bearded old man, entered the room next, a pitchfork in his grasp. The maids who had run away must have had the foresight to fetch him, knowing he'd had a lot of experience in making sure snakes didn't harm the horses. Within moments the groom had removed the deadly visitor, and the room had cleared. Lady Avery left to wash up, and Malcolm followed Alban, chattering a mile a minute about snakes making wonderful pets. Makenna suppressed a shiver. Boys and snakes. She'd never understand the lure. "Fetch your mistress some water," Julien commanded Tildy, and turned back to Makenna, his voice low. "What happened? How in hell did that get in here?"
She explained how she'd found the snake, and Julien's eyes narrowed. "Buried under your sheets." His disbelieving tone mirrored the frantic, half-addled thoughts she'd had earlier. Makenna almost didn't want to look at his face to see the misgivings there. It was highly improbable that the snake had meandered, on its own, up several flights of stairs and into her bed, which meant that someone had likely put it there. Someone in the castle. Her stomach heaved again. "I seem to attract all kinds, it seems." The attempt at humor didn't work. Julien didn't even rise to making a quip about creatures seeking out her bed. She was still shaking when she accepted the water from Tildy. She drank it and then dismissed the maid. She knew why Julien wasn't in a joking mood. Snakes did not wander into second-story keeps. Makenna shuddered. They were rarely found inside homes. Then again, it was an old castle, and it could have come from anywhere. Someone going to such lengths to get it in here had to be a product of her overwrought imagination. No one here at Duncraig would want to hurt her. Would they? Her legs buckled, and she crumpled weakly against the bedclothes before nearly leaping into Julien's arms, in case there were any more of the snake's brethren lurking in her bed. There were none, he assured her, but she moved gingerly to the edge nonetheless. After the immediate danger had passed, Julien resorted to his usual tactics of taunting the worry out of her. "Honestly, how is a ferocious Highlander like you afraid of a wee little snake? It was not we." She glared at him. "I suppose you're not frightened of anything." "No man is afraid of nothing." He shrugged. "A little bit of fear is healthy." "And what is worthy of your healthy fear, my lord? Bears? Mountain lions?" "Poverty." Makenna blinked at the odd answer. "I meant like rats and spiders and the like, things like that." Julien shrugged. "Red-haired wenches? Beast." With a scowl, Makenna threw a pillow at him that he neatly dodged. But the answer he'd let slip had stuck with her long after he'd left, and long after she'd made Tildy change the bedclothes and thoroughly sweep the room. Twice. After a soothing bath and in a much calmer state, her thoughts drifted back to Julien. He'd admitted earlier that he'd never had a garden. Noble houses were synonymous with gardens. Poverty? What would he know of it? Julien did not carry himself like a man who had ever lacked for anything. As far as Makenna knew, his grandfather was a marquis and his parents were aristocrats. But his answer hadn't been in jest. It hadn't been a possible fear. No, he'd uttered the word as if it meant something, as if he'd lived it. She sighed. Whatever secrets he had would pale in comparison to hers, however. Makenna doubted that he was on the run from a maniac, or from unknown enemies who might stoop to scaring the piss out of her by having someone put a deadly snake in her bed. The guards Julien had employed patrolled the perimeter of the grounds, not the keep itself. Anyone could have waltzed in here without being seen. There were many new faces at Duncraig. Then again, the snake could have been pure chance. The question was, if it wasn't an unlucky occurrence, had someone meant her harm? And would they strike again? Chapter 8. A day-long rainstorm filled the skies above Duncraig lands, turning them into a morass of bruised grey mist. Bryce had just returned from an errand for Makenna, a foaling crisis or some such, though honestly Julien did not want to know, and had gamely suggested they spar indoors, in the great hall, or even inside the barns. But Julien had shucked his shirt and insisted on the courtyard, where the pair had been training for the last handful of weeks. "I'm not afraid of a little bit of rain," he'd told Bryce, though he'd pulled on a pair of leather gloves to keep the claymore's handle from slipping in his grip. "And what is worthy of your fear, my lord?" Makenna's question continued to haunt him as he and Bryce traded blows with their swords, the footman pushing Julien with his raw strength, while he outmaneuvered the Scotsman with his deft skill and increasingly agile footwork. He'd answered her question honestly. Poverty, and registered the mistake immediately. Damn it all to hell, he didn't make mistakes. He didn't give himself away like that. Not to anyone. And yet the answer had come tumbling off his tongue without thought, without hesitation. Makenna was far too intelligent to have overlooked it too, even with the remnants of fear still chilling her blood from the adder found underneath her bed-sheets. An adder! Julien had puzzled over the venomous serpent's odd resting spot, and how it had managed to slither all the way to her bedchamber and into her bed without being seen by any of the maids. He knew such things were not out of the realm of possibility, but it still sat as odd. Its appearance troubled him greatly,
And he could not quit thinking about what might have happened had Makenna slipped beneath the sheets, the adder still coiled, unseen, waiting to strike. The thought was nothing short of a nightmare. She could have been killed. The idea of losing her had struck him fiercely, made him realize that, despite his intentions to the contrary, he bloody cared what happened to her. Somehow she'd crept under his skin. Julien scowled. Who was he fooling? Makenna Maclaren had gotten into his blood from the first day he'd met her, and she'd never left. Hell! Bryce's sword slammed into Julien's, and despite the leather gloves, his inattention caused the wet handle of the claymore to nearly be ripped from his grasp. The rain had thoroughly drenched his hair and bare skin, his trousers and his boots, but Julien was still hot with sweat and exertion, and intense frustration, all because of the fiery-haired woman who had invaded his home and his mind. "Shall we stop, my lord?" Bryce asked as a peal of thunder rolled overhead. "No," Julien said, jaw clenched. He needed to expend himself, needed the good ache of his muscles after a sparring. He needed to eradicate the tight, heavy sensation in his chest and groin whenever he thought of Makenna. Swinging a claymore helped. Tossing up her skirts and finally bedding her would help more. Though Julien knew that would only sink him deeper into the hole he'd dug for himself. No, brutal sparring would have to do. A resurgence of energy flooded his body, and Julien advanced, using all of the weaknesses Bryce had shown over the course of their training to beat him back, nearly straight into one of the granite hitching posts in the yard. One last swing of his blade, and the footman's sword struck the granite and fell from his hand. Julien breathed heavily as Bryce held up his arms in surrender. "Well done, Bryce," he said, ignoring the flicker of concern in the footman's eyes when he stooped to pick up his weapon. The onslaught had caught him by surprise, it seemed. "My lord," he replied, before giving a nod and retreating for his regular duties. Julien eyed the windows of the upper floors. Over the last day or so, Makenna had finished with the stacks of ledgers and had begun riding out to the different fields and farms included in Duncraig's holdings. There were sheep and cattle, and more sheep to inventory, and then, of course, there would be the horseflesh to consider. But Duncraig's potential financial stronghold was in its wool, and that was where she wanted to focus her efforts. But Julien suspected that Makenna was also using the excuse of checking on the animals to do frequent rides around the estate, worried about potential unwelcome visitors. The snake had rattled her. It had rattled him. Once more he shook off the horrible thought of Makenna lying poisoned and prone on her bed if the worst had come to pass. He wanted to put it down to chance, but he couldn't rule out the fact that they might also have a metaphorical snake in their midst as well. Julien blew out a breath. The bout with Bryce had beaten him into exhaustion, but his brain still spun, with thoughts of her. He looked away from the study windows, the rain and salty sweat in his eyes, and knew that Makenna had ensorcelled him from the start. She had not even needed to try. It had simply happened, and Julien was at a loss to understand why. She was just a woman, and one with an overabundance of trouble attached to her. Yet he could not stop thinking about her. Before, in Paris, he'd socialize almost every evening, and he'd satisfy himself with a woman from time to time. He'd been drawn to those with auburn hair and generous figures and keen stares. Those who were not prone to smiling at every inane word muttered by the men in their acquaintance. However, once the assignation had concluded, Julien would never feel the temptation to repeat it. It would satisfy him, but not wholly. He'd been searching, he realized now, for a specific face, a specific woman. And now everywhere he turned at Duncraig she seemed to be there, if not in body then in spirit. He'd see her maid, Tildy, or the lad, Malcolm, and they would remind him of her. The boy had, as Makenna had promised, worked diligently for his keep. He wore a serious expression as he saw to his chores, and when he sat with Lady Avery learning his letters, and Julien recognized it. After his father had died, he'd had to work as hard to keep his mother from falling ill again. She'd still been weak, and Julien had been scared that she would regress. It had been a difficult time, and Malcolm, though his situation was much different, reminded Julien too much of himself. He'd drawn the lad away from his chores a few times, wanting to give him respite. They'd taken a few fishing rods and a skiff out on a little weedy pond, though all they'd managed to catch were a few sunfish. Julien, however, not one to waste any opportunity, had turned the conversation toward the Brodies. "Tell me about your home, Malcolm. Were you friends with Lady Makenna and Tildy there as well?"
Malcolm had cast his line again and shook his head. "I didn't have many friends." Julien ignored the hitch in his heart and pushed on. What of Lady Makenna? Did she have friends? Malcolm looked to be thinking hard about the question, the sun's reflection dancing off the water and over his face. "She didn't come out of her bedchamber in the keep very often." "Why do you think that is?" The boy shrugged. "The laird, he was angry with her a lot." "Do you know how he died?" "Aye, someone stuck him good," Malcolm said, a boyish thrill lighting his eyes, as if he'd been forbidden to speak of it. His voice lowered. "With his lady's dagger." Julien had tensed at the new information. Makenna had not divulged that the weapon had been hers. If she hadn't done it, then one of her clansmen or clanswomen had hoped to implicate her. She'd told him as much, but he hadn't been aware that there was a murder weapon that could point to her, which changed things. It tightened the noose hanging over her head. Julien's mind had raced. Who could it have been? Someone who wanted her gone, or someone who wanted her at their mercy? Though Julien would not eliminate women's jealousies, Colin had the most to gain. Clearly the new laird felt he had enough evidence to convict her and intended to do so. Malcolm had continued, oblivious to Julien's darkening humour. "He had it coming, my mum said, for what he did. People said he had a fierce temper, and sometimes he hurt the lady." Julien's fingers had tightened around the fishing rod handle. "Is that so?" "Aye, and I saw it once," he replied, his eyes growing wider with the memory and the desire to tell it. "Laird Graham brought Lady Makenna out to the whipping post, shouting at her. I dinna ken what she did wrong, but he was going to lash her for it. My mum dragged me away before I could see, though." Julien's mouth had gone dry, his chest hot with fury. The bastard had whipped Makenna. He saw red as Malcolm had reeled in a floundering sunfish. He forced his expression to stay blank, not wanting to upset the boy. "And the new laird, Colin, what do you think about him?" Julien's efforts to maintain a casual conversation did not work, however, as soon as he mentioned Colin's name. Malcolm's face had whitened, the wriggling fishing line forgotten. "My mum doesn't like him. She says to stay away from him." The boy's use of the present tense only reminded Julien that her death was still so new. He'd nodded and helped him reel in the fish. "Well then, I'm glad you're here, Malcolm, and he is not." If Julien had his way, that scourge on humanity would be gone forever. Drenched to the bone and unacceptably uneasy, Julien stalked inside the castle. He would bathe, dress, and force his mind onto a track that did not include his steward, the torture she had endured at the hands of her dead husband, or the fact that her ex-clan would like nothing more than to find her and punish her for the death of their laird. Or perhaps they wouldn't. Perhaps in time this new laird would give up his obsession for Makenna and simply carry on. Julien refused to acknowledge how unrealistic that notion was as he shook off the rain inside the foyer. "My lord," a footman said as he strode up the first wide stone steps of the stairwell. "A message for you." The heavy cream stock of the stationery as it slid into Julien's hand surprised him. He knew the seal crest, stamped in ebony wax, from Captain Maxime Dubois, the Earl of Cranston. He'd known the Earl had recently purchased a manor nearby in Scotland, but as he opened the letter and read it on his way to his rooms, Julien was surprised to learn he was currently in residence there, and not in London. He shouldn't be surprised. Lady Avery was here, after all. Julien shook his head. He did not presume to understand what motivated men's or women's hearts, nor did he want to. Maxime was a widower, and though Lady Avery was close to 10 years his senior, neither of them seemed to notice their difference in age whenever they were in the same room. Neither were they inclined to make it more than a friendly acquaintance. Then again, the Earl, a man in his late 40s, was not a typical British lord. Born on French soil before coming into an English earldom as a remote next of kin, he'd served in the navy, seen battle, and had the gruff, devil-may-care attitude that every man who'd been medalled for gallantry and courage and what-not deserved to possess. And it appeared he was having a house party at his Scottish manor in 2 days' time, and wanted Julien and his mother to attend. Despite their frequent lucrative business dealings, Julien had always held him at arm's length, perhaps because they'd tangled on the streets of Paris as much as they'd helped each other before the Earl had unexpectedly come into his title, and the man had a ruthless streak that rivaled Julien's. Or perhaps it was because of the nature of his relationship with Lady Avery. Julien had declined many a social invitation from the Earl in various countries over the years. He preferred to keep it strictly to business. But then again, they'd never been Scottish neighbours, and Julien had never felt so confined or so agitated that an invitation would feel like the promise of an oasis in a desert. Fighting Bryce into the ground could only do so much to dull the edge of his considerable frustrations. A hand of faro and a glass of French cognac would be a welcome change. As he soaked in the hot water of a hip bath, he considered attending. Max always had interesting friends with deep pockets. It would be a crime to waste such a good opportunity to forge some contacts that might, in the future, be interested in Duncraig's stables. Julien planned an increase to the quality of his horse stock. Lords and their horseflesh, and the absurd fortunes spent on their equine obsessions, would only go toward increasing the profitability of the estate. Wealth, position, power. These were the things he was used to thinking about, not women, and certainly not one woman in particular. With a spike of irritation, Julien decided that Makenna should accompany him as well. She needed something to take her mind off the events of the last week, and get that haunted look off her face. Colin Brodie might be on her trail, but Julien would be damned if he allowed the man to suck the life right out of her. But first, she would need a dress. Summoning his long-time valet, Giles, he gave specific instructions to be communicated to his mother. 2 days was not a long time to commission a gown, but bottomless pockets had a way of guaranteeing the impossible. So did a master of waistcoats valet and a connoisseur of fashion mother. Together, Giles and Lady Avery would be a force to be reckoned with. The silence in the carriage on the way to the Earl of Cranston's residence was near solid. As Julien had expected, Makenna had balked at his insistence on her attendance at the Earl's house party. Not even the delivery of the gorgeous new gown earlier that afternoon had been enough to sway her. He'd resorted to begging for his mother's intervention, just to get her to capitulate, and had been punished for it ever since in angry silence and frigid glares that threatened violent harm to his person. Oddly, her threats had only made his desire for her heighten. "Might I remind you that someone is trying to kill me?" she'd hissed, glaring daggers at him from across the sitting room, while Lady Avery busied herself holding the dress aloft and inspecting the excellent threadwork. "You don't know that? There was a snake in my bed, and my clan thinks I murdered my husband." He'd smirked, knowing it would irritate her to no end. "Neither of those are reasons for not going to a party. Trust me, Makenna, it will be an entertaining diversion." "Who is this Earl, anyway?" she'd muttered. "A friend," he said, "and a business acquaintance. He can be trusted with your safety, and you don't have to worry that he is in league with the Brodies. In fact, should you find yourself in need of help, he is a useful person to know." His mother had nodded. "Maxime is a dear friend, ma chère, and an evening out will do you a world of good. You will enjoy yourself. I work here, I'm not a guest." "Regardless, you are a lady," Lady Avery had gently said, folding the dress back into its box. "The daughter of the Duke and Duchess of Dunranach. This is an invitation from a British peer, and a request from my son. Surely he deserves a thank you for all he has done." It was the moment Makenna had given in, albeit bitterly, and Julien had wanted to applaud his mother's subtle and effective coercion. He suspected he'd inherited that vein of ruthlessness from her, the kind a person never saw coming. To his mother, Makenna had acquiesced with grace, but she hadn't shied away from laying a hearty dose of blame at his door. He'd take it, and more, if only to see her wearing that dress. Giles and his mother had outdone themselves. God above, she was stunning. He'd seen her in formal wear at Maclaren on more than one occasion, but this gown took his breath away. The rich amethyst colour made her creamy skin look luminous, and brought out the violet hints in her eyes. It set off her glossy red hair that was curled to perfection and falling over the single bared shoulder of the Grecian-inspired design. It made him think of Persephone, the goddess of spring, and all he wanted to do was spirit her away like the lustful, possessive god of the underworld. In the carriage, Julien adjusted himself in the seat opposite, his blood simmering to dangerous levels. "Why are you staring?" she snapped. "You are beautiful." Those gleaming blue eyes flared, at odds with her flattened lips. He let his own mouth curl at the corners into an appreciative smile. "You take my breath away, Lady Makenna." "Compliments will not get you anywhere," she scowled. "I cannot believe your mother took ill at the last minute. Poor digestion. She could have at least come up with a believable excuse." But there was no heat in her voice, only resignation. "I should be working, not doing this, and going to a soirée without a proper chaperone." He'd been surprised as well that his mother had decided not to attend. Julien had thought she would have wanted to see the Earl, but then again she had never favoured large crowds, and their relationship was still somewhat of a mystery. Not only that, but she was only recently feeling well again. A part of him wondered if she wanted to give herself more time for her health to improve. Julien had better things to do than dwell upon his mother's love life. "You're a widow," he said to Makenna, "and besides, Tildy is with the coachman. This still feels wrong. Will you at least try to enjoy yourself?" he asked. "When is the last time you had an evening out?" "One under duress," she muttered and released a breath, her eyes flicking to his. "And the last time was the wedding." His jaw slackened. "Niall and Isla's wedding, a year ago. I was forbidden to leave the Brodie keep." He clenched his fingers, recalling what young Malcolm had shared, of her imprisonment and her punishments. "Then it is long overdue." Julien could not trust himself to say more, and they lapsed into a strained sort of silence. He spared her a glance. Makenna did not fidget, her gloved arms resting placidly in her lap. Every inch the lady, she looked regal and elegant, and altogether too guarded. Once more Julien had the sensation of being on shaky seas. She was uncharted waters, full of treacherous rocks and dangerous currents. He could not read her, an ability he supposed she had perfected over the years of hiding her true feelings from everyone, protecting herself. Julien was rarely unselfish, but he found himself wanting to please her, wanting to make sure that she had the time of her life, where she did not have to pretend, or be afraid of anyone. It was with that objective in mind that he descended at the Earl of Cranston's magnificently lit home. By the number of carriages in the drive, it was not a small soirée, but then again, the Earl never did anything in half measures. Julien extended his arm to his lovely, tight-lipped companion, her dour, disapproving maid trailing behind them as they entered the domicile. They were announced by a butler, who was summarily shoved aside by the Earl. "My friend, it's been too long," Maxime shouted, gathering him in a bear hug. Julien returned the effusive embrace, noting that the older man was already considerably into his cups. Black-haired, with a touch of silver at the temples, dark-eyed and swarthy, the Earl of Cranston had no mind for propriety, or stuck-up toff graces, as he called them, and he could hold copious amounts of liquor. "And who is this lovely lass?" "May I present Lady Makenna Maclaren," Julien said, with a sideways smile to the silent woman at his side. "My lady, allow me to introduce our illustrious host for this evening, Lord Cranston." "A pleasure, my lord," she said with a flawless curtsy. "Call me Max," he said, kissing her knuckles. "No formality here?" He peered at her. "Maclaren, eh? Duke of Dunrannoch's daughter? Ran into your brother Ronan a few times. He can be a right arse." She gave a startled laugh, the sound rich and throaty. "Aye, he can be." Julien did not miss the fascinated look that Maxime sent her way. A hot, unfamiliar feeling roiled in his chest. Was it jealousy? Surely not. The man was old enough to be her father, and he was involved with Julien's mother. But the unfamiliar emotion was accompanied by an instinctive urge to mark his territory like a challenged wolf. "I like this one," Maxime said with a wink and grin. He extended his arm to her, and she sent Julien a tiny look before accepting his escort. Dismissing her maid with a nod, Julien followed them into a crowded ballroom, although a ball wasn't in progress. In typical Maxime fashion, the giant hall had been turned into what appeared to be a room full of gaming tables, with refreshments on one side, and an area left clear for dancing adjacent to a quintet of musicians. It looked like a replicated Parisian gaming hell. Julien smiled at the delighted look on Makenna's face. Introductions were made and entertainments resumed. Julien recognized quite a few people he knew, but instead of doing what he'd come there to do, he sat with a glass of cognac in hand and watched Makenna charm everyone in the room. He nearly laughed as Lord Bolson, a viscount, attempted to teach her 21. Julien did not have any doubt that she could count the number of cards being dealt backward, given her propensity for numbers. As expected, she loosened up quickly, her natural charisma and effervescence bubbling to the surface. And also as expected, by the end of a few hours, she'd accumulated a tall stack of money in front of her. "Wherever did she come from?" a voice from behind said. "She's a treasure. Are you going to keep her?" Julien shot the Earl a look as Maxime took up a chair beside him. "How long have you known me, Max? I've no time for keeping women. She's a friend, nothing more." "That's not what Eleanor says." Julien's eyes narrowed. "Tell me, what did dear maman have to say? And when were you at Duncraig to see her, you bloody degenerate?" "I am an earl," he said, puffing out his considerable chest. A gentleman, and I have my ways. Eleanor merely mentioned that she'd never seen you this conflicted over a woman. More like inconvenience. Then you shouldn't have any concern if I introduced her to a few eligible gentlemen, Maxime said with a sly smile. Men graced with lofty titles, unlike some others who refuse their birthright. Julien clenched his jaw. I'm not in the mood, Max. As if that was going to stop the lout from saying what he aimed to say. You know how much it would mean to your mother if you would at least consent to see him, Max said. He was speaking of Julien's grandfather, the Marquis. And give either of them false hope that I'll take the sodding title. You know I'll never do that. Max, of all people, should have understood. He'd seen the hardships the Marquis of Rivoli's cruelty had wrought on Julien and his mother. He'd been there when they had struggled, and had lent a hand whenever he could manage it. How could Max imagine that Julien would go crawling to his grandfather, now that the old man beckoned him? I know you're hard-headed and proud, but consider it, my friend. For your mother, if no one else. He nudged Julien. A title has its benefits, after all. The women come flocking. I've never known them not to, title or no. Max's attention strayed back toward Makenna. So she is yours, then? Her low laughter made them look over in tandem. Julien did not know how to answer. She wasn't his. Other than a tumble in bed, he'd never wanted to keep a woman. But this one, she confused him. He had the indescribable urge to see her happy, to make her smile, to make up for everything she'd lived through so far. The sound of her husky laughter was just as rewarding as the thought of getting her into bed. Julien's eyes met hers across the tables, and he felt a pulse of lust in his cock. Almost as rewarding, he amended. It's complicated, he replied eventually. Don't wait too long, my friend, Maxime said with a knowing laugh. A woman like that is rare. Julien scowled, reminded of the fact that he didn't much like the man. You've barely made her acquaintance. He heard his hypocrisy straight away. Hadn't Julien sensed Makenna's singular charisma upon their first meeting? Wasn't it why thoughts of her had lingered in his mind all year? Maxime grinned indulgently and patted Julien's back. Tell Eleanor I'll see her soon. Enjoy the party. Ask your lady to save me a dance. She's not my lady, and I'm not your bloody go-between for either of them. But Maxime had already moved on. Julien studied Makenna from afar, his irritation receding. She was rare. She was beautiful, clever, generous, witty, and stubborn to a fault. She'd give the skin off her back to protect others. Even in the face of debilitating fear, she possessed courage in spades, and a mind that was razor-sharp. She was remarkable in a multitude of ways, 1,000 dazzling ways that he'd never expected. Julien caught himself mid-veneration and froze. Hell, he sounded like a besotted Byronite. Dieu, she was turning him into a bloody milksop. Women were distractions, not for waxing poetic about their rare qualities and tender-hearted sensibilities. He did not form attachments. Blast Maxime for putting that maggot in his brain. Julien had to end this insanity before it was too late. Chapter 9. Makenna was grateful that the ride back to Duncraig was much the same as the outbound journey earlier. Quiet. The angry tension between the occupants of the carriage had shifted into something less so, mostly because Lord Leclerc seemed to be asleep, as was Tildy, whose head rested on the velvet squabs beside her. She had shown some displeasure at the sight of gaming tables and mixed company, muttering about indecency, and had only relaxed when Makenna had assured her she would be perfectly safe. Tildy had reluctantly retired to the kitchens with the rest of the Earl's staff. Makenna was still pleasantly abuzz from the evening's festivities, and enough champagne to set her blood on fire. Lady Avery had been right. She hadn't realized how much she'd missed socializing with her peers, and not fleeing for her life, or hiding away like some tortoise in its shell. She had enjoyed herself thoroughly. Lord Cranston's peers had run the gamut from blue bloods to dock workers. The Earl had surprised her as well. His rough edges had lent him a roguish charm that reminded her of her own brothers, and despite his rank, he had not treated any of his non-noble guests as less than. She'd been interested to learn that he and Lady Avery shared a tendre for each other, which had only been imparted in a drunken confession during a reel. Julien, for his part, had kept his distance for most of the evening, content to let her dictate the terms of their interaction. At first, she'd been cold and aloof, wanting to make him pay for forcing her to go. But then, as she'd started to relax and enjoy the merry atmosphere, she'd found herself desiring his company. For a brief while, she'd begun to feel normal again,
as if horror wasn't lurking around every corner, and not only after Graham's death and Colin's accusations, but before she'd even married. She'd felt like the old Makenna, and she'd been grateful. Several of the gentlemen there had seemed delighted to learn she was a widow. Makenna hadn't been the only lady present with that status, but she'd been sure to declare that she wasn't in the market for a husband, or a lover. Makenna felt her cheeks warm. There was only one person who made her blood run hot. To her surprise, Julien had treated her with nothing but gentlemanly respect. Brotherly, almost. The turnabout had completely unnerved her, but she supposed she'd brought it upon herself with her recent coolness and avoidance. With the threat of danger constantly looming, she hadn't wanted to involve him more than necessary, and Julien Leclerc was too much of a temptation. In truth, her attraction to him frightened her as much as the danger she faced from the Brodies. She peered through her lashes at the slumbering form of the man in the seat opposite her. She hadn't told him, but he'd also looked very handsome tonight. Dressed in raven black, he'd foregone a loud waistcoat for a muted silver colour that was shot through with lavender thread. It was elegant, with just enough panache. Julien always had a flair for fashion, or perhaps it was thanks to Giles, who, she learned, had procured her own dress with Lady Avarie's help, so it was no wonder he looked so dashing. She'd danced with him only once, despite dancing many times with Maxime and several of his friends, and not once in the entire time had she felt threatened by any of her male partners. It was a wonder that she'd felt imperilled by the one man who had sworn to protect her under wedded oath, whereas in a room full of sailors and scoundrels she'd never felt so alive, so free. Dancing with Julien had been a shameless kind of freedom, and had only reminded her of how much she craved physical contact. But men like Julien Leclerc promised nothing beyond pleasurable gratification. Women flocked to him in droves, only to be left satisfied but heartbroken, especially if their emotions got in the way. Despite her desire, she did not intend to be one of those casualties, but Makenna was more than aware from the lust curling in her belly that she was playing with fire. Dangerous, heart-incinerating fire. God, she was a nitwit. Her eyes lifted only to tangle with his. Julien was awake, and watching her with a hooded gaze that she felt to her toes. "Why are you staring?" His voice was low and rich, the slight roundness in its syllables alluding to the fact that he had enjoyed his share of spirits too. It was an echo of her question earlier in the carriage, though not uttered in anger as hers had been. "I wanted to thank you," she whispered so as not to wake Tildy, "for a wonderful evening." "You're welcome." She licked her lips, feeling his attention sharpen as she did so. "I've not smiled like that in years. My cheeks still ache from it. You have interesting friends." "I've known Max a long time. He's a dangerous man." The note in his voice held faint menace. Why did it sound like he was warning her away from him? She'd be lying if she didn't admit that she'd enjoyed her host's attentions. And furthermore, he was Lady Avarie's lover, if his drunken ramblings were to be believed. Perhaps that was why Julien was prickly about him. The Earl and his friends had treated her as though she was desirable, while the man accompanying her had wobbled between glaring from a distance and flirting with every available woman in sight. "As dangerous as you?" "Worse." She doubted that. A shiver of curiosity wound through her. She risked asking the question, knowing Julien might not answer, and hoping he would in his non-wary state. "How did you meet?" "We met in Paris. He saved my life." Julien stretched his long legs out, almost touching hers in the process. She stiffened, but did not move. "I was caught stealing bread." "Stealing?" He waved an indolent arm at the opulent carriage. "I did not have all this back then, you see. This came later, with blood, sweat, tears, and a great deal of willpower." His voice hardened. "My parents married for love. It did not put food on the table, so I did what I had to do. My childhood did not go well. Or perhaps it did, for I now have all this, I suppose, and I'm content." Compassion surged in her, though she didn't quite know why. Was it because his happiness hinged on other things as hers had done, or that he did not believe in love? Neither did she, not after everything. Not after Graham. He'd killed any seed of affection between them. Like Julien, she'd learned to survive without it. Makenna changed the subject to something less morose. "I made a fortune tonight. I suppose you're used to such entertainments. I do love cards." His eyebrow tented. "You love winning?" "Aye. Did you count the hands?" "It was child's play," she admitted with gleeful satisfaction. "To know what had come and gone, and what the odds were for the other players. I only bet when I was certain."
She scowled. "Though I'm sure it was cheating. Nobody else seemed to do it." "You used a skill that's not cheating." "Ronan would disagree." He smirked, the dissolute curve of that bottom lip doing odd things to her stomach. "That's because Ronan has a big stick up his arse and hates to lose. Trust me, I've seen him on the other side of a table." "You've bested him." The smirk turned into a grin. "Trounced him thoroughly." "I would have loved to have seen that," she said, leaning back in the seat and stretching her tired arms out. The movement pulled her bodice taut across her chest, and she instantly felt the shift in his attention, and the subsequent burst of tension in the coach. Despite his reserve at the party, she knew he was not unaffected by her, and she by him. Warmth flooded her as she rolled her neck, conscious of Julien's scrutiny, and revelled in it. Makenna had never felt so gloriously aware of anyone. She hoped to God that Tildy was still asleep. After all the dancing, her body felt sore and cramped. If it wasn't so late, and she wasn't a guest in someone else's home, she'd order a hot bath the instant the carriage stopped, and invite him to join her. Makenna flushed at her wicked thoughts. Then again, she wasn't a lady anymore. She couldn't call for baths at her leisure, or command handsome gentlemen to enter them, and she'd do well to remember that the man opposite was her employer, and that she was a dratted fugitive in hiding. She couldn't be thinking about getting naked with anyone. "You should tell him." "I beg your pardon," she said, blinking rapidly. She'd been so lost in her lewd imaginings that she'd started to forget what they'd been speaking of. "Ronan, tell him what happened with your husband." "What? Nay, I cannae." Drawing his knees up and propping his elbows on them, Julien leaned forward in his seat. "Your family will stand by you, Makenna, and the boy, if need be. I cannot protect you. I have no standing in the Highlands. My wealth means nothing among the clans. Your family name is powerful, and Colin will not risk a feud with the Maclarens, no matter how much he wants you, or Malcolm." "This is not their fight," she replied stubbornly. She wondered if her family even knew about Graham's death. News in the Highlands went from clan to clan and took some time to travel. With her father just now on the mend, Niall was the protector of Maclaren while Ronan was away, and if he hadn't come knocking on Brodie doors, then he must have believed that she was content to remain with her clan by marriage. She growled under her breath. Colin would be behind that lie. "Malcolm is the laird's son," Julien said softly, his gaze shifting to the maid who still dozed. "Colin's son. He will come for the boy. If you want a chance at protecting him, you should tell your family." She clamped her lips shut, all desire drained from her. "Nay, as long as he doesn't ken, Malcolm is safe." "You're making a mistake." "It's mine to make." Makenna closed her eyes and pointedly ignored him. Telling Ronan would only cause a war, and while she hated Colin Brodie and her old clansmen, she didn't want to endanger her family. War took casualties. She would find a way to prove her innocence and safeguard Malcolm. No one else at Brodie knew that he was Colin's. Arabelle had said that no one knew her secret, and Makenna would take it to the grave as well if she had to. "Don't be stubborn." Julien shifted farther forward, putting a hand on her satin-covered knee and making her eyes fly open. "It isn't a mistake to ask for help." "Why are you pushing this?" she asked, scowling. His light touch sent waves of heat through her limbs. Fury and desire twisted together into a knot in her belly. She shifted her legs back, careful not to wake Tildy, out of his reach, and mourned the loss of his fingers when they fell away. Gracious, she was an Amadan. "Because I heard something else tonight," he said, his voice pitched low. "Maxime said that a small village north of Duncraig was raided." He exhaled a harsh breath. "And that this was not the first occurrence. It happened to a few other outlying farms and hamlets. The men claim they are looking for a female criminal with red hair, matching your description." Her heart sank. A criminal with red hair. Makenna felt sick to her stomach. Colin hadn't given up. He was closer than ever. "Makenna, tell Ronan," Julien began, but she held a hand up to stall him, cutting him off mid-sentence. She clutched the other around her middle. A village had been raided because of her. If Colin felt thwarted, a raid could turn into much worse. She had to squash this. Do something before others got hurt. "Please dinna say any more. I cannae. You dinna ken him." Julien acquiesced, and when they arrived back at Duncraig, the pale streaks of dawn were just beginning to creep across the dark sky. Without looking at him, she shook Tildy awake and they descended the coach. She could feel his concern, but she had no strength to face him. Even if she did tell Ronan or Niall, Julien did not know her brothers. It was the reason she'd never said anything about what she'd suffered at Graham's hands to them. They would stop at nothing to defend her, and she couldn't put them in harm's way. It had been her bed to lie in, not theirs. She did not need anyone's help. A tiny inner voice reminded her that Julien had helped, and Makenna felt her heart clench. It had felt good to lean on him. And not that he was expendable, but he'd simply been a means to an end. She was certain that Colin would not even conceive that she'd take refuge here, with a foreigner. She hadn't meant to accept Julien's help. She'd only required shelter for a short while, until she could figure out her next steps. And it had turned into so much more. But her situation, despite the safety it provided, was only temporary. Makenna had almost forgotten what was at stake, until Julien had suggested she tell Ronan. Lives. Her life. Malcolm's. Tildy's. Other innocent people. She had to do something, not bury her head beneath the sheets and pretend she was safe and sound at Duncraig. In truth, she felt ill that Colin was so close. The letter that she'd had Bryce deliver to Celia had to have been found somehow. How else would Colin have known to look nearby? Duncraig could be next. God, she was making a muddle of things. "Good night, my lord," she said to Julien once they were inside. Julien nodded without a word and disappeared in the direction of his room. With a futile sigh, Makenna climbed to her own bedchamber, with Tildy close behind, and allowed the maid to unlace her dress and stays. She'd give anything for a good long soak, but she'd have to make do with the basin of cold water. Once she was finished and dressed in her soft lawn night-rail, she yawned, her own exhaustion hitting her like a sack of bricks. She had one thing to do, however. "Thank you, Tildy. I'm sure you're as tired as I am. You can go to bed. I'll see to myself in the morning." Makenna reached for her matching robe, and the maid frowned. "I need to check on Malcolm. He hasn't been sleeping well, and neither of us have been here. Go to bed." "Is it true that Malcolm is Colin's boy?" Tildy whispered. Had the maid not been asleep in the carriage? She frowned at what else Tildy might have overheard or noticed, and nodded brusquely. "Aye, I thought I told you." "Nay." "Before she died, Arabelle confessed that he was not Graham's. Did you ken she and Colin were married?" Tildy's eyes darkened. "I heard some gossip, but nobody spoke of it. So the Baron's not a bastard?" "Nay." Makenna grasped her maid's arm. "And they must never ken, Tildy. Not Colin, and not Malcolm. We have to keep him safe at all costs, you ken?" Tildy nodded. "Aye, my lady." "Good. Now go to bed. I'll check on him and return shortly." Her thoughts churning, Makenna wandered down the dark hallway to Malcolm's room. She and Tildy had been gone for hours, and though Lady Avery had been here, if she truly had been ill, Malcolm would have been on his own. She worried, especially having lost his mother so recently, that he would have felt abandoned. She cracked open the door and froze. A dark figure stood hunched over the boy's bed, a small form in his arms. Makenna's heart thumped in her chest as the man turned, a scream lodged in her throat. But it was only Julien, who put a finger to his lips. He lowered the boy, and then tucked the edges of the blanket over the small lump lying in the middle of the bed. He made his way on silent footsteps toward her. "He fell asleep with Maman," Julien whispered. "I brought him here." "You checked on him?" she asked with some surprise, but glad that she hadn't come first and discovered an empty bed, she would have screamed the keep down. A sheepish expression crossed his face. "Giles mentioned that he'd been out of sorts." "Thank you. You've nothing to thank me for." They stood in awkward silence in the darkened hallway. Makenna fidgeted, winding her hands in her robe, and belatedly noticing that he'd changed from his formal clothing and wore a robe as well. His gaze swept her, his stare hot in the gloom. She might as well have been naked for all the cover her flimsy night-rail and robe provided. Despite her worries, a lick of desire curled like a live thing between them, and every nerve in her body tensed in immediate response. Fighting the urge to wrap her arms around herself, she canted her head. "Sleep well, then." "Would you like a drink?" he asked. She startled, her hands faltering on the balustrade. "It's almost dawn." "So?" So, it was a mistake, Makenna knew. They'd both had large amounts to drink already, and they weren't thinking straight. Not with the rational parts of their brains, anyway. And after the heated conversation in the carriage, they were also not at their most logical. At least, she wasn't. Furthermore, they were both alone, with no Tildy in sight to remind them of what was proper, and neither of them were dressed for polite company. But Makenna did not want to be polite, or proper. She wanted to not think about what she had to do. Leave him, and it made her reckless. She nodded and followed him in silence. The instant the door to the study closed, his mouth was on hers, his tongue thrusting and teasing and hot, and her hands were fisted in his hair. Groaning, Makenna opened to him, the taste of him heady and mind-numbing. She wanted to devour him. She wanted to be devoured. This was wrong. This was, oh, so right. She couldn't think, couldn't do anything but feel. His lips left hers to trail hot, open-mouthed kisses down her throat, to the V between her breasts, as he tugged her robe open with an impatient motion of his fingers. Together they tangled and crashed backward, bumping into furniture until her thighs hit the back of the desk. "I've thought of this for months," he muttered, shifting the embroidered lace edges of her wrapper to the side and kissing the exposed swell of one breast. "Months?" she gasped. "I've thought of nothing but getting my hands on you since the moment I saw you at Maclaren. That was a year ago." "Too long." He blew a breath over her sensitive skin, making her flesh tauten almost painfully. "And tonight, watching you, seeing you, those luscious breasts, nearly spilling out of that sinful dress. It was bloody torture." Pulling the sides of her robe wide, his eyes scorched her bare bosom. "Mon Dieu, you couldn't be more perfect." He took a peaked nipple into his mouth. Lust streaked through her like lightning, and Makenna moaned, flinging her head back. God, no one had touched her like this, had ever revered her like this. He turned his attention to her other breast, making her brain fizzle and die at the sensation coursing through her. Dimly, Makenna registered the fact that nothing but the silk of his robe and the cotton of her night rail separated them. His roaming hands slid down her legs to resume their journey under the fabric, and Makenna stopped thinking when he pushed it up to skim her thighs. Skillfully, his large hands grasped her now bare hips, dragging her against his prominent arousal. Desire stormed through her as he adjusted himself perfectly against her, nothing between them but his robe now. "I want this," he murmured. "I need this." Panic reared its head in the midst of the passion clouding her brain. What did he mean, this? Ice replaced the heat in her veins. What he wanted was physical release, nothing more. "Stop, Julien." Obediently he froze. "What's wrong? We can't do this." She huffed a breath, her hands on his chest, the hard ridge of his arousal jutting against her center, threatening to dissolve all rational thought. Do you care for me at all?" He hesitated a beat too long, that sardonic mask of his slipping back into place, almost like armor, like he needed to defend against her. "What exactly do you want from me, Makenna?" What did she want? She wanted comfort, true, but not like this. She didn't want to be used, and she couldn't help noticing that he had skillfully evaded her question with one of his own. Perhaps he didn't care. Makenna's skin felt chilled now. Walls rose up between them, the moments of passion fading faster than an extinguished candle. A few more seconds, and they would have been past the point of no return. She should be grateful that she'd had the presence of mind to stop when she still had some of her wits. He was a notorious womanizer. Yes, she hadn't been with a man in forever, but she wasn't that desperate to eschew all her morals for what was clearly a meaningless tumble. And she would be just another feather in his cap, nothing but another female body he'd use to slake his lust. God, she was starting to hate that word, because lust was part and parcel of what she felt as well. And because, most of all, she hated her own carnal weaknesses where this man was concerned. It was obvious he did care deeply for some things, like his mother and his fortune, just not for her. The knowledge made her feel strangely empty. But it was her own fault, Makenna knew. Julien had never pretended to be anything otherwise. He'd always been honest about who he was and what he wanted, and he'd never offered anything more. She'd misread affection, where there was only desire. She'd confused lust for feelings. She was to blame, not him. The knowledge did not make it ache any less or make her feel like less of a fool. Confused and tired, she pushed off the desk. "I'm sorry. This was a mistake." His husky voice stopped her in her tracks at the door. "Why?" "Because you didn't form attachments, and I cannae. Not now. Not when I'm hiding and praying every hour of the day that the Brodie women Arabelle spoke of have somehow kept the spy's letters from the laird." Her thoughts felt muddled and disjointed. "I thought mistakenly that this would mean something. I came you want to offer comfort, but I need to be able to think, to concentrate on things that matter. And I cannae, not with you like this." Makenna turned away, torn between the throbbing in her body and the warnings of her brain. She'd been a fool to even come in here. "Things that matter," he repeated. "Like your fear that Colin Brodie will find you." He grimaced. "Do you have any idea how much I'd like to crush that fear, wipe it out completely?"
The vehemence in his voice took her by surprise. "You cannae," she whispered. "Perhaps not. But can't two people offer comfort, as you've said, to each other?" "You mean with sex?" She sucked in a breath at her bold words. "If you wish it, yes." Her blush threatened to cover her entire body. She was a widow. She knew what happened between a man and a woman in bed, or in a study, as it were, but she was still a relative innocent in Julien's eyes, and in his obviously vast experience. "I'll be another of your female conquests." "Makenna, in my bed there are no conquerors or victors. There is only you and me, and the pleasure our bodies can create. That is it. Whether you make less of it or more doesn't change the fact of the now. I want you. I've wanted you for months, and I know you two feel the desire between us. When you're ready to take that step, I will be here." She almost whipped around, confusion and conquests be damned. Her heart was pounding so loudly she swore he would hear it from across the room. Her fingers opened and clenched in indecision on the doorknob, but eventually she quieted her stampeding heart and walked calmly from the room. It took every ounce of willpower, though. She had her pride, as battered as it was, and her priorities. Stay ahead of Colin, keep Malcolm and Tildy safe. Those were the only steps she should be thinking about taking. If she faltered, if she gave in to one moment of weakness, she could end up losing everything. Chapter 10. Julien stood at the railing of the Northwest Fields paddock, watching the gangly-legged foal prancing alongside its mother. Wiley. The name had stuck, despite his insistence that he be the one to name him. The colt was a glossy chestnut color with 2 white socks, one on the left front hoof and the other on the back right. The way the colt frolicked, so light and playful, without a care in the world beyond the sweet grass and his mother, made Julien grin. He enjoyed seeing the boy Malcolm running happily behind the paddock railing, following the colt as it galloped. It was how childhood ought to be. It was how life should be. For Malcolm, for Makenna. "It's not your fight," he reminded himself. It wasn't his fight, but that didn't mean he didn't care. That was half the reason he hadn't answered her the other night in his study. He did care, perhaps too much. Which was why he was here, at the stables, for the 4th time today. Julien needed release from his surly mood, and watching Wiley helped. Observing Malcolm with the colt did as well. The boy was working with Alban today, learning how to handle the friendly and rambunctious foal, though Julien suspected knowledge of horses was built into the very blood of every Scot. Malcolm was a natural, as was Makenna. His scowl returned, a feeling of powerlessness returning at the thought of her. He was becoming much too entrenched, much too quickly. Makenna's tenacity would be the end of him. The familiar flood of warmth to his groin distracted him. She'd so nearly been his, her luscious body, her full wet lips as he'd ravaged her mouth. He could still feel the supple flesh of her hips in his palms, and the dewy heat of her core against him through the silk of their robes. They'd both been falling into a bottomless well of desire and arousal, yet she had come up gasping for air, for control. And then Makenna had asked a question. "Do you care for me at all?" And Julien was well aware that he'd driven her away with his reply. God, he wanted to knock his own teeth out every time he recalled it. "What do you want from me, Makenna?" As if her question hadn't even deserved a response. It hadn't just been callous and cold, but evasive as well. He hadn't been ready for her question, hadn't wanted to answer with the first word that had cropped up in his mind. Yes, he cared. Hell, he didn't want to, but he did. And so he'd asked why they couldn't just offer one another comfort and pleasure, and she'd still denied him, still left. What did she want? Not an attachment, she'd said so herself. Makenna had claimed she needed to be able to maintain a clear head, and she couldn't do that when she was with him. He understood her worry, especially with the threat of Colin Brodie hanging over them. But didn't she long to just let go? Julien knew, however, that letting go was dangerous, and Makenna was a woman who had endured too much danger in her lifetime already. Trusting anyone after all she'd been through would be difficult for her, and she did not trust Julien or his promises. Not yet. He'd grown frustrated, wondering how on earth he could gain her trust. She likely loathed him now, and while he'd never cared at all before whether or not someone loathed him, this time was different. This time, he could scarcely believe it, the urge to apologize nagged at him, tugging at all the bloody maudlin sentiments he shouldn't have. Malcolm caught Julien's eye, and sent him a gap-toothed smile, the crop waving in the air as he practiced with it. Something stirred in Julien's chest as he saluted back.
The short time the boy had spent at Duncraig had already changed him. He smiled more often now, seemed more at ease. Julien only wished those cheered spirits extended to all his guests. He knew Graham had left Makenna scarred, and the other night Julien had reopened old wounds that had barely started to heal. But perhaps they were both too scarred for anything to go smoothly between them, not without emotional entanglements, and those he did not want. Julien had his demons, and she had hers. He waved to Malcolm and Alban, and then started back toward the castle. The guards Julien had posted around the property had not reported any comings or goings of unknown men or women, and Maxime had lent him a few of his trusted men to stand guard in the keep. As a result, whoever the spy was had gone quiet. Eventually, when the rat scurried out of its hole, Julien intended to be there to catch it. Perhaps Makenna and Malcolm would be safe here for more than the short time they'd anticipated. So long as the laird never learned Malcolm was his blood, the boy would be of no interest to him either. Once Makenna started to feel safe, a feat that would take some convincing, he knew, would she stay? Or would she return to Maclaren, no longer fearful of bringing a clan feud to her family's doorstep? Julien grimaced as he entered the castle, the cool air lacking the heat and humidity of the summer weather outdoors. His stomach dropped at the idea of her leaving Duncraig. He tried to tell himself it was because of her meticulous and competent work as steward, but he'd never been very good at lying to himself. He stretched the truth with select others, but never with himself. There was no point. Julien ascended to the study, and when he was steps away from the door, scented her. Wildflowers and rain. His heart gave a stutter as he reached for the knob and opened the door. Makenna spun around, midway to placing an envelope on his desk. Her lips were pressed thin in surprise, her blue eyes wide and wary. "Oh, I thought you were out." So she had been tracking his whereabouts, making certain she did not cross paths with him. He wanted to tease her, but forced away the impulse. "I was. Now I am here." He eyed the letter in her hand. "Were you leaving something for me?" For a moment he wondered if it was a letter she'd penned, informing him that she no longer worked for him and was saying goodbye. His head swam with the possibility. She seemed to remember what was in her hand and extended it to him. "A message from the portmaster. One of your ships was spotted off the southern bluffs and should be arriving soon." Julien took the envelope and read it quickly, refusing to acknowledge his relief that it was not a parting letter from Makenna. "The Horizon, yes. I've been expecting her cargo for weeks." He'd arranged for the purchase and shipment of a half-dozen mares and one stallion before he'd left Paris for Scotland, after reading Mr. Jobson's report on the condition of the Duke of Duncraig's stables. It had been a gamble on his part, but the solicitor had imparted that the land came with decent acreage, and that the stable itself had been in good condition. Once he'd arrived and found the stock woefully lacking, he'd been glad of his decision. Julien might not know sheep or cattle, but he knew his horseflesh, and he knew business. Diversifying one's source of income was always a smart strategy. "The cargo?" Makenna inquired politely. "Arabians from Spain. I have a breeder there. The stock is the finest I've seen on the continent." Makenna nodded tightly, her surprise at being caught in Julien's presence, despite her attempts at avoidance, now smoothing over with a mask of bland politesse. "Very good, my lord," she said. "If you'll excuse me." She started around him. Julien's hand reached out, as if on its own volition to stop her. Like a startled animal, she froze under his touch. He immediately released her. "Ride with me to the port. I could use your eye, if there are any that don't suit the stable's needs, that is." God, he sounded like a half-wit, but he was being partially honest. He could use her opinion, even though the horses were all coming from a trusted breeder, one he had invested heavily in himself. What he truly needed was the opportunity to right what had gone wrong between them. How he'd accomplish it, he wasn't entirely certain, but at least she would be at his side, instead of dashing off to whichever part of the castle he wasn't currently in. After a moment of consideration, Makenna nodded, though her face remained pinched. "If you'll wait while I change." For a moment he thought it might be yet another ruse to escape him, but then Julien eyed her gown. Silk the colour of moss, and not at all appropriate for horseback riding. He nodded. "I'll be in the foyer." He spent the next quarter-hour attempting to read some correspondence regarding lucrative stock he held in a trading company in China, though even the impressive numbers could not steal away the image of Makenna, currently slipping out of that silken gown in her chambers. He threw down the correspondence and left the study. He needed to clear his mind. Getting half-hard from fantasies about the woman undressing was not an auspicious start to winning her over. To his surprise, Makenna had beat him to the foyer. "Eager for a ride, are we?" Julien asked with a propped brow. She smoothed her hands over the short jacket of her riding habit and scowled at his teasing. "Not at all. Tildy's remarkably efficient." She hiked her chin and turned to depart through the front doors, but just before exiting she paused to refasten a loose button on her jacket. Julien had nearly caught up to her when he heard a strange grating noise, like a rock moving against rock. It happened in a blink. Something large dropped from the sky directly in front of Makenna and landed on the grass with a whoomp. Julien did not even have a second to comprehend what was happening or to reach for her. She yelped and skittered backward, her heels treading onto his feet. He caught her, and with a stuttering pulse, saw what the object had been. A large block of stone, like something that had been part of the exterior of the castle. "Good God!" she gasped. "That could have landed on my head." His heart hammered back into motion as he spun her around and looked her over. "You aren't hurt?" he asked. Saucer-like eyes stared back at him, filled with blank shock. They fluttered, and then she seemed to realize the close grasp he held her in. I'm fine," she said, stepping out of his arms and peering up warily. Julien did the same as helpless anger overtook his alarm. "Bloody wreck of a castle," he swore, though he could not recall any other pieces of rock or slate coming free and tumbling dangerously. The place wasn't in pristine condition, but the outside foundations and stonework were structurally sound. He frowned. "I'll get a few men up there to take a look around. Are you sure you're not injured?" Colour had pushed back into her blanched cheeks, and Makenna nodded, though her voice was breathy. "Not a scratch." She pointed at her clothing and attempted a wan smile. "Saved by a button, it seems." "I'm sorry," he said. "It wasn't your fault. It's an old castle. Rocks fall." He shook his head. "Not since I've been here." "Accidents do happen," she said, though he could hear a mirror of the doubt he currently felt inside. The worry, too. Julien hated the slow widening of her eyes as she let in more alarm, as if considering the possibility that someone could have meant her harm on purpose, that their spy hadn't gone quiet at all, but had shifted strategy, to maim instead of inform. Julien's fury doubled in his chest. "Do you think someone could have thrown it?" she whispered. "No, it's too large for that. It was probably an accident, as you said," he assured her. "I'm certain that's all it was." But as they stepped around the fallen stone and headed for the stables, Julien took a glance back at the turrets. He couldn't see where the stone might have cracked off from, but the timing had nearly been disastrous. 1 second earlier, and Makenna would have been crushed. Her breathing evened as they waited for their mounts to be saddled, though as they stood watching Malcolm prancing with Wiley and the head groom in the distance, Julien thought he could see her hands shaking. And why shouldn't they? Her immediate and constant threat was a man who would imprison and torture her, and yet while she'd been hiding, she'd nearly been bitten by an adder and brained by a falling piece of rooftop. Danger seemed to follow her, like the spy had. But if what Makenna had said about Colin was true, he would want her alive. It made no sense for the spy to attempt to kill her. Julien put it out of his mind when Makenna's lips curved with a smile for Malcolm, as she sent a fond wave to the boy before mounting her horse, and then stared at him expectantly. The sparkling focus of that blue stare immobilized him. The only remnant of her earlier shock was the bright flags of colour in her pale cheeks, but even so her beauty was undiminished. Julien sucked in a breath, dazed for a moment, as if he'd been hit by the tumbling rock instead. "My lord," the young groom who'd saddled the horses asked, holding out the reins. He blinked and accepted the bridle. "Thank you, Douglas." The ride to the port wasn't long, but in the quarter hour it took to arrive, not one word passed either of their lips, not even about the falling stone that had come so close to crushing her. The silence stretched and grew between them, the gaping crevasse widening from a stream to a falls, and just as intimidating to breach. Conversation had never been something Julien struggled with. He prided himself on being able to banter with anyone, stable boy to lord, stranger to the closest of friends. Talking to Makenna had never been difficult either, until now. Julien hired an old salt to watch their mounts as they sought out the portmaster. Once found, the portmaster apologized. The Horizon had not yet moored, but should be arriving at any moment. "Why don't we take a walk?" Julien suggested, pointing toward the grey-faced cliffs a short climb from the harbour. There was a path to a grassy plateau there, and overlooking the water, he imagined they'd see his ship coming around the cape and into the bay. "If you insist, my lord," she replied, as compliant as any other worker in his employ would be.
The docile deference turned his stomach. "I don't insist. I'm asking if you'd like to take a walk with me." Something curious, like doubt and guilt, crept over her expression, as if she did not know which one to feel more. That she felt either of them at all infuriated Julien. He let out a breath. Well, why shouldn't she mistrust him? He'd given her no reason to do otherwise. His usual light-hearted humour, his teasing and flirting, would not work here, not after the turn their rapport had taken, only stark honesty, and she deserved as much. "I would enjoy your company, Makenna." He saw the change as she went from cautious to taken aback, and he pressed the advantage, extending his arm to her. She only hesitated a moment before taking it, and then they started toward the bluffs. "Is that one of your ships there in port?" she asked, her attention on the Sea Queen, one of the vessels he'd acquired in grim need of repair and purpose. The last master of Duncraig had not just let his lands fall to near ruin, he'd also mismanaged his trade. The Sea Queen was the worst of the fleet, with barnacles built up on its hull and cobwebs gathered in its hold, when she should have been its pride and joy. "It is. I don't like idle things, and that ship has been bothering me," he said, sliding her a glance. "Perhaps my steward can oversee its repairs and think of a way to put it to work." "Why say that ship?" she blurted. "She's a wreck." "Because some things are worth the effort," he said softly. "One man's refuse is another man's treasure." The double entendre hung between them before she cleared her throat, a faint blush tinting her cheeks. "I hardly ken the first thing about shipping." "Don't tell me you're afraid to try new things," he teased. It was a risk. They'd barely broken through the tense silence, after all. But he knew she'd never shy away from an overt challenge, or a way to toss back the gauntlet. Makenna returned his wry glance. "I wasn't the one ready to cast up my accounts at the sight of a falling mare." "That's a cheap shot. Shipping and trade don't involve blood and bodily fluids." She shrugged as they crested the hill. "Of course, a gentleman like you would nae want to get his hands dirty with such common things as shipping and trade." The briny wind, stronger here, buffeted Julien as he came to a stop, halting her along with him. "You would be surprised to know just how dirty these hands have been." She peered at him, but with a wink Julien glossed over the unexpected confession. "And not in the lewd ways you're imagining, Lady Makenna. Where is your decency?" She pulled her arm from his, not responding as he'd hoped with a laugh, but with interest. "You said you didn't always have all you do now, so much so that you were caught stealing bread. But how can that be when your grandfather is a marquis?" He'd said too much in the carriage ride home from Max's. Too much whiskey, and a sharpening desire for the woman seated opposite him had loosened his usually reticent tongue. But if he wanted Makenna to trust him, perhaps it was time he trusted her with some of his truth as well. Opening up went against every grain in his body, but he surged forward before a decade of habituation could change his mind. "I also told you that my parents married for love, even when my mother's father forbade it." "Why would he do that?" she asked. "Because my father was a lord's son of no consequence, a third son, an artist, possessing very little inheritance. Her father had better connections for her, but she refused to consider them. He threatened to cut her off if she went against his wishes." The familiar loathing for the old man he'd never known crept back into his voice, into his very blood. "But she loved your father," Makenna supplied. Julien couldn't stop his huff of ugly laughter. She frowned. "You think so little of love." "I didn't say that." "You didn't have to." He faced away from her, the sea wind breathing into his ears and drowning out the usual voice in his head that argued against choosing love over reason. "Did you never consider, my lord, that you and your grandfather may have something in common?" He whipped toward her, ready to deny it, his face freezing into a furious mask. But Makenna did not cower from him. Cool blue eyes met his, strength and compassion equally present. He curled his hands together, jaw tight. "You both discounted love," she went on. "The Marquis valued position and wealth over it, and you—" "I am nothing like him." Julien quickly doused the anger she'd so effectively stoked, and unclenched his fists. "And I want nothing to do with him or his title." She blinked. "Are you his heir?" Isla was the only person, beyond his own mother, who knew, and by the expression of surprise on Makenna's face, it seemed Isla had kept the secret. "That bloody title could fall into ruin for all I care." She looked skeptical. "Surely a title is worth something." "Is it?" he drawled. "He has named me his heir because he has no one else, because he doesn't want his legacy to pass into fugue. Growing up, his precious title was worthless.
It provided no food, no shelter, no clothing, no medicine. It didn't save my father from dying. All it was ever good for was to make my mother lose the only family she knew." Julien paused, not needing to go into detail about the poverty he and his parents lived in. Makenna was keen enough to know the truth of it by now. "My grandfather has his fortune, and I made mine, and not for 1 second do I lament the fact that they are completely and utterly unrelated. Not for 1 second do I lament the fact that I own estates across the globe, that I have ships trading in tobacco and silks and spices from the East, that I have earned my money and security for myself and my mother." A gust of wind battered him, and as he watched it finger through Makenna's locks, making her loose curls appear to be wild whips of fire, he let go of his anger. He thought of her instead, something he'd been doing far too much of lately, and yet he was unable to stop. "I know what it is to want to be safe," he said, "to know you cannot depend upon anyone but yourself." "But you weren't alone. You had your mother." Julien reached for one lock of hair that had streaked across her bright eyes. He tucked it behind her ear, his fingertips lingering on her skin. "No, I wasn't alone. You're not alone either, Makenna. Not anymore." She closed her eyes, knowing what he meant. "But if Colin should come—" "You're safe here, you and Malcolm." He wanted it to be true, and he'd learned long ago that if he wanted something, truly wanted it, he must work to see it done. Julien hadn't worked himself to the bone for over a decade, accumulating wealth and power and influence, only to find himself unable to protect those he cared for when they were in need. And he did care. His throat went dry with the sudden clarity of it. She kept her eyes closed, as if she couldn't bear to face an empty promise, and for several heartbeats, Julien wanted to still time. If she looked at him, he feared she would see through to his soul. He pictured what she might see there, something vulnerable, something susceptible. These were things he'd vowed to never feel again. To bare that part of himself to anyone was to invite misfortune. One fissure in his defences, and it would all crumble. Makenna's eyes opened at the same time the hollow clanging of the harbour bells sounded. It was signalling the arrival of a ship. "I cannot let down my guard," she whispered. "I understand. Perhaps better than you think. I'm not asking you to let down your guard." He stepped closer and cupped her cheek. "May I ask you a question?" When she nodded, he went on. "Before, when you said I was like the Marquis of Riverley, I reacted in anger. Yet you did not recoil from my anger. Why is that?" Her eyes met his, vulnerability shimmering in them. "Because I kenned you wouldnae hurt me." She swallowed hard. "Strike me." "Never, I swear it to you, and I'll kill any man who ever touches you again," he vowed. "All I want is for you to feel safe here. Do you?" He waited for her answer as the bell tolled again, his breath locked in his chest. Finally, he felt the pressure against his palm as she nodded once. "I do. It feels too good to be true sometimes, but I do." Julien breathed out. "You can trust it, Makenna, I promise." He grinned and caressed her cheek with his thumb briefly. "Barring any more crumbling stones from the castle rooftops, you are safe." He released her and stepped back. "Come, I think my ship is arriving, and you've work to do." "Work?" she echoed. He smiled. "A sea queen that needs to be reminded that she's a monarch." Chapter 11. After she left the crowded port, leaving Julien to his cargo, and rode back to the keep, Makenna went past a few tenant cottages on the way to the castle. They had been vacant not a week before, but Mr. Jobson, Julien's solicitor, had hired several dozen more men at Lord Leclerc's urging, and the cottages now housed families settling in. Half of the tenant cottages on the estate had been empty, the Duke of Craig using his money to finance his lifestyle in London instead of funding the care of his lands and tenants. Nearly all of the new hires had been displaced from their clans because of the brutal land clearances that were ravaging most of Scotland by wealthy English landowners. Displaced families were evicted from their homes in droves in lieu of the land being used for sheep and cattle farming. Most of them had settled on the coast, farming kelp and fishing, and struggled to survive. She was surprised that Julien even cared to go against his peers, and the Englishmen were his peers. For all he wanted to deny it, he was English nobility. He was the heir to a marquisate. He was also a self-professed man of business, who would not part with a single farthing if it didn't bring him more in return. And yet here he was, helping dozens of families, on his own coin. Makenna wasn't fooled. They did not need that many men to work the cattle or the crops, or on his ships. "A man feels better when he's earning an honest living," he'd said, when she'd remarked before that Duncraig didn't need so many workers. "They're not your responsibility," she'd said. "You're not a laird, you're not a Highlander." He'd given her an irreverent grin that had shot straight between her thighs. "Should I have Giles dress me in a kilt, then? A kilt doesn't make a man Scottish, but a decent wage makes a man feel like a man." That had silenced her. He was a charlatan, Lord Leclerc. That stony exterior of his hid a compassionate nature that was becoming more obvious to her by the day. Makenna called for a bath to wash the salt and horsehair from her skin, and as she relaxed into the steaming water, she rolled her sore muscles. She'd spent most of the day with Julien, assessing the gorgeous horse stock he'd acquired. She had to admit that his plans for the stables were grand ones. A part of her lamented that she wouldn't be around to see, or help deliver, the future foals of the Duncraig stables. On her way back from the port, Malcolm had flagged her down and shouted for her to come see the delivery of a baby lamb. Malcolm had been helping, and had been quite interested in the procreation and delivery process. She'd taken it upon herself to explain it matter-of-factly, without blushing, and the boy had seemed satisfied. Then again, the birthing wasn't like the intimacy she'd endured with the lord of the manor, and she was glad that he hadn't been present for such questions. The boy was naturally curious, wanting to learn everything and anything. Clearly, his mother had not stifled it, despite rearing him alone and in a place like Brodie, where boys were beaten into brutality before they could walk. Malcolm had endeared himself to everyone, and to her especially. Makenna had wondered whether she would have to keep him at arm's length because of the family resemblance, obvious in his dark hair and ice-blue eyes, though Malcolm's were lit with mischief and humour, not cruelty or hate. As she relaxed in the soothing water, she thought of the unexpected sense of closure for her that Malcolm had brought. He had found a place in her heart reserved for motherhood that she had always thought would remain hollow. Graham had taken pleasure in taunting her with her barrenness, crowing that she was a broken woman and would never have children of her own. He'd said the problem had clearly been hers. The existence of Malcolm proved it. But Malcolm wasn't Graham's. Enough, she told herself. She'd hoped for so long for a child of her own to love in the face of so much loss and pain she'd endured at the hands of her husband that it ached to think of those empty wishes now. Malcolm was a gift, and he was hers. If she didn't have another child, she would still be grateful for him, and if Colin came to reclaim him, she'd defend the boy to her last breath. Makenna had no doubt that he would come. Despite Julien's assertions of safety and protection, she hadn't been able to shake the feeling that something was brewing in the winds. That falling rock had missed her by mere inches, and, paired with the adder in her bed, she had trouble reconciling the event as happenstance. However, the castle was ancient, and it did need some repair. Perhaps she was seeing menace and intent where there was none. Being overwrought and constantly on one's guard tended to do that. She had been careful to observe the recently hired men. None of them had hailed from Brodie, thank God, but that didn't mean they weren't kin or had old clan alliances. Even if the spy hadn't managed to get another missive through, she knew it would only be a matter of time before Colin and his men turned to Duncraig. The fact that there were so many new ships in port was reason enough. "My lady," Tildy said gently, shaking her from her thoughts, and holding a large drying cloth open. Makenna stepped out of the bath and wrapped her body in the soft cloth, her mind whirling. She felt torn between her ingrained mistrust and feeling protected because of Julien. Dressing quickly in the clean gown Tildy had selected, she sat in front of the fire for the maid to dry and braid her hair. "Are you happy here, Tildy?" she asked, hands stilled on her scalp. "Why do you ask?" The thread of worry was clear in the maid's voice, and Makenna rushed to reassure her. "I was thinking it might be time to leave. It's not safe here any longer." "And go where?" "Far away." Tildy resumed braiding Makenna's hair, and after a long exhalation asked, "Do you wish to stay, my lady?" Her knowing voice made Makenna look up to meet her eyes in the looking-glass. The maid was hiding a slightly disapproving look, one that made Makenna blush and duck her eyes. She did not want her feelings to be so transparent, that she did feel safe here. "I dinna ken," she said. "Malcolm seems happy." Makenna was too, though she couldn't bring herself to admit it. Without the threat of Colin looming, Duncraig would be a place where she could feel safe, a place she could build a future for her and Malcolm. And Tildy wouldn't have to leave her beloved Scotland. But those were aimless dreams, and dreams didn't guarantee people's safety.
She needed a plan to get out from under Colin's thumb. Perhaps she and Malcolm could leave on the return voyage of the Horizon. It would be headed back to Spain or France. Colin would have his men on all the roads leading south, so by ship would be their best option. "What of you, Tildy?" she asked in a tight voice. "Have you made any friends?" The maid did not meet her eyes. "Aye, some of the maids, and a groom, Douglas." "Douglas?" Makenna asked, her brows shooting high. She vaguely recalled the name from earlier, the young man who had saddled the horses to go down to the port. Despite her renewed plan to leave, it made her happy that Tildy was also experiencing some measure of joy, when she too had had so little. It made her even more determined to thwart Colin. Or maybe he would let her go and move on. He didn't know about Malcolm. He would have no interest in the boy. And if he thought she'd run off to the continent, so much the better. "Will you never return to Brodie, my lady?" Tildy asked. There was a strangely embittered note in her voice, layered with what sounded like regret. Makenna did not falter. Their whole lives had been wrapped up in that clan. "You ken I cannae, Tildy, not if Colin remains there." And he would never leave. That much Makenna knew. "And the laird, if he kens about the lad?" Makenna set her lips. "Pray he never finds out." Once Tildy had completed her duties, Makenna made her way downstairs for dinner. She had decided to join Julien and Lady Avery instead of taking a tray in her room. There was no reason to avoid Julien after they had mended the awkwardness between them earlier on the harbour bluffs. The attraction they both felt was undeniable. However, their open conversation had in some way opened another door, one that included not only mutual desire, but something just as important, at least to Makenna. Trust. He'd let her in, told her things about his past that she suspected he'd never revealed to anyone else, and he'd made her a vow of protection. Julien Leclerc was not a man who did not follow through on his promises, and she was grateful for that. Makenna entered the dining room to find Julien and his mother laughing at something. Their glasses of wine paused at their lips as they chuckled. The two looked like a mischievous pair of children who'd just done something to torture an older sibling. Makenna felt a grin forming as she came into the room, their levity reminding her of how much she had missed her own family so much over the years, and the easy camaraderie that came with it. "What have I missed?" she asked. Julien saw her then, and stood quickly with a short bow of greeting. "Maman told a naughty joke that does not bear repeating." "Oh, you scoundrel, I certainly did not." But Lady Avery was still laughing, the colour in her cheeks like the peach roses in the gardens. Makenna sat, and was content to listen to the two of them banter. Julien had uprooted his life in Paris to come to the wilds of Scotland with one goal in mind: make his mother well again. All of this, she knew by now, had been for Lady Avery. And here she sat, laughing and flushed with good health. Her son had done everything in his power to make it so. He'd even had a pianoforte shipped in from France, so that Lady Avery could run through her scales and play the handful of pieces she'd learned as a girl, before her marriage, before her life of hardship had begun. Makenna could only imagine what kind of poverty Julien and Lady Avery had endured, and the depth of pride she felt for her son, who had lifted them both from that nightmare. She didn't know the extent of his current holdings. The only ledgers and accounts she had been inspecting were associated with Duncraig, not his other properties or businesses. But she suspected he was obscenely wealthy. He seemed to have a finger in any and everything that could be turned for profit. "Do you have an opinion on my son's new venture, Makenna?" Lady Avery asked. "With these horses he's gone and purchased." "It's a good one," Makenna said. "The land is perfect for it, the horses are of excellent quality, and I'm certain Lord Leclerc kens what he's doing. He rarely gets anything wrong when it comes to business." Julien's surprised stare swung to hers, as if he hadn't expected the compliment, warming her from head to toe. His obvious pleasure at her words made her feel light. Lady Avery smiled fondly at her son. "That he does. Now tell me exactly what you plan to do, chérie." Makenna let her gaze rest on Julien, as he explained to his mother his plans to breed the new horses, and specific potential investors in both London and France. He knew many people, not friends or peers, but buyers, and had no doubt that they would part with a hefty amount of money for what he had to offer them. Julien's confidence was so potent, it was almost like a drug. Again Makenna had the desperate desire to stay, and see what this place could become under his expert care. It would flourish, she knew. Everything he touched did, including her.
Despite being included in the conversation, she felt absurd as he held his mother's attention and gaze during dinner for long stretches of time, and she longed for the moment when he would shift his eyes back toward her. Feel the intense press of that warm green gaze, and bask in it, savor it, remember it for always. Gracious, it wasn't natural to want someone's eyes on her so fiercely. It left Makenna feeling both warm and a little shaky. He wasn't being flirtatious with her in the least, and yet instead of being glad of it, she was oddly bereft. Perhaps it had to do with her decision to leave. It was so final. After dinner, cordials were served, but Makenna rose from her chair before she did something foolish to draw his gaze. "If you'll excuse me, I should check on one of the new lambs before turning in." It was an excuse, and a flimsy one at that, but Julien stood as she bid Lady Avery a good night and retreated from the dining room. Lord in heaven, why couldn't she make up her mind about what it was she wanted? Either she enjoyed his attentions or she didn't. It shouldn't have been more complicated than that. And yet, as she checked on the new lamb in one of the barns to make sure it was no longer being ignored by its mother, Makenna couldn't untangle the twist in her chest whenever Julien crossed her mind. And he seemed to do so every few moments. Reluctant to return to the keep, she lingered in the barn and even checked on Wiley in the stables before heading back a long while later. Neither visit, however, had cleared the jumble in her brain. Back in the castle, all was silent as she made her way up the stairwell. Malcolm would have taken his dinner in the kitchens with Tildy and the other servants before going to bed, first scrubbing whatever dirt he'd accumulated under his nails and on his face. His room, a guest chamber, had slowly been filled with items Julien had purloined from elsewhere, including a game of spillikins carved of wood and ivory, a giant rocking horse that reached to Makenna's hips, several horn books, and an entire regiment of carved French soldiers and horses. Makenna had caught Julien more than once playing a round of spillikins with Malcolm, each of them attempting to pick up one of the spilled sticks with a hook without disturbing any of the other sticks. Malcolm had said that it was his lordship's favourite game. Makenna could see why it would appeal to Julien. It was a game of patience, skill, and strategy, things in which he excelled. Malcolm was not in his room, however. Makenna stifled the instant spark of worry. The boy was safe at Duncraig. No doubt he was off torturing one of the maids and refusing to go to bed. She wandered the halls, inquiring a passing scullery maid as to whether she'd seen the boy. The young girl bobbed a quick curtsy. "He's with her ladyship, my lady." "It's just Makenna," she corrected, but the girl had already scurried away. Making her way to Lady Avery's quarters, Makenna supposed the lady was right. She was the daughter of a duke, and that would never change, regardless of her circumstances. Nobility could not be struck away, no matter how hard one tried to escape one's past. It was something she knew that Julien had tried diligently to do. He'd turned his back on what was his birthright, refusing to have anything to do with his grandfather's illustrious title. Like her, that didn't change the fact that he was the grandson of a marquis, and the man's heir presumptive. The sound of tinkling laughter reached her ears, as Makenna peered around the open door of Lady Avery's sitting room. The sight that greeted her nearly made tears come to her eyes. Lady Avery sat on the floor in front of the fireplace, her skirts arranged around her with the young Malcolm tucked into her side. They held a book together, and Malcolm was reading. His boyish voice framed the words with stilted care, but it was the look of utter pride and adoration on the older woman's face that hit Makenna right in the heart. Retreating in silence, she stood outside and listened to the soft voices, along the occasional break of laughter over a particularly tricky word. Even though he'd lost his mother, coming to Duncraig had been the best thing for the boy. Malcolm was surrounded by love and laughter, just the way Arabelle would have wanted. Makenna's chest ached. Was she doing the right thing by taking him away from all of it? Would he hate her for it? Would he understand that he would not be safe if his father found him and dragged him back to Brodie? No. Leaving was for the best. After a few more minutes, Makenna left them to their reading and wandered the halls of the castle. She wasn't tired. Her body felt strangely on edge, as if she were standing on the brink of a cliff and about to tumble off. Fear and danger did odd things to people's brains. Perhaps she could work on some needlepoint, which she had abandoned with how busy she had been. When she'd been at Brodie and consigned to her rooms, she had become an expert in complex embroidery. She hadn't touched her hoops since she'd been at Duncraig, however. Not that she'd had much time for leisure between riding the grounds looking for danger and performing her duties as temporary steward. With a determined huff, she made her way back to her chambers, which were also vacant. Tildy must have been off with her young man. Makenna did not begrudge the maid her small freedom. She had no need of her at the moment, other than to divert her from her own boredom. Locating her long-discarded embroidery hoop, she stared at the pattern and sighed. It had been a complicated landscape needlepoint project that she had started in the weeks before Graham had been murdered. Makenna had found it among her belongings that Tildy had hurriedly packed the night they'd escaped Brodie. It had been scooped up with some clothing that had been discarded on her bed, but Makenna was glad for it nonetheless. She grudgingly set to work, making careful stitches, and attempting to find the peace her usual intensive focus and careful application had always brought. Hours later, her mind wasn't into it, as was evident the 7th time she pricked herself. "Bollocks!" she swore, sucking on her throbbing finger, thankful that no one was around to hear the foul oath. Tildy would have chided her to no end. The maid had yet to return from her rendezvous, which made Makenna curiously envious. Replacing the hoop in its basket, she thought about Julien. He'd proven to be as much of a night owl as she, and after dinner he would have attended to the rather large pile of correspondence that the hard-working Mr. Jobson had delivered earlier. The solicitor had arrived with the Horizon, along with the dozen or so horses and Lady Avery's pianoforte. Makenna was impressed with the small man's efficient organization. Julien had described Jobson as a godsend, and she was inclined to agree. He knew every detail of his employer's life, schedule, and business dealings around the world. Perhaps she could go down to the kitchen for a glass of warm milk that might help her sleep, or a finger of Ronan's whiskey. One was on a deserted side of the house, and the other would be located in Lord Leclerc's study, where there was a good chance that he might be. She ignored the wild thump of her heart. He'd also likely be with Mr. Jobson. Makenna hesitated in the corridor for a fraction of a second, and then marched down to the study. The door was open. Sure enough, the light of flickering candles danced along the dark walls, and the room was occupied by one person, not two as she'd expected. Julien was so caught up in whatever he was studying that he did not notice her arrival. He was seated behind the large desk, the golden candlelight reflecting off the top of his blonde head, twirling a tumbler half full of whiskey in one hand, while the other tapped against a quill. In an uncharacteristic move, his cravat had been discarded on the desk, his gaping shirt exposing a swath of bronzed chest that made Makenna's breath quicken. His shirt sleeves had been rolled to show off forearms roped with muscle and dusted in dark golden hair. A notch appeared on his brow as he moved his eyes down the page, and wrote something with the quill on a separate piece of paper. He let out a frustrated sound, and took a sip of the whiskey before staring at the papers spread before him. He released the quill, splattering splotches of dark ink on the page, and raked through his hair. "Bollocks!" She grinned at the very same oath she'd muttered not a few minutes earlier. "Good Lord, sir, is that any way to talk to those poor ledgers? I'm sure they didn't do anything to warrant such a tongue-lashing." A pair of tired green eyes lifted to veer into hers, and she felt the touch of them all the way to her toes. He was tired, and his usual sardonic mask was missing. "Lady Makenna, I thought you'd long gone to bed. How is your wee lamb?" "I couldn't sleep," she said. "The lamb is indeed wee, and she's fine, as is her mother." She approached the desk, keeping her eyes on its contents, and not on that tantalizing patch of skin that had caught her attention from the doorway. In such close quarters, she could see the thatch of dark gold hair at the apex of his shirt. She wondered idly if it would be as soft as the hair on his head, and then shook herself. Her eyes fell to the mess he'd made with the quill and the lines of numbers he'd scratched out, and widened. The sums there were astronomical. If she weren't an expert in keeping her feelings to herself, she would have gasped. Some of the line totals indicated hundreds of thousands of pounds. If these were his business ledgers, Makenna had been wrong before that Julien was merely wealthy. Obscene didn't begin to cover it. He could buy Scotland several times over. "Drink?" he asked. "Please." After he'd retrieved another glass from one of the drawers on his desk and filled both, he lifted his own. "What are we toasting?" "Sleepless nights." His signature smirk appeared, making her wonder what would follow. She was not disappointed. "There are more pleasurable ways to deal with such things, you know." Makenna fought the fire his words incited. "What has you so frustrated?" He arched a brow, and this time she could not control the heat that singed her cheeks. "In your work." "I've been having trouble reconciling some figures from the shipping ledgers. Been staring at the bloody things for hours." He glanced up at her with a sudden calculating expression. "Fancy lending an objective eye?" "You trust me with your shipping business."
I trust you with a great many things, Makenna. He scooted his chair over and made room for her beside him. After a beat of hesitation, Makenna moved around to his side of the desk, conscious of his nearness, but more fascinated by the problems presented on the sheets of parchment and the distraction they offered. Much better than embroidery. What are we looking at? Jobson seems to think I'm being fleeced. Here are the customs duties that have been levied against my cargoes in the various ports, and the value of all the goods. The numbers don't match up, despite the appropriate deductions. His warm voice curled about her. Take this one, for example. I've gotten 3 different totals in the last quarter of an hour. He shrugged. Could be because I'm tired and can't quite see straight. Makenna scanned the page in question. It was significantly harder than the last time they had done this. For one, the totals had many more zeros. It took her a minute, but the number she came to matched the second one Julien had jotted down. There, 11,227 pounds. Perhaps if we work together you can act as a check and balance. Certainly, she said. They worked in companionable silence for some time. Julien would check a column and then she would follow, offering up her calculations. More often than not, they were matching, but occasionally they would have to do a recheck. After a while, Makenna found herself leaning on the arm of his chair, and then soon after that she was perched on it. She only realized her position when his elbow grazed her hip. I beg your pardon, she said. I hadn't realized. Mortified, she moved to rise and found herself halted by a very strong arm snaked around her waist. Please don't. This is not proper, Lord Leclerc, she whispered. And who is here to care besides the 2 of us? He countered. I won't report you to the patroness of Almack's. She rolled her eyes. Almack's is for debutantes. I am a widow. You've made my point, my lady. Makenna opened her mouth and closed it. I suppose you're right. I love it when you concede, he crowed with a grin that made her quite breathless. God, she knew she was in trouble with this man, and yet Makenna could not bring herself to listen, to move away, to resist the seductive pull of him. She'd allow herself this small indulgence. After all, she'd soon be leaving. Conscious of his every inhale, they settled back into a rhythm, and checked off a few more pages until they'd come to the last one. Julien slumped back into his chair, nearly unseating her in the process. You truly are impressive. His glance was wholly appreciative, making butterflies erupt in her belly. How fast can you calculate? Faster than you. Is that so? He grinned and lifted his glass. Care for a contest? Makenna hadn't even noticed that he'd refilled her glass while they'd been working, but she was deeply aware of the tingling in her body that said she'd consumed more than she realized. The level in the bottle had diminished considerably. What kind of contest? He jabbed at a column on a random page in another ledger. Whoever calculates this column the fastest wins. Wins what? The honor of being the best. She bit back her smile. The best what? The best at all the numbers. He shot her a look. The king or queen of arithmetic. That's a lofty title. With an encroaching feeling of sadness, Makenna realized that she would miss the easy banter they shared, along with their common love for numbers. Queen, indeed. Makenna canted her head in challenge. You're on. Ready? He eyed her. Steady. Go. In the midst of the tallying, Julien jerked the sheet away, making her lose her concentration. Cheater! She laughed and punched him in the arm. Start over. Fine, he said, grinning. Honor's rules. She won the first, so he challenged her to a second. Then they went the best of 3, each of them trying to cheat and outwit the other. By the time they got to the 6th page, they were doubled over laughing. Tears leaked from the corners of her eyes at his outrageous attempts to break her focus, from pulling on her hair to throwing sheets of parchment over the numbers. I'm onto your tricks, she shrieked, turning her face toward him. Are you? Jewel-bright peridot eyes met and held hers, and for some reason her tongue wouldn't cooperate. His lips hovered an inch away, the scent of him teasing her nerves. He was too close, much too close. I, she whispered. I don't think you are. Makenna was completely blindsided when his lips crashed into hers. Whether it was the whiskey or her desire, she didn't care. She let herself go to that kiss, opening her mouth and tasting him fully, her tongue cooperating exceptionally well now. By the time they broke apart, she was gasping, and she'd tumbled into his lap. Blushing furiously, she made to move. Julien uttered one word. Stay. He hadn't restrained her with his arms, just with his voice and that single command and entreaty all in one, resonant with so much need. She faltered, mesmerized by his eyes that had turned a stormy green color, the flecks of gold near his pupils suddenly brighter, charged with passion. "Don't be afraid of the fire inside you, Makenna. I feel it too," he whispered hoarsely. "Do as you want. Touch, feel, anything. I am yours to conquer." She licked her lips, and his eyes darted to her mouth, but Julien made no move to touch her, to kiss her again. His hands left her hips to land on the sides of the armchair. He was giving her leave to do whatever she wanted. Never had a man allowed her such freedom to explore at a whim. It thrilled her. Surely one more small indulgence wouldn't hurt. "Anywhere," she whispered. "Yes." His pupils were so dilated with lust they'd almost obscured the green. Gracious! Was she doing that to him? Makenna's fingers grazed his cheeks, his firm jaw, the corded lines of his throat, before making their way down to her true objective, that expanse of glorious male skin exposed by his gaping collar. His skin leaped reflexively beneath her touch, as her palms fused with his hot, hard flesh. She almost sighed at the feel of the coarse mat of blonde hair. Dazed, she threaded her fingers through it, spreading them wide and encountering the hard tip of his flat male nipple with her little finger. Julien hissed. "Do you like that?" "Yes." He did not attempt to hide his reaction from her. Makenna liked that, too. She bent her head to lick his throbbing throat, where his pulse pounded a mad tempo. "And this?" "God, yes." Muscles corded along his forearms with strain. Emboldened, Makenna trailed her lips up his neck and took his lips with hers. As before, he did not take control of the kiss, but followed her lead. Her tongue delved into the depths of his mouth, teasing and tangling with his tongue, slanting her lips over his. He wasn't passive, but she wanted more. "Kiss me back," she ordered. "Hold me." Julien didn't need to be told twice. His arms banded around her as he deepened the kiss, his mouth exploring her with a near savagery, nibbling, sucking, thrusting. She met him lick for lick, bite for bite. He ground his hips up into her bottom, and, helpless with need, she writhed against him, feeling his thick arousal in the cradle of her thighs. She wanted to stroke him with her hands, make him moan. "My lord!" A throat cleared, followed by a sharp, deliberate knock. Breaking apart and panting in unison, they turned to the opened door. Makenna bolted up so quickly that she nearly tumbled out of the chair. Only Julien's strong hands held her stable as she righted herself. She flew to the other end of the room, smoothing her mussed hair and her rumpled skirts. Lord above! She'd been in Julien's lap in full view of anyone who might have walked past. Tildy, Lady Avery, Malcolm. It was late, certainly, but clearly not by Mr. Jobson's standards if he was still awake and working. The man was discreet, she knew, but she was still mortified to be caught fondling the master of the house. And fondling him she had been, flagrantly, brazenly so. "Should I return momentarily, my lord?" the solicitor asked. "That would be best," Julien said. Face flaming, Makenna waited a few moments, listening for the man's retreating footsteps. She felt Julien's gaze settle on her as she bolted for the door. "Makenna, please don't I say anything?" "I enjoyed that more than anything I've ever enjoyed before." The quiet admission held her in its grip, along with the phantom sensation of his warm, sensual mouth and the brand of his swollen length against the backs of her thighs. She had, too, more than she dared to admit. Unable to look at him or respond, Makenna fled. Chapter 12. Julien hadn't stepped foot into his study all day. Just approaching the door that morning had touched off a myriad of sensations. Lust, joy, unfulfilled longing. He'd been so overwhelmed that he had bypassed the room entirely, deciding instead to seek out Bryce and another, more intense round of sparring. He'd needed the grueling activity to shake out the unresolved sexual tension mounting in his limbs. His skill had more than doubled since they'd begun training, and though the footman still had a few stone worth of muscle on Julien, he had started to feel changes in his own physique, broader shoulders and thicker biceps and forearms,
Makenna had run her hands over him the night before, her fingers sinking into the hair on his chest, and he'd nearly lost control of himself when she'd made those soft, gasping sounds in the base of her throat. She'd wanted him. She'd explored him without hesitation, without any fear, and Julien had practically been able to taste the heady freedom coursing through her. The study, the chair behind his desk, the pages of his ledgers, they had always represented order and business, and now, Julien highly doubted he'd ever be able to attend to his favourite pastime without first thinking of her. He'd cursed Jobson for a solid hour after Makenna had left, her cheeks flushed with mortification at how his solicitor had come upon them. She'd been settled on his lap, her hips moving in such slow, rolling nudges that he doubted she'd even realized what she was doing, driving him insane with desire. Had Jobson not interrupted, there was no question in Julien's mind. He would have taken Makenna to his bed. Hell, he might have simply taken her right there, on his study chair, and she would have permitted it. Perhaps he should have been thanking his solicitor instead of cursing him, but the unabating clench of Julien's groin the next day, as he stalked the castle and grounds, searching for something, anything, to do to distract himself, distinctly disagreed. Intellectually, Julien knew taking Makenna to bed would be a complication he did not need. But physically, he wanted her with an intensity that he did not recognize. It wasn't clear. It wasn't focused. It was wild and uncertain and risky, three things he knew better than to involve himself with. Yet a part of him knew it was too late to walk away. He was involved, invested, and for the first time he could recall, he was not thinking first about what he could gain from it. Pleasure from her touch, her body, yes, but Julien's pleasure had increased exponentially when he'd experienced hers. His mind had gone blank with it. After living as she had for so long, unable to trust in anyone enough to let down her defenses, Makenna had finally taken control of what she wanted. She'd been honest with herself, and with him, and knowing she'd trusted him enough, wanted him enough, that terrified him almost as much as it thrilled him, because in the end, he did not want to disappoint her. It was just past noon, and Julien was walking toward the library when he heard the melodic chiming of the pianoforte's keys in the ballroom. His mind immediately went to Makenna. Was it her? Like all young ladies of her class, she'd had to have learned to play. It was an accomplishment, something that would prove to a potential suitor that she was worthwhile as a wife. Utterly absurd, Julien thought, and it made him question the Duke of Dunranach's integrity and intelligence. Why would the man have allowed his daughter to marry the likes of the late Brodie Laird? Unless the Laird had pretended to be one thing with the Duke, only to drop the charade once he'd had what he wanted, an alliance with a powerful clan. Julien balled his hands into fists, knowing it was not worthwhile to dwell on the past. But perhaps that blindness of her father's was why she had not fled to Maclaren, and instead had come here. He turned toward the ballroom, wondering if he would find her at the pianoforte alone. However, the closer he got, the more familiar the notes of the music became. It was a lively tune, matching the notes of a song his mother had made up long ago, after his father died. Julien had had trouble sleeping, and his mother would sit with him, making up songs and stories. This particular one was a song about a pair of pigeons that made their home on the roof of a Paris restaurant, and the kind maître d'hôtel that brought them bits of food. His mother would change the lyrics every night, changing the food the maître d'hôtel delivered to the pigeons' tiny table. Cheese crumbles, or bread, or currant buns, and always little thimblefuls of wine. He opened the door to the ballroom and smiled at the sight of his mother seated beside Malcolm at the pianoforte, singing softly along with the music. Julien slowly and quietly crossed the room, not wanting to disturb them. He'd yet to host a party, but if and when he did, the ballroom would easily hold 300 guests. The unbidden image of Makenna acting as his hostess drifted through his mind, and he quelled it as quickly as it had risen. The arched ceilings, crenellated columns, and stone walls looked as medieval as the rest of the castle, but at some point within the last century, one of the previous dukes had lain down smooth slabs of golden Calicata marble, imported from Italy. The gold hue gave the vast room a warmth that the other, more austere rooms in the castle did not possess. As his boots clicked over the polished marble, he considered hosting a ball sooner rather than later. His mother's health had improved enough to withstand such entertainment. On the heels of his last thought, Julien couldn't help but picture what sort of gown Makenna would wear, or how well she would feel in his arms as they danced among the other guests. Then again, introductions would have to be made, and Makenna's being here was still supposed to be hush-hush. She was hiding, and until she no longer had to hide, she would be stuck, trapped, just like before. A burst of irritation threatened the sense of tranquility that his mother's lullaby had brought him. "Lord Julien, have you come to hear me play?" Malcolm had spotted him, a hopeful grin stretching across his face. Julien forced a smile, happy to see him, and yet still bothered by the conundrum revolving around Makenna. "I'd like nothing better. Has Lady Avery already taught you to play my favourite childhood song?" His mother laughed. "You remember it, Sherry? No, we were just taking a break. I've been teaching him scales." "Aye, they're easy," Malcolm said. "I've already got them memorised." Julien suppressed a smile at the boy's confidence, and tried not to wince as Malcolm ran through the C major scale. Lady Avery raised her brows at the halting cadence and stumbles, but gently corrected him each time. He had a long way to go until proficiency, but Julien suspected neither teacher nor student would mind the time together at lessons. As he stood at the pianoforte listening to Malcolm play, he realized it was more than just the Scottish air that had helped his mother's health to rebound. Certainly, the arrival of this young boy had helped to heal her as well. When his mother had been in Paris, and ill, Julien had despised his feelings of desperation. He'd wanted to make her well again, but knowing how little control he had over such a thing, even with access to medicine and the best physicians, he'd then focused on making her happy. His mother's happiness had always been wrapped up in his. She'd always wanted him to fall in love and marry, and though she'd never hounded him, she was not above pointed reminders that he was indeed growing older, and that she would very much like to see him settled. Julien would have married a dog if it would have made her happy. He smirked. Not that Isla had been a dog. She'd kick him in the bollocks if he even voiced such a thought. But he'd asked her to marry him, and had gone along on her quest north, to the Highlands, to do what needed to be done in order to see the marriage through. All for his mother. He often wondered what might have happened if he hadn't had Isla to propose to. If he had never befriended her in Paris, he would have likely proposed to a woman who would have happily wed him for his money and position. Without Isla, he would never have met any of the Maclarens, let alone Makenna. And his mother would not now be here, looking like the woman he'd remembered from his youth. Not the one who'd taken in mending for extra coin, but the one with the sparkle in her eyes and a skip in her step. Julien fought down the knowledge that when his father was alive, even when they'd been poor, that sparkle had always been there. "Well done, Malcolm," Julien declared as the boy finished playing and looked up to him for his reaction. He ruffled his dark curls, and then leaned down to kiss his mother on the cheek. "When you're finished with your lesson, perhaps we can take a ride out to see the new lambs." Malcolm looked like he wanted to spring from the bench. "Could we go now, my lord?" Lady Avery cleared her throat, face brimming with adoration and humour. "After luncheon?" she chided gently. Malcolm's eyes brightened almost as much at the idea of food. "Yes, my lady," he said, then with a bob of his head toward Julien. "After luncheon, my lord." Julien grinned and left the two of them then, wondering when the boy would start to call him Julien, as he'd given him leave to do right from the start. He was happy here, yet still guarded, much like Makenna. As Julien made his way to the stables, he thought again of what life must have been like among the Brodie clan. It infuriated him to dwell on it for too long, especially when his thoughts turned to Makenna and the way she'd been mistreated. The tender and tentative way she'd touched him the night before, as if she had never been given leave to take control, had been a window into her marriage. She'd been a possession, utterly without agency with the dead laird. His whole body recoiled at the idea of her being intimate with any other man, and knowing she'd been abused made it all the worse. It was in the past, he reminded himself again, as he entered the stables. If it were in his power, he would never allow another man to harm her again. His chest was heavy with what felt like lead ballast, as thoughts of her mistreatment at the hands of the Brodie tended to do, until the moment he heard the soft, husky sound of her laughter. She was at the training paddock, watching Alban at work with the glossy ebony Arabian mare. She had her arms folded along the top railing, and one booted foot propped on the lowest, showcasing a glimpse of a slim ankle and stocking. She wore a green tweed riding habit, nothing fashionable, and yet it didn't matter. Julien couldn't take his eyes from the curves of her hips, or that ankle. God, he wanted to kneel right there in the muddy ground and press his lips to it. "She's full of mischief," Julien said as he came up behind Makenna. She froze, though only momentarily. Her shoulders had relaxed by the time she turned her profile to see him, the barest hint of colour on her cheeks. "I like her." He slid up beside her. "Birds of a feather." Julien waited for some witty retort,
But Makenna didn't seem to know what to say. Perhaps she was flustered, but he wasn't about to let her turn inward again, not after what had happened between them the night before. "Are you busy?" he asked. She peered at him. "Why? Do you have a task in mind for me?" "Oh, I have many in mind," he answered, holding her gaze a prolonged moment, until the smattering of colour on her face went from pink to red. She set her foot down from the lowest railing, and promptly stomped his. It didn't hurt in the least, but the cheek of it surprised and emboldened him. "What do you want?" she said, with a smirk that could rival his. "A ride," he replied, but before she could stomp his other foot, continued, "Out to the haying fields." "Is there something to be done there? The haying isn't scheduled until September." "Do you only ever think of work?" "It's my job, my lord, until you find another steward." She drew a breath. "I've been meaning to talk to you." "No more work, not right now. I'm giving you the next half-hour off. Come," he said, drawing her away from the paddock. He half expected her to protest and dig in her heels, but to his delight she only laughed, looking slightly relieved, as they went in search of a groom to saddle their mounts. With a cloudless blue sky, and a slight breeze combing down the grassy plains, Julien and Makenna set off west, toward the haying fields. In the early fall, the field hands would take their scythes and shear the fields, stacking towers of hay to be baled and sold, as well as used at Duncraig throughout the winter months. Makenna had explained the schedule to him, and to his surprise he'd been intrigued. Farming had never been anything Julien thought he'd ever be interested in. Food was food, it showed up on his plate, and he happily consumed it. However, there was a whole life cycle to a farm, from seed to harvest, and the methods the farmers employed, both to earn a living and provide for themselves, spoke of ingenuity and business sense. Something Julien always appreciated, much like the woman who'd helped him understand the hows and whys of his new estate lands. He held his mount back, letting Makenna take the lead. She was an accomplished horsewoman, and Julien admired her sleek form as she gave the horse its head and galloped toward a copse of trees, the hayfields just beyond them. The combs that had been tucking up her locks were quickly losing the battle to hold her hair in place. Strand by strand they came free, until her red tresses were like bright banners in the wind, trailing behind her. His jaw fell open. Lord, she was magnificent. "I thought you were faster than that," she shouted over her shoulder. Julien urged his horse onward, drawing up to her side. "I was being a gentleman." "You were," she replied. Then, with that full mouth turning up into a smile, added, "Since when?" "Vixen," he said, though he wasn't sure she'd even heard him. Makenna shot off again. "Race you to the haying field," she called back. "What do I get if I win?" he shouted. Makenna glanced back. "You will nae." She tossed her head back and laughed as she pushed her horse to its maximum speed. Julien watched her go, thinking he'd give her a few moments to take the lead and perhaps even look back in search of him. He didn't mind the view from behind either, her torso leaning forward over her horse's mane, her bottom lifted from the saddle and hovered above, her thighs gripping the animal as her body jounced in rhythm. He was half-hard just imagining their grip, and what it might feel like to have those long legs wrapped around him. He was even tempted to let her win, if only to keep watching her ride, to keep imagining himself beneath her, instead of that damnable lucky horse. Makenna was nearly to the copse of trees when he saw it, the strange tilt of her body. He'd been watching her so intently, devouring her figure, that he noticed the slight shift almost immediately. Even with the wind in his ears and the pounding of his pulse, he heard her startled yelp. She went rigid, her easy, expert posture breaking form as she struggled to hold on to the reins. Her whole saddle was sliding away from underneath her, her left stirrup pushing underneath the horse's rib cage. "Makenna!" he shouted, driving his mount faster. Too far away. She'd be dragged under the horse if she couldn't get her feet free of the stirrups. A current of panic iced through his veins as Makenna screamed again, and fell out of the loosened saddle. She landed in a heap, her body tumbling and rolling. He leaped from his horse before it had even come to a full stop, and ran to where she lay, unmoving. "No, no, no." Julien crashed to his knees beside her. Gently he brushed the spill of hair from her face. Her eyes were closed, red blooms of scraped flesh on her cheek and chin, speckled with dirt and grass. Time slowed as Julien set his fingers to the pulse in her neck. He couldn't breathe, couldn't think beyond the fear that she had broken her neck in the fall. He nearly went weak with relief when he felt the thump of her pulse, steady and strong. "Mon Dieu, Makenna," he breathed,
Open your eyes, chérie. He ran his hands over her shoulders and arms and legs, feeling for any obvious broken bones, but other than the scrapes along her face, she seemed uninjured. A small moan crackled up her throat, and a moment later her eyes fluttered open. She coughed and moaned again. "Julien," she whispered. What happened? My saddle." He cupped her cheeks, careful not to touch her scrapes. "Thank God, Makenna. You fell. Your saddle, it—" For the first time he considered the saddle. All he'd cared about was making sure Makenna hadn't been trampled or broken. But now he stopped to think. How the devil had it shifted like that? He'd tightened the girth and cinches of both horses. It was second nature for any capable horseman. Or horsewoman. Makenna would have checked it herself as well. His worry and panic changed into a roiling anger as he helped her to sit up. "It came loose," she supplied, her attention falling on her horse, that had quit galloping and instead circled back around toward them. The saddle lay on the ground nearby. She frowned. "I tightened the cinches. I always do, you ken. It shouldn't have come loose." She tried to stand, but Julien kept his hands firmly on her shoulders. "Your head took a thrashing, Makenna. Stay here. I'll go look. I'll be right back." He reluctantly left her side and approached the fallen saddle, already seething to unloose a blistering volley of curses. Had the groom checked to see if the saddle was old? She could have been killed. Julien crouched to pick up the saddle and noticed the girth on one side of the saddle hanging free. He touched the leather strap. If well oiled and maintained, leather should not stretch to the point of snapping. And as he looked closer, Julien noticed that the edges where the girth snapped apart were not wholly rough or pulled thin. Half the width of the leather strap had been neatly and bluntly cut by a blade. Rage and disbelief poured through him. "What is it, Julien?" Makenna asked, having stood up against his orders and followed him. She saw the girth in his hand, and her eyes went distant with alarm as they fastened to the split ends. She'd also taken in the intentional cut into the leather, likely done with a sharp knife. "Someone did this on purpose," she said, echoing his own thought. She swayed slightly, her voice hitching on other realizations. "It's too much of a coincidence, you ken. The saddle, the snake. Even if the rock and snake were accidents, a severed saddle would not be." He dropped the girth and stood to take her arm, peering around the field. They were alone, except for a few sheep. "Let's go back to the castle," he said. He'd talked to the groom, but his anger toward him had tempered. Most likely, the man was only to blame for not seeing the neck already there in the leather girth while saddling Makenna's horse. Someone else had done the cutting. Someone who knew Makenna's saddle and intended her harm, and Julien would have wagered every last coin in his vast fortune that it was someone connected to the Brodies. If he hadn't believed Makenna had been in danger before, it was more than clear now. Someone was out for blood. Chapter 13. Makenna's backside was sore, and it would get much worse before it healed. The physician had come and gone, confirming that none of her bones were broken, though he'd recommended strict rest in case of a head injury. Her entire body was bruised and battered. It felt like she'd rolled down the steepest hill in the glen, hitting every possible tree and rock with her person on the way down. It hadn't been her first time taking a tumble from a mount, but she'd landed hard. Harder than usual, because she hadn't counted on the sudden shift of the saddle, not when her feet were braced in the stirrups in an upright racing position. As it was, once the saddle snapped, she'd kicked her feet free and curled her body into a ball, flinging her arms around her head in an attempt to protect her skull. Luckily, her rear end had taken most of the impact. If she hadn't been riding astride, she would have fallen face first and cracked her head open. As she waited for a hot bath to be filled, Makenna glanced up at the furious man pacing by the doorway, and felt a stab of emotion at his protectiveness. Julien hadn't left her side since they'd come back to the castle. A scandalized Tildy had nattered on about decorum and decency, but Makenna was a widow after all, and the doors were open, with plenty of other people, Lady Avery, the doctor, countless maids, and Tildy herself, parading in and out. For the moment they were alone, as Tildy had gone to the kitchens to mix up a soothing salve. "Julien," she said for the dozenth time, "I'm fine." "You're not fine," he growled. "And when I find the bastard—" He broke off, clenching his jaw and his fists. "We dinna ken who it is." Anyone could have cut the saddle strap. Anyone. Fear gripped her heart in a brutal squeeze at the thought of her unseen enemy. Makenna swallowed hard and winced as the pain in her neck intensified.
She felt so powerless and afraid. Lady Avery had made her drink some willow-bark tea earlier for the pain, and it had helped. But she couldn't lie here forever, not while someone meant her harm, even with Julien standing guard. When they had returned on his horse, he had been in a cold rage, lining up Alban, the rest of the grooms, and every stable hand on the estate, interrogating them while observing carefully. He had explained that she had taken an accidental fall, watching the men's faces for guilt. They'd all been shocked, solicitous, and anxious for her safety. Julien had questioned them about strangers on the estate, but no one had seen anything. Makenna hadn't expected them to. Schemes of this nature were done under cover of night and secrecy. She'd seen enough intrigues at Brodie to know. The same afternoon, after a thorough check of the stables, Alban had also discovered that her second saddle, a lady's side saddle, had received the same treatment. A slight cut in the leather, deep enough that any pressure from a rider's weight would cause the cinch to snap, which made them both certain, beyond any shadow of a doubt, that foul play was at hand. Ice sluiced through Makenna's veins. She'd lived with fear for most of her adult life, but never had she felt such mindless, uncontrollable terror. The certainty that death could come at any moment, that someone was trying very hard to kill her, and had nearly succeeded on 3 separate occasions. First with the adder, then the rock, which Julien's men had confirmed had been freshly dug off the battlements, and now the saddles. Was it Colin? Had he found her? If he had, why not come and get her? And why would he want her dead? It made no sense. Makenna was sure that the man wanted her in his bed, not in the ground. Unless this was some new twisted way of Colin's to terrorize and break her before he reclaimed her. Makenna shivered and froze at the piercing ache stretching through her body. Tildy entered, pausing with a glance toward Julien's ferocious countenance, and coughed delicately, salve in hand. The maid would need to rub the ointment into her back and shoulders, and as grateful as Makenna was to the man, she would be unclothed. A blush heated her cheeks. "Can you give us a minute, my lord?" Julien's eyes met hers, and she half expected his usual smirk and some quip about him and female nudity just to rile Tildy up, but he simply nodded and left the room. She bit her lip. His solemnity unnerved her, but she supposed he was as preoccupied as she as to the identity of the assailant. Pulling back the sheets, Tildy gently removed her night rail and started to smooth in the ointment on her skin. "Oh, my!" Makenna cried out, flinching at the pain. "I'm sorry, my lady," Tildy said, her fingers halting from rubbing in the salve along Makenna's bruised spine. "Nay, it's not you. It's been some time since I've had a walloping this fierce. Continue." With halting movements, Tildy's fingers resumed their massage, and Makenna winced as the maid kneaded a particularly sore spot on her lower spine. The pain wasn't that bad. She'd endured much worse, and she would heal, but fresh bruises were always the most tender. "We'll get you in the bath. The heat will help." "Thank you, Tildy." Once the maid was finished, Makenna hobbled toward the hip bath with Tildy's assistance, and gently eased herself into the water. She grimaced at the first contact of the hot water against some of the open cuts on her skin, and then sighed, as the heat did exactly what it was supposed to. "Did his lordship find any more on who did it?" Tildy whispered. Makenna started, her eyes snapping to the maids. She and Julien had been careful to keep the foul play quiet. She hadn't even confided in her maid, in case they were under attack from someone. "How did you ken it was not an accident?" The maid wrung her hands, her face distraught. "Douglas told me that the straps had snapped, and he said he thought he saw someone." Makenna sat straighter, her aching muscles going tight again. "Why didn't he say anything to Lord Leclerc earlier?" "He was scared. He didn't ken the man." She worried her lip, eyes full of worry. "He couldn't remember a thing, other than it was dark, and the man was bigger than any man he'd seen." Makenna inhaled a sharp breath. Colin was a large man. Her thoughts raced back to him. If he had found her, then why be so secretive about it? Forcing her to take a fall didn't do anything, unless he wanted to incapacitate her and keep her where she was. He couldn't do anything to Lord Leclerc outright, so was this some kind of distraction? A sick game? She hissed through her teeth in frustration. Lord, she had so many questions, and so little answers. Somehow she had to find out what was going on. A wild idea filtered through her brain, an insane one, but one that could provide the answers she sought. Julien would not approve. Oh, he would be in a right rage if he had any inkling of what she was thinking of doing. But she had to know, and that meant going back to the source of all her nightmares. Makenna rested her head on the lip of the bath. She would let it simmer and think upon it. By the next afternoon her idea had not abated. It had evolved into a full-fledged plan that involved her sneaking into the Brodie village and listening to chatter. The healer, Celia, had not dared risk sending her a message in writing or verbally through Bryce, so Makenna would go herself. It made the most sense, and it was better than sitting complacently, doing nothing, while waiting for another attack to happen. Her body ached, yes, but pain had never held her back before, when she'd had to drag herself out of bed at Graham's whims. And she could not afford to waste more time. Her attacker could strike at any moment. And she was already sick of Julien's hovering. He was worse than Tildy. Earlier that morning she'd attempted to get out of bed to go for a walk, and he had magically appeared as if he'd been summoned, only to scoop her up and deposit her back into her chamber. "The doctor says you need rest." "I'm a grown woman," she'd growled, "with rocks for brains. I ken my own brain, you Amadan, and I ken what I can do. Put me down." He had, right in the middle of her bed. "What does Amadan mean? Love of your life?" "It means idiot." She had made to move, and he'd stopped her with a look. "Stay there." "You're not my owner," she'd snapped. "No." His smirk had made her want to kick him. "I'm your employer, and I need you hale and fit for all the work you've shirked." The cup she'd launched at him had missed by inches, and the pain ricocheting along her arm had been well worth it. But she'd borne his and Tildy's soliciting all day, staying in bed and saving her strength for what she had planned. She would go that very night. Unable to sleep, she'd tossed and turned restlessly until the hour had come. She faltered at the thought of what Julien would do, and then shoved it away. She'd never let any man tell her what she couldn't do, not even Graham, even if it meant inciting certain wrath. Without making a sound, Makenna eased her legs over the side of the bed, stifling a groan at the soreness, though it was nothing she could not handle. It was a moonless night, and it was just before dawn. Nothing stirred in the castle. She dressed soundlessly in a pair of woolen trews, dress, tartan, and heavy cloak. After twisting her hair into a knot, she grabbed her boots and slipped through her door and crept down the hallway. As expected, the keep was deserted. It was too early for the servants to be up, and it was the hour most of its residents were at their deepest rest. Except for his lordship, whose hours still baffled her. There was no rhyme or reason to his sleep patterns, and Makenna had deduced that the man simply did not sleep. He was the only one who could throw a wrench in her studiously laid plans. She tiptoed past his room, her ear to his door, and heard nothing from within. She thanked her fortune that there were no lights that she could see shining beneath the study or library doors either, but she remained cautious, well aware that the man was worse than an owl. With any luck she'd be at Brodie by midday meal, when the village tavern was the most crowded. Slipping from the keep, she drew her cloak closer around her shoulders to ward off the night air, and entered the stables. All was still quiet. She moved toward the stalls, but stopped to stare at some clothing resting on hooks, and made a decision. Even hidden by a cloak, skirts would draw far too much attention. Quickly she shimmied out of her dress and grabbed a shirt with the least amount of stains visible in the gloom, a ragged length of linen, and a nondescript brown tartan from one of the pegs. After dressing, she tugged a brown cap over her hair and stuffed her dress into her saddlebag. The horses nickered at her presence, but made no other noises as she led a grey mare from her stall, hoisting a nearby saddle onto her back. Makenna didn't stop to secure the saddle until she was well out of sight of the keep and near the tree line. She also made sure to meticulously check the straps and all buckles. With a groan at her complaining muscles, she climbed into the saddle and began the trek. She was familiar with Duncraig lands all the way to the borders, having ridden the boundaries over the past handful of days, if only to reassure herself that they wouldn't be raided by Colin's men, and she took the least noticeable route to the forest. As far as Brodie lands, she'd ridden them often enough when Graham had been in a good mood, though not much during the last hellish year. She knew where all the sentries were posted, and where the men liked to hie off for a quick tumble in the woods. Makenna avoided all those places now, though the likelihood of coming upon anyone in the thicker woods was slim. By the time she came to the outskirts of Brodie lands, she was hot and sweaty and cursing the fact that, for all her careful planning, she had failed to think of food and/or water. There was a crust of hard cheese she found in the saddlebag, and thankfully she knew where to find a nearby stream, so her thirst was quenched. She also took some time to smudge dirt on her face, and used the tattered linen she'd stolen to bind her breasts under the loose shirt. No need to call attention to those if she was pretending to be a man.
The ratty old tartan that she tied around her waist and looped over her shoulder completed her disguise. She had no idea what clan it represented, but there were so many mixed clans due to the clearances, and as long as it wasn't Maclaren, it wouldn't matter. Makenna couldn't see her image, but from the reflection in the river, she looked like a skinny, grubby lad. She'd have to keep her hair covered as well, but the cap should do nicely. Her hair colour would draw far too much attention. Loosening the knot, she braided it closely to her scalp and coated the edges with mud from the river bank, giving the illusion of dirty brown hair. With any luck, her disguise would hold long enough for her to get some information. She would not chance a visit to Celia's cottage, no matter how tempting it might be. It would put the older woman in too much danger if she were caught. Pulling the cloak over her shoulders and shrouding her head in the hood, she rode the rest of the way into the village. Her injured legs shook with the strain as she dismounted the horse and looped the reins around a pole. She was glad that she'd chosen the mare instead of the stallion she'd been given the night she'd escaped. If it was one thing Graham had loved most above anything, it would have been his horses. She patted the mare. "Stay, I'll be back," she muttered, hopefully. With a bracing gulp of air, she trudged along to the inn. It was nearing mid-afternoon and the square was busy. Makenna recognized the baker as well as several of the shop owners. They likely wouldn't know her, but she ducked her head anyway and tried to even her breathing. Coming back was a risk, but she was tired of not knowing what was happening. Tired of being in the dark, filled with only questions and dread, waiting to be trapped and caught like prey in a snare, or murdered. The cook's inn was crowded, and Makenna made her way to the back when a rough hand on her arm made her freeze. Furlan, the tavern owner, was a gruff, grouchy man who had no time for riffraff. He'd always reminded her of her brother Ronan. In other circumstances, Makenna might have liked him. "Where do you think you're going, lad? Trying to steal, are you?" "Nay," she said, in as deep and loose a brogue as she could manage, and held up 2 coppers in a dirt-crusted fist. "I've got coin, only wanting a bit of bread and stew to fill me belly." "Nae trouble," Furlan warned, releasing her. "Nay, sir." Heart hammering, she made her way to a small back table. That Furlan hadn't recognized her instantly as Lady Brodie gave her a surge of relief and confidence. She sat down, legs still quivering at the table, which was out of the way enough for her not to draw attention, and close enough that she could hear most of the chatter in the inn. It was also close to the back exit through the kitchens, should any brawls break out, a definite risk with hot-blooded Highlanders. She ordered some bread and mutton stew along with a pint of cheap brown ale, and tucked in. Between slow mouthfuls, she wanted to make the meal last as long as possible before Furlan got suspicious. She peered up occasionally. Some of the men's faces seemed familiar, but she'd only seen most of them from afar. One of them gave her a start, though. Graham's first commander, a man called Gregor. Her heart nearly leaped out of her chest as she scanned the room for his new laird. Gregor had never been far from Graham's side, so it stood to reason that he wouldn't be far away from Colin. Her heart quailed with the sudden terror of possible discovery. God, how stupid are you? What if Colin was here as well? No amount of dirt would hide who she was, not from him. He'd stared at her often enough that he'd recognize her if she wore a burlap sack, just from her chest size alone. Perhaps even bound as they were now. Makenna shivered with revulsion. Ducking down into her chair, she hunched her body over, her panicked stare searching the room. Luckily there was no sign of the laird. Her heartbeat, however, did not calm. It knew how much danger she was in, even if her mind refused to play heed. "Bring me an ale," she heard Gregor say to the tavern girl, his grating voice making Makenna's breath shorten. "2 while you're at it." "Did you find the wench?" someone else asked. Did they mean her? Makenna sipped at the brown ale, her ears pounding. Luck, it seemed, was still with her. She thought she would have had to initiate talk somehow, and that could have drawn attention of a different kind. A laugh. "She's gone into hiding like a wee rabbit. We've torn 6 villages apart, and no one's seen her." She'd heard about the raids, but she'd no idea so many villages had been affected. How many people had been injured because of her? Nay, she reminded herself, because of Colin. She had to stop feeling responsible for other men's actions. That didn't stop her from feeling sadness at his cruelty, however, and it renewed her determination to stop him, somehow. "Thought she would run to the rest of the Maclarens, but Seamus says there's been nae sign of the lass." Makenna felt relief. If they didn't think she'd gone home, they would leave her family alone.
She felt a spurt of guilt that she was still putting Julien and Lady Avery in danger, and that strangers in those raided villages had experienced hurt at the hands of Colin's men.
"Do you think she's taken a packet to the continent?" another man asked, chewing loudly. "Heard there's a few ships in the Western Bay," someone else answered. "Some frog's fleet. Bloody foreigners taking our Scottish soil."
Gregor cleared his throat as he drained his pint.
"Nae French frog would get involved in Scottish clan business, but it may pay to make the man a visit, see if he's taken on any runaways. That bonny little maid the laird favours is with her too."
Makenna's blood went cold. Since when did Colin favour Tildy? Had he cornered her as well? Gregor was not someone she wanted going anywhere close to Tildy. Or Malcolm. He would know them both in a blink. And he was not a man to miss details. She caught Furlan's scowling eye, and hastily ordered another ale from the circling wench. The last thing she wanted was for him to kick her out with Gregor in such close proximity. Her view was suddenly obscured as a large man stood at her table and pulled out the chair opposite.
"That seat is taken,"
she growled in a low but threatening voice.
"Is it now?"
Though the response was in a perfect Scottish brogue with just the right amount of burr, something in its cadence made Makenna lift her head. She froze, impaled to her seat by a furious pair of peridot eyes. Lord above! It was Julien. But this man looked nothing like Julien. Instead, a tall Highlander stared back at her. His normally pristine hair was tousled blonde curls hanging into his forehead. Stubble coated his cheeks and chin. Gone were the fussy waistcoats and perfectly tied cravat. This man wore a fitted linen shirt that clung to his broad shoulders, a harness crossing his muscular chest that held a scabbard with a claymore tucked into it. Makenna's eyes widened as they dropped lower. He wore a kilt, the loose brown tartan pleated and draped over one shoulder. Her mouth fell open. Where was her perfectly groomed fusspot of a Frenchman?
"Are you certain this chair is taken?"
he asked again, his eyes never leaving hers. That brogue rubbed against her every sense, like velvet across a calloused palm. The low, husky tenor of his tone made a fire erupt in her belly. God, he stole her breath, so much so that she nearly choked on a mouthful of ale gone down the wrong way. Makenna could only nod as he lowered his bulk into the seat in front of her and ordered a pint. His tone earlier had been mild, but she could feel the leashed menace emanating from him. If the messages swirling in those green eyes were any indication, he wanted very much to put her over his knee. The thought of his hand grazing her bottom elicited a hot tremor of desire instead of fear. Odd that. Any hand lifted against her in the past would have her cowering. Perhaps it was because she knew no matter how angry he got, he'd never hurt her. She gulped and licked dry lips. "Dinna do that," he snarled under his breath, "or everyone here will see you for the female you are." She blinked and slouched down in the chair. "What are you doing here?" she whispered through her teeth. And in a tartan. She'd thought of him wearing a kilt, but nothing in her imaginings had ever come close. Sweating under her clothes, she took a swig of the awful ale and then drained the mug, calling for a third. Julien arched an eyebrow that only she could see. Her mouth flattened at his dour expression. "The question is, lad, what are you doing here?" He lowered his voice. "When you're supposed to be abed." "I'm not a child." "One would think you are, since you didn't listen to simple instruction." Seething and unable to do anything about it without causing a scene, Makenna accepted her refreshed mug of ale and defiantly drank half the contents. Julien did the same with his, all the while watching her over the rim. What was his game? Did he intend to drink her under the table? She'd learned how to drink good Scottish ale, thanks to her no-good brothers Finlay and Evan, who had gone through a youthful stint brewing the stuff in the Maclaren barn. Wiping her lips with the back of a sleeve, she drained the brew and lifted her own brows in challenge. Stars swam before her eyes. Was that 3? Or 4? She'd forgotten how strong the stuff was. "You'll have to catch up," she said, watching as he finished his. "You're on 1, I'm on 3. "You're playing with fire," he said, and lowered his voice. "Lassie." Goaded beyond belief, she scowled at him and ordered another. It was foolish, but she was beyond thinking rationally. The man made her want to break things, or drink copious amounts of terrible ale, just to prove he had no control over her. And hardy Scottish lass or not, she was already feeling the effects of the 3 cups she'd consumed.
She had to keep her wits about her. She was here to find out about Colin, not drool over a Frenchman-turned-Highlander, or wonder whether he was wearing anything under that worn kilt. "Focus, you dunderhead!" Makenna blinked and ignored the man opposite. She craned her neck to see around his bulk, and noticed that Gregor had left. That was a blessing at least. The man made her nervous. He did not miss anything, and no doubt he'd have taken stock of every single person in that tavern, including her and Julien. "The lady had better be worth the coin the laird is offering for her capture," one of the men said with a laugh that chilled her bones. "He's crazed to find her." Another guffawed. "What's between her legs must be made of gold." Raucous laughter ensued, and Makenna stiffened, clenching said legs together. Julien's smirking gaze met hers, and she fought the instant urge to upend the rest of his ale over his conceited head. No doubt he was thinking of the night they'd shared in his study, and how close he'd been to discovering what treasures did lie between her thighs. She almost laughed, but ribbons of ale-induced heat were too busy cascading down her limbs. "How much is the reward up to now?" she heard herself asking. "Fancy a toss, lad," one of the men cackled with a laugh. "If the coin's good," she returned, oblivious to the seething fury on Julien's face. His fingers were clasped around the mug so tightly she could see them denting the copper metal. Makenna wondered faintly if he was imagining it to be a throat. She smirked. "I'll toss and top anything if the price is right." "The laird'll have your head for that," another said. "Nae touching the goods, £500 for delivery. You can top a dozen lasses for that, just not her." Makenna gaped. It was a small fortune, enough to tempt the most desperate of men. She felt the stares flicker to where she sat, and she ducked her head. A part of her wanted to ask about the murder of the previous laird, but it was too risky, not with that many eyes and ears in the tavern, and not while she was in the company of a French nobleman playing dress-up. Speaking at all had been a gamble as it was. She stood, wobbling slightly, her head spinning. That last ale had been a mistake. "You're right. Too rich for me blood. I'll find a nice lass and call it a night." She threw a handful of silver coins on the table. "Next round's on me father here. Right, da? I only hope to follow in your exalted, lofty footsteps." She winked insolently at Julien, whose glare could have set the inn on fire. "Take that, thick Highlander." Hoping to slip away in the jubilant melee at the free grog, Makenna took one step and folded like a piece of string to the floor. She had no idea why she found her new viewpoint so funny, only that she did. Convulsing in laughter, she looked up and nearly choked. Strong, lean thighs greeted her, dusted by a liberal sprinkling of crisp blonde bronze hair. They stretched forever and ever, widening and strengthening like giant, ropey tree trunks. She wondered if they were as hard as they looked. Makenna reached out a hand and giggled as the owner of the tree trunks stepped out of the way with an appalled sound. "Guilty, guilty, cold bum," she whispered in a sing-song voice, the old Scottish children's rhyme of kilted nude bottoms making her giggle even more. She then felt warm arms gathering her up, slamming the tender flesh of her stomach over a hard-as-rock shoulder. "Not sure how he's any son of mine," her captor drawled. "Poor lad, can he hold his ale?" "Can so," she protested feebly, hanging upside down as laughter broke out in the inn. Lord Tree Trunk had a very nice arse, one which she promptly vomited over. Chapter 14. As he left through the tavern door, Julien tried not to think about the woman draped over his shoulder, and the way she made his blood boil in more than one way. He ignored the muttered oaths of the tavern-keeper, who now had to clean up the puddle of sickness on the barroom floor, and the looks from the men Makenna had been so brashly conversing with. He couldn't afford any kind of distraction, because as he stepped outside he knew there was a distinct possibility that Makenna's presence had been made known. He kept his eyes and ears, and every other sense available, attuned for a possible attack. Of all the impudent, hare-brained plans, to saunter into the Brodie's village centre and seat herself down, within full view of men hired by her enemy to find her. What the devil had she been thinking? Had there not been a tavern full of Brodie men back there, he would have been tempted to swat his palm against Makenna's backside for good measure, when he'd tossed her over his shoulder. She had not been convincing in the least, even with her men's clothing and dirt-smudged face, or her hood and the mud she'd caked into the strands of hair at her temples and forehead, in an attempt to mask the bright red tresses.
Julien had still entered the tavern, wearing his own absurd disguise, and sensed the pure femininity emanating from her. Then again, perhaps that was only because he'd spotted his pilfered mount tied to a post outside the tavern, and known to look for her inside the cook's inn. Just before dawn, a distraught Tildy had roused Julien from where he'd drifted to sleep in his study chair the night before, a glass of Maclaren whisky still in his hand. She'd gone to Makenna's room to stoke the fire in the grate, and had found an empty bed. Upon more searching, Julien discovered that in the stables a horse had been saddled and taken, something Alban had been completely unaware of. Julien had guessed then where she had gone. If she were leaving for good, Makenna would have never left Tildy or Malcolm behind. She would have packed her things, too. He also didn't want to believe she would have left without saying goodbye to him. The last day and a half, as she'd healed from the attempt on her life, he'd felt her restlessness. Hell, he'd had to physically return her to her bed so she would give her body the rest it needed in order to recover. He knew she wanted answers, as did he, and there was only one place that could provide them. Julien had changed his clothes and saddled a horse, and before the sun had fully risen, he'd been riding hard toward Brodie land, following the tracks her mount had left behind. He'd never been there, but over the last few months he'd taken it upon himself to learn the landscape, talk to the men he'd hired to patrol the borders, and map out any potential routes from Brodie to Duncraig. If Colin and his men were going to be coming for Makenna, Julien wanted to know from what direction. He'd deftly avoided being spotted by a Brodie patrol, though it had taken time, waiting for one such guard to become distracted before Julien could slip by unseen. Every moment had felt like an eternity, knowing that Makenna was somewhere ahead of him, walking straight into the lion's den. Dieu, he'd wanted to wring her bloody neck. And now here she was, a mud-covered, moaning drunk over his shoulder. If attacked now, they would be in trouble. He had a pistol, his claymore, and a few daggers, and he was confident in his newly honed skill after sparring with Bryce. But if outnumbered, and if Makenna fell into Colin's hands while he was fighting the laird's warriors— Concentrate. Julien tied her horse to his own, and then slung her onto his saddle. He climbed up behind her, one arm around her trim waist to keep her from teetering off to the side. He received a few curious looks as he held his horse back in an unhurried gait, but no one stopped him. His mount could feel his tension, his need to ride fast and hard, but to do so would only bring on unwanted attention. So it was several minutes later when he finally crossed into the forest, and yet he still did not let down his guard. There would be Brodie sentries throughout the woods, he suspected, and he braced himself, prepared to launch into a believable story about his drunk son, delivered with a brogue, if a warrior stepped into his path. He'd listened to Isla's brogue for years, and now Makenna's, long enough to imitate it, but he didn't know if it would hold up under duress. He clenched his jaw at the dangerous situation she'd put herself in. Why would she take such a mindless risk coming back here, after all that clan had done to her? And what answers had she gained? Merely that Colin was offering a reward for her capture, which they had both already suspected after hearing news of villages and outlying farms being invaded and searched. And here she was, ripe for the plucking. Any man with half a brain could have discovered the boy in the tavern was not who he seemed. Julien rode on, alert and cautious. But after an hour into the forest, he still hadn't crossed paths with a single soul. It didn't look like they had been followed from the village either. Maybe her disguise had worked better than he'd thought, though even in those trews and linen shirts, and what appeared to be a binding around her breasts, he could smell her dewy wildflower scent. She'd fallen asleep, her head lolling back against his chest and collarbone, her back curved against his stomach, her buttocks pressed tight against his thighs. God, he couldn't get the image of that luscious backside from his mind. And with every rocking step of the horse, he felt the rub of it. Had the infuriating woman been sober and awake, he might not have been able to wait for an hour before halting his horse alongside a stream for a rest. As he dismounted, Makenna made a few waking groans. Julien helped her to the ground, propping her up against a fallen tree trunk next to the water. "Where are we?" she asked, her lashes parting, one of her slim hands pressing at her temple. Julien shook his head, knowing exactly the kind of throb too much ale in too little time produced. The cap she'd been wearing had fallen to her shoulders, and her braided hair, streaked with mud, made her look unusually girlish and feral. "At a safe distance from the village. We haven't been followed," Julien said, his bottled fury rising into a froth. "Makenna, what in hell were you thinking?" "I shouldn't have had so much ale," she moaned, closing her eyes again and leaning back against the tree trunk, its roots pulled up from the muddy banking. "I don't mean the ale, and you know it." He uncapped his water skin and wrapped her limp fingers around it. "Drink." She obeyed, rinsing her mouth and then drinking deeply. Julien's eyes paid far too much attention to her throat as she swallowed the water, rivulets streaming from her lips, down her chin, and into the hollow of her throat. He wanted to set his mouth to her skin and lick them almost as much as he wanted to wrap his fingers around her shoulders and rattle some sense into her. "Thank you. I feel better," she said, handing him the empty skin. He refilled and capped it, his stare never leaving hers. She was dazed. He could see it in the glassy sheen of her eyes, but the hour-long nap and water would have helped. Her gaze dipped to his shirt and tartan sash, and then lower, to his kilt. She'd licked her lips in the tavern, and Julien had hissed a warning, knowing that if any man saw her pink tongue darting out along her full lips, no amount of dirt on her face, or her bound breasts, would matter. It was an intrinsically feminine action, one that made men's groins throb in answer. Now, that tongue danced along her lower lip again, and Julien had to restrain himself from leaning forward and closing his mouth over hers. "You look good in a kilt," she said, her voice breathy, either from being intoxicated or from the pull of desire. "I found it in a trunk in my bedchamber, one of many left behind by the Duke of Craig," he replied, although clearly the Duke was a little shorter than I. Makenna chuckled, her husky laughter only making him harder. "Aye, but you've fine knees, my lord." She craned her head, her eyes searching the hem of his kilt, and bit her lip. A devious little smile curled her lips. "You ken the saying that true Highlanders dinna wear anything beneath their kilts." "Are you? Is that so?" he asked, determined not to enjoy this playful side of her. "You have experience looking up men's kilts, Lady Makenna?" She blushed. "Nay, but my brothers Finlay and Evan always took great pleasure in exposing their bare asses to anyone who would look." "When they were boys?" Makenna laughed, the sound like soft music. "Barely a year ago." "Ah, yes, I seem to recall that display," he replied, reminded of Isla's wedding last year, when Finlay and Evan had aired themselves out for all the guests to see. He crouched before her, careful to angle himself so she would not get an eyeful, though in her current loose-brained state she very well might have preferred it. "I'd invite you to find out for yourself, but you're utterly foxed, and whether you believe it or not, I have my standards. I don't take advantage of drunk women." "I'm not drunk," she protested, and then scowled. "You shouldn't have followed me." His anger returned in full force. "No, you're just a bloody fool. Do you have any idea how hazardous this was? You could have been noticed. You could have been dragged off to that brute of a laird, and I wouldn't have been able to do anything to stop it, to stop him from whatever it is he wants with you. God damn it, Makenna, if he'd gotten a hold of you—" He couldn't finish his thought. His mind rebelled against it, and his breathing notched. "I took precautions," she said. "Nobody kenned me." "Not enough, and you got tippled on top of it." "That was a mistake," she admitted. "But I was nervous. I wanted to keep my face down while I listened to the others in the tavern, and putting my nose in a mug of ale seemed the best way." Her eyes flashed with rancour. "And then you came and goaded me, so you also have yourself to blame as well." Julien stood up out of his crouch, his legs sore from the brutal pace he'd kept on his ride to the Brodie and the tense escape with Makenna practically in his lap. Not that he'd ever complain about having her in his lap in any situation, even the current one. "What did you hope to gain?" he asked, not acknowledging the fact or the hint of guilt that she'd consumed more ale because of him. He handed her the water skin. "Drink it all." She did as ordered and shrugged one shoulder, the motion jerky. "I needed to ken if he kenned where I was, if he was sending men to try to harm me. None of it makes any sense, though. Even if he does have a spy watching me, why would he send out an order to harm me if all he truly wants is, well—" Julien recalled what the man in the tavern had said and propped a brow. "Your golden treasure?" "Dinna be coy." Makenna's eyes sharpened with a touch of sobriety. "Maybe he's changed his mind and would just rather me dead now." Julien doubted it. He knew nothing about Colin, but from all he'd learned from her so far, he'd coveted his cousin's wife for far too long to want her to die before he'd had the chance to satisfy himself. "Tell me about Colin," he said, turning to hitch his mount to a tree, once both horses had drunk their fill at the stream. He refilled the skin after urging her to drink the rest and replenish the fluids she'd lost. "I dinna ken him well," Makenna said. "I've never conversed with him much. Our interactions were limited, mostly because Graham did not like it when other men spoke to me, or when I spoke to them. But Colin didna need words when he used his eyes the way he did, or when he'd step too close and corner me, and then he'd use his hands." A shiver shook her shoulders. Clenching his jaw, Julien recalled how she'd said Colin had tried to force himself on her, but had not succeeded. He wondered what had stopped him. Makenna? How had she been able to fend him off? "Is he a fighter?" Julien bit out, used to the anger that always filled him at the thought of Makenna at any man's mercy. He felt the weight of his claymore against his back, where it was sheathed in the back brace. It had given him a sense of security back at the tavern, and here in these woods, and he wanted to know what the bastard might be like as an adversary should he come face to face with him. "Colin's been pampered, but he kens how to fight, and not honourably. What would you have done if he'd found you today?" He sank into a crouch again, coming to her eye level. She no longer looked frail or foxed. The brightness in her eyes was due to determined rage, not ale. Shifting the tartan folds aside, Makenna reached for the trews beneath and hitched up the hem. She didn't stop until her shapely ankle and calf, encased in woolen stocking, were exposed. There at her ankle was a dagger sheathed in a leather brace. "I would have aimed for his softer parts," she replied, a slight snarl in her voice. She kept her fingers bundled in her trews, her lower leg still on display. Julien's fingers touched the dagger. The steel was warm, the blade glinting in the dappled sunlight coming through the canopy. "You're a formidable woman," he said, "but I cannot breathe when I imagine you in such a dangerous situation. This morning, all morning as I rode to find you, I nearly lost my mind with worry. Makenna—" His fingers travelled off the blade of the dagger and around the curve of her ankle. "I vowed to keep you safe. How can I do that when you disappear, when you choose to keep me in the dark? I sensed you would tie me to my bedposts if you kenned my plan." He palmed her muscled calf, his pulse spiking at the mention of rope and bedposts. Dieu, the things those innocent words did to him. "Does that sound so awful?" he heard himself asking, his hand sliding up of its own accord, needing to feel more of her leg. Something else crept in on the frayed edges of his anger as his fingers worked past her knee, over soft fabric. The forest was humid, the chill rising off the languid stream not enough to cool either of them. And when his fingers grazed up to the back of her thigh, Makenna's breath hitched, a bead of sweat glistening on her perfectly formed upper lip. "I dinna like rope," she said, barely able to speak above a whisper. He froze. Bloody fool. Of course she wouldn't. Once again, he wanted to pummel a man who was already dead and in the ground. "I'm sorry. No rope." He started to drag his hand away, but she stopped him, her own hand coming down over his, the clutch of her fingers stalling him. "I didn't mean to make you worry," she said, her hand still holding his firm against her thigh. As she slowly pulled her hand away, he knew what she wanted. His touch. Him. Unable to deny her, Julien spread his fingers and reached higher. "Julien," she gasped. Was that an invitation, or a plea to stop? Impossibly blue eyes fastened to his, the longing in them clear. Invitation, then. With a sigh of relief, he traced the firm shape of her upper thighs, his fingers brushing closer to the inner seam of her legs. His breath caught in his throat. He could feel her heat emanating through the fabric. God, what would her skin feel like beneath the trews? It would be scorchingly hot, and so soft. A moan escaped her lips as his fingertips crept closer to their goal. Makenna's legs slackened and fell apart in complete surrender, making every male instinct in his body roar to life. Even through her trousers, Julien ached to touch the very heart of her. Beneath them, he knew she'd be wet and ready for him. Her arousal was that potent, blatantly obvious in her dilated pupils and quickened breaths. Julien wanted nothing more than to please her, make her writhe and moan, and throw back her head in complete abandon. But they were not yet safe. These were still Brodie lands, and as clear-headed as she seemed to be, Makenna could still be befuddled by the ale. He was already clinging to honour by a slim enough thread. Either way, he had to get them to safety. "Not here," he said in a hoarse voice. "We need to leave." Julien loosened his fingers and withdrew his hand from her leg, this time without interruption. He stood up. There could be no concealing his desire for her, and her blue eyes went dark and wide when she saw the bulge under his kilt. He helped her to stand. "Do you think you can ride on your own?" Julien wasn't at all certain he wouldn't spend himself if Makenna's soft bottom rubbed and pushed against him now. She only nodded, untying her horse from his, and mounting with a little more effort than usual. They rode in silence for the next few hours, Makenna taking the lead several times when she recognized a place where sentries were usually posted. The humidity of the day brought bruised storm clouds overhead, and by the time they'd made their way out of Brodie lands, their horses' hooves galloped with a thundering that matched the rumbles in the sky. The pair of them were soaked through when the towers of Duncraig Castle finally appeared on the horizon. It was dusk by then, the storm having brought in a mist that hung low to the ground, but their mounts must have been spotted as they rode over the nearby hills. A groom was waiting to take their horses to the stables, and Tildy was in the castle's open entryway, her expression dark. "Milady!" she cried, rushing into the rain to put the blanket she held around Makenna's shoulders. "Where have you been all day? I feared you had been taken." Julien followed them inside the castle, his wet clothing instantly turning cold. "I'm sorry, Tildy. Makenna paused. "There was a ewe I wanted to check on. I stayed to help it through a difficult birth." Her maid frowned. "All day, milady? Why did you not come back for help?" Makenna looked to Julien. "Help came to me. Lord Leclerc found me and stayed." Tildy did not look convinced in the least, and Julien wondered why Makenna was bothering to lie. Unless she was ashamed of her risky jaunt into enemy lands and knew her maid would be as angry as he'd been. Though Makenna hadn't seemed ashamed at all when he'd found her. Perhaps it had something to do with the possible spy. Servants tended to gossip, and if there was a spy at Duncraig, she might not want Tildy passing on any information, even unintentionally. "But, my lady, why are you wearing such clothes?" Tildy asked, eyeing the tartan and shirt hanging like wet sackcloth from Makenna's tall frame, and the balled-up dress Makenna had removed from her saddlebag after they'd dismounted. "You ken I dinna like to get my dresses dirty with the birthings, Tildy." She pulled her maid along toward the stairs. "Come, I need a bath, and I'd like to check in on Malcolm as well." Tildy shot Julien a look, one brimming with suspicion and questions. She didn't believe Makenna's excuses, but she wouldn't contradict her mistress. Perhaps she thought Julien had ravished her in the fields all afternoon before getting caught unawares by the thunderstorm. Then again, there was no excuse for why he was dressed head to toe in Highland garb instead of his usual stately fare. As if realizing the same, the maid's eyes narrowed on him. "Why are you dressed in a plaid?" "Lord Leclerc got blood from the ewe all over his pretty togs and had to borrow the farmer's," Makenna said quickly, tugging on Tildy's arm. Her eyes flashed with mischief. "It was a bad trade for the poor farmer, though. Nae Highlander worth his salt would be caught dead wearing that waistcoat." Julien grinned. "That's assuming barbaric Highlanders have any idea of taste." "We have exceptional taste, my lord." His brow shot high with a smouldering smirk, and he was rewarded with a blush blooming along those cheekbones. Makenna glanced back once on her way upstairs, but he couldn't read her expression. He hoped, like him, she was thinking about his hand moving up her leg, over her trews, and how much she'd wanted him to strip her bare and finish what they'd started. God knew he'd be thinking of it for the rest of the night. Julien waved off a footman who'd approached with another blanket and climbed the stairs. He didn't need a blanket. He needed her, the hellion, that infuriating, heedless piece of Highland baggage who made him vacillate between yanking out his hair and bedding her senseless. Irritation and arousal seemed to go hand in hand when she was around. Julien adjusted himself, for what seemed like the 10th time since the woods, with a frustrated groan. He'd have to settle for a cold bath and a bracing whiskey. Chapter 15. Colin's men were coming to Duncraig, and not just any clansman. Gregor, the warrior, had practically announced his intent to do so in the Brodie tavern. The following day, as Makenna rode a wide and thorough route around the perimeter of Julien's land, she made a decision. It was time. She and Tildy and Malcolm had to leave. Now. She swallowed the knot in her throat as she finished her route along the sea cliffs and started back toward Duncraig Castle at a brisk clip. There was no other option. Even before she'd ever heard Gregor and his men talking about Duncraig and how it would pay to make the Frenchman there a visit, Makenna had known her time taking shelter with Julien was dwindling. The noose had been cinching tight, and yet she'd selfishly stared it down, refusing to be intimidated into running away. Because she didn't want to go, didn't want to leave Julien. But the reward Colin was offering for her, £500, it was an obscene amount of money for those who had been driven from their lands and homes. It would be a chance at a new start, a new life. If she was suffering, she didn't know if she'd be able to say no to such a promise. Colin was appealing to desperate people, tempting them into acts of violence, and all to get his hands on her. He was truly deranged, and he didn't care who he hurt. Makenna would go to England, or disappear on the continent. She could get passage for she, Tildy, and Malcolm on one of Julien's outward-bound ships and be gone, perhaps within days. He would have extensive contacts in France, and Makenna was certain she could get work in some manor house as a lady's companion or a governess. She was raised as a lady after all, and was the daughter of a duke. Wealthy working-class families would pay good coin for their children to be educated by nobility. It was the same plan she had been sorting through for some time now, but there could be no more hesitation, no more excuses to stay. She couldn't bear it if anything befell Lady Avery because of her, or Julien. When Gregor came knocking, if he had any inkling that a woman matching her description was there, if one footman or maid or groom let anything slip, Julien and his mother would pay the price. Makenna's chest felt hollowed out with guilt. She'd been wrong to come here and stay as long as she had. It was time to fix her mistake. Her heart felt heavy as she came upon the harbour, and a head of golden hair caught her eye as a tall man strode off a ship onto the dock. As if summoned, his face turned and he locked eyes with her up on the hill. Even at that distance, she felt the caress of his stare, as if he were a foot away. The ache in her chest pressed like a boulder against her ribs. Julien. In spite of her firm decision to leave, for a moment, Makenna let herself wonder. What would it have been like if she'd met him before Graham? Would she have chosen Julien instead? Would she have been happy? In such a short time, she'd known more joy than she ever had, and not just because of the pleasure she'd experienced at his touch, though that was wonderful too. Julien had made her feel like a desirable woman, and given her back a lost confidence. But he'd also made her laugh and rediscover wonder in unexpected places, made her feel like she was worth something. He valued her thoughts and opinions, and she'd never felt threatened around him. He'd sheltered her, protected her when she'd had no one else, and nowhere to go. In truth, she'd come to care for him, deeply. After living in such dreadful conditions at Brodie, she'd never felt so light in spirit before, and she knew it was because of Julien. But staying here was selfish. She knew that, and hoping for a fantasy would only lead to heartbreak. Wrenching her eyes away, she turned her horse back to the keep. A man riding down from the castle toward the bay swerved in her direction and made her go tense, but as he rode closer she relaxed. It was Julien's solicitor. She fought back a blush. Considering the last time she'd seen the man, he'd probably gotten an eyeful of her ensconced on Lord Leclerc's lap, in a very compromising situation. "Mr. Jobson, leaving again so soon?" The small man bowed in his saddle, reining his mount to a stop beside hers. "Yes, my lady. I'm returning to Paris after a brief stop in Newcastle." She did not bother to correct the formal way he addressed her. The man was stubborn to a fault. She supposed he had to be to work with someone like Julien. "Newcastle?" "Her ladyship wanted to deliver a message to her father, the Marquis of Rivoli." Julien's grandfather, the man who had disowned his own daughter and abandoned his family. Makenna couldn't imagine her parents doing anything of the sort. Maclarens were a loyal bunch, which was why she'd never said anything about the abuse she'd suffered at Graham's hands. They would have strung him up by his toes, declared war, and beaten the Brodies into the ground, though perhaps losing good men in the process. They would not have abandoned her in her hour of need. She could go to them now, she supposed, but her pride still kept her from it. But she would return to Maclaren when everything was well in hand. She belatedly recalled that the Marquis was ill. "How does Lord Riverley fare?" "He is dying." The solicitor hesitated, torn between unerring loyalty to his employer and his own feelings on the matter. "Her ladyship has said he wishes to make amends." "And Lord Leclerc is resistant?" The man smiled. "You know his lordship well." "He's as inflexible as an ox." Jobson hedged. "It would make Lady Avery happy if they were reconciled. I have been attempting to speak to him of it for months, but he adamantly refuses. I fear if I bring it up again I will lose my position." Makenna frowned, wondering why the normally recalcitrant man was confiding in her, and then blinked in understanding. "You want me to speak with him?" "He listens to you." "Nay, he doesna. Julien—"
Lord Leclerc hates his grandfather. Nothing I say will convince him. You overestimate my influence."
The man shook his head vigorously. "In all my years working with Lord Leclerc, I have never seen him interact with anyone, man or woman, the way he does with you. He cares what you think, my lady, even if you do not see it."
Makenna laughed out loud. "If you ken him that well, you will ken that he cares for one thing: money."
Jobson shot her a shrewd look. "If he cares so much about money, then why is it that, while his businesses are falling behind and his partnerships are being held together by threads, he will not return to France? He insists on staying here, letting other men run his companies and manage his assets."
"He came here for his mother's health."
"That might have been at first, but he stays because of you." Jobson paused with a short bow. "I have to go, but please think on it, Lady Makenna. If we don't have family in this life, we have nothing, and for his lordship it will soon be too late for second chances." He stared hard at her. "We cannot run from who we are." With that, he wheeled his horse around and galloped toward the docks, leaving a dumbfounded Makenna behind him. Had that last part been directed at her? Had he known that she'd decided to leave and run to the continent? No. She was reading too far into his words, letting her own insecurities undermine her intent. She left the bluffs, watching the harbour below where the solicitor and Julien were speaking. Julien's face was stern, and she imagined Mr. Jobson had just imparted that he would be travelling to Newcastle. Her stomach soured in anticipation of having to compound his displeasure with her own announcement. Julien would not want her to go. He would try to convince her to stay and fight and trust him to protect her. Then again, if he knew his mother's safety was in imminent jeopardy, he might agree to her departure. Irrationally, that notion also left her feeling dejected. That night, nearing the end of dinner, Makenna still could not bring herself to announce her decision. It should be done privately, between her and Julien. Or maybe she was only procrastinating yet again. Frustrated, she ignored it and broached another topic, one Mr. Jobson had asked her to consider earlier that morning.
"Mr. Jobson says he's going to Newcastle," she said.
The statement hung over the table as she sipped her wine. Lady Avery dabbed a napkin at her lips, and Julien speared a strawberry. A few more delicate seconds passed, and Makenna continued bravely.
"I'm sorry to hear Lord Riverley is still unwell."
"I've sent him a letter," Lady Avery said, her chin jutting out a bit, as if challenging anyone to question why or admonish her for it. "You've wasted your time," Julien said.
"Thankfully it is my time to waste," she replied.
Julien only speared another berry, his eyes like pieces of green flint. The muscles along his jaw were tense as he chewed. The silent tension between mother and son spoke volumes. It wasn't Makenna's place to say anything, but something inside her insisted on pressing the matter. "He listens to you," Mr. Jobson had said. She took a breath.
"I dinna see how making amends with family can ever be a waste of time. Not truly."
Lady Avery started to smile, but Julien's retort wiped it clean. "This coming from someone who has cut off her own family for weeks on end, who chooses to hide here instead of facing them? That's rich." "Julien!" His mother instantly chided. His skin darkened, perhaps knowing he'd been too quick to respond. But before he could make any sort of half-hearted apology, Makenna rose from her seat, guilt flooding to choke her. His words were harsh but accurate. Mr. Jobson had been wrong. Julien wouldn't listen to her. He was too resistant to budge from his fixed position. "I will leave your family matters to you," she said, averting her eyes as Julien stood from his chair. Even as she left the dining room, she was relieved that she had not mentioned her own impending departure. She scowled at herself as she marched to her room. Coward. It had to be done, but perhaps when he'd calmed a bit. In her bedchamber, Tildy was laying out her night rail and preparing a bath. She took one look at Makenna's face and stopped what she was doing.
"My lady, what is it? Has someone come?"
She hadn't realized she appeared so distressed. Her maid knew her well, it seemed.
"Nay, not yet. But we must go, Tildy. Or stay here."
Makenna swallowed the lump in her throat and pushed through. "It's over." It felt like she'd been turned inside out with those words. There had been moments, however brief, where she'd imagined what it might be like to stay on at Duncraig. She'd enjoyed her work, as well as what it felt like to be useful and appreciated, needed, wanted. But those dreams had been a waste of her time, and letting them go hurt. Tildy's concern for Makenna washed away, replaced by distress. Her usually flushed cheeks went pale.
"Where will we go, my lady?"
"London, or the continent. I think either of those would be a good place to begin.
France, perhaps. Though France would remind her of Julien. Italy might suit them better. Makenna's head felt stuffed with prospects, and yet she could not decide on a single one. They all seemed so far away, and none of them shone as brightly as Duncraig Castle. Tildy looked down, her palms brushing the satin of the night rail laying over the bed. "I've never been anywhere but Scotland, my lady." Makenna sighed in understanding. The notion of leaving the only country she'd ever known had to be frightening for her. "If you didn't wish to come, Tildy, I'm sure I could send you to Maclaren. You'll be safe there. Colin doesn't want you, after all." Her maid's hand stopped smoothing the night rail. Her fingernails dug into the midnight blue satin, crushing it into her fist before relaxing again. She turned to Makenna, her expression more determined and serene than before. "I go where you go, my lady." Makenna exhaled, relieved. She knew Tildy would have been safe at Maclaren, but she still selfishly wanted her maid at her side. "Are you ready to get to bed?" Tildy asked. "Not just yet. I want to check in on Malcolm." Makenna reached the boy's bedchamber, and heard his loud protests as two maids fought to get him scrubbed in the bath. She smiled. Each day his excuses for not bathing got more and more creative. She hadn't been a mother for very long, but she was learning that little boys would do anything not to be scrubbed from head to toe. Makenna nearly faltered over her own feet at the realization of how she'd referred to herself. A mother. She wrapped her arms about her middle, her heart extraordinarily full. She was Malcolm's mother now, no matter who his father was, and he would always have her to protect him. "But I'm not dirty," Malcolm was wailing as she entered the bathing chamber. "'Tis only a wee bit of mud, ye ken. If you wash it, the pirates will nae ken me, and then how will the castle be protected?" "The pirates?" Makenna asked with a smile, grinning at the boy's imagination. "Aye," he said, fighting off the hands washing his hair. "If they dinna ken my smell, they will leave, and then we will nae be safe." She fought a giggle at his earnest expression. "They protect you by smell." "Lord Max told me that's how you ken who are the true pirates, the smelly ones." He tapped his chest proudly. "He said that I'm a wee pirate." Lord Maxim had paid Julien and Lady Avery a visit shortly before Makenna had nearly broken her neck on the ride with the tampered saddle. He had spent the majority of his visit with Julien's mother, of course, and it wasn't any surprise that the rough-and-tumble Earl had taken to Malcolm as well. Makenna made a mental note to have a word with Maxime about boys and regular bathing. "Well, the Earl, Lord Cranston, is a peer, and while he's on his ship he may not have baths, but he still has to be clean. No one likes a dirty pirate." "He says ladies love dirty pirates." She bit her lip as one of the maids washing Malcolm's hair went flaming red and made a choking noise. Now Makenna would really have to have a word with the man. But he'd given her the opening she had needed. As the drenched maids took their leave to get dry, she wrapped the boy in a fluffy length of toweling. "How would you like to go on a grand pirate adventure?" Malcolm's pale blue eyes widened. "Truly?" "Aye," she said, "on a big ship. Will Lord Max and Lord Julien be coming too?" The mention of Julien's name seemed to carve a fathomless hollow inside her chest, but she disregarded it and managed to keep her voice steady. "Nay, it will just be you, me, and Tildy." Malcolm's face fell, and Makenna hastened to reassure him. "They will visit us later, I promise. Perhaps you can be the pirate captain on this voyage, since they will be with us." He perked up at the thought, but then his lips pursed. "But I want Lord Julien to come." "His lordship is a busy man, Malcolm, and we have been a burden on him long enough. We will go on an adventure, sail the seas, and discover the world. I canna do it without you again. I made you to teach me and Tildy how to be pirates." "The first rule of being a pirate is nae baths," he said firmly. She laughed and kissed his head, pulling his nightshirt over his small shoulders and tucking him into bed. "We shall see. Sleep well, sweet boy." Makenna rose, and nearly stumbled at the sight of the tall figure leaning against the door-jamb opposite Malcolm's chamber. Her heart hammered against her rib-cage at the look on his face, wondering how much he'd overheard. A bit, she guessed, from the thin line of his mouth and his inscrutable gaze. She pulled the boy's door shut behind her, her throat dry. "I meant to tell you at dinner." His brows crept upward. "That you were leaving. Can we talk somewhere a bit less?" She trailed off, gesturing at the hallway. "Public." Julien gestured to the sitting area behind him. This was his bedchamber, she knew. Makenna hesitated at entering a bachelor's room, but if they left the door open it shouldn't be cause for alarm. The sitting room was sparsely furnished in dark woods and plain fabrics, unlike his colourful taste in fashion. She'd half expected his space to be as foppish as his gaudy waistcoats, but the room was unexpectedly Spartan in design. Even the bedchamber, just visible beyond, seemed to favour a similar decor. Much like the man himself, beyond all the chaos of the jokes, smirks, and flashy clothing, he was the eye in the middle of the storm, calm and indomitable. A comfortable sofa and armchair stood before a large hearth, and Makenna took a seat on the edge of the sofa nearest the door. Julien handed her a glass of brandy. "So, you're planning to stow away on one of my ships?" "I meant to tell you earlier," she blurted. "And not stow away. I plan to pay for our passage." He swirled the contents of his glass, still standing and still unfathomable. "Is this what you want, Makenna?" "Yes. Colin will not stop looking for me. His man Gregor, the one at the tavern, he mentioned he might pay Duncraig a visit." She dragged in a strangled breath, her fingers flexing spasmodically on the glass. "If he does come, and he finds out you've been hiding me, I will not be able to forgive myself if something happened to Lady Avery." "Or to you." She left those last 3 words unsaid. "Where do you want to go?" he asked. "Anywhere. France, maybe. Anywhere I can make a life for Malcolm, out of the reach of Colin or any of the Brodies. It's what Arabelle would have wanted." "Is that what Arabelle wanted, or is it what you want?" he asked, and she froze, her heart thudding. She placed the glass down on the table and went to stand in front of the fire, staring at the flickering flames, plagued by sudden indecision. Was she doing the right thing by taking Malcolm away from his family? He was the heir of a laird, he had a future with Clan Brodie, and if she denied him of that, wouldn't that make her just as bad as Julien's grandfather? "I just want him to be safe," she mumbled. "Why are you running, Makenna? A woman as brave and as courageous as you doesn't run." She didn't look up at him. "You told me I was brave once, and I believed you, but I'm not brave enough for this. If something were to happen to you when they found me, I cannot—" She gulped, the words she'd stifled before clamouring to escape. "Lose you." "You won't lose me," he said, walking around to where she stood. "I'll protect you. I'll stand up with you to declare your innocence and help you get your life back. Fight, Makenna. Fight for yourself for once. Fight for what's yours, what you deserve." "How? Didn't you see? And even if you did help me, we canna win. You're a rich man, and you're of noble blood, but you need the backing of the king or a duke or some such to even get past his men without being killed. You're a powerful man, but not powerful enough. Not here in the Highlands." Her laugh was hopeless, defeated. "And how do you ken I didn't lie to you? How do you ken I didn't kill Graham?" "Because I do." "How?" His fingers brushed her chin and then rose to cup her cheek. She wanted to lean into his touch, lose herself in it. "Because no one with your heart and your courage could ever murder someone." She shook her head in wonder. "Sometimes I think you see a mirage, Julien. I'm not that woman. I've dreamed of doing away with Graham for years." "But you didn't. I see you, the real you, Makenna. I always have." His eyes bored into hers, his lips lowering to graze her cheek and then bus over her lips. It was inconceivable that such chaste kisses could make her body feel so warm. Makenna stepped away from him, the rush of air on her skin as his palm dropped away like a sudden measure of clarity. She paused at the door, eyes glancing to the man who hadn't moved from his position in front of the fireplace. His pale green gaze met hers, a muscle flexing in that lean jaw of his. He wasn't a man who showed his cards often, but he didn't hide anything from her. Not the naked vulnerability on his face, or the raw longing that she knew mirrored hers. Carefully, quietly, she closed and bolted the door before turning to him. Julien's eyes glittered as her fingers went to the pins in her hair. She loosened them one by one, letting the locks fall free. By the time her fingers reached the edges of her dress, her knees were shaking, but she'd never been surer of anything. He watched her with hot eyes, and she revelled in it. She basked in the power that he gave her. "Make me forget, Julien," she whispered, tugging her bodice down, "and give me something good to remember." Chapter 16. Makenna was in Julien's arms before either of them could blink, all warm flesh and willing woman. For the first time in his life, Julien stared at a woman whose demands were more than clear, but he wanted nothing more between them unless it was utterly honest. No lies, no pretense, no deceit. He kissed her temple, the lobe of her ear. "Are you certain?" She looked up,
her blue eyes shining with the same need coursing through him, heating his blood, his limbs, and making everything beyond that room disappear. "I am," she whispered, closing the last seam of space between them. She grazed his lower lip, her tongue drawing along the curved underside in a long, slow lick before taking it between her teeth. The soft pressure made his world tilt, and when her tongue swept inside his mouth, he went spiraling. This woman, what had she done to him? Never before had he felt a desire so excruciating, so all-consuming. And now she was planning to leave. He raked his fingers through her hair, the curls like silk, and held her to him, deepening the kiss until he could scarcely breathe. "Makenna," he said as their lips parted, each of them gasping. "Denise, stop, Julia." The whispered plea was sweet music to his ears. He didn't want to stop, but she'd had so few choices open to her in the past that he wanted this to be solely about her. When needy fingers balled into the front of his shirt, and she pulled him to her again with vigor, he gave in with a laughing groan. Her strength didn't surprise him, but the command she displayed, this fearless thirst she had for him, did. It only enhanced his admiration for her, and his longing. She was fascinating, as unpredictable as a storm coming in from the sea. Julien never felt he had a handle on what it was she was thinking or feeling, and for a man who prided himself on reading potential investors, adversaries, and partners as well as he could a column of numbers, it unsettled him as much as it thrilled. Perhaps that is exactly why she intrigued him to no end. He couldn't anticipate what she might do next. There were so many layers of her dauntless spirit, vulnerability, hope, humor, steel will, and inexplicably more. Julien could almost believe he might never be able to know them all. He wanted to, though. He wanted to know each and every piece of her, every secret, every passion. Not just what he could feel, like her breasts now flush against him, or her mouth parted against his, hot and wet and fierce. She wanted him, all of him, and he wanted all of her, an endless amount. This, what she was offering, as impossible as it seemed, her willing and passionate body was not enough. He needed more. He needed to know her mind, her heart, everything she kept so closely guarded, those impenetrable walls around her gone. Julien wanted nothing left standing between them. He dragged his hands along her back, her ribs, and down the firm round swells of her buttocks, his fingers pressing into the flesh. Makenna moaned into his mouth, the sound thrumming through him, straight to his cock. He pulled back, though he didn't release her. "You've done something to me, Makenna," he said, his skin aflame where she touched him through the thin linen of his shirt. "And you to me." "I want you." "Then take me," she replied as her hands mimicked his, travelling over his backside and gripping his arse with conviction. His cock filled and swelled at her bold touch, even more so at her words. Bloody hell. She'd bolted the door, likely to be certain they weren't interrupted like last time. She knew what she wanted, and Julien was not idiot enough to turn her away. Why? Because he knew he'd want her a second and a third time after they'd made love? A fourth, a fifth, hell, 100 times. Would it ever be enough? And yet she would be gone. He would not have her. Could not. How can I let her go? And yet, if he forced her hand, manipulated her in any way, he'd be just like the husband she'd loathed so deeply. Julien would not be that. Never. Her choices would always be hers. "Give me something good to remember," she'd said. He needed something too, and Dieu, this would be it. He bent and swept Makenna from her feet, his mouth plundering hers as he took them from his sitting room into his attached bedchamber. He kicked the inner door shut with one foot, even though she'd already locked the outer one. He wasn't taking any chances. An army of Scotsmen could come knocking for all he cared. There was but one lamp lit, the low glow of the light seductive and warm as he set Makenna back onto her feet, near the bed. She was fully dressed, as she'd been at dinner, and Julien was oddly thankful. Had she been in a night rail already, he'd have been tempted to simply tug it off and take her. At least this way, he would need to slow down, pace himself, make things last, and he intended to make things last, for as long as he could. Again, a flood of cold threatened to derail the single-minded focus Julien had slipped into in the last minute. Time. They didn't have enough of it left to them. But they had this night, hours upon hours, to lose themselves, and Julien wanted to get lost inside of this maddening, beautiful, magnificent Highland woman more than he'd ever wanted anything. "Julien."
Makenna's voice was hesitant, and he realized he'd stopped kissing her. He was staring at her, his fingers twining reverently around one of the fiery locks that she'd unpinned. "Is something the matter?" He shook his head and glazed his knuckles over the rise of one breast. "I want to memorize it all, every moment, every inch of you." His fingers sifted through her hair, cupping full handfuls that slid along his palms like liquid silk. God, he loved her hair. A woman as brazen and as bold as she should never be stifled, and yet somehow she had been. Some feckless idiot had doused her fire. He intended to rekindle it, make it flame and make her burn. With deliberate slowness, he put his lips to her décolletage, tasting the sweetness of her skin, licking and nipping across to one perfectly defined shoulder. "What do you want, Makenna?" he whispered, trailing kisses along her collarbone and up her neck to the corner of her mouth. A pair of laughing blue eyes met his. "I should think that was clear, my lord, unless, of course, you require more incentive." A pretty blush covered her cheekbones, and she blinked, her gaze scanning the chamber as if only just aware of where they stood. When it fell on the bed behind them, she sucked in a breath and bit at her lip, as though suddenly attacked by trepidation. Julien licked at where her teeth worried her bottom lip, taking it gently between his and kissing it firmly. "Biting this lip is my job, and as far as incentive, no sane man would say no to a sensuous, attractive woman making such an offer." Her eyes widened. "You think me attractive?" "Makenna, have you looked in a mirror?" he asked with an exasperated huff. "You've driven me to madness since the minute I saw your face at Maclaren. Then, as I got to know you, the attraction I felt and could not act upon because you were married only multiplied exponentially." He laughed. "For a man who likes multiplying things, I was not happy. I've been in a constant state of desire for the better part of a year, a terrible thing for a man to endure, might I add, and no parade of fiery redheads could soothe my affliction." She bit at her lip, and he swooped in again, claiming it. "I told you this is my job. Do that again, and you will face the consequences." "Consequences? Of disobeying me?" His tone held nothing but playfulness, and as his hand swept the plump curve of her breast, his thumb grazing over her budded nipple, she gasped. He wanted to erase every bad thing she'd ever endured in bed and out of it, but he would start here, in the bedchamber. He lifted a brow in challenge and waited, hoping she would slay the beasts of her past with him. "And what if you disobey me?" The wealth of promise in those husky tones nearly made him stumble. "Then you should exact whatever price you see fit. But in this room at this moment, I am yours to command, Makenna. I only want to serve you." Her hand slid up his chest, plucking at the expertly tied cravat. "You do not strike me as a man who enjoys being on his knees." "I assure you, if the right moment presents itself, I do." Julien did just that. He sank to his knees in front of her and found her ankles beneath her gown. With a gasp, she took a step back toward the bed, her hands gripping into the sides of the mattress. Julien inched forward, and after divesting her of her slippers, he looked up with a teasing smile. "I believe you mentioned something about incentive?" "From the rumors concerning your, prowess, I didn't think you would require any more than a willing woman in your chamber, clothes gone, and thighs spread." "There's a little more finesse to it than that, love." Julien grinned, pinching her calf gently through her stockings and reaching up for the ties on her garters. "And for that bit of cheek, you lose these." He unrolled each stocking until his fingers caressed bare skin. Julien spared a glance up, and nearly spent himself. Makenna's head was thrown back, her mouth parted in transcendent feeling, breasts pressed high, her fingers trembling with strain and wound into the bedsheets, and all he'd done had been to touch her lower legs. He ran his palm behind her knee, and she shivered. "God, you're so responsive." "Is that bad?" "No." His voice sounded gruff to his ears as his own arousal tore through him. "No reaction from you could ever be bad, Sherry." He pinched her calf gently to get her attention. "So back to incentive. What do you mean to offer me?" He wanted her to participate, to not have to lie back and think of England, or Scotland, as it were. For all her years of marriage, Julien was sure she was still innocent in all the pleasurable ways of love-making, and he intended to rectify that. "Offer?" she repeated, dazed. "Yes." He stroked her bare legs with both palms. "For these to climb higher, you must illuminate the way." After the barest hesitation, Makenna's fingers uncurled from the sheets and wound into her skirts instead.
Julien held his breath as she tugged upward, collecting the fabric inch by a torturous inch. Slowly, slowly, his dark forearms were revealed against her alabaster skin. He could feel her gaze on his hands on her legs, the sight of his male strength against her delicate femininity riveting. "More?" he asked, breaking the trance. She gulped and nodded, gathering handfuls of skirts until her knees were bared, and then a tantalizing display of pale, slender thighs beneath the edges of lace drawers that made his mouth water. "Is that far enough?" she whispered. "Not by a long shot," he said, and leaned in. Her heart throbbing in 1,000 places in her body, most notably between the trembling thighs that she kept pressed tightly together, Makenna stared down at the blonde head that hovered indecently below the hem of her height skirts. Her gaze hitched once more on the bronzed, coarsely furred forearms gripping her skin. She'd been fascinated by the sight at first, and then she'd come marginally unhinged by the thought of those hands inching higher to where she burned the most. He'd told her more, and she'd complied. Lord above, she was shameless. She and Graham had copulated in the dark beneath the sheets, most often with him on top, though a few times he'd used her like an animal with the sole intent of degrading her. She'd hated it. In all the times he'd come to her bed there had been no love play, no banter, no teasing. Every time had been reminiscent of her first time, hard, fast, and over before she could blink. Not now, however. Now, with Julien, her body hummed and heated, her breasts felt tight and alive, her core nearly liquefied with want. She'd never known the touch of a man who made her forget all the pains of the past, who made her feel like she was something new, not something broken and used and discarded. She was whole and desirable. The way his eyes feasted on her in the sitting room had taken her by surprise. When she'd bared herself to his gaze, she'd expected a reaction, certainly, but the instant lust had been palpable. Lust for her. She'd felt his erection against her hips, but he hadn't flung her onto the bed, though it was with some more shock that she realized she wouldn't have been disappointed if he had. Instead, he'd proceeded to tease and relax her until her body was nothing but a boneless mass of desire, and no man had ever coyly asked her to lift her skirts for him. The act had been freeing, liberating, not just to her senses, but to the shackles that had suppressed her own consent for a lifetime. In all her years, Makenna never wanted a man to blow out the candle and order her to undress and get under the covers more. It seemed that Julien was quite content with drawing out the delicious torment and killing her slowly. But oh, what a wonderful death it would be. Makenna grinned to herself. It was no wonder that the French called an orgasm le petit mort, or the little death. Hot breath blew against her drawers, and she nearly encountered the little death herself. Sensations stormed through her as Julien's wet tongue traced the lace edge of her drawers, skilled fingers loosening the ties. Her own hands quivered madly, clutching the bunched fabric to her abdomen. She did not dare look down, could not bear to, but she did anyway. Like him, she did not want to miss a thing. She wanted to remember every heated detail. Within seconds, Julien had stripped her bare below the waist, and then he just stared. She blushed, and made to drop her skirts, but he halted her with a silent stare, his large hands poised on either side of her hips in adulation. "No," he said in a voice like gravel. "You're perfect. So damned beautiful." He grinned up at her. "Are you as fiery below as you are on top?" She reached for boldness. It had pleased him before. "Are you going to dream all day, or find out yourself?" Staring into those passion-clouded eyes, she wanted him to kiss her. Deliberately, purposefully, she bit into her bottom lip, her eyes never leaving his. The green of his irises darkened, and his fingers tightened as he drew her to him. "I told you what would happen if you did that again, didn't I?" I'll pay the price, gladly." If she'd expected him to rise and lick her lip as he'd done the last time, she would have been wrong. He did lick her, just not on her mouth. He licked her there. Makenna sagged into the edge of the mattress, one arm reaching up to grip the bedpost while the other held on for dear life to the bottom half of her gown. She sent up a prayer that her knees would not give out. But as he continued his slow, seductive exploration with his clever mouth, she could barely hold a coherent thought together. His fingers slipped up her inner thigh to tease her further, sliding into her damp warmth, while his tongue continued its tender onslaught. "Julien," she begged, as her body began its inexorable climb. No one had ever touched her like this. No one. Graham had used his fingers on occasion, but never his mouth, and never so skillfully in tune with the demands of her body. Pleasure built and spiraled outward until she was practically sobbing Julien's name, one hand clenched on the bedpost and the other tangled in his hair. She'd long since released the folds of her gown. When Makenna came apart in a storm of shudders, she fell back onto the bed, gasping. A tousled, red-cheeked Julien emerged from the cocoon of her skirts and joined her thereafter, a gratified smile on his face that almost matched the one she knew must be on hers. How was that for punishment? "You call that punishment?" He laughed. "I call it mutually advantageous atonement, then." Julien reached over to brush a damp tendril of hair out of her face, and the tenderness of the act took her by surprise. She spared a glance to the considerable tent in his trousers, and was glad that her face was already pink. His rigid state of arousal was in no way relieved. Pushing to her knees, Makenna crawled over to him. He made no move to touch her, only crooked his elbows and placed his forearms beneath his head, as if he were lying in a field at his leisure. "What comes next?" she asked softly. "Besides you, again," he countered wickedly. "And again and again." Makenna felt her face go hot. "Will you—" She broke off with another heated glance toward his thighs. "Want to find your satisfaction?" "Eventually. Tonight is yours, Sherry. What do you wish?" She stared at him, this wonderful, generous, charming man who lay there like a banquet waiting to be explored and sampled. What did she want? She wanted him to touch her everywhere without a stitch of clothing between them. She wanted to discover him, savor him, and have him experience the pleasure he had just offered to her. She wanted to make him hers, at least for tonight. "I want our clothes gone," she said, her throat thick. "Your wish is my command." He edged off the bed and pulled her with him. Together they made easy work of their remaining clothing, stays and small clothes, until he stood as naked in front of her as she did in front of him. She let her eyes devour him greedily, grateful now that he hadn't blown out the candle. Her breath hitched in her throat, and she could hardly take in air. God, he was magnificent, all lean muscles and elegant strength, broad shoulders tapered to a flat, ridged abdomen, and narrow hips. An impressive erection jutted out from a nest of dark gold curls at the apex of a pair of long, lightly furred and sculpted legs. But of all the things she noticed about him, besides the obvious, her gaze hinged on his feet. He had beautiful feet, elegantly arched with perfectly formed toes. "You have nice feet," she blurted. A wicked smirk curved his lips. "You know what they say about a man's feet." I have eyes, you ken," she tossed back. "And I can attest that's well true in your case, but dinna let that go to your head." "Everything you say goes to my head." He canted his chin downward. Taking his lewd meaning, Makenna swallowed a snort of laughter. "You're incorrigible." "True." Julien gathered her in his arms and kissed her nose. "What now, my lady?" "Lie down," she ordered. "I want you at my mercy." "As my lady commands." Julien arranged himself on the bed, lying on his side, and Makenna had the strangest urge to remember him like this. Dear Lord, he was beautiful. Like a lazy demigod, a half-glazed look of pleasure in those limpid green eyes, his body beautiful and erect as if awaiting his lover's arrival. Golden curls hung into his brow, his lips bent into that provocative half-smirk that she loved so well. She could never forget the way he was looking at her, as if she was everything. Makenna joined him on the bed, and before she could lose her nerve, she ran her palms over his hot chest, her fingers exploring all the rises and scooped hollows of his muscles. Her fingernails scraped gently over one flat male nipple, and he inhaled a hiss of a breath. Venturing lower, she followed the path of golden hair that led to the part of him that she couldn't help sneaking glances at. Like the rest of him, Julien's male organ didn't disappoint, and it seemed rather interested in her, a fact that made her own body even more aroused. Wetness gathered between her legs as her hands found the warm, velvet-covered steel length of him. He made a pained, raw sound in his throat when she wrapped her fingers around his girth. She glanced upward, jaw rigid and eyes squeezed shut. He looked like he was experiencing the worst kind of agony. "Do you like this?" she said, frowning. He gasped. "Yes."
Taking courage from his affirmation, she stroked him along his length from root to tip, her thumb brushing over the broad head of him. A groan broke from his lips at her touch, but he still didn't move to mount her or take control. And this? She leaned over to lick him slowly, as he had done to her. A strangled noise was his only response, but his fingers fisted in the bed-sheets when she did it again, licking over the top of him and tasting the salty bite of his essence. When she took him fully in her mouth, he moved so quickly that she didn't have time to breathe, much less register that he'd hauled her up over his chest and was claiming her mouth with his. His tongue teased and tangled, devouring her as if he couldn't get enough. With a growl, he levered her upward and feasted on her breasts until she was the one making unintelligible noises. "What do you want now, Makenna?" he asked, his voice sounding like he was holding on to his control by a thread. It made her feel powerful that she could push him to such lengths. "I want you," she cried out. So badly." He lowered her to straddle his hips, echoing her earlier words. "Then take me." Makenna blinked her confusion. She'd never made love in such a position before, but the deliberate roll of his pelvis left no doubt in her mind as to what he intended. She supposed it was possible, given the scorching look Julien was giving her, and the design of their bodies. It didn't matter who was on top or below. That was all a matter of control. And he was offering it to her. She took it, took him, positioning him at her entrance and sliding down until he filled her. They both gasped at the sweet friction. She nearly swooned at the sensation of fullness, but her body had a crushing desire to move. Makenna's eyes found Julien's and held them as she rose to her knees and then eased down. "That's it. Find your pace, chérie," he whispered. "Ride me." It didn't take long for her to find a rhythm, and never once did he take his gaze from hers. It felt as if he were making love to her soul, even as her body impaled itself on his, branding him with every downward thrust, while he claimed her body and spirit and everything in between with each upward stroke. When pleasure took them both over the edge, Julien drew her lips down to his and kissed her softly, even as her body shook and convulsed around his. "Tu vas me détruire pour quelqu'un d'autre," he whispered against her neck. Spent, Makenna collapsed against him, translating the French words. His confession was only fair after all. He'd already destroyed her for anyone else. Chapter 17. The bright swatches of colour weren't helping. Julien stood in the centre of his sitting room while Monsieur Martin draped him with rough cuts of deep purple, baize green, lurid crimson, and sunset orange, his expert fingers marking the fabrics with white chalk and pins. Usually a visit from his exclusive Parisian tailor, who presented bolts of fabric in all manner of vivid colours, would cheer him. He didn't mind the bold colours as much as he loved the feel of luxurious fabric. Julien supposed his love of expensive clothing grew out of wearing threadbare and ill-fitting second-hand clothing for years. This visit especially, having brought Martin all the way up from Paris to Scotland for the fitting and creation of several new pieces, should have pleased him, at least distracted him. He should have been running his hands over the velvets and silks, the finely spun wools, the patterns of small, delicately embroidered olive branches, chevron, and fleur-de-lis. But he had not. He wasn't happy standing like a statue in his sitting room while the talented tailor worked in precise silence around him. Julien only felt restlessness, and, dare he say it, dread. He was off. He felt the imbalance in his whole body, in his very soul. And not just today. The last 2 days had been the same, the daylight hours passing in a blur of activity, while the nights stretched long and agonizing. Makenna had not come to his room again, and he had not gone to hers, not even when his veins had been on fire with wanting her. His need had compounded and thickened as he lay in bed, thinking of her, so much so that Julien had been hard-pressed not to expedite his own lust, all the while remembering what it had been to be with her, inside of her, as he'd wanted for so long. Since he'd laid eyes on her that first time at Maclaren, and especially when she turned up in his foyer at Duncraig. That night, when she'd taken command of him and her own burning desire and want had lingered in the forefront of Julien's mind. The grip of her thighs as she'd ridden him to release, the bounce and sway of her breasts, her head thrown back. God, she'd been so free and magnificent and powerful, as if she'd discovered herself anew in the hours stretching well past midnight, while Julien slowly, reverently, made love to her.
Dawn had been coming through the window panes when they had finally drifted to sleep in each other's arms, their bodies spent, their hearts still pounding in their chests. He'd felt hers throbbing as he'd held her close. However, the sunrise brought with it the reality of what they'd both kept at bay all night. Makenna would not stay. She was leaving, running to a much safer distance than what Duncraig could provide, than what Julien could provide. It lived in the back of his head, as he'd made the necessary arrangements the following day at her request, that for all his wealth, his holdings, his power, for all the work he'd done the past decade to build his own empire, it was still not enough. He couldn't keep her safe from the man who wanted to harm her. "My lord?" Julien blinked and looked at his tailor. "Yes, Martin?" The man gestured toward the sky-blue fabric tucked and pinned around Julien's chest. "I asked if you were pleased with the fit, my lord. You have filled out a bit more in the torso and shoulders since we last met. This Scottish air has given you a stone of new muscle, my lord." More like fending off the blows of a Scottish footman instead of the Scottish air. Julien gave a faint smile as he patted the blue silk, the colour reminding him of the Mediterranean Sea. "It's perfect, Martin, as always." Julien glanced toward the window, impatient to be finished here. He'd have much rather been outside with his claymore in the courtyard, exhausting himself, draining his energy, making it so he didn't go mad with the urge to spend it in other more satisfying ways. With Makenna. He looked away from the window to find his tailor staring at him. "My lord?" Julien sighed. "What is it, Martin?" The man appeared flummoxed. "It is only that you usually have suggestions, many of them." It was true. Julien was never fully content with Martin's first fitting. This time, however, he could have cared less. "You've always done a remarkable job, Martin. I will leave you to it." The tailor, still taken aback by Julien's lack of ideas for alterations, swiftly unwrapped him from the draped fabric. He left the sitting-room and crossed into his bedchamber, a room he had not been able to so much as enter without imagining traces of her sweet, lingering scent still hanging in the air. One night. They'd had that one night, and when she'd kissed him the next morning, her lips trembling, before she rose from the bed and dressed, he'd known there would not be another. It would be too much of a risk, not only for the obvious reason of conception. Makenna believed herself to be barren, though Julien had wondered more than once if her late husband had been the one responsible for the lack of a child. He'd believed Malcolm to be his, when in fact the boy was Colin's. Had the former laird ever produced a child with one of his many mistresses? No, Julien had known Makenna would not come to his bed again, because neither of them would be able to bear it when she finally stepped aboard the ship and departed Scotland. Julien glanced at the mantel clock as he pulled on last season's waistcoat his valet had lain out in preparation for him. 3 hours. That's when the ship was scheduled to depart. An irritating voice in his head could not be silenced as he donned a tailcoat and made his way into the corridor. It accused him of giving up, of not fighting hard enough for Makenna to stay. Though deep down he knew that it wasn't as simple as that. What he wanted didn't matter half as much as what she needed. And what she needed was to be safe, out of the reach of Colin Brodie. He could not force her to stay. She'd been forced against her will her entire life. Her future had to be her choice. If that meant leaving Duncraig, then he had to accept that. And she was right. He was rich, he had a castle and ships and influence in many parts of the world, but he was no one of consequence in the Highlands. A minor English lord, no matter how wealthy, had no sway. He had no power to keep her from her accusers, should the accusation that she'd murdered her husband stand, or defend her in a clan feud if it didn't. All he could do was help her, and that's what he'd done the last 2 days, arranging for her and Tildy's and Malcolm's passage to France. Makenna had busied herself around the estate, seeing to the projects she and the farmhands had started, including the irrigation of one field, which was more like a basin that filled with water whenever it rained. She did have work to see to, packing to do, and various other tasks, Julien was sure, but he also knew without a doubt that she was trying to fill her hours to the brim in order to ignore the emotions roiling inside of her. He knew because he was doing the same thing, busying himself with details pertaining to their passage to France. Things would be better once she left. Once she was out of sight, it would be easier to put her out of mind, just as he'd done a year ago. He'd get his head straight again, and there would be nothing and no one to distract him from the piles of things he'd been neglecting lately. He hadn't done more than take a passing glance at the quarterly accounts his secretaries had messengered to him via Jobson a handful of weeks ago. He had property, investments, and businesses in multiple countries, from the Americas to China, and where before he'd have poured himself a whiskey and sat down to slowly page through the accounts, practically salivating in anticipation and interest. He had stacked the folios one on top of the other on his desk, and left them to collect dust. He'd wanted nothing to do with them, not while Makenna was under his roof. Before they'd made love, he'd confessed to her that she'd done something to him, and it was the stark truth. She'd gotten under his skin and ingrained herself into his thoughts, like no woman ever had, perhaps even to the detriment of his own financial security. But for the first time in his life, Julien did not care, because by the end of this day, he would have nothing more to occupy his time or his thoughts than the ledgers waiting for him on his desk, a future that felt strangely empty and lonely. Odd that he'd always loved solitude, and now he resented it. He walked down the corridor and knocked upon a door before pushing it open and peering in. Malcolm sat on the floor at the foot of his giant bed, a bed that seemed to gobble him up at night when he jumped onto it and dove beneath the blankets, shouting that he needed to take cover from attacking enemy pirates or cannibalistic Scottish kelpies. He shook his head. He'd missed the lad's excitable imaginings. Now, however, the boy sat in a sullen slump, a carved French soldier in each of his hands. He played listlessly and didn't glance up to see Julien entering the room. "Good morning, Malcolm," Julien said, his chest inexplicably tight. He'd thought to come and invite the boy to visit the stables with him one last time, to see how the colt Wiley was doing. He'd grown out of his gangly legs, building sleek muscle and a more confident gait. Malcolm had taken to the horse and he to him. In truth, he was surprised to see him here in his room instead of already in the stables, especially with so little time left to spend with the colt. Then again, perhaps that was the problem. It was difficult at any age to say goodbye. "Morning, Lord Julien," he said, without what had become his usual enthusiasm. He knocked the bases of the two soldiers together. The regiment was sprawled out on the floor, the collection far too large in size to pack and bring with him to France. His trunk was in the center of the room, the top propped open. Inside there were mostly clothes and shoes, a few hats, a horn book, a stack of books, and the boxed game of spillikins. Julien picked up the box. "Care to see if you can best me at last?" He had won every game yet, never allowing the boy to win just to make him happy. Malcolm did not deserve to be patronized. The boy would eventually win, and when he did, he would know in his heart that it had been earned. However, seeing him so morose, Julien was tempted to go against his own rules. He had looked forward to the time when Malcolm would win and leap up, whooping for joy. He longed to see a smile like that right now. But Malcolm shook his head. "No, thank you." Julien set the game back in the trunk. "You're nearly ready to set sail. Are you excited for your trip?" His eyes swept the room, taking in all the things Malcolm would need to leave behind. He blinked away the wave of regret and bleakness threatening to swamp him. "Lady Makenna says I'm to be a pirate captain," he said, perking up a bit. "I'm to see her and Tildy safely to the shores of France." "Indeed," he replied, lowering himself onto the rug next to Malcolm. "Though I have it on good authority, the waters between here and France have recently been cleared of any enemy ships." Malcolm sighed. "That sounds boring." "Perhaps, but it is also much safer," Julien said with a laugh, then turning more serious. "And that is why you will be in France, you and Lady Makenna and Tildy." He turned his pale blue eyes to Julien's. "Why canna we stay with you? We're safe here, aren't we? The laird's men haven't found us." Julien took a long breath, fighting the instinct to assure the boy that yes, they were safe here, thus protecting him from any fears he still held in regards to what he'd already experienced at the hands of the Brodies. But he couldn't. "Lady Makenna doesn't want to risk that changing. I don't want to risk it," he answered. "Besides, you're going to love France. Don't tell André, but you're sure to find better pastries there than in my kitchens." The mention of pastries lit his eyes, stripping them of the sorrow that had clouded them moments ago, and Julien felt a grin breaking over his mouth. He hadn't smiled much beyond the small, knowing glances he and Makenna had shared at the dinner table the evening before with his mother. Yet even those were restrained. "Did I just hear my son disparaging my beloved pâtissier?" Julien turned to see his mother crossing into Malcolm's room. She was wearing a gown of cornflower blue silk, which offset her rosy cheeks. "I was telling Malcolm what he has to look forward to in France." The playful smile bowing his mother's lips slipped, and Julien saw the heartache she was valiantly trying to mask. It was difficult for her. She had always worn her heart on her sleeve, and it was no secret how attached she had become to Malcolm these last months.
His presence, his need, had given her a purpose beyond improving her own health. She had improved much more than either of them had ever anticipated. His mother offered to return to France with them, of course, but Makenna had batted that offer away as quickly as it had been made. Malcolm shot up from his seat on the carpet and went to Lady Avery. "Lady H, will you tell me about the gargoyles again, the ones on the big church?" She wrapped her arm around the boy and gave him an indulgent squeeze. Her grip looked tight to Julien's eyes, as if she didn't wish to let go. He feared she would be inconsolable once they were gone, and that her renewed health would suffer a setback. But he only had room enough for so many worries in his mind at once. He'd take care of her like he always had. If only it could be so simple with Makenna. But no amount of money could protect her from Colin. It was as she'd already said before. He'd need the backing of the King of England to make a worthwhile stand against the new Brodie laird. Something he would have if he were the Marquis of Rivoli. Not for the first time, the traitorous thought ricocheted in his mind, both turning his stomach and filling it with possibility. The pairing was unsettling, to say the least. There was nothing on earth that would make him go crawling to his grandfather. "I can do better than that," Julien's mother said. "I have sketches of them somewhere in the library. Come along, we'll take them to the gardens." She sent Julien a furtive glance before leading Malcolm from the room. "Lady Makenna is waiting for you in your study," she said. It was all but an order for him to go to her. He braced himself and stood, feeling heavy, as if he'd leached some of Malcolm's dolefulness. Makenna was indeed in the study, seated at her slim desk placed perpendicular to his. He'd liked the arrangement, maybe a little too much. It might have been one of the reasons for the dusty stack of accounts on his desk. He enjoyed watching her read and tally numbers, figure out solutions to problems she was presented with. He'd never met anyone with a more adept mind, and her creative ways of tackling problems had impressed him, improved his own techniques even. She was occupied now with more papers, a pinched frown creasing her forehead. When she saw him in the doorway, the flash of surprise smoothed each line, and assured him that she had not, in fact, been waiting for him, as his mother had said. "Meddling woman," he thought fondly. "Whatever you still have left on your endless list of things to do, I assure you they will be completed," he said, stopping short of approaching her desk. She lowered one sheaf of parchment. "Will you hire a new steward?" "I think it's clear I need one," he replied. "I've no intention of letting Duncraig fall to pieces." Unlike everything else inside of him at the moment, words, feelings, his unquenchable desires, just looking at her, being in the same room, all he could picture was her coming apart in his arms. The impulse to go to her now, draw her to him, and tell her every base thing he wanted to do in wicked detail was nearly irresistible. He turned away from her and walked toward a window so she might not see the fruits of his thoughts. "Aye," she said, sounding wistful a moment, but then added, "At least your new steward will have a tidy archive of ledgers to work with. I envy him that, considering the ones I had to work with were in such shambles." He smirked at her goading remark. "Who says I will hire a man? You've proved a lady steward is just as, if not more, competent." He thought she would grin at his compliment, but instead, like his mother's earlier expression, there was heartache in her eyes. She turned them back to the papers before her. "Whoever you hire will do just fine, I'm sure." "They will not be you," he said, the words spilling out before he could weigh them. "Makenna." She shook her head and stood abruptly. "Dene, this has been torture enough, Julien, please." He bit off and swallowed whatever else he'd been about to say. He wasn't even fully conscious what it was, but it would have been spoken from his irrational heart, not his logical mind. "Very well," he said, though he wasn't ready to part from her company just yet. He was desperate to soak her in, anxious not to let her out of his sight for a minute more than was necessary. But time was the one thing he could not control. Time and the path she had chosen. "The ship should be in the harbour by now," he said after another protracted silence. "If you'll set aside whatever you're doing here, we could ride down to meet the captain and crew. I'll arrange for your trunks to be transported as well." Makenna consented with a reluctant nod, and within minutes their mounts were saddled and they were riding toward the sea. It seemed wrong for the weather to be so fair on a day that hung with low barometric pressure inside of him. The blue sky, thin clouds, bright sunshine that painted streaks of Makenna's hair a burnished red gold. Those things should have all made Julien content, because the journey would be a pleasant one. But as the harbour came into view and he spotted the tall masts of the North Star, the ship that would whisk Makenna from her homeland,
He curled his fingers even more tightly around the reins, tension balling up along his shoulders. "Is that Lord Cranston?" Makenna asked at the sight of the tall, burly Earl striding along the main deck of the ship, barking orders. "It is. He's agreed to take you to Le Havre." He was the only person Julien had trusted with Makenna's welfare. Maxime had not needed much convincing when Julien had gone to him with the request either, though Julien had warned that if any of his crew were in any way untoward with Makenna, they would have hell to pay. If she is a widow and unattached, Maxime had tried to reason with an easy shrug of his bulky shoulder, though Julien had gotten the distinct sense that the man had been baiting him from the start. "Pray they do not lay one finger upon her, Max." He'd practically growled the command. His friend had laughed and nodded. "I understand. She belongs to someone else, or so my little bird tells me." Maman. Yes, she would have seen the tension between them the last 2 days. Julien had not replied to Maxime. He had no claim on Makenna, no matter what had happened between them. The grateful expression forming as she kept her eyes on Maxime had Julien wishing he'd made that claim clear, or hired a different crew, preferably men who were old, haggard, and missing a number of teeth, and had peg legs. "Malcolm will be so happy," she sighed. "He wanted Lord Maxime to come along." She turned to Julien, her smile ebbing. "And you as well." He knew it was true. Malcolm had asked him a number of times to go with them. Each time it had been a piercing disappointment when Julien had cited his reasons for staying in Scotland. His mother's health, the running of the estate, and quite honestly he wanted to keep eyes and ears peeled for Colin Brodie. If the man learned where Makenna had gone, Julien wanted to know so he could take action. He'd send word somehow, tell her to keep moving. Hell, it sounded like an awful way to live. The world would still be her prison so long as Colin sought her out. However, if the man were to take a wife, move on, it could be possible for Makenna to return, someday, and he intended Duncraig Castle to be here, waiting for her. Julien blinked in surprise at the thought, but it was true. It had been hers the day she'd walked in and taken on the impossible job of steward. "Tildy might not like it," he said, trying to ignore the sudden thickness in his chest. "She thought Maxime was a scoundrel, if I recall." "I think she'll be preoccupied with her own circumstances," Makenna replied, another quiet smile forming. She spoke of Tildy's new arrangement with the groom, Douglas. The young man had been smitten with Makenna's maid from the start, and he'd decided that he'd rather pull up roots and go along with them. "Besides, Lord Leclerc," Makenna continued, her slight smile brightening, "you would nae put our safety into the hands of a scoundrel." He met her blue gaze, as clear and summery as the sky above them. Julien couldn't sit still another moment. They hadn't made it to the harbour yet, but he had to get out of his saddle, had to move. He leaped to the rutted dirt and rock road that led down to the wharfs. "Julien!" Makenna dismounted as well. He couldn't hold back any longer. Julien took her by the arms and pulled her to him, her body against his like cool water laving parched skin. He breathed her in, his fingers raking up the nape of her neck, into her hair. He didn't care who was watching, whose tongues would wag. He cared about nothing but the woman in his arms. This time, she didn't ask him to stop. "There has to be a way, Makenna," he said, his lips in her sweetly scented hair. "I can come to Paris. I'll go with you anywhere." She stiffened, but didn't pull away. "And leave your mother? Nay. Besides, you ken that will nae fix things, so long as Colin is sending men out in search of me. And if he stops, if he gives up, what then?" She lifted her chin to stare at him. "If that comes to pass, I suppose I'll consider it then. But, Julien, I need to take care of myself for once. Not just me, but Malcolm too. And you need to take care of Lady Avery. You told me once that if I brought trouble to your doorstep, you wouldn't hesitate to cast me out. That your mother's safety comes first, and you ken that's true." She was right. He had said that. His mother had vastly improved, and if he took her back to Paris, she might regress. But surely there was a countryside village in France somewhere where she could get the same fresh air, the same rest, and where Makenna could hide. But Makenna was already shaking her head, as if she could hear the hasty plans in his mind. No, he needed to stay. He needed to be certain Colin Brodie had ceased his mad quest to find Makenna before he could even think about a future with her. And he wanted one. At the very least, he wanted more bloody time. Makenna cupped his cheek, her lips trembling as they had yesterday morning, when she'd kissed him once and left his bed. "I'll never forget what you've done for us.
For me, I didn't ken I could feel this way for a man. Trust anyone the way I—"
She swallowed hard.
"Trust you."
Knowing how difficult it was for her to say, the words were a gift. Julien held still, afraid to move, afraid that he'd break down and plead like a beggar. But then she was rising onto her toes, her mouth approaching in a bold display of affection, one that would smack of ruination given all the eyes and ears about, when he heard the fast cadence of hooves behind them. A piercing whistle cut through the air, and when Julien turned, ripping his cheek from Makenna's palm, he first recognized the approaching mare. It was the swift black Arabian, the recent addition to his stables. He recognized the head groom next, his white beard and hair as wild as the horse prancing restlessly underneath him. "My lord!" Alban shouted, and the closer he came, an alarm triggered in Julien's mind and spread to every nerve in his body. The groom's hands and shirt were covered in blood. "Good God, Alban," he said, reaching for the reins as the horse slowed reluctantly. "What in hell happened to you?" The old groom heaved for air. "Forget me, my lord. There's been an attack. Tildy and the lad." Makenna took a strangled breath and gripped Julien's arm, her eyes landing on the blood-staining Alban's shirt and hands. "Are they hurt? Where are they?" "Gone. They've been taken, my lady. We found Douglas in the gardens," the groom said, raising one hand. "This is his blood. He was stabbed." She gasped, a hand flying to her mouth. "He's not—" "Aye, dead, my lady." "And Lady Avery?" Julien asked urgently, remembering that his mother had been the one to take the boy to the garden. She must have found Tildy on the way. His heart climbed into his throat. "Is my mother hurt?" "Nay, my lord. The cook said she forgot her parasol, and then sent the boy out to the garden with the maid." Alban seemed to remember something, as Makenna sagged against Julien, his breathing beginning to slow as the situation took shape. "We found this, with Douglas's body." Julien took the small scroll of paper. The poor groom's blood streaked it, but the ink was still legible. Julien held Makenna against him as they read it together. "They will live if you come. See." Chapter 18. "Oh God, it's Colin," Makenna said, her lip trembling and a terrifying coldness creeping like thick vines around her heart. "He has them." She turned to the groom, fists clenching at her sides. "Which way did they go?" "Their tracks lead to the northwest, my lady," he said. Her chest caved at the sudden pressure. A part of her had been hoping it had been bandits or anyone else, but in her heart she knew. Gregor had said it himself, that he'd planned to pay the French lord a visit. He must have recognized Malcolm and Tildy, and seized the chance to gain the upper hand by taking them. How had Brodie men marched onto private lands, past a patrolling guard, and snatched up a woman and a child in plain view of everyone? "And no one did anything to stop them?" The groom pressed his hands together. "Only Douglas, my lady." Makenna felt a spurt of guilt at the man's senseless death, and then more anger. The young groom would have been no match for Gregor if it had been him. The man was ruthless at the best of times, and Tildy would have been distraught if they'd killed her lover in front of her. Her only thought would have been to protect Malcolm. Or Tildy. "How long ago did it happen?" "Not long, my lady. Less than an hour." She looked wildly toward her horse with every intention of climbing on and chasing after them. Colin's men could not have gone far in that stretch, not if they were carrying a boy and a maid with them. They still had time. A hand on her elbow stopped her. "What are you doing?" She turned in a fury to see Julien there, and then shook her head. "What do you mean, what am I doing? We can catch up to them if we leave now." "How?" Makenna shot him a look as if he were daft. "With the horses." "You have no weapons, not to mention no armed guards, and you're planning on chasing a group of Brodie soldiers. Seasoned, too, if they are anything like the ones in the tavern that day I followed you to Brodie lands. You would succeed in doing nothing but getting yourself caught in the same snare that entrapped Tildy and Malcolm." "I am a Maclaren." "You are a woman," he said, and seeing her furious scowl, squeezed her arm gently. "And as much as I know what you're capable of, going after them in a rage will serve no purpose other than playing right into their hands. Think, Makenna. Use that clever brain of yours to see the sense of what I'm saying. They won't come to harm, not if Colin intends to barter them." Drowning in fear, any cleverness in her brain was on hiatus. "You can't stop me." "I don't want to have to." His tone brooked no argument, and she knew he spoke from a place of reason, but Makenna wanted to rail. She wanted to hit something, scream and cry at the fact that they'd been so close to escaping the man's clutches. Instead, she fixed the man who held her back with a glacial stare. "Let go of me, Julien." His grip tightened marginally, not painfully. "Not if you'll do anything rash." "I'm not yours to command," she hissed, rage and a feeling of utter powerlessness making her see red. "I am the lord of this estate." "Then what do you suggest I do, my lord?" she snarled. "Leave them to their fate. I cannae. It's my fault. I stayed too long. If only we'd left sooner, and the more time we waste standing here now, the farther away they go. He left a note, Julia. He intends me to follow." "It's a trap, Makenna." "Of course it's a trap." She yanked her arm away, but made no move to mount the horse grazing nearby. Her voice broke. "He wants me." "There has to be something else he wants in exchange. Every man has a price." Makenna shook her head. "Some men want the impossible." A sob caught in her throat as she strode to the cliff's edge and stared blindly out to the ocean. "I'll gladly trade myself for them." As if he knew the immediate danger of her racing off like a possessed madwoman had passed, Julien turned to the groom, who had stood there in silence waiting to see what she would do. "Fetch the Earl of Cranston. He's on board the North Star in the harbour, and gather all the men who were on patrol in the castle. I want to know everything that happened, and how those men managed to get in undetected. The lady and I will be there shortly." "Aye, my lord." Makenna could feel him watching her, but she kept her gaze firmly on the horizon. She was holding her sanity together by a thread. Every instinct inside of her wanted to jump on that horse and chase after the men who'd taken her family, keening a battle cry. Julien was right, of course. Reacting in haste would be foolish, and if Colin did intend to use Tildy and Malcolm for barter, they would not be harmed. Not unless she didn't go, and if she did, Makenna knew he would use them as pawns to control her forever. She sighed, a tear slipping down her cheeks. All the helplessness from the past handful of years came back in full force. The tastes of freedom and affection. She spared a glance to the sombre man to her right and felt it like a blow to her stomach. That she had savoured was gone. Her old prison beckoned. Makenna wrapped her arms about herself. She had asked him for something to remember, and he had given it to her. At least her time with him would sustain her. The thought of lying with Colin made a surge of bile rise in her throat. She had no choice. She'd sleep with the devil if she had to. Strong arms curved around her, gathering her close, and instead of twisting away, Makenna let herself lean against the man who had been nothing she'd ever expected. A smirking jester with a spine of pure steel. A man who had built an empire from nothing. A Frenchman with the heart of a Highlander. Makenna felt envy for the woman he'd eventually marry when he went back to France. And he would. She'd make sure of it. Savouring the feel of him one last time, she stepped out of his embrace and walked a few steps away. She could see Alban down at the docks, speaking to Captain Dubois, the Earl of Cranston, and relaying Julien's message. The man's gaze tracked up to where they stood, and she saw Julien raise his hand. With a pained breath, she realized she'd need to convince Maxime to keep Julien out of harm's way. Once she traded herself to the Brodie. He'd come after her, and she couldn't have that. But first she had to set the seeds. Awful seeds. Lies. "I didn't need you to save me, my lord." "Everyone needs help." Makenna killed everything wonderful he'd ever made her feel, and met his stare head-on. "From you? A French roué with a trail of women in his wake, who only cares about the coin in his coffers. I used you for the safety you could provide, and you used me for my body. Didn't I deny it?" Those beautiful green eyes flashed with fury or pain, she didn't know, but she steeled herself. "You are blind, and you are a fool." She bit the inside of her lip hard. "I'm a Scot. I could never be with a man like you. You're French." "Then you used me too, and for the record, I'm also English." Makenna flushed at his suggestive tone of how well she'd used him, and shoved that memory away too. Yearning for what could never be had was not of use to anyone. Hardening her heart was a matter of practice. She'd done it for years before him, and she'd do it for years after him. "Only when it suits you, like everything else in your life. You play the game, Lord Leclerc, like a dispassionate master, manipulating people when it suits you, never truly caring about them. Even your mother. You ken how much it would mean to her to speak with her father, and you hold back out of pride. For what? To prove that you're a man on your own 2 feet? Sometimes life is about living.
And forgiven?" She swallowed, wincing at the gutted look on his face. "Aye, everyone needs help, my lord, even you in your own prideful arrogance." Despite her aching heart, her eyes scanned him with calculated derision. "You are nothing but a hypocrite with a fondness for fancy waistcoats. I suggest you take a long, hard look in the mirror, Lord Leclerc, beyond that flashy exterior, and figure out what it is you're truly running from." He flinched as if she'd slapped him, and for a moment Makenna feared she'd gone too far. She wanted to kiss the brutal slant from those lips, clear the pain from those eyes, pain she'd put there. But it was for the best. He had to let her go, or at least despise her enough not to come after her. She needed him to shut her out for his own good. Julien turned away, his body rigid, tension emanating from those broad shoulders. When he finally faced her, Makenna nearly stumbled from the defeated look in his eyes, but his next words took all the breath from her. "You're right. I've been both blind and a fool." Stunned, she blinked. What? "You're right, about me, about all of it." He smiled then, taking her by utter surprise. Was the man cracked in the head? "But I'm not going to let you push me away either. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do, even while slicing you wide open to do it." He pressed a hand to his chest, his smile faltering slightly. "And without a claymore, no less. That takes skill." Makenna's cheeks went hot. She'd never insulted a man like that in her life, never called his manhood, his character, into question. Graham would have kicked her into the ground for daring such a thing. But Julien wasn't Graham, and he dealt with things differently. He simply closed off, went to the unfeeling, stone-cold centre that had made him who he was. Until now when he was wide open. "Julien," she began, but he held up a hand. "Enough, chérie. Nothing you can say will make me leave you to do this on your own, Makenna. Nothing. I'm not a coward, nor am I without honor, so stop. As for my waistcoats—" He lifted a brow with his customary smirk, and the familiar, endearing, infuriating sight nearly made her roll her eyes and grin in return. "You and I will argue to the ends of Scotland after this is over as to my fashion sense, but for now you're going to have to accept my help, flashy waistcoats and all, or else." "Or else what?" "Or else I will be forced to direct Monsieur Martin to cover every wall in your bedchamber in the most obnoxious waistcoat fabric he can find." Makenna pinched her lips together to keep from smiling or crying, or both. "What a waste of coin, Lord Leclerc." A solemn gaze met hers. "It is my coin to give." He meant help, Makenna knew. No one besides her family had protected her in years, and when she'd needed them the most, she had been the one to close herself off, and for good reason. With a husband like Graham, she'd always had to depend on her own 2 feet and her own wits. Her brother Ronan would not hesitate to rush in, claim all first, and declare war. And Julien would do the same. Even if he wanted to stand at her side, his presence would do nothing but aggravate Colin, which would put Tildy and Malcolm at risk. "What can you do, Julien?" she asked wearily. "He'll kill you, or use you to hurt me." "He won't kill me." Her eyes stung. "Nay, he'll have Gregor stab you in the back and toss your body over a cliff into the sea. Colin is not an honourable man, you ken. He murdered his own cousin with a dagger to the heart while the man was still abed. What makes you think he will not do the same to you?" "He'd order violence against me, as I am now, perhaps," Julien said, reaching for her. "But not to a powerful English marquis." His jaw went rigid, a muscle beating furiously in his cheek, though it wasn't anger that caused it. The look in his eyes was a mix of frustration and determination. Makenna recognized hints of the emotion he usually saved for Lady Avarie. Tender affection and a fiercely protective impulse, now directed at her. "What are you saying?" "I'll accept my grandfather's offering. I'll become the next Marquis of Riverley. And you can become the Marchioness of Riverley if you wish it. You'll be untouchable, powerful, backed by English courts and English law." His hands rose to cup her cheeks. "You have my protection, Makenna. My body, my title, my name. They're all yours." Julien glanced at the woman sitting opposite him in the carriage, her face wreathed in grave lines. It had taken almost all night to convince her to accept his help. After they had returned to the keep, Max had been instrumental in applying his infamous ruthless brand of pressure as well. He'd preyed on her guilt and insisted that Julien and Lady Avery would be in danger anyway should she return to the Brodie, because Malcolm and Tildy had been taken from there. "If I go to him, everyone will be safe," Makenna had argued. Max had stared her down. "Do you really believe that? That he would leave what he perceives to be a threat a half-day's ride away? Don't be naive, Lady Makenna. I took you for a smarter woman than that." "Then tell me, Lord Cranston or Captain Dubois, or whomever you are at the moment, what do you propose I do?" "Depend on the people who care about you." He'd nodded at Julien. "Use him, let him help you. Tell your family. They deserve to know the hell you've endured and what that clan has put you through. Lean on someone. You cannot shoulder this burden alone." "And what if they get hurt in the process?" Max had set his jaw. "That is their choice to make. We support the people we love. That's what family is for. Just as I am now, willing to put myself on the front lines for brotherhood." He'd laughed, ruining the moment. "But of course, if you do wish to marry another instead, I have many friends who would not say no." Julien had growled low in his throat, but Lady Avery had laughed and patted Max's cheek. "But alas, mon chou, she does not think of anyone else in that way." Julien hadn't been sure that she thought of him that way either. Makenna's glower could have incinerated the skin off a man. She'd felt trapped, he knew, and it was a feeling she loathed more than anything. But Makenna had needed help, and she also needed to know that accepting help was not a bad thing. It had taken longer for any of them, him, Max, and his mother, to convince her that marriage was a solution. She'd only ever viewed the institution as a torture and a cage, and Julien, for his part, had run from it for years. No one had been more surprised than he'd been when he'd offered to make Makenna his marchioness, after making himself a marquess. Two things he'd sworn never to do. But it was for Makenna's safety, he'd told himself, her protection. Another layer between her and the bastard who coveted her for himself and wanted to back her into a corner. Maman, of course, had been thrilled. He glanced over to the older woman sleeping to his left. She'd borne his revelations with quiet glee. 1, that he would reconcile with Lord Rivoli. 2, that he'd accept the title. And 3, that he'd marry Makenna. Julien suppressed a quiet sigh. They'd begun the journey to Newcastle the next day. Max had insisted they take his ship, which had been prepared and ready to sail Makenna and her charges to France, to the nearest port on the English border, which was close to Gretna Green, and then they'd take a coach from there to Bramble Park. Max would head back north toward Maclaren, whereupon he would fill them in on what was happening. "Are you nervous?" a soft voice asked. His eyes lifted to meet Makenna's, noting the bruised shadows under hers, and the pallor of her complexion. Her fierce beauty seemed muted somehow, as if it had been beaten into submission. "About what?" "Seeing your grandfather again." Julien considered what he was feeling. Nerves weren't part of it. He felt calm, and he felt unmoored. Calm because his instincts had never failed him in the past, and if he had to assess what he was thinking, it would be the cool composure he always felt before taking over a business or embarking on a new investment. He'd weighed and analyzed all the elements, and this course made the most sense. However, if he were to think of the lives impacted by this decision from an emotional direction, then he started to flounder a bit, hence feeling unmoored. He did not make emotional decisions, and yet this one was monumentally so. It would make his mother happy. It would help Makenna. It would make him feel like he'd lost. "Yes," he said, feeling Makenna's gaze on him. "Why?" "I don't want him to feel like he's won. Finding success on my own terms has been such a large part of who I am. I wanted him to pay for what he did to her, cutting her off without a cent, forcing the daughter of a marquess to live in filth." He glanced at his sleeping mother. "And now he'll get what he's always wanted." "And what do you think that is?" "Her forgiveness," he said, "and mine." "It's what she wants, though," Makenna said. "Lady Avery wants to give her father another chance." "Her heart is too soft. He doesn't deserve it." "Doesn't he? What of Malcolm? Do you think I should punish him because of who his father is?" Julien's eyes met hers. "That's not the same. Malcolm is a child." "And your grandfather was once a prideful man, who made a foolish ultimatum that he's paid for dearly with the loss of his only child and grandson." She sucked in a breath, her eyes falling away, as if realizing the argument she was making and remembering what it would cost him. "You didn't have to do this, Julien." "I do," he said, his stare glued to the passing countryside. "It's the only way."
They would both need that title to confront Colin Brodie, and as much as Julien did not want the bloody thing, he wanted Makenna's safety and happiness more. They drifted into silence again, and after a while, when Julien turned his attention inward, he saw that Makenna's eyes had shut, and instead a perceptive green gaze was peering up at him. "Forgiveness releases the forgiver," his mother whispered. "Hate has no place in your heart, mon ange." "You weren't asleep?" he asked, his mouth curling at her, calling him her angel. She hadn't called him that in years, not since he was a boy, and even then he didn't possess much of an angelic temperament. "No, thank you, Julien," she said. "I know how hard this is for you, but the Marquisate is your birthright. It always was yours." "I never wanted it. I did not want to come running to him with my tail between my legs." "Then think of it as something from me." She patted his hand. "You would not refuse a gift from me, would you? And trust me, you're not a man who ever has his tail between his legs. Not my Julien. I'm proud of you, mon cher fils. Your papa would be too." "Do you miss him?" "Every day," she said softly. His heart gave a pang as his eyes drifted to Makenna. His mother's gaze followed his, and her fingers squeezed his. "I know you are afraid, but sometimes we have to take a chance, even when we are not assured of the outcome." "Were you happy, maman?" "I still am." The rest of the carriage ride passed quickly, and they arrived at Bramble Park in a little less than 7 hours with a few changes of the teams. Julien felt strangely at peace with his decision, or perhaps he was too tired to feel much of anything else at all. They were greeted at the door by a shocked and equally joyful Higgins, his grandfather's long-time butler. His eyes widened and nearly fell out of their sockets when he saw Lady Avery standing beside Julien. "I've brought you a surprise, Higgins," Julien said. "Lady Eleanor," he sputtered, his eyes blinking. "It has been an age, my lady. You are truly a vision." Julien smiled at the man's shock. "I gave her your regards after our last meeting, and she insisted on coming the next time to reply in person." His normally reserved mother squealed like a little girl, and pushed past her son to fling her arms around the butler, who, after a beat of shock, returned the embrace with the same fervour. Julien had to admit, the display warmed his heart somewhat to see his mother so happy. "Higgins, is that you?" she exclaimed. "Grace, those are secrets." Julien snorted, and his mother turned a dark shade of red. Even Makenna let out a laugh from behind him. "Please do share. It seems maman was a bit of a hellion in her day." "That she was." The old butler wiped away a tear. "It is a pleasure to have you home, Lady Eleanor." Julien pulled Makenna forward. "Higgins, may I introduce Lady Makenna Maclaren, my betrothed?" The man's eyes widened even more, to the point that Julien feared he'd give him apoplexy. Then again, the last time he'd visited Bramble Park, he'd been in the company of another Scottish lass, Isla Maclaren, who'd also been his betrothed. It was no wonder that Higgins wore such a look of confusion. Nonetheless, he covered his momentary bafflement with remarkable aplomb, and bowed. "Welcome to Bramble Park, my lady." "Lady Isla is well, and married to her Scotsman," Julien said by way of explanation, though he did not have to. "I apologize for our unannounced arrival. However, we are here on a matter of some urgency. Is Lord Rivoli still alive?" Julien waited with bated breath for the answer. The man could be already dead for all he knew. Julien felt his mother clutch his arm and then relax as the butler nodded. "He is." Higgins ushered them into the salon, divesting them of cloaks and gloves, and ordering the hovering maids to get their guests refreshments. "How is my father, Higgins?" his mother asked. "Lord Rivoli's health has declined steadily since his grandson was here last, my lady, but he has held on." His smile was teary. "And now we know why. Dr. Woods is with him. He has been for the last month. His lordship is on his last breaths." When the three of them, Makenna too, at Julien's insistence, were shown into his grandfather's room, Julien realized that Higgins had not been exaggerating. The man was a frail husk of a person, barely skin and bones. He looked like a tiny grey corpse in the big bed, and his pale green eyes, so like his daughter's and so like Julien's, were rheumy and world-weary. They darted between them, settling on his daughter before filling with tears. Gently she lowered herself to his bedside, her own tears overflowing as she took his bony palms in hers. "Father," she wept. His voice was a croak.
Ellie."
The nickname was eclipsed by a storm of coughing. The doctor stepped forward with a cloth that had a sickly sweet smell to it. Julien could not help noticing that it was flecked with blood and spittle when the doctor moved away. It made him think of Arabelle, and how quickly she deteriorated. It was a wonder the old man had lasted so long. "Do not overtax yourself, my lord." Dr. Woods's compassionate eyes moved to Julien. "It won't be long now." Julien approached the bed on leaden feet when his mother reached her hand out for him. "I'll be your heir," he said, ignoring the sympathetic twinge of his heart.
"Forgive,"
the Marquis wheezed. Forgiveness? Julien's heart felt like stone. The Marquis wanted something that he couldn't give. He'd already broken his oath to never take on the title, to never let the old man win. And yet here he was, doing what he swore he'd never do. His gaze slid to Makenna, standing where she was near the door. He'd come here for her. This had all been for her. But he didn't know if he could let go of the bitterness or the resolve that had driven him to become the man he was. A man who had, against all odds, beaten being hungry, poor, and pitiable. A man who vowed he'd never take a penny, or anything at all, from this man.
"Forgive, grandson."
The croaks were near inaudible, and they made Julien feel something unexpected. A twinge of pity filled his chest. The Marquis was spending his final breaths begging Julien for forgiveness. Lord Rivoli wouldn't be, not if he were still the stubborn and cold man he'd been all those years ago, which meant he had to have changed somewhere along the way. Julien's mother was openly weeping, Makenna too. His own eyes stung as he glanced helplessly over his shoulder. He didn't know why, but he needed her by his side. Julien did not have to say a word, and she was there, her hand gripping his and offering him her strength. He took it with almost desperate gratitude. He had to do this, not just for Makenna, or for his mother or grandfather, but for himself. Makenna had shown him that courage took many forms. Forgiveness was one of them. "Grandfather," he said, seeing a hopeful light flare in the old man's watery eyes. "This is the woman I will marry. Her name is Makenna Maclaren." The only sound he made was a pained gasp, but more moisture leaked from the corners of his eyes. His fingers moved toward Makenna's, and she knelt beside his mother, taking his frail hand in hers. "A pleasure, Lord Riverley. I'm so proud to be marrying your grandson." His mouth opened and closed, his throat working, but the dying Marquis forced the broken syllables from his throat with effort as his eyes met Julien's.
"Forgive."
Julien thought of his mother's words, of the release letting go of his hate would bring. "Yes, I forgive you." Oddly, the words weren't as hard as he'd thought they would be. A weight he hadn't known was there lifted from his shoulders. They stayed with the Marquis until the end. To no one's surprise, his wily old grandfather had already directed his solicitor to finalize the paperwork, naming Julien his heir. Julien had planned on refusing, of course, but now things had changed. They did not stay for the funeral, his mother understanding the urgency of their return to Duncraig, and encouraged them to depart without delay. She would take care of everything at Bramble Park. She kissed Makenna's cheek. "No matter what happens, you are the best thing that ever happened to my son." Then she embraced him. "Courage, mon fils." He and Makenna were married a day later in Gretna Green. Julien would have liked to have married in the chapel at Bramble Park, but English laws required a license and a calling of the banns, and they did not have the time to linger. As he took his Marchioness's trembling hand and walked from the chapel, Julien felt a tingle in his palm that climbed all the way up his arm to behind his ribs. A piece of the stone guarding his heart fell away. Makenna was his. Title or not, he would do whatever it took to make himself worthy of her. Marquis, man, lover, friend, whatever it took, he was hers. Chapter 19. The forest was unnaturally quiet as they drew closer to the Brodie keep. Its ramparts and stone towers were visible at times as they rode, but they still had to make a last push through the trees before they came into one of the open fields. Makenna and Julien, along with several men who had been waiting for them at Duncraig upon their return from Gretna Green, had been within Colin's domain for the last handful of hours, and yet no guards had materialized out of the wood to capture them. The empty forest, and the easy passage through it, was unsettling. She didn't trust it. Makenna had been strung tight with an overload of emotions as they had set out from Julien's land, and the fast ride into Brodie lands had done nothing to alleviate them. Because of Julien and what he had done for her, she now held a glimmer of hope that such a rescue could be accomplished. She was Julien's wife, the Marchioness of Rivoli. Colin could not touch her, but that did not mean he could be forced to release Tildy or Malcolm. They were both Brodie by blood, Malcolm more so than anyone, and if Colin found out, it would be next to impossible for Makenna and Julien to reclaim him. Still, they were going to try. Julien had accepted his grandfather's title, taken her to wife, all to make certain that Colin's attempts to manipulate her for her hand in marriage could not come to fruition, and to press him with the full force of Julien's new power, to allow Tildy and Malcolm to choose whether or not they wished to stay or go. They would choose Makenna, she was certain of it, and she only prayed that Colin and his men had not mistreated them in any way. She'd been allaying those fears with the common reasoning that Colin would not risk damaging that which he wanted to barter with. However, there were more ways to wound a person than the physical. Tildy must have been devastated over Douglas's death. Malcolm had to be scared and confused. Makenna would not feel an ounce of happiness or relief until she saw them to safety. Even the barest trace of wonder over marrying Julien, of actually being his wife, felt selfish, and so she forced herself to think of it as a means to an end. Had Colin not plucked Tildy and Malcolm from Duncraig for the intended use of ransom, Julien never would have proposed they wed. He never would have backed down from his staunch position against taking his grandfather's title. He'd gone against every firm resolution for her. So much had changed within a handful of days, but she was under no illusions that he had wanted to marry her or accept the Rivoli title. He'd only taken the most effective course of action to protect them. He'd assessed the situation, weighed the benefits and consequences, the potential risks and gains, and had moved forward, as he would have with any new investment or business proposition. Though it wasn't as unfeeling as all that, Makenna knew. He did care for her somewhat. His obvious anguish over sending her away to France had turned him inside out, and their one night together, when he'd opened to her and so carefully, ardently opened her to him, had been genuine. Julien had made a difficult and selfless choice in accepting his grandfather's title, and he'd done it for her. But once this was all over, once they were safely away from Colin and his ruthless men, what then? Certainly being the new Marquis of Rivoli would be advantageous for Julien in regards to his wealth and business holdings. Opportunities that might not have been available to him before would now stand wide open and welcoming. But would he regret it? Had he truly forgiven his grandfather, as he'd said to the old Marquis as he lay dying, or had it been a lie? A marriage built on a foundation of duress and lies would be no marriage at all. She should know. Would he eschew the title, and her with it? Julien kept pace beside her as their band of men rode in absolute silence. Makenna couldn't discuss any of her concerns with him now, nor had she been able to broach them earlier. Immediately after they'd wed at Gretna Green, they had boarded one of Julien's ships in the port, a packet that he'd arranged to have meet them, and they'd started north for Duncraig. It had taken less than a day to arrive in the harbour, the hours at sea a flurry of activity aboard the packet ship. And now here they were, about to face off with Colin. The men ahead and behind them were rough and reticent, and Julien had appeared to know one of them, a man named Gowan. He looked familiar, and Makenna thought perhaps he'd been one of the guests at Lord Cranston's house party. She presumed they had all been sent by Maxime to help them, and as they emerged into the field that sloped down toward the ancient stone walls of the Brodie Keep, she was grateful for their presence. The Rivoli title bore an intimidating amount of weight, but should Colin prove intractable, an equally intimidating amount of muscle would be necessary. Julien held up a hand and slowed his mount. She felt it too. The empty forest had been foreboding, and now, the field, cleared of any farmers as far as she could see along the rolling land, confirmed her suspicion. "They ken we're here," she said. Her husband, Lord, it was odd thinking of him in that way, nodded. "We were likely spotted long ago," he said. The Brodie men had been instructed to let them pass unaccosted, of course. Colin had been expecting them for days now. Makenna wondered if he'd grown anxious, if he'd started to question whether or not she would come. Then again, Colin had never struck her as the anxious sort. He would have waited as long as it took for his prey to appear. "Won't do us any good to split up now," Gowan added. She agreed. It might have even done more harm. The only reason they had not been attacked was because Colin wanted Makenna delivered to him uninjured. "He'll be at the keep," Makenna said, and urged her horse forward. She was desperate to set eyes on Malcolm and Tildy, to see for herself if they had been mistreated, but she also knew any emotion like desperation would do her no good here. It would only weaken her, make her more susceptible to whatever tricks Colin planned to launch against them. As they closed in on the keep, she kept their only advantage in the forefront of her mind, their position, her husband's old and venerated title, his vast networks of power that led straight to the King of England. The courtyard came into view, and Makenna's heart nearly guttered to a stop. Armed clansmen crowded the inner yard, and almost instantly archers appeared on the ramparts. Every last man waiting for them held a sword, a pike, or a bow. Her sweeping assessment landed on Gregor, who stood just in front of the keep's main doors. He grinned at her, the malice fairly dripping from the corners of his mouth. The man was an animal, and he'd been the one to capture Tildy and Malcolm, to kill Douglas. Makenna gripped her reins as she and Julien came to a stop, their horses side by side, so close her knee grazed his. Gowan and his men fanned out behind him, ostensibly to prevent their being surrounded on all sides, if it was at all possible. She forced her stare away from Gregor's scarred face, and kept searching for the man she had been dreading for months. Not that she'd let any of them know. She hitched her chin. "Where is Colin?" she asked, her voice ringing out loud and firm in the collective silence. "Is that any way for you to summon your laird?" Gregor asked. She refused to look at him. "He is not my laird, and I shall summon him any way I please. Colin, show yourself!" Movement near the entrance drew her attention. She sat taller as he exited the keep and sauntered into the courtyard. He held out his arms, as if in warm welcome, all while Makenna's bravado trembled and threatened to collapse. But she felt the barest touch of Julien's knee against hers, and it shored her up. "The murderess returns," Colin drawled, his own malicious grin trumping Gregor's. He radiated arrogance and self-importance, as he always had, but there was something else there now, too. Unchecked power and confidence. The mantle he'd always coveted was finally his. He could do and say whatever he wished, and so long as the men surrounding him were either in support or too afraid to challenge him, he would continue to succeed. "Where are they?" Makenna asked. "Tildy and Malcolm. I want to see them." "You're in no position to make demands, wench," Colin replied. "Not when you murdered your husband as he slept." "On the contrary," Julien said, cutting off Makenna before she could deny that she had killed Graham. It would have been a waste of time anyhow. These men would not believe her, and even if they did know Colin was the true murderer, there was no guarantee they would care. "She is in an excellent position to make demands. You should be aware that as we speak, a letter is being delivered to King George regarding the Brodies' vicious behavior toward the new Marchioness of Riverley. If I were you, I would anticipate His Majesty's intense displeasure." Colin's heavy black eyebrows slammed together, his lip curling as he took account of Julien. "Who in Hades is the damn Marchioness of Riverley?" "I am," Makenna replied. Colin speared her with a daggering glare, and she felt the cold fury of it. "And if anything should happen to me or to my husband," she carried on, indicating Julien with a nod of her head, "the king will learn of it." "Liar!" Colin seethed, exposing the crooked set of his bottom teeth as he sneered at her, then at Julien. "You're a Frenchman, a bloody frog. You're not an English lord." "I assure you I am," Julien replied. "French, yes, but with English roots, and those roots have granted me the power to destroy everything you think you possess up here in your little corner of Scotland. Now answer my wife's question. Where are Tildy and Malcolm?" The crowd surrounding them shifted, their weapons clanking hollowly. The men were becoming agitated, perhaps unnerved by the declaration of Makenna's new connections to the powerful English king. Not Colin, however. She saw the madness brewing in his eyes as he glared at her, mute and calculating. The twin blooms of fury that had darkened his cheeks were now receding. He had always been quick on his feet, and clearly devious, enough to betray his own cousin and laird, to seize control here so swiftly and thoroughly. She could almost hear the inner workings of his mind as he thought of a new way to entrap them. "Even if you've already remarried," he said calmly, despite the fire that still simmered just underneath the surface. "What will your dear King George think when he hears the new Marchioness of Riverley stabbed her first husband in the heart?
I have your dirk with the laird's blood on it. You were a Brodie when you committed that sin, and we have the right to punish you as we see fit." Makenna felt Julien bristle beside her, opening his mouth, and she raised her hand to stall him. He only meant to defend her, but it was what Colin wanted, for Julien to get rattled, to lose control of the situation. It was already tenuous as it was. They were outnumbered, and the new laird was not perturbed in the least. Makenna glanced around. None of the men had moved, but it did not bode well for a non-violent resolution. "Your threats of the king's wrath are pitiable," Colin said, walking toward her horse in slow, determined steps. "You forget where you are, the crimes you've committed." That gave her pause. "Crimes?" she echoed, feeling her mount shift with unease. Beside her, Julien's did as well. "You've accused me of killing the laird, which we both ken is a lie. What are you accusing me of now?" "You took the laird's bastard son with you, stole him away," he answered, his expression brightening as he levelled this new infraction against her. It turned her stomach, the obvious joy he was taking in making these claims. Malcolm, she wanted to see him, longed to embrace him and tell him all would be well, even though at the moment she felt as if she were walking at the edge of a cliff. "Lady Arabelle brought him to me," Makenna replied. "I didna take him." Colin's sickening impish grin only broadened. "Arabelle? Now why would that faithless bitch run from the Brodie with Graham's boy, and after Graham was gone too? What in the world could she have been protecting him from?" The teasing lilt of his voice whipped at her. He knew. Devil take it, Colin knew Malcolm was not Graham's son. "From a bloodthirsty traitor," she answered, her patience and control stretched thin as gossamer. No more games, no more manipulations or lies. "Admit it. You killed Graham to take his seat as laird because you were envious of him. You always were." There was no rustle of movement or surprise throughout the courtyard. What did that mean? That the clansmen were aware of the truth and did not mind? She'd wondered if there were some who knew, like Gregor, but all of them? "Graham took whatever he wanted whenever he wanted it." Colin's taunting tone was gone. "The lairdship is now mine just as you are mine, and like my dear cousin before me, I shall take what I want." "And what is that?" "You." Julien edged his horse forward, causing a wave of alarm throughout the courtyard. Men raised their weapons, alert. Above, Makenna heard the strings of the bows going taut. Her own heart stuttered. She'd been a fool to bring him here, a pure Amadan to believe Colin would fear the threat of retaliation ordered by the king, all the way in London. At the moment, it felt so far away it might have been on the other side of the world. "I am already married," she said, her breathing shallower than before. "I will never belong to you." "You could be a widow again easily enough," Colin said, taking a glance at one of the archers on the ramparts, then crossing a look with Gregor. Makenna didn't dare move a muscle, but sudden fear leached her of all warmth and reason. "Stay focused," she demanded of herself. "You for your precious maid and the lad," Colin continued. "That is my offer, and 'tis a generous one." It was as she'd thought. He would turn Tildy and Malcolm loose if she would first turn herself over to him. Married or not, he didn't care. And what would he do to Julien if she gave in? Direct an archer to put an arrow through his heart? Colin was insane, his mind so warped and irrational that he truly did not fear reprisal from England. He could very well refuse his end of the bargain, too, keeping Tildy and Malcolm if he so chose. "The boy and the maid are under my protection," Julien said. "They were on my land when you had them forcibly removed. Your hired man murdered one of my workers." "Your worker was holding my clanspeople prisoner, as were you," Colin said, twisting his lies into a claim of defence, one that a small corner of Makenna's mind accepted might actually succeed. "Then be a man instead of a coward," Julien growled. "Take up your grievances with me instead of with women and children." Colin's maniacal laughter ricocheted off the stones of the keep. You're nothing to me. Not you or your useless English title." "Choose your words carefully, Colin Brodie," Julien replied, his voice tight. Makenna would not turn her attention from Colin or the clansman to look at her husband, but she imagined what she would see. Julien's unrelenting stare, his mouth in a grim line, the utter lack of humour in any aspect of his countenance. He was no longer bargaining. "You think we fear the king? Let the bloody bastard send his soldiers. We'll cut them to pieces," Gregor said. Several men nodded and made sounds of agreement. "You're in the Highlands now, Lord Frog." Will you do the same to the Maclarens when they come? And the Montgomerys? What about the half-dozen other Highland clans who ally with them? You cannot withstand such an assault, Julien said, Makenna's heart cramping at the threat. But it wasn't a threat, not truly. It was a promise. Her family would come eventually. So would Soraka's new clan, the Montgomerys. Ronan and his men and all their allies. They would descend upon the Brodie without hesitation or mercy. Though at this moment, Makenna and Julien stood alone against them. Colin did not laugh. He didn't speak at all. You would risk your people's lives for your own misguided desires? Julien asked. Because you crave another man's wife? You are that selfish? A muscle ticked in the lad's jaw. His mouth flattened. It was the utter stillness that alerted Makenna to Colin's unease. She needed to unsettle him further, turn the tides to their advantage, make him make a mistake. Of course he is, Makenna said, a deliberate sneer inserted into her voice. It's why he murdered Graham. He wasn't as powerful. He wasn't as respected. He couldn't even hold on to his own wife. Makenna didn't have a second to regret the provoking words. In a snap, Colin had burst from his immobile, silent hold and drawn a pistol. He aimed it at her, and in her next breath a small thunder of cocking metal and hissing steel echoed through the courtyard. Beside her, Julien's pistol was levelled toward Colin, and a quick glance behind them showed all of Gawain's men with weapons drawn. "Let this be between us, then," Julien said, the offer laid down as smoothly and confidently as a business proposal. "As men." Makenna whipped her head toward him. "Nay," she said. "Nay, this is my battle, not yours." He kept his fierce glare fixed on Colin, his pistol aimed without so much as a quiver in his arm. "It is now mine as well." "I didn't marry you so you could throw yourself down in my path to protect me," she hissed, trying to whisper, but knowing all ears nearby could still hear. "It was my battle the moment you walked through the doors at Duncraig." His focus did not waver, and for once Makenna was speechless. "You propose a duel, then?" Colin bellowed, smiling widely, as if the mere idea was ludicrous. Makenna wasn't entirely sure it wasn't. Julien was strong and athletic and capable, and he'd built his skill with a sword over the last few months. But Colin was a Highlander, a warrior, and a terrible cheat. He would not fight honourably. "I do," Julien replied. Colin sneered and cast an appraising look over him. He wore fine riding clothes, and though he was in possession of a sword, Julien did not appear much of a threat. "No pistols. We'll fight this duel with claymores," Colin said, to which there was a round of laughter coming from the other clansmen. Clearly they believed Julien to be no match for their laird. "Agreed," Julien replied, and there came the steady reverberation of pistols lowering. Makenna hated the threads of fear weaving through her heart. This was Julien. She believed in him, trusted him. He would never enter into anything without first fully assessing the situation. Why would he take leave of his senses now? Unless he had something up his sleeve, some plan that ensured his victory. As her husband of less than a week dismounted to face the most devious man of her acquaintance, Makenna prayed she wasn't wrong. Because if she was, the man who had given up everything for her would die. Chapter 20. Julien rolled his shoulders, easing the stiffness that had taken up residence the moment they'd set foot on Brodie lands. He'd taken careful count of all the armed men who stood on the ramparts of the keep, and the ones slinking around the perimeter. With Gawain at his back, he felt confident, but the Brodie laird had him on tenterhooks. Julien had dealt with plenty of cunning people in his life, but this man was slippery in a way that hinged on lunacy, and he had Makenna to worry about now, his wife. He glanced at her, sitting regally atop her horse, her beautiful face expressionless, and her eyes like hardened sapphires as they moved from the laird to him. They softened marginally, fear flicking through them for a brief moment before she, too, dismounted in a graceful movement. Julien would have preferred that she be far away from here. The obsession Colin Brodie had with her ran deep. Julien had noticed that the man's eyes had not strayed from her person the minute she'd made her presence known in the courtyard. But the woman was stubborn, particularly with people she cared about, and he knew that she'd never stay behind while anyone fought her battles, even a husband. Julien knew she was angry that he'd issued a challenge for a man-to-man fight, but it was the only way he could get Colin Brodie on even ground before he did something underhanded to coerce Makenna, like use Malcolm or Tildy as bargaining pawns. In the Highlands, disputes had been settled with claymores for centuries, and for once he was glad of the countless hours he'd spent black and blue after sparring with Bryce. It had hardened him, so much that his long-time tailor had noticed. Julien hoped his acquired skills would be as obvious as the new layers of muscle. His eyes slid to the laird, who stood surrounded by his own men, watching as he swung a claymore lazily with one hand. Colin was not an overly large man, but his shoulders were stacked with sinew beneath his tartan. Julien would wager that he'd held a sword from the minute that he could walk. Most Highland men would have. He took in other details like the confidence in his swagger and the bold way he moved. Bryce had about 50 pounds on the man, and Julien felt grateful that the footman hadn't taken it easy on him.
"Julien, please dinna do this."
Makenna touched his arm, a tremor in her voice.
"It's already done.
He canna be trusted," she murmured softly to him. He nodded, wanting so much to pull her close, to kiss the tightness from her lips and soothe the worry from her eyes.
"I know."
Challenging Colin to a fight had been a calculated gamble, but the odds hadn't been in their favour from the moment they'd ridden into the courtyard. They were outnumbered, they were on their enemy's grounds, and the man held hostages that they had yet to see unharmed and alive. Appealing to Colin's primitive urges had been a baited lure, one that Julien had hoped the laird would take as a matter of male pride. He'd declared it himself. They were in the Highlands now, and it was evident that the men here held no respect for England or her king, or his recent title, which meant that there had only been one avenue of action. A Highland brawl. Julien unbuttoned his dark grey riding coat and loosened his cravat. Makenna watched him in silence. He could feel the tension humming through her body, and he winked at her as he peeled the riding jacket off his body, waiting for the moment that her eyes went wide. He was not disappointed. They looked like giant, appalled blue pools. "Like my new waistcoat?" he asked in all innocence. Her mouth opened and shut in horror.
"It's bloody hideous."
Julien laughed as he rolled up the cuffs of his shirt. Martin had outdone himself with this monstrosity. Plain at first glance, with unassuming light grey front panels, the remainder of the garment made up for it with an alternating puce and yellow pattern. It was an intricate combination of garishness and glamour, with enough sparkle in the gold embroidery to blind a man. It was gaudy and glaring, and created exactly the effect he wanted as the Scots around them broke into obnoxious laughter, pointing at him and clutching their bellies. Clothes did indeed make the man. In this case, a foppish Frenchman who had no business being on Scottish soil.
"Look at the wee dandy,"
the man called Gregor scoffed amidst guffaws. Julien recognized him from the inn, Colin's first in command.
"Are you not afraid to get your pretty clothes dirty, Lord Dandyfrog?"
Colin jeered. Unperturbed, Julien smiled. "I have many more where this came from." The lad snickered, his stance loosening even more at the easy victory that seemed close at hand.
"Then I'll plan to get that one bloody."
The Brodies around him cheered. Julien's eyes returned to Makenna, whose mouth still hung open in slack-jawed disbelief. She blinked and then shook her head in disgusted wonder, or wondrous disgust.
"Remind me to sack Monsieur Martin when we return home."
If her words hadn't alerted him, the change in her tone would have. She believed he could do this, trusted that he could beat Colin and get Malcolm and Tildy back. He saw it in the set of her shoulders and the renewed glint of confidence in her eyes. Or maybe it was the power of the waistcoat. His tailor would be thrilled. Julien took the claymore from Gowan, letting the weight of it push his arms down. It was a slight move, but one he intended for his opponent to see, as if he were struggling with its size. Every act, every move, was calculated. Even the waistcoat, his usual means of deflection in business, served its purpose here. The mind had a way of deceiving its owner when presented with certain illusions. Julien didn't have any doubt that a man as clever as Colin wouldn't see through the deceptions once they started fighting, but he'd be unguarded in the moments before, and that was Julien's window.
"Come on, you flamboyant peacock,"
Colin called out, strutting into the ring his men had made.
"I dinna have all day."
Julien nodded to Gowan, who gestured for his men to get in place at strategic points on the circle in case things went badly. He wanted Gowan with Makenna at all times. She'd made sure she was armed as well with more than one dagger.
"What are your terms?"
he asked the posturing laird. The men around them roared with laughter. In a duel, a man either died or yielded.
"If I win, and you're still lucky enough to be breathing, you take your dandified arse off Brodie lands."
He pointed at Makenna. She stays. And if I win, we leave with the people you took from my lands, the boy and the maid." His voice rung loud and clear. Julien expected that Colin would act dishonourably, including some of his men, but there were many other Scotsmen here who he hoped would uphold the terms. From what Arabelle had said, not all Brodie men and women were of the same cloth as Graham and Colin. "Your word, Laird, as a Highlander and chieftain of the Brodies." Colin's eyes went hard. "Aye." This would be a fight to the death if that look was any signal. Marquis or not, Julien was a loose end that Colin would not leave untied. And this was a challenge that Julien had issued on his lands. If the man wanted to kill him, Julien had just presented him with the perfect opportunity. He took a breath and moved to meet his opponent. Makenna stalled him. She stepped closer until the skirts of her riding habit were brushing his legs, and Julien felt his breath catch in his lungs. Even with all the men around and their complete lack of privacy, her nearness fired his blood as the scent of her curled around him. For the 100th time, he marvelled over the fact that she was his Marchioness, one he had no intention of losing. From the time they'd left the small church in Gretna Green, they'd barely stopped to rest, or acknowledge the fact that they'd been wedded. He hadn't even had time to bed her properly. Not that either of them had had the time to think about doing their marital duty. There would be time enough later. Julien intended to remedy that once they were out of danger. He would take her to bed and keep her there for days, until she was boneless and satiated with pleasure. Makenna's eyes gleamed as if she could discern his thoughts, a faint blush cresting across her cheekbones at the hunger he knew would be visible in his eyes. She took in a clipped breath and sank her teeth into her lower lip. His eyes fastened on her mouth. Julien arched a slow eyebrow, his own lips tilting upward in a smirk. The flush on her cheeks deepened as they both thought of where her lip-biting had led the last time. "That's my job," he reminded her, whispering, "You'll face the consequences." Her eyes flared blue fire. "I plan to hold you to that." "You're a temptress, Lady Riverley. Good thing you're mine and mine alone." Makenna loosed a puff of breath at the sound of her new name. He saw the moment she understood the intent of his declaration, that even though she stood on Brodie lands, she was no longer bound to them. Not any more. She was Lady Makenna Leclerc, Marchioness of Riverley. She cleared her throat and lowered her voice even more. "I've seen Colin fight Graham in the past, and beat him on occasion. He's quick on his feet and doesn't hesitate. He goes for the win early. If you can hold him off, he makes mistakes when he's tired or angry." "Angry?" Julien asked. Makenna stepped closer until her thighs were practically lodged in between his. Despite their surroundings, he felt his veins surge with lust. His fist clenched over the pommel of the claymore, whose business end was stuck in the dirt at his side. As the blood rushed from his limbs to other regions, he was glad for the support. "Graham would goad him," she said, "taunt him with what he couldna have." Her arms reached up to twine around his neck. "Like this." And then in front of everyone, she kissed him. The sounds around them drifted away at the feel of her parted lips moving on his. It was not a delicate kiss. It was hot and open-mouthed and darkly carnal. From the vicinity of the back of his head, Julien heard the growl, and sure enough, Makenna was right. When he broke away, Colin's face had turned the ugly colour of his new waistcoat, a mottled, yellow-edged puce. "What was that for?" Julien asked. "Incentive." Makenna grinned saucily at him, and then ripped the edge of her plaid, another declaration of her independence from Brodie, a Maclaren tartan, and tucked it into his waistcoat. "My favour, my lord husband." God, he was going to take her wrapped only in that plaid, after satisfying all the other inventive ways he was going to claim her. His fierce Highland hellion. Julien couldn't wait for this to be over, for her to be his in every way. "Makenna." "Aye?" "I plan to remove every favour from that body of yours when this is over." "Promise." Her eyes sparked, and she threw her arms around him with another kiss. A snarling sound made them break apart, but neither of them paid attention to Colin. They only had eyes for each other. His fierce wife grinned at him. "Kick his bloody arse!" "With pleasure." As confident as he was in his skills, Julien knew he could not control fate. A part of him did not want to go into the fight without Makenna knowing how much she'd changed him, or that he'd fight for her every time, as many times as it took. But he couldn't find the words, and time, once more, was his enemy. Instead, he turned into the ring and met his enraged, waiting adversary head-on. Colin was inflamed. If he hadn't been out for blood before, he was now. Steel crashed upon steel in a shower of sparks, and Julien felt the reverberation down the length of both arms. He pushed Makenna from his mind, knowing she was safe beside the burly Gowan. He'd instructed the man to get her out by any means necessary if things went badly. He had to focus on Colin, whose strikes hammered with the force of a ferocious, feral bear. "Are you ready to be a widow?" Colin snarled in Makenna's direction. "Because when I'm finished with him you will be. You'll pay for shaming me. You're mine by right." "Who's right?" she shot back. "Levirate marriage." Julien heard her disbelieving laugh, though he did not take his eyes off the other man. "Even if that were a clan custom, you're not Graham's brother. I have a say in whom I choose to marry, and it would never be you." "We'll see about that," Colin snarled. It took all of Julien's concentration to parry the barrage of heavy thrusts, blows hard enough to cleave through bone and driven by rage. Once more he sent up silent thanks to Bryce's unforgiving brutality as he darted around Colin, staying light on his feet and forcing the other man to shorten his strokes. It was a technique that had given him a marginal advantage over the bigger footman, and one he used now. Shorter swings meant brute strength could not be applied effectively if one did not have adequate room to move. His opponent was already angry from Makenna's earlier display, and as she had predicted, he was already tiring from his initial effort. The laird was sweating, his mouth open in a snarl as he lunged forward, the edge of his sword narrowly missing Julien's left side. He dodged out of the way, but not quickly enough to miss the spinning downstroke that swept a trail of fire across his right. Dimly, he heard Makenna's muffled scream. A scarlet line ballooned on the ivory linen sleeve of his right arm. "Had enough, fop?" Colin crowed. Julien's answer was to switch the position of his hands on the hilt of the heavy sword. Though his right arm was dominant, he'd always trained with both. He danced in and swung lithely, giving the unsuspecting Colin a matching slice across his muscled forearm. The man howled, gnashing his teeth. The tip of his sword drooped as his injured arm fought to hold its weight. With a few more well-placed strikes, Julien had Colin backing away, barely able to fend off his advances until his sword fell from his blood-slicked fingers. Weaponless, Colin bared his teeth, foul oaths falling from his lips. He was beaten, and he knew it. "A sword is only as good as its wielder," Julien said, his own sword pointing at Colin's chest. "Do you yield?" Colin's eyes flashed with hate. "Aye," he hissed. Julien did not intend to kill the man. He intended to make use of his newfound title and get the man thrown into prison if he was responsible for murdering the former laird. He was Malcolm's father, after all. Perhaps some time in a jail cell would serve to make him change his path. Prison had reformed many a man. He suspected it would not be the case with someone like Colin, but he would not be the man's executioner. With a sigh, Julien dropped his claymore away from the man's chest, his eyes darting through the shocked and now silent group of men to find Makenna. Everyone was silent. None of Colin's clansmen had expected this outcome, that an outsider would defeat their laird. They watched him as though he was some mystical creature. Julien found Makenna in place beside Gowan, relief written all over her. Grateful that she was safe, he half-turned. Makenna's eyes widened as they lifted to a flicker of movement behind him. He lifted his sword to defend against whatever was coming, but it was too late. A hot, piercing pain bit into his side as a small blade slid between his ribs. Colin's hand drove it into the jeweled hilt, his eyes glittering with malice and triumph. He twisted it and backed away. Julien's claymore slid from his hand as he dropped to his knees, a cloud of agony descending on him. "You yielded fairly, you bastard!" Makenna screamed, rushing forward to crouch at Julien's side, her hands on his bleeding torso. "No, stay with Gowan," Julien gasped. "Gowan, get her!" The other man moved, but was immediately stalled by a hard-faced Gregor and another of Colin's men. A whistle broke through the noise. "No one move," Colin said, "or the boy dies." At the same time as Makenna's, Julien's eyes lifted, his vision slightly blurred. She clutched at him, a terrified scream leaving her lips. Julien blinked, squinting. A man held a pale Malcolm by the scruff of his neck on the highest rampart of the keep. Colin grinned at Julien. "Yield, and the boy lives." "He's your son, you filthy cur!" Makenna shouted. "You ken it!" Surprised murmurs rolled through the gathered crowd. Julien doubted any of them would have known the truth of Malcolm's parentage, not if his mother had gone through such effort to keep it a secret, which she had for so many years. "Is he?" Colin replied in a sly voice. "Arabelle told me the truth before she died," Makenna said. "She said she was your wife, and that Malcolm was yours, not Graham's." "Aye, I married the bitch, and then my filthy cousin decided he wanted her for himself." He laughed, the sound cold. "He always took what he wanted, even if it wasna his. The lad, too. He couldna get anyone with child, ye ken, and so I let him believe what he wanted to believe." His face contorted. "That runt means nothing to me." "He's your son." "So what?" His ugly grin widened. "Clearly he means more to you than he does to me, so what will you give me, dearest Makenna, in return for his life?" Julien felt the fight leave her body even before she opened her mouth. She would do anything to keep the boy safe. But he had a plan. Gawain would take them out of here, and they would live to fight another day. Colin would not harm the boy because of his value to Makenna. The pain was making him groggy. "No," he whispered so only she could hear. "We'll come back stronger." Wild blue eyes met his. "I can't leave him." Her eyes fell to the wound that was still pooling sticky blood beneath his clothing. "And you need a doctor. You have to get back to Duncraig. It's the only way, Julien." "No, Makenna." She stood, mouth set and hands shaking, and turned toward Colin. "Very well, I'll stay, but you have to let Malcolm and Tildy go with Lord Riverley. He's an English peer, Colin. Be cautious about this. He's wounded. If he dies on Brodie lands, the Crown will come looking. You will not be able to protect your people from that." "No one will come," he said. "Are you sure about that?" she asked. "He's not just some nameless French gentleman. He's a peer now, a marquis. His grandfather had many connections. Think, Colin. Do you want that kind of trouble on your hands?" Even Julien could hear the underlying desperation in Makenna's voice, but he knew that nothing would get through to that man. Not pleas and not threats. Colin was drunk on his own power, and victory was too close for him to let it go and be prudent. He thought they were far enough removed and too insulated in their hole in the Highlands to be affected by the power of the English king. Julien ground his teeth together. He'd miscalculated. Badly. This man was unlike any other man he'd dealt with before. "Please, Colin," she begged. "You have me. Isn't this what you wanted? Well, I'm here. The marriage with Lord Riverley can be annulled." "Makenna," Julien said, his ribs starting to ache fiercely. He wasn't sure if the pain was from outside or inside. He was losing her. He would lose her. Colin's eyes popped as an incredulous laugh burst from his lips. "You have nae—" "Nay, not after the marriage rites." She moved toward him, reaching out her hand in supplication. "Let Malcolm go with the Marquis and his men. Tildy too." One of the Brodie men cleared his throat. "Mayhap we should do as the lass says, laird. If the Lord dies and his people come looking, we will face scrutiny." "I dinna want to go to prison, laird," another man said. Several surrounding clansmen were nodding their heads. They understood the might of the English king, even if their laird did not. "I'll have nae part in this." Others agreed. "Me either." The handful of men moved to leave, but were stalled by Gregor and a few of his soldiers. At a nod from Colin, guns discharged and knives flew. All 5 of the men who'd spoken up dropped to their feet, killed where they stood. "Anyone else?" Gregor asked, blood discolouring his tartan, his eyes sweeping the remaining cowering Brodie. A sob broke from Makenna as she made one last effort. "Be smart, Colin. You can't kill everyone. Please let them leave." Indecision flickered across the laird's face for the briefest of instants, before it was crushed by resolve. Colin's eyes flicked to Julien, embittered fury boiling in them. They'd pushed him too far, it seemed. Now he only wanted revenge. "None of you are leaving." He nodded to Gregor. "Secure the prisoners." Chapter 21. Gregor started for Makenna, an eager glint in his eyes, and her body nearly went numb with panic. Her pulse was already thrashing, blood rushing madly through her ears as the nightmare around her continued to unfold. She'd been such a fool. Blinded by hope and grasping at arbitrary possibilities, she'd done the one thing she'd swore to herself that she'd never do, let down her guard. How could she have actually allowed herself to believe that she and Julien could ride on to Brodie lands with nothing but an English title to shield them from Colin's demented wrath, his cunning, and his skill at deceit? Julien had bested him in the duel physically, but as an honourable man he had let him live. She had seen his overestimation the moment he'd lowered his sword and started toward her, relief and triumph glittering in his eyes. And when Colin had pulled his dirk and thrust it into Julien's side, Makenna had felt the agony ripping through her, as real as any dagger, piercing her heart. She felt it still, every tender heartbeat fixing the reality of the moment. Colin had won. Gawain, who had retrieved his horse at the first sign of trouble, edged his mount forward to block Gregor from reaching Makenna. A few other clansmen had started to advance, as Gregor had, but they were hesitant, their faces either pale with fear or ruddy with some other emotion. She wanted to believe it was fury. 5 of their men lay dead on the ground because they had dared speak up against Colin's decision to put the whole clan in danger. They, at least, had had the sensibility to be afraid of a retaliatory push from the English king. Weapons were still drawn, and the archers above on the ramparts were still taking aim with their bows and arrows. Makenna wanted to rail in rage at the sight of Malcolm, bound and gagged, his figure so small, so fragile next to the muscled Highlander holding him close to the parapet. She didn't want to believe the man would send a boy to his death, but she would not be taking any more chances. She'd already risked everything, and she'd lost. "You've got what you want, Colin. Now let the lad come to safety," she said, a sob still stopping up her throat, making her sound weak. It was no less than how she felt, just like all those years she'd spent as a prisoner inside these same walls. How pathetic she'd been, believing that she could actually escape, that she could finally be happy and free. Now she felt as if she was slowly suffocating, dying. "I dinna have what I want, not yet. You've penance to pay, Makenna Brodie, for all your lies and sins. Confess," he said, ignoring her new name and retrieving his dropped sword with his uninjured arm. He pointed it at Julien, "and I'll let both him and the lad live." She felt like she was being torn apart, but there was one thread that wouldn't break, no matter how hard Colin tugged at it. She shook her head and ground her molars. "I've already told you. I didna kill Graham. What does it matter to you, anyhow? You've already won. I'll stay. You can bloody have me." Julien groaned from where he lay upon the grass, one elbow attempting to prop him up while his other arm attempted to staunch his bleeding torso. "No, Makenna." He winced, and his elbow went out from underneath him. She wanted to drop to her knees and cradle his head in her lap, but she dared not move. "Oh, I will, aye," Colin said with a huff of laughter that made her skin crawl. "But my punishment will be complete. There's no use denying it, not when there's a witness to your deed." A witness? He'd never mentioned a witness before now. Makenna blinked in confusion. Was she to stand trial now? Colin turned his head and whistled. If possible, the courtyard fell even more silent. She could hear Julien's laboured breathing beside her, and then came motion at one of the arched entrances, the corner of the keep reserved for servants. Makenna's eyes widened as Tildy walked into the courtyard, moving swiftly between armed clansmen and toward Colin. Her expression was grim, her eyes troubled, and as Makenna inspected her maid for any visible injuries, she noted the stern set of her chin and shoulders. Her hands were clenched into white-knuckled fists, and she held Makenna's gaze without blinking. "Tildy? Aye. Do as the laird says. You dinna need to keep lying. I've already told them everything. How I saw you washing your bloody hands and burning your bloody night rail after you killed Laird Graham." Makenna gaped in shock as Tildy stopped just beside Colin, struck by the sudden, cold ferocity of the maid's glare. She had never before looked at Makenna this way, resolute and hard. It was as though a different woman stood there staring at her, the lies falling from her lips convincing and sure. Her stomach sinking, Makenna took a fast glance toward the ramparts where Malcolm was still being held. Her maid had to have been forced to say these things, perhaps to help protect the boy's life. Colin could have manipulated her into an agreement of some sort, though Makenna struggled to see how saying she had killed Graham would protect Malcolm. She frowned at the maid. "What do you mean? Tildy, stop! What you're saying is madness." "You're the mad one,"
Tildy shouted, her shrill voice echoing off the keep's walls and scratching at Makenna's ears. Gawain's horse, still acting as a barrier between her and Gregor, shifted uneasily.
"Tildy, stop and think. I dinna ken what Collins convinced you to do or say, but he didna need to convince me of anything. You're a spoilt, selfish brat, and I'm done pretending."
Pretending? What felt like a slab of rock landed in the pit of Makenna's stomach. It weighed her down and nearly made her knees buckle. She gaped at Tildy, the same woman who'd taken such care of Makenna for years, who'd helped her hide from her husband's abuse, stood by her all these months at Duncraig, and by Malcolm as well, and yet she was entirely different now. The hatred in her eyes, and buried in the tight press of her lips, was stark. Makenna did not recognize her.
"What is this, Tildy?"
she whispered, reeling.
"What have you done?"
"Only what you deserve," she spit, then in a syrupy and mocking voice.
"Poor, pitiful Lady Makenna! My God, how tiresome you were, moaning and complaining about being the laird's wife, suffering his attentions and inciting his temper, when any true Brodie woman would have given anything to be in your place. No wonder he hated you, you cold, ungrateful fish."
"You—" Makenna's mind spun, seeking answers to impossible questions.
"You wanted to be his wife?"
Tildy's contemptuous expression twisted even further.
"Graham's wife? Of course not."
Collins' laughter cut Tildy off from saying more. The bloody sleeve of his injured arm and the sheen of sweat upon his face from the sword fight with Julien made his jeering laughter sound all the more raving. Everyone in the entire world had gone barking mad, it seemed. "Your dear maid saw the truth before anyone else," he said.
"She saw nothing," Makenna said, shock turning to anger. "I dinna ken why she's lying, but she is."
Makenna couldn't understand why. This was no act. Tildy was genuinely seething from where she stood, so close to Colin that their arms nearly touched. It sounded as though she'd hated Makenna for a length of time, and yet she'd still gone with her to Duncraig, been willing to leave with her and Malcolm for France. Hadn't she? Then again, they'd both been kidnapped just before they were to board the ship. Conveniently so. But Makenna couldn't understand why. If Tildy despised her so much, why remain her lady's maid? How could she have been so convincing? How could she, Makenna, have fallen for such an intricate ruse so completely? It would take an extraordinary actress to have pulled that off, and yet Tildy had. Tildy. It was then that Makenna saw it. On a second glance, she watched Tildy's arm brush against Colin's, and this time there was something unmistakably possessive in the touch. She'd said any true Brodie woman would want to be the laird's wife, though she'd balked at the question of if she'd wanted to be married to Graham. Even Gregor had hinted at it in the Brodie Inn, when Makenna had been in disguise. It all came back now. He'd said that Tildy had had Colin's favour. Good God. "You're Colin's mistress." The way Tildy had behaved whenever Makenna had brought up Colin's name, she'd thought Colin had mistreated her, perhaps made unwanted advances. But this? Tildy kept her lips sealed, her chin high as Makenna held her gaze, scores of memories and thoughts whirling through her mind, making her dizzy, yet also falling perfectly into place. Hell, she'd been so bloody blind, so lost in her own misery that she hadn't seen what had been right in front of her nose all along. "The jewelled dirk, the one taken from my rooms and used against Graham," she said. "That was you." The maid didn't deny it. And the letters sent from Duncraig and intercepted by Celia, informing Colin of where Makenna had run off to. If Tildy was Colin's mistress, she would have wanted to help him capture the woman accused of Graham's murder. She had penned them. Dear Lord, Tildy, you're the spy. Makenna blinked back stunned tears, her cheeks hot with bewilderment. The memories kept unravelling, the coiled adder under her bed-sheets, the errant stone falling from the peaks of Duncraig Castle, the severed saddle-strap. If Tildy was the spy, did that mean she had also been behind the attempts to harm Makenna? No, not just to harm, but to kill. Makenna shook her head, not feeling steady on her feet as she circled back to the circumspect timing of the kidnapping. Did Gregor even come to Duncraig, or was it you who took Malcolm and yourself back here? Another realization slapped at her like the palm of a hand. Did you kill Douglas, your own lover? Didn't he act as if you gave a farthing for him? Tildy said, her expression remaining wooden. And I would never have married a clanless nobody. I'm a Brodie. A Brodie.
As if you would even ken what that means. You dinna deserve to be one. You murdered an innocent man, Makenna said, the truth coming to a solid stop in her mind. You tried to kill me. Not well enough, Tildy shouted. Colin growled, slashing his sword out and nearly shoving Tildy down in the process. Stop! He pinned Tildy with a suspicious, venom-filled glance before pointing the tip of his sword toward Makenna. Make your choice. I'll give you one last chance to save the fop and the lad. Makenna looked back at Julien, still conscious and observing all that had transpired. He'd been uncharacteristically quiet, though that might only have been because of his wound. His cheeks were pale, but his eyes were alert as always. But for how long? He was bleeding profusely. And Malcolm, he had to be terrified up on the rampart, awaiting his fate, to see if he would be flung from it or not. You want my confession? Makenna asked. And you to take your place as my wife, he replied smoothly. She heard a strangled gasp squeeze itself from Tildy's throat. What? You said she was meant for the noose, that I was to be your wife. Not now, Colin warned her, his annoyance plain. Makenna glanced over her shoulder to see her maid's bulging eyes, her searching, almost innocent stare. But I did everything for you. You cannae marry her. She doesn't deserve to be a Brodie. To be with you. I said shut it. Colin pierced the earth with the sword at Tildy's feet. She stumbled back, looking a fool and clearly having been made one by Colin and whatever empty promises he'd made her. For the briefest moment, Makenna almost felt sorry for her. But then she remembered what the maid had done and the trouble she'd wrought. Those things were on her hands, no one else's. Tildy had murdered an innocent man, tried to hurt her own mistress. Colin's eyes slammed back into Makenna's. Your confession, now. He wanted to punish her, if not just for his own twisted pleasure, but also so that he could stand up before the Brodies as a laird never to be crossed. 5 mutinous men, scattered dead in the courtyard, and the accused murderess of the old laird, begging for mercy and a place in the new laird's bed. The control, the power, the fear that would strike into the hearts of the clansmen and women would be long-lasting, and her confession would allow him to do whatever he pleased as punishment. Marriage to a man like him would be a lifelong prison, worse than it had ever been with Graham, she had no doubt of it. But a boy's life, and a man's life, hung in the balance. Hers was nothing to offer for theirs. She'd endured life with one abuser. What was one more? As a cord of impatience tightened inside her body. And who is that? Julien kissed her knuckles, his lips warm, and the tension loosened. If this was to be her final moment with him, she would not waste it worrying. A strong, courageous woman, a ferocious Highlander, a Maclaren, a Riverley, he said, and then smirked even through the pain. My beautiful, lion-hearted wife. Makenna forced back a sob, although her eyes blurred, the tears unable to stop. I'm so sorry, Julien. He frowned. Whatever for? For the way all of this ended, she said, her eyes darting toward his wound while her mind leaped toward what she knew must happen with Colin. If she wanted to save Julien and Malcolm, she understood what she had to do. It terrified her, but losing Julien and allowing Malcolm to be tossed like a worthless rag from the top of the keep terrified her more. Even if she had to live in the darkest hell for the rest of her life, however short or long that may be, at least she would have a shred of light and happiness knowing the people she loved were safe. And she did love them. Malcolm, Julien. She wanted him more than anything, and for the briefest time she'd allowed herself to imagine a future as his wife. Her marriage to Graham had been soulless and painful. It had stripped her down, layer after layer, until she had been nothing but a shell of the woman she'd once been. These last months with Julien, as she'd worked his land and spent time at his side, met his every challenge, and basked in his every show of kindness, slowly she'd felt herself returning. She would never let Colin, or any man, take that away from her. Makenna mine, Julien whispered, his lips grazing her hand as he spoke. Nothing is over yet. He winked at her, and Makenna sucked in a worried breath. Why in the world was he winking? He must have lost an awful lot of blood. Was he dying? Fear for him made her heart beat faster. She glanced over her shoulder to Colin, and then up to Malcolm. Your time is up, Colin said, his voice grating. Decide. Makenna didn't want to live with any regrets, not where Julien was concerned. She bit her lips,
and bent to brush them over Julien's, a hot tear running loose down her cheek. "I love you," she whispered. Those were the only 3 words that mattered. Her surrender, her confession, would only be hollow. Meaningless, empty words. She would never truly belong to another. "What say you, Lady Makenna?" Colin sneered triumphantly, victory so very nearly in his grasp. Makenna wanted to weep in futility. "Surrender." A whistle rained down from the ramparts, and then the archers started shouting warnings about men and horses. Seconds later, a close, booming voice rang out. "Maclarens never surrender." The sound raked along Makenna's back with all the familiarity of a bear-like hug. She dragged in a breath. It was Ronan's voice. Her family had arrived. Chapter 22. Julien had never known relief so great as when he'd seen Ronan's hulking form through the trees beyond the courtyard. At first, he'd thought he was delusional, but then Niall, the youngest Maclaren, had appeared at his brother's side, and Julien had realized he hadn't been dreaming. Max must have been successful in getting the message to them about what they were going to do. And here they were, not a bloody minute too soon. Heavily armed men garbed in Maclaren tartans poured into the courtyard. "It's about sodding time," Julien said, pushing to his feet, a palm pressed to his ribs and the other searching for Makenna's. The blood on his wound had already started to clot, and the sight of his in-laws, his wife's fearless family, had given him a near miraculous surge of strength. "Language, Lord Leclerc," Ronan chided. "Or should I say, Lord Riverley?" A huge claymore swung carelessly at his side, and though his eyes flicked to Julien, they settled on the Brodie laird with a chilling intensity. Julien would not want to be in the other man's shoes. He'd experienced that hard-eyed stare once before, and though he'd met many dangerous men in his lifetime, Ronan Maclaren was one of the few men who disquieted Julien. He was not a man to cross, or attempt to manipulate. "What are you doing here?" Makenna breathed, gripping his hand in numb fingers as her brother paused at their side. "I thought you were on the continent." "And it seems I arrived home just in time. Are you well, sister?" he asked, his gaze softening marginally as it passed over her. "Aye, better now that you're here." Satisfied she wasn't hurt, Ronan moved over to where Colin was standing, and Julien risked a glance over his shoulder. Maclaren plaids enclosed the entire perimeter. He saw Makenna's other brothers, Finlay and Devon, with murder in their eyes, taking up each of the upper quadrants of the surrounding field, their bows focused on the archers atop the ramparts. And then he caught sight of Max, stealthily creeping around the side into the keep, his eyes on the boy. The gratitude he felt at that moment could not be expressed. Once Max got up there, Malcolm would be safe. "What do you want, Ronan?" Colin drawled, looking unperturbed by the arrival of more men than he could possibly fight. Things were about to get ugly, and still he stood like a king addressing his peasants, an utterly demented king. Ronan's lips curled in anger. "Lord Maclaren to you, runt. I'll tell you what I want." His voice was low, but the menace in it was palpable. "I read your letters, you foul piece of shite. The ones saying my sister was in mourning for her husband and wanted to remain at Brodie in peace. Then I get a visit from a man with a letter penned in my sister's hand, telling quite a different story. One of murder, false accusations, and deceit. That's why I'm here." "Well, you're in time, Lord Maclaren," Colin said. "I was about to sentence your sister for her crimes against her former husband. She's the one who murdered him. We have a witness, the lady's own maid." "I didna," Makenna said. "Tildy did it, you ken it." "Aye, you stupid bitch!" a woman screamed, a blur rushing toward them, weapon in hand. Julien's heart fell to his feet as he looked around for his fallen claymore. It was a few feet away. Releasing Makenna, he dove for it, uncaring of his wound or the pain barreling through his ribs. In the next breath, the sound of hissing steel filled the courtyard, and then the clamour of unimaginable hell broke loose. Gowan charged toward Gregor, his horse whinnying in pain from a blow to its flanks, rearing upward and nearly missing Julien's head by scant inches. He rolled out of the way, his eyes searching for Makenna, who had disappeared in the crush of bodies. He couldn't tell who was who as tartans spun and collided. Arrows thunked down into men and dirt alike. "Makenna!" Julien shouted, fending off a boy in a Brodie tartan. The boy looked no more than 16, his face full of fright, flight, and fury. Julien shoved the pommel of his claymore into the boy's face and watched him slump unconscious to the ground. Not all of them were bad, he knew.
They lived in fear of their crazed laird. He caught sight of Makenna's copper-haired head through the throng of bodies, a sword raised and ready to defend against Tildy, who came at her full speed with a claymore of her own. His breath caught, but his wife's skill was easily apparent in the way she deflected the smaller woman's strike and continued attack. Julien almost smiled. She'd boasted that she could best him, and she probably could. As he fought his way closer, he could see that she parried with ease, the sword held confidently in her hand, deflecting and defending, but not attacking. She was holding back. "Why are you doing this, Tildy?" she asked. "You deserve to die." Makenna's footsteps faltered at the viciously spat words. "If you want Colin, you can have him. I didn't want him." "For years I watched you," Tildy yelled. "Always too good for any of it, too good for the likes of the Brodie. Couldn't even satisfy your own husband. I should have stabbed you instead of him." And there it was, the admission, said out loud for all to hear. Tildy had killed Graham Brodie. Julien had heard it. Niall and Ronan too, who stood locked in battle with half a dozen Brodies, trying to get through to where Colin stood at the entrance to the keep, watching the bloodshed. "Did you put the snake in my bed?" Makenna asked, her eyes narrowing in fury. "Aye," the woman growled. "And tossed that stone, and cut your saddle. Either one of those should have bashed your useless head. Instead you have the luck of the very devil. Dinna fa shall finish the job now." "You can try." Makenna gripped her claymore and renewed her attack on the woman. This time she was not holding back as she had earlier. She fought like a woman consumed, forcing the smaller woman to retreat or be cleaved in two. Julien could see the focus on Makenna's face, a cold, ruthless purpose that reminded him of her older brother. He pushed toward her, determined to take any killing out of her hands. Knowing how much she'd trusted the maid, she had to be devastated by the betrayal. But just as he caught up to them, a strike from Makenna's sword caused Tildy's blade to fly from her hands, and the maid turned and fled toward Colin. "Makenna, don't!" he shouted, but she was already giving chase. He gnashed his teeth and ploughed after her. The ground around him was opening up as the Maclarens' superior strength and numbers overcame the Brodies. He fought off two of Colin's men, watching as Gregor cut down a Maclaren clansman nearby. The man needed to be stopped. Ribs aching, he half-turned, caught in indecision. He didn't want Makenna going anywhere near Colin, but he was the closest to Gregor. "Go to her," Ronan shouted, shoving past him with a war cry. "I've got that bastard." "Don't go easy on him," Julien said. Ronan's smile was savage. "I will nae. Niall will guard your back." Gathering his strength, Julien pumped his legs and ran toward the keep. Makenna's youngest brother, Niall, ran next to him, his claymore flashing with lethal speed. "Miss me?" The Highlander grinned as he tossed a man over one shoulder and struck another in the face with his elbow. "Like a thorn in my eye." "You wound me," Niall said. "If I could wound that giant ego of yours, I'd count it a win." Niall laughed and spun his claymore like it were a toothpick, taking out two men with one precise swipe. Julien couldn't fathom that the man only had one hand, he was so incredibly skilled. He'd seen Niall fight before, and had been duly impressed. Julien was glad to have him at his side, considering his injury. Julien knew he was on his last legs, but he didn't care. Nothing but death would stop him from keeping Makenna safe. The four men guarding Colin at the keep's entrance rushed toward him, and Niall's grin grew wider. "Go! I've always wanted to teach these fools a lesson." "4 on 1?" Julien asked, panting. Niall winked. "Like a Sunday afternoon stroll to the loch." A female scream drew Julien's eyes, and his blood turned to ice in his veins. But it was only to see Tildy impaled on the end of Colin's sword, whom she'd run to for protection. Julien despised the maid for her treachery, but the brutal callousness of her killer shook him. The man had used and discarded her in the worst way. He saw Makenna's shocked face turn red as she charged him, a claymore held high. Colin kicked the maid off his blade and laughed in Makenna's face. "I'll kill you," she shouted. "I've always loved your spirit, lass," he said, pulling a flintlock pistol from his waistband. "Graham wasn't enough man for you. Now drop that sword, or I'll shoot it from you." "Go ahead," Makenna snarled. "Shoot, it will nae stop me." In that moment, Julien wanted to remember her forever, like the fierce Valkyrie she was. It didn't make any logical sense for him to be half aroused while another man pointed a gun at his wife. But he was. She was utterly fearless. Colin turned and pointed the pistol at Julien, perched at the bottom of the steps. "Nay, he's a much better target." He fired the weapon. Nay! Makenna's scream rose above the concussion of the powder blast as Julien dove to the side, both sounds explosive in the courtyard. If he'd moved a moment later, the lead ball would have caught him square in the face. Instead, it narrowly missed nicking his ear. The moment of fear and distraction, however, had caught Makenna off guard. Julien rolled, crouching to his knees as Colin tossed the pistol aside and leaped for her, knocking her claymore loose before dragging her by her hair into the keep. She thrashed against him, fighting like a wildcat, her defiant blue eyes meeting Julien's for one heart-stopping instant. "I'm coming for you," his told her. "Save Malcolm!" she yelled, not a lick of fear in her voice. Julien glanced up at the ramparts. The boy was no longer there, which meant that Max had been successful. As if on cue, a body came sailing over the stones, crashing to the ground below. It was the man who'd been guarding the boy. Max appeared at the ledge soon after, and gave him a short nod. Julien clenched his jaw. It was time to finish this. Ronan and Niall both caught up to him, and Julien met their eyes before climbing the steps. "That piece of merde is mine." "Aye," they both said. "We're right behind you," Ronan added. The man was covered in blood, but he didn't even seem winded. Julien had expected him to protest, shove him aside, and rush in after his sister. The Maclarens were a protective family. But Max must have told them that he'd married her, that she was now under his protection. There was no other reason they would acquiesce to him so easily. Either way, he was grateful. Julien crept slowly into the shadowy keep, staying alert and knowing that Colin could have men hiding. But no one jumped out to attack them as they made their way to the main hall. Colin stood there, standing behind Makenna, his blade across her neck. Fury filled him, but he tempered his reaction. The man was unhinged, and the wrong move could cost Julien badly. He'd already miscalculated in the courtyard. He could not put Makenna at risk any more than she already was. "Ready for a second round?" he asked. Colin bared his teeth. "Come any closer and I'll slit her pretty throat." "I thought you wanted to keep her," Julien said in a mild voice. "Isn't that what all of this is about? Your exhaustive search? Your concocted allegations about your cousin's murder? You want her for yourself?" "Aye, but if I canna have her, then no one else will have her either. Least of all you. Now tell your Maclaren henchman to back off, or she swallows steel." He meant it, too. Julien could see it burning like a mad flame in his eyes. The obsession he held for Makenna eclipsed everything and anything, and Julien knew he'd kill her in a heartbeat if he felt there was no way out. Glancing over his shoulder, he nodded at Niall and Ronan. Both were loath to leave, but for now Colin held all the cards. "Dinna let my sister come to harm," Ronan gritted through his teeth, his eyes fierce. Julien heard the threat in his words, but he nodded. "I'd sooner cut my own throat." The moment they left, Julien put his claymore to the ground and kicked it aside. He needed to make sure that Colin felt he had all the power. In all his years negotiating with trade partners and merchants, nobles of other nations, and dealing with pirates, Julien had learned two things: the wisdom of biding one's time, and the power of hubris. He needed to do both here. Be patient, and let Colin's own arrogance unseat him. "What do you want?" Julien asked. "You ken what I want. You hold the cards, laird." His pale eyes narrowed. "I want you to leave and take those dirty Maclarens with you. Makenna is a Brodie. She belongs here." "And the boy?" Colin shrugged. "Take him. He's your heir." The man leaned down, keeping his eyes locked on Julien, and licked Makenna's cheek. "I plan to seed many more." He grinned at her and patted her belly. "Did ye ken 'twas Graham who couldna sire bairns? In all his lovers, not one ever got with child. You and I will be different." Julien fought back the anger that rose like a geyser inside of him, and silently he pleaded for Makenna to stay strong. For her part, she kept her eyes on him too, and the love and trust in them nearly drove him to his knees. God, she was so brave, and so selfless. She deserved so much more than what she'd endured in this hell. Julien intended to give it to her. He'd wanted to give her the freedom, the life she was due, and he'd give up everything for her. "You can take my entire fleet. Every shilling I have, every property, every estate that isn't entailed will be yours. You'll be the most powerful man in the Highlands." It was an astronomical offer, one that made Colin's eyes narrow with greed. Makenna had said nothing would thwart Colin, but all men had their price. In this case, every hard-earned coin Julien possessed. He did not care. His financial worth was staggering, but it all meant nothing if he didn't have Makenna.
Accepting his grandfather's title had been the start of it, the beginning of how far he would go to keep her, to protect her, to win her. Poverty didn't have a candle on what Julien felt for the woman on the dais. Now on death's doorstep, he finally understood why his mother had stayed with his father through the worst. He finally got it. Money was fleeting. Love was not. "She's worth that much to you?" Colin asked. "More." Colin kicked Makenna so hard in the backs of her legs that she stumbled to her knees, but he didn't release his grip in her hair. The claymore lowered to his side. "You have 1 week to transfer the assets. She stays here until it's done." "Agreed. But one of mine, Captain Dubois, the Earl of Cranston, remains with her for her safety." "Julien, nay," she begged. "I'm not worth losing everything." "You are," he said, feeling lighter than he ever had in his whole life. "And if you do not know that by now, then I'll have to remind you of it every day." "He's lying," she said. "He will not honour his word." "If we're done with all the claptrap—" His words were cut off as a ginger-haired child trudged into the hall carrying a tray. At first glance, Julien realized she wasn't a child, but a young woman. Her hair colour reminded him of Makenna's. She was unarmed but for the silver tray with a glass of whisky on it. "Apologies, my laird. I heard you wanted a drink." "Come, Una, I'm parched." The girl kept her eyes downcast. Julien saw Makenna's eyes flick to her, recognition kindling in them, but neither woman made any move to communicate. Colin released Makenna's hair, the point of his sword at her back, and took the glass. He drank its contents in one gulp. "To our agreement, then," he said, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Una bowed, but did not leave the hall. Instead, she watched the laird with a hooded gaze, something like defiance and hate warring in them. Several more women entered. They varied in age, but they were all beautiful. Colin did not notice their arrival immediately, but when he did, his eyes narrowed. "What is this? Get out, all of you!" They did not move, and the laird's scowl darkened. "Are you deaf? I said leave the His words turned into a shocked gurgle as his entire body went tense. Tremors racked his body. A hacking cough left his mouth, spittle flying everywhere, and the wheezing sound of his breathing filled the hall. He pointed at Una, clawing at his neck. "What did you do?" The sword clattered out of his grip as his hands scrabbled at his throat, his eyes bulging. White foam flecked at the corners of his mouth as he staggered back, and his legs gave out from beneath him. It only took a minute, but a trickle of blood fell from his lips, his skin turning blue as whatever poison he'd ingested killed him. Makenna watched with wide eyes from where she crouched on the floor. Julien's gaze swung to the girl, who was now surrounded by the women, their faces hard. The girl who had brought the drink had to be no more than 15. She was dressed in fine clothing that marked her as a noble, a Brodie tartan draped over her shoulder. She looked young, but the dead stare in her eyes spoke of a much older girl. They had done this on purpose. She had done this. When Colin finally stopped shuddering and his body went still, she retraced her steps. "Bastard!" she snarled, and spit on Colin's corpse. Julien darted forward, wondering what the girl intended and whether she meant Makenna harm, but Makenna held up a hand. The girl knelt beside her. "I dinna ken how you bore your burden for so many years, my lady, but I was strong because of you. He took what was not freely given, and ruined me. Then he killed my father." She pointed at the silent women standing nearby. "The women and Lady Arabelle all spoke of you and your courage, but when we heard you were here, that you had come back to save Arabelle's boy, we kenned that the time had come for us to make a stand, to fight with you and for you." "Who are you?" Julien asked. "The laird's mistress." Una swallowed. "We all are." He blinked. "How old are you?" "I turned 14 summers last month, my lord." Julien's hands shook with his rage and disgust. His eyes jerked to the women, some of whom were weeping. He did not want to know what they'd endured, what this child had endured. Knowledge swirled in Makenna's eyes, however, and it nearly demolished him. "Thank you, Una," Makenna said to her, before Julien gathered her into his embrace. "Thanks to all of you." He stank of blood and sweat, and he was covered in grime, but hell, he was never going to let her out of his sight or out of his arms if he could help it. Murmuring those promises to her, he scooped her up and walked toward the keep's entrance. "Did he hurt you?" Julien asked. "Nay,
But you, Julien, your wound—"
"I'm going to be fine," he assured her, kissing her temple. "In fact, I don't know if I've ever felt better." Ronan and Niall met them at the front, the relief in their eyes great as they took in the scene of the dead man behind Makenna and Julien. Niall's eyes flicked to the silent group of women who followed in their footsteps, with Una close behind. "Who had the pleasure of killing him?" "The lass," Makenna said, glancing back at the Brodie women gathered behind her, the pride evident in her voice. "But they planned it together. It's because of them that he's dead, that we're free." "Thank you all," Niall said to them, squeezing his sister's hand, and then nodded to Julien. "The rest of his men have surrendered." Makenna frowned up at her older brother. "Ronan, how did you come to be here with an army? Did Lord Cranston reach you in time?" "Cranston?" "Max," she said. Ronan laughed. "The pirate, Dubois. He was lucky he didn't get his head removed, but had already become suspicious that we hadn't heard from you. We'd heard the news of the laird's death. It's why I returned early. We received letters that you wanted to stay, but Isla wouldn't believe a word of it. She wrote you a dozen letters and never received a response. And, well, you ken how stubborn Niall's wife is." Niall nodded. "Isla kept insisting that we check on you ourselves, and wouldn't rest until we sent a man to Brodie. Lo and behold, he returned with news that the new laird was searching for you. Imagine our surprise to learn that our sweet older sister was on the run, and in hiding from her own clan for murder." "It wasn't as bad as all that," Makenna said, hiding her face in Julien's neck. "And I didna kill Graham." "Ronan, the hothead, wanted to go to war, but I convinced him that a few dozen men would be enough, and faster," Niall explained. "Then the Earl of Cranston arrived, with confirmation of what we'd heard, and so here we are." He patted Julien on the shoulder. "Though we didn't expect to hear of your marriage." Julien tensed, waiting for the challenge to come, now that the real danger had passed. Niall had made his position more than clear about how he felt where Julien was concerned. "It was the only way I could think of to keep her safe," he said, "as a marquis." "Aye, Isla explained the significance of what you did to protect Makenna," Ronan said. "We are in your debt." Julien blinked at the unspoken offer of acceptance. "I think we're even." "Where's Malcolm?" Makenna blurted. "Is he safe?" At that moment the doors to the hall crashed open, and a small streak of a boy rushed toward them. Malcolm flung himself against Julien's legs, and he had to let Makenna down to drag the lad into her arms. Julien's heart had never felt more full, as he gathered the two of them close. More bodies crowded the entrance. Julien recognized Sorcha Montgomery, the scarred Maclaren sister, who was married to the Duke of Glenross. The stablemaster-turned-duke followed behind his fierce duchess, a morose expression on his face, as he turned to survey the courtyard behind him, and the dead laird inside the hall. "What's the matter, Brant?" Sorcha asked, glancing up at him. Brant shook his head. "Why do we always seem to miss all the fun?" Julien couldn't help it. He laughed until tears poured down his cheeks, and his injured side began to ache. He laughed until his in-laws stared at him strangely. But Makenna watched him with empathy in her eyes, as if she understood. Good Lord, but his life had taken an ironic twist. He'd chosen poverty over his own security, agreed to give away every franc of his fortune for a woman, saddled with an English title he'd sworn never to accept, vowed to live alone. And now here he was, surrounded by a bunch of bloodthirsty Highlanders he'd had the fortune, or misfortune, to marry into. Looking at the happiness on his wife's face, Julien wouldn't have it any other way. Chapter 23. The first thing to be done, after Colin was dead and the rest of the Brodie clansmen had lain down their weapons and surrendered, was to get her husband to Celia. The older woman in the village had, on occasion, tended to Makenna's ills, and as soon as the chaos at the keep had calmed to a simmer, she called for a two-wheeled cart to be brought for Julien. "I can sit a horse, Makenna," he protested, as one of the Maclaren lads did as ordered and fetched a cart, half filled with straw. "You can barely stand," she replied, even though it wasn't true. Julien was not swaying in the least, and it looked as if the blood had stopped seeping from his rib wound. But all she could see was that dirk plunging into his body, the bright expression of shock and pain that had spread across his handsome face. Julien took his horse by the traces and pulled himself up into his saddle. He winced and paled, but the stubborn man still flashed a smirk, pleased to have proved her wrong. Beside her, Malcolm giggled. She sighed, but didn't have it in her to be upset. He and Malcolm were safe, and for now she would count her blessings. Ronan touched Makenna's arm, his fingers grasping her elbow lightly. We'll take care of things here. You can leave the lad with me." Her brother's face was splattered with blood, sweat, and dirt, making him appear his usual fierce self. It was his eyes that held a rare touch of tenderness. The colour of a stormy Highland sky, Ronan's eyes had the dual ability to make the blood of his enemy run cold, or to reassure with a steady, placid look. Right now they made Makenna feel safe, and she knew Malcolm would be in competent hands. A surge of emotion filled her. "You came," she said, more words than that failing her. Colin was dead. He was gone, and she and Malcolm and Julien were safe, because of Ronan and Niall and the rest of the Maclaren warriors. "Did you expect any different?" Ronan's eyes darkened. "You should have come to us, Makenna." She knew she would have to explain her reasons for staying away from Maclaren while Colin searched for her, but Julien still looked pale upon his horse. Ronan nodded. "See to him. We'll discuss it later." She mounted her horse and led Julien toward the village. Ronan assigned a few Maclaren men to accompany them, but as they rode the short distance to the collection of homes and shops, they met with no trouble. Women and children had emerged from wherever they'd been taking shelter during the commotion at the keep, and they blinked and stared in awe as Makenna cantered toward the thatch-roofed hut that stood near a small garden plot. "Is the laird dead, my lady?" one woman asked, her hands clutching the small shoulders of a young girl. "Aye," Makenna answered warily. The woman closed her eyes as tension leaked out of her like water through a sieve. She released her daughter's shoulders and wrapped her into an embrace. "All will be well now," she said to the girl, then with a glance up at Makenna and Julien. "Thank you, my lady, thank you." She turned and hurried toward another handful of women, while Makenna kept toward the hut. "None of them mourn him," Julien observed as she came to a stop and dismounted. He stumbled a little as he did the same, and Makenna rushed to shore up his side. Feeling his weight against her was an instant reminder of everything she had nearly lost. She felt that same relief she'd just witnessed in the village woman's face. Makenna held Julien close. "Neither him nor Graham, I suspect," she replied. The door to the hut opened. "Lady Makenna, is that you?" Celia Brodie ushered them into her home and set to work on Julien immediately. Celia, a McClintock by blood, had come to the Brodie as a young bride, and had become Graham's father's trusted healer. Whenever Celia would come to the keep to treat the injuries Graham had inflicted upon Makenna, she would talk of the previous laird. He hadn't been cruel, and the Brodies had thrived. They'd been a good and happy clan. Now, as she cleansed Julien's wound, sutured it, and then applied a salve to stave off sepsis, she spoke in a trembling voice. "He was a cruel man, Graham, and his cousin was all the worse, if you could even imagine it possible. To challenge either of them was to die, and not in any sort of honourable way." Makenna understood too well. She'd seen proof of it herself in the courtyard, when Colin had ordered those 5 men killed for questioning him. Graham had played games of power and manipulation as well, and there had been many, like Gregor, who'd been all too willing to join them. "We prayed, my lady, for your safekeeping once you escaped. Lady Arabel suspected Colin had been involved in Laird Graham's murder, not you, and she'd wanted to help prove it. But she was too ill, and she needed to protect her boy from Colin. I helped her as much as I could, but I'm so glad she found you, my lady. She kenned Malcolm would be safe with you. All those years, and you never cowered from the Laird's treatment. Your strength, it gave us hope." Celia broke off, and Makenna placed a hand on the old woman's shoulder, while Julien's eyes clouded. It was the mention of her ill treatment. Makenna had seen that look cross his face before. "I could nae reply to your letter, the one you sent with that Scotsman from Duncraig. I was being watched, ye ken. They suspected you'd had help escaping, and were watching the women, especially after Arabel disappeared. You did what you could," she said to Celia. "And now it's over." The Brodie had the chance to return to what it had once been. The healer finished bandaging Julien's ribs and nodded. "You've set us free, my lady." Makenna was overwhelmed. First the women in the keep, and young Una, who'd served Colin the poisoned whiskey, and now the woman outside and Celia. She'd had no idea so many Brodies had secretly admired her, and hoped for her well-being. The years she'd spent trapped at the keep and watched closely whenever she'd go out into the village, she'd assumed the clanspeople felt nothing but indifference for her. But she'd been wrong. She'd been wrong about so many things.
like how swiftly and decisively the Maclarens had cut down Colin and his supporters. Ronan wanted to know why she hadn't gone to him straight off, and now she questioned her choice. She'd wanted to protect them, but perhaps she should have had more faith in them and their ability to protect themselves, or to protect her. She'd lived in fear for so long, like Celia and the rest of the clanspeople here, that she'd been unable to separate herself from it, to have hope and to trust in others. Isolation had translated to safety. As Celia spoke of several honourable Brodie men who might make for a fine laird while Malcolm came of age, she felt her spirits, so high just moments before, begin to falter. If she'd gone to Maclaren instead of Duncraig, would things have turned out better? Perhaps fewer men on both sides would have died. Tildy wouldn't have needed to kill Douglas, or tried to kill her. She still couldn't comprehend her maid's betrayal, and felt herself sinking further. Julien sought out her hand from where he lay on a cot before Celia's hearth, and wove his fingers through hers. It was all she needed to feel grounded again. But she was also reminded that, had she gone to Maclaren instead of Duncraig, Julien would never have needed to accept the title he so loathed, or marry her. He'd told her he loved her, and in the standoff with Colin, he'd been willing to give his entire fortune away to secure her safety. But now the commotion was over. She was no longer in danger. The uncertainty of what would happen next pressed in on Makenna from all sides as Julien dressed. With a disappointed sigh, he tossed his revolting waistcoat into Celia's hearth. Makenna wanted to laugh, but it wouldn't form. Things at Brodie were finished, for now at least, and as she and Julien and Malcolm, along with Lord Cranston, his men and the rest of the Maclarens, including Soraka and Brant, rode toward Duncraig, she grappled with the choices that lay before her. She was indeed Lady Riverley. However, it had been a marriage of strategy, and she had not lied to Colin. An annulment was entirely possible. Would Julien, now that life was about to smooth and slow once again, begin to see the practicality of seeking one out? Was that what she wanted? Makenna certainly had not lain awake at night these last few weeks dreaming of becoming Julien's wife. His lover, perhaps, but she had not even allowed herself to explore that freely, not when she'd been living day to day, in the hopes that Colin would not find her and Malcolm. Now that her life was to be her own again, she had every opportunity to do whatever it was she wanted. There was no question that she loved Julien, and that he in turn felt something for her, more than just something. He hadn't declared it, but he'd been willing to die for her, to slide back into near poverty for her. But honour wasn't love, and Julien had always intimated that such a sentiment wasn't for him. Makenna knew how he felt about his father and his parents' relationship. He would never allow himself to be that vulnerable. By the time they reached Duncraig Castle, Makenna had exhausted herself with all her doubts. The sight of a sombrely dressed Lady Avery rushing from the castle's front entrance to greet them was a balm, and Makenna's heart swelled that she had returned from Bramble Park. She would be in mourning for her father, but she'd still come. Malcolm gave a shout, and when Julien let the boy down from the horse they'd been sharing, Lady Avery gathered him into her arms. He clung to her just as fiercely. Like Celia had been discussing earlier, Malcolm was heir, but far too young to be laird of the Brodie clan. The clan had some healing to do of its own, and it made sense to place another Brodie, one they could trust to bring back its honour and order, and then to step aside when Malcolm was mature enough to take leadership. He would need to stay in Scotland and be a part of the Brodies as a Highlander. Duncraig was close, but eventually Julien would want to return to France, wouldn't he? Makenna couldn't imagine leaving Malcolm here to be raised by some other Scot while she followed Julien to France. But she also couldn't very well ask Julien to give up his homeland for the Highlands. "Chérie," Lady Avery said, embracing Julien, but pulling back when he made a soft groan. She peered at him. "You're injured." "It's nothing," he said. "That's right. Who hasn't endured a knife in the ribs, though it's been some time since the streets of Montmartre, eh?" Maxime quipped, knowing full well how Julien's mother would react. She let out a string of French that Makenna assumed was part concern and part anger, her hands pushing aside his coat panels in search of the wound. "I'm fine, maman," he assured her, glaring at Max, who looked much like an older version of Evan or Findlay whenever the two of them would cause mischief. "Sewn up, rubbed down with a salve, and bandaged to within an inch of my life." "That is not humorous in the least," his mother snapped. Soraka came forward. "I will have a look at Lord Riverley's wound. I'm sure I have something in my bags that can help with the healing as well." Makenna was certain that her sister would. Both her mother and Soraka had innate talents with tinctures and herbs. Lady Avery gave him a push towards Soraka while Julien pulled a face. "That name, Lord Riverley, it makes me think my grandfather is hovering like a ghost nearby, grinning with glee. I miss Leclerc." Makenna felt a low pang in her stomach. It was a name he'd deplored for so long, and he'd made it his own, pressed into the decision the day Tildy had abducted Malcolm, accepted it to give her a fighting chance. Of course he would regret it now. Misery weighed upon her. As Ronan's men dismounted and led their horses toward the stables, everyone else went inside. Lady Avery directed the maids to prepare rooms for all of their guests, and insisted Max stay, even though his estate was less than an hour's carriage ride away. They were all in need of baths, rest, and sustenance, and André was already hard at work in the kitchens. Ronan's men would make camp outside the castle walls, but he and Makenna's other brothers accepted the invitation to stay. Makenna took Malcolm to his room, where his trunk still sat, packed and ready for the trip to France. A few maids were preparing his bath, and she wanted to direct them to unpack Malcolm's things next, but hesitated. Malcolm was her responsibility, and he was a responsibility she wanted. But Makenna wasn't certain if Julien felt the same way. Not so long ago he'd told her that children were not in his future. He didn't want them, didn't want that liability, as he'd called it. He undoubtedly cared for Malcolm's welfare, but when he'd made Makenna his wife, had he even been thinking about the fact that in doing so he was also making Malcolm his son? They'd rushed through everything. "Yours is nearly ready as well, my lady," one of the maids, Nora, said. Makenna blinked. "My what?" "Your bath, my lady," she replied with a curtsy. She was young and the daughter of another one of the castle maids. Makenna had always thought her sweet, especially toward Malcolm. However, now, after what had unfolded with Tildy, she was hesitant to trust, just as she had been hesitant to trust any man after Graham. And yet Julien had proved to her that it was possible. She took a breath and thanked Nora, determined not to let the wrongs Tildy had committed corrupt anything in her life now. Makenna went to her rooms and spent the next hour in the bath, calling for the water to be warmed rather than to get out once it started to cool. She hadn't been alone in days, and even now she could hear the voices of Ronan's men through the open windows. They were a comfort, though, and she wondered if, when they struck camp and headed back to Maclaren, she and Malcolm would be with them. Once again, the prospect of leaving Duncraig weighed on her. Before, she'd been preparing for France. Now, possibly a return home. Odd how that didn't sound quite right. She'd grown up at Maclaren, and it was one of her homes, but somehow in the short time she'd been here, Duncraig had come to feel like home too. Not just the structure itself, but the people inside it. Lady Avery, Malcolm, Julien. But would they all just carry on, pretending they married under normal circumstances? Makenna didn't think she could. She bit her lip to keep from floundering with dejection. "I'd warn you that in biting your lip you'll face consequences," Julien said, his voice startling Makenna and making her splash the bath-water as she jolted. "But after dealing with that bastard of a laird, I'm afraid I can't even stomach a mere joke about punishing you." She craned her neck to see Julien entering her room, closing the door behind him. "I didn't hear you enter," she said, unnerved to find herself alone with him, especially after all her questioning thoughts. They needed to speak, but she was afraid of what might be said out loud, and decided. He picked up the length of toweling Nora had left on a chair and unfolded it, holding it up to receive her. "Maman says the feast is nearly ready. She heard Highlanders ate their weight in food, so I hope you're famished." Makenna hesitated. The bath-water would not be much of a shield, but she felt odd about standing up so boldly in front of Julien. He was her husband, yes, but for how much longer? He sent her a wicked look. "Are you feeling shy, Lady Riverley?" She heard his inherent challenge, and predictable as the sun could not ignore it. She gripped the edge of the soaking tub and stood, water sluicing down her body as the rush of heat went on to pinken her neck and other lower parts of her. Why did he have to be so provoking, or so handsome? Even with the few scrapes and bruises he'd received in the duel with Colin, and the smudges of darkness under his eyes from lack of sleep and days of travel, he looked irresistible. Julien took a few moments to circle her with the toweling, first allowing his eyes to graze upon her breasts and stomach and legs. His slow, seductive grin caused the juncture of her thighs to throb. The memory of their night together came to her with unrestrained clarity. Each moment, every touch,
All the ways he'd shown her what tender love-making could be like. It seemed so distant a memory, and yet also close enough to still feel the heat of it. Julien's hands lingered on her towel-wrapped body as she stepped from the water, her bare feet making small pools on the cold stones. He kissed her wet shoulder, his tongue licking the dampness. "I've missed you," he said, his breath prickling the fine hairs all over, from the backs of her thighs to the crown of her head. "Julien," she said, the sound nothing more than a sigh as his arms wound around her, his fingers pressing against her buttocks and slowly rucking up the towel linen. She wanted him. The need burned through her, and as he nipped at the skin of her shoulder, then neck, and then finally cupped the flesh of her backside and squeezed, she moaned. They were man and wife. There was no reason at all they should not be together. Nothing to stand in the way of their union, except the possibility of an annulment. She went rigid in his arms at the thought, and Julien felt the change. He pulled away and peered at her. His eyes searched her face, and he looked ready to ask what was the matter, but then at the last moment let out a breath and stepped fully away. Her body went cold. With relief, with rejection, his features were inscrutable, the teasing curve of his mouth gone. "It's been a long and difficult day," he said finally, raking his fingers through his hair. "Actually, it's been rather hellish, and I'm not being very solicitous, am I? Finish dressing, and I'll see you in the dining room." He took a bow and left her room, left her standing there, naked except for the toweling. Julien, the biggest rogue in all of France, had walked away from bedding her, because he wasn't being solicitous. For all the world it felt as if he'd caught himself from making a mistake, as if he hadn't wanted to consummate the marriage. Well then, she'd been drowning in questions all day, and there was her answer. Makenna's limbs shook as she dressed, without the help of a maid until Nora returned to help with her hair. She was grateful for the maid's presence. She would not cry in front of her, and so she forced back the threatening tears. Too soon it was time to go to the dining room. She entered to find all her brothers already present, though she'd known they were there by the booming of their voices, heard from all the way down the corridor. Soraka and Brant were also seated at the table, along with the Earl of Cranston. The men stood upon her entry. "I was so preoccupied earlier, I have not yet welcomed you home," Lady Avery said, appearing at Makenna's side, arms outstretched. She embraced Julien's mother, feeling another strike of pain. She'd grown attached to the older woman, and like Malcolm had, Makenna clutched her a moment longer than necessary. "You're overwhelmed, I'm sure," she went on, showing Makenna to her chair. With a start, she realized it was the seat at the very end of the table, the one reserved for the lady of the house. "Oh, I can't sit there. This is your seat," she said, drawing up short. It was where Lady Avery had sat during every dinner. "I am not Lady Rivoli," the woman replied with a wink, and gave her a nudge forward. Makenna sat, and met the direct gaze of her husband down the length of the table. His eyes were troubled and introspective, but he didn't speak. "How are Isla and your new bairn?" Soraka asked Niall, who sat diagonally from her. "And little Lachi must be walking by now." "Walking?" Niall replied. "He's already working alongside me in the mines." Evan barked a laugh. "Aye, the tot's got more muscles than Finlay here." Soraka rolled her eyes as Finlay scowled at his brother. Their boisterous conversation continued, discussing family and the Cairngorm mines that Niall ran at Tarbendale, the improved health of Makenna's father, Laird Maclaren, so much so that he'd gone on a hunt for the first time in years, and they even goaded Ronan about Lady Maclaren's renewed attempts to catch him a wife, now that he'd returned from the continent. This last was met with a silent glare from the warrior, and abruptly the subject was dropped. Makenna realized she had not spoken 2 words around the same time as everyone else. They looked down the table at her, to where she was pushing her thin slices of tender beef about her plate. It didn't matter that she was starving. She couldn't eat a bite. "Makenna," Ronan said. He too had not spoken until now. "Why did you not say anything about how Graham was treating you? We believed you were well cared for. If we had kenned the truth, we would have come for you." The entire table went silent. It was nothing she had not expected. Her brothers were bound to be upset, and to question why she'd kept the truth of her marriage secret. "Does it matter now?" she asked. "It's over." "Aye, it matters. Did you not trust we would fight for you?" Ronan pressed. "I did, aye, and I trusted that you'd likely die for me, and I couldn't let that happen. So I lived with it. Until she couldn't any longer." Ronan sighed, and crossed a dark look with Niall, who then asked,
Were you truly living, Makenna? She set down her fork, finished pretending to eat. No, she hadn't been living. She'd been existing. And now, maybe she wasn't very good at starting over. Is it just me, or are all Maclarens stubborn as rocks? Julien asked after a moment of quiet. Brant raised his mug of ale. The Montgomerys heartily agree. Soraka smacked Brant's arm, causing him to spill. Makenna's throat ached from wanting to both scream and sob. She'd never wanted to burden any of them with the truth about Graham. She'd been afraid of their reaction. But that wasn't all. She'd been afraid they'd think her weak. But she'd forgotten something important that she'd been reminded of firsthand today. That family could only make her stronger. She felt it now, sitting among them. She could no longer run or cower from uncertainties in her life. She was a Maclaren first. So, Finlay said, his mouth half full of beer, as always wrapped up in the contents of his plate and not in the conversation taking place around him. You're a Marchioness now, are you? For once she thanked her clot-headed brother for being obtuse. This was the opening she needed. For the time being, she replied. A fork grated across a plate, and Makenna suspected it was Lady Avery's. She met Julien's eyes before blurting out the truth. It was a marriage of convenience that will be annulled. A strategy Lord Riverley and I employed to make certain Colin would not shoot us on sight when we went to rescue Malcolm. And Tildy, though there was no need to speak of that traitor ever again. Julien held her stare across the table, unblinking. With every heartbeat thudding in Makenna's chest, everyone around the table stopped eating, even Finlay. Julien's stare bored into her, until Makenna squirmed. At last Julien sat forward and cleared his throat. A marriage of convenience. He set down his napkin. There is nothing convenient about a marriage to you. Cutlery dropped upon plates around the table, the sharp sounds reverberating in Makenna's ears and crawling up her spine. Ronan, Soraka, and the rest of her brothers pushed back their chairs and stood, one by one. Ronan hooked a finger toward Julien. Get up. What in the world? Lady Avery murmured as her son got to his feet and kicked back his own chair. Makenna's heart sank as her siblings escorted her husband from the room. What are they going to do? Julien's mother asked, twisting in her seat to watch them leave. Brant lifted his ale as if in a toast. Welcome him to the family properly, of course. Makenna snapped from her thoughts, knowing exactly what that meant. She shot to her feet and made to run after them, but was stalled by a choking sound from Lady Avery, who had teetered to her feet as well and stood there unsteadily, her hand to her heart. Will they hurt him? Worried for the lady's health, Makenna turned back to her instead, pushing a reassuring smile to her lips. Nay, of course not. Please sit. All will be well. At least, she hoped so. She had the sudden sinking feeling it wouldn't be. Chapter 24. Julien was glad to be dragged out into the Duncraig courtyard in a tangle of muscled arms and bodies. Otherwise he would have turned that entire dining table on its head and started screaming like a Parisian fishmonger. Marriage of convenience, indeed. What in the world was his complex, infuriating wife thinking now? She'd been quiet and peculiar since they'd arrived back at the castle, and then later in the bath. She'd retreated into herself, her face tight and unreadable. For a moment he'd wondered if it had to do with her confession of love, and whether she'd regretted it. She'd said those quiet words to him in the moments before she'd believed Colin would drag her away, and Julien had been too stunned to make a reply, too stunned to consider his own feelings. And then, of course, the battle had ensued. What he should have done, when he'd found Makenna earlier in the bath, was toss the exasperating baggage over his shoulders, thrown her flushed, wet body on the bed, and made love to her until she was speechless. Then she wouldn't have any ludicrous proclamations of annulment or marriages of convenience. She was his. Didn't she realize that he had no intention of letting her go? But now, thanks to his wife, Julien had worse things to worry about, like an infamous Maclaren brawl. He faced the 5 Highlanders who stared at him, and wanted to laugh. 4 men and 1 woman, arms folded and bulging with sinew, their scowling expressions were identical. These bloody barbarians were his family. 5 out of 7, he drawled. The only one missing is your sister Annis. She's the worst of the lot, Niall shot out. And didn't forget the one inside. At the thought of Makenna, Julien's vexation with himself doubled.
He couldn't forget her if he tried. Restless energy and lust twined through him at the provocative images of her damp red hair and long naked limbs filling his brain. A good fight would take the edge off. Then he'd find his wife, take her upstairs, and make his intentions very, very clear. Removing his coat and rolling up his shirt sleeves, Julien smirked. "Shall we get on with it, then?" "Nice waistcoat," Finlay said, snickering at the emerald-green fleur-de-lis design. "Thanks. I can give you the name of my tailor once I've wiped the floor with you." Evan guffawed. "I like you, Frenchman. Haven't you heard? I'm a marquis now. It's Lord Rivoli to you." "French to English, I'm not sure which is worse," Evan said. "Your mother is English," Julien reminded him, and then glanced at Finlay. "And isn't your wife from Brighton?" A bristling Finlay narrowed his eyes. "She's a Scot now." Julien braced himself for the man to fly at him, but Soraka was the first to step forward, and Julien blanched. She might be a Highlander, and a fierce one too, but he would not hit a woman. Instead of braining him with a fist, she threw her arms around his neck and hugged him. "Thank you for saving our sister," she whispered in a choked voice. "And Finlay's on to something, because you're a Scot now too." Shocked by the turnabout, Julien wasn't prepared for the three other bodies that crushed him into one clustered embrace, making his sore ribs ache, but he was glad that they weren't pummeling him. Evan and Finlay offered him their gratitude as well, and a grinning Niall chucked him in the shoulder with his good hand. "I'd fight by you any day," he said. "You saw what we could nae, even while you were at Maclaren, and she had the wherewithal to come to you. You saved her life. I dinna ken how we will ever be able to repay you." Julien laughed. "I think you just did, by not beating me bloody." "So I take it that for you it's not a marriage of convenience?" Niall asked. "No." The word was vehement, but his subsequent laughter was light. "Aye, I kenned how you felt about her at Maclaren, and I wanted to trounce you for it." Niall grinned. "It's a good thing Isla distracted me, or you might not be here today, and then where would my sister be? I'm glad she has you." His hand clamped Julien's shoulder, his expression solemn. "Thank you, brother." Julien huffed a choked breath at the Gaelic word for brother. Ronan was the last to approach, his expression equally sombre. Julien knew that he took his family's safety seriously. He did not have the light-heartedness of the others. The man wouldn't admit it, but Julien guessed that he felt guilty at not having known about his sister's suffering, and he blamed himself. "It's not your fault," Julien told him in a low voice. "She's stubborn and strong. No one knew because she wanted it that way." "I ken it." His voice broke slightly, the pain in his eyes mirroring what Julien himself had felt. "God, what she must have endured." "She's a Maclaren," Julien said simply. Ronan shook his head. "She's a Leclerc now." For some reason, the fact that Ronan had used Leclerc instead of Rivoli made the constriction in Julien's chest loosen. Being Lord Rivoli didn't mean he lost being a Leclerc. He was both, Lord Julien Leclerc, Marquis of Rivoli. One was the man, and one was the title, but they were both him. The knowledge settled into place. "Why did you call her that?" he couldn't help asking. "Instead of Rivoli?" "It's your name, is it not?" Julien nodded. "Yes." "You saved her. You married her. You were the man for her before you took your grandfather's title." Ronan's lips twitched in what passed for a smile from the stoic Highlander. "I ken that more than anyone. I've always fought between the man I am, Ronan Maclaren, and the man I will have to become. Sometimes they are not the same. One day I will be the Duke of Dunranach, and my duty is to marry, provide heirs, and continue the line." Julien canted his head, tracing a note of resignation. "You do not wish to?" "I've not found anyone, nay. I'm too set in my ways." A warm feeling surrounded Julien's heart. "I never thought I would either, and I, more than you, had declared I'd never marry. But sometimes fate has other plans." The Scot did not respond. But then everyone turned to the red-headed hellion in a tartan flying from the doorway and down the steps. At the sight of Makenna, Julien's chest tightened with desire and love and longing. Dieu, his wife was beautiful. "Dinna touch him, Ronan!" she shrieked, and then came to a hurried stop as if realizing that there was no brawl, and Julien wasn't covered in dirt and blood. It didn't stop her completely, however. She threw her hands onto her hips, her eyes glaring daggers at each of her siblings surrounding him.
I'm a grown woman, and I can make my own decisions without the lot of you interfering, you ken." She stalked toward them and glowered. "And if any of you lay one finger on him, there'll be hell to pay." Julien pushed out of the group and swung her up into his arms. "My fearsome Marchioness come to rescue me." She slapped at his shoulders. "Put me down, you Amadan, or you'll reopen your wound." Fierce blue eyes turned to him, and in them Julien saw an answering desire edged with despair. He had no idea why she would think he would leave, but he wanted to assure her in so many ways that he never would. "And I'm not your Marchioness. It's over. You didn't have to pretend any more." "Pretend? You think this is a pretense?" He set her to her feet, but kept her close, his hands splaying wide over her small waist. "You are wrong, Makenna Leclerc." Her mouth opened and closed, her heart in her eyes. Julien wanted to kiss away her worry, but first he had something to say. He couldn't stop the words that bubbled to his lips. The emotions had been leaping around inside of him, battering against his rib cage and clamouring to get out. "I love you, Makenna mine," he said. "I think I fell in love with you the first time I saw you, and my heart has been yours ever since. This is for forever, and if you think to be free of me, you'll have to skewer me with your claymore yourself. If you don't want to be a Marchioness, that's fine by me, but my name is yours. I am yours, always." "You love me?" she asked, dazed. "What do you think this was all about, mon coeur?" She blinked, her throat working. "You didn't want children, and I have Malcolm now." "I didn't want a lot of things," he said gently, brushing a red tendril out of her face, his knuckles grazing her soft cheek. She licked her lips, and he wanted to kiss her right then, rapt and nosy audience be damned. "But I hadn't met you yet." "And Malcolm," she whispered. "I love him like my own." She loosed a shaky breath. "He will be the Brodie Laird one day, and he needs to be here in Scotland. I cannot leave him." "Then we will stay here." "But what about France and Bramble Park? Your life?" His hands cupped her cheeks and gazed into her expressive eyes. "Chérie, my life is with you, wherever you are. I can easily manage my assets from anywhere. I have an entire fleet of ships at my disposal. I have an army of solicitors. And as it stands, I have an excellent former steward, who will pick up the slack as I fulfill my marital duties." "Apparently, I already have a job," she said, her voice breaking on a sob. Julien smiled, holding her indecently close. "You do? Who is the rat bastard, so I can set my ferocious Highlander family on him?" She bit her lip. Julien didn't care who was watching. He kissed her. Hard. Oblivious to the mix of groans and raucous whoops, he prolonged the kiss until they were both gasping with need. "Yes, Lady Riverley, you do have a job, as do I. Mine is to make you happy." "You'll stay in Scotland?" she asked. "How can I not?" he said. "My mother has sent for the rest of her things, and has declared an affinity for all things Scottish. Malcolm has decided he wants to be a sea captain, and has started to call me Papa." Makenna's eyes watered at that, but Julien wasn't finished. "And my demure lady wife cannot seem to keep herself out of trouble. Who would I leave? Everything and everyone I love is here." This time she flung her arms about his neck and kissed him. Julien grinned as he scooped her up, offering a short bow to the watching Maclarens and Montgomerys, as well as his weeping mother, and the grinning little boy hiding behind her skirts, who should have been in bed. He cleared his throat, his voice ringing loudly through the moonlit courtyard. "In the matter of a marriage of convenience, I have it on good authority that my wife must have clocked herself in the head during the feud. As far as grounds for annulment, I will be retiring forthwith, with Lady Riverley, to disabuse her of this notion, now and any time in the future." "Julien!" she gasped, blushing and tucking her head into his shoulder. He glanced down at her and grinned, his voice lowering for her ears alone. "The only words I expect you to be saying for the next hour are more and don't stop." With that promise, he climbed the steps and went straight to their bedchamber. By the time her husband deposited her onto the bed, Makenna was a mass of nerves and want. Her entire body felt like liquid fire, particularly between her thighs, and he hadn't even touched her there yet. The thought of that made her skin burn, because she knew he would. The look in his eyes was feral, purposeful. "Julien," she began. He cut her off. "I told you, the only words you are permitted to speak are more and don't stop. Now get undressed."
Good Lord, if her body heated up any more, she would combust. He was so forceful, so commanding. Her trembling fingers moved to obey, going to the pin on her tartan. She unclipped it before starting on the front laces to her bodice. He divested himself of his waistcoat and shirt, and then shucked his trousers and small clothes. Her hands failed her, as did her breath. Julien stood there in all his nude glory. The bandage around his ribs did not take away from the powerful beauty of him, from those broad shoulders tapering to lean hips and muscular limbs. Makenna wanted to drag her eyes away, but she couldn't. He'd said he was hers, and she looked her fill, devouring every hard inch of him as though she'd never seen him before. She blushed, recalling the last time she had seen him without clothing, and how thoroughly he had seduced her. Her mouth went dry with both lust and trepidation. Things were different between them now. They'd been illicit lovers before. Now they were man and wife. Would it be different? Graham had changed after their marriage. He'd become a different man. She sucked in a breath. But this was Julien. He'd proven time and time again that he was nothing like any other man she'd ever met. Still, she was afraid. Makenna lifted a hand. "Wait." Julien stalled, his pale green eyes meeting hers, as if sensing her mood. He waited in calm inquiry, and again she noted how remarkably different he was from her previous husband, who would have ignored any protest completely. "What is it, mon amour?" "Are you certain," she whispered, "that this is what you want, that I'm what you want?" "Yes, today and every day forth." "What if I cannot give you any children?" "You already have," he said. "Malcolm is ours. I want you, Makenna, as my wife. You, and only you, for a lifetime." He prowled toward her, his delicious smirk breaking over his lips. "Also, there's a matter I must tend to, so that a certain word never enters your vocabulary ever again." Tears threatened to fall, but her mind was consumed by other things, carnal things. "Should I say, Dine, stop now?" she asked breathlessly. "That's the spirit." Julien joined her on the bed and helped her remove her clothes, until she was as naked as he was. She did not shy away when he stared at her, his eyes tracing every uncovered section of her body. They lingered on her breasts and between her legs, but she did not cover herself. She loved the way he looked at her. "You are the most beautiful woman I've ever seen." A tremulous grin shaped her lips. "More, minx." Pushing her gently back onto the pillows, he covered her body with his and stared into her eyes. "Every inch of you is mine, protected by me, and I swear that I will never let any harm come to you, my love." He kissed her eyelids, her cheeks, her brow, her nose. "I will endeavor to make you deliriously happy for the rest of our lives, starting now." He shifted his pelvis slightly, and Makenna gasped at the hot length of him pressing against the welcoming juncture of her thighs. The last time they'd made love, she'd been on top. She liked this way, too, even though it had been all she'd known before. With Julien she felt cherished. Makenna rolled her hips upward, wanting to feel him against her. She loved the way his long, lean body felt over hers, his hard planes fitting perfectly into her softer curves, his hard abdomen resting on her rounded stomach, his hair-roughened limbs abrading hers. She adored the restrained strength of him, his ardor encased in gentleness. She kissed him, her tongue licking at his lips, moaning when he parted his and drew her in. His tongue tangled with hers, deepening the kiss. It was soft and demanding all at once, full of tenderness and passion. Julien broke the kiss and moved down her body, nipping at her neck and then settling at her breasts. Almost reverently, he kissed each of them and then took her aching nipple into his mouth. Makenna arched her back on a hissing sigh as his tongue teased and caressed, nibbled and soothed. He moved to the other breast, and the sweet torture continued. It spiked when one hand wandered down to the apex of her legs and delved into her drenched folds. A gasp broke from her lips as his fingers stroked her, her hips nearly bucking him off. He groaned, his mouth finding hers again. "Dieu, you're so wet." "Julien, please." She grasped his shoulders, forgetting his instructions about her choice of words. "I can't wait. I need you now." He was either also too far gone to remind her, or he didn't care. Levering up onto his arms, he positioned himself at her entrance, and entered in one slick stroke. This time she almost did come off the bed. Pleasure spun through her like a summertime squall, violent and beautiful in equal measure.
She muttered insensible words, clutching at his shoulders as she started building to another peak, the thick feel of him sublime as he rocked in and out of her. "Dinna stop, Lennon," she whispered, and he chuckled. "I wouldn't dream of it." He took her to the edge, until suddenly, without warning, he pulled back to his knees, withdrawing from her completely. She felt cold as the warmth of his body left hers. "What are you doing? What's wrong?" He bent over her and took her lips before whispering, "Turn over." "Nay," she said, her entire body going tight at the thought of what he meant. His large hands grasped her hips gently, caressing along the sides and making her tremble with want. "Trust me, love. I would never hurt you. If you don't wish to, you don't have to do anything you do not want." Makenna hesitated. The arrangement terrified her, bringing back memories she didn't want, thoughts of pain and mockery, of being used like an animal. She'd never felt anything but degradation in that position, but she trusted Julien. He would never harm her, never demean her. She loved him, and a part of her wanted to please him as he was pleasing her. Slowly, she turned and lay on her stomach. Makenna shivered slightly as his hands passed over the backs of her thighs, and she braced her body for him. But he did not slam into her as she expected. Instead, he kissed down her spine, licking and biting, caressing her bottom and the sensitive backs of her thighs, until she was a squirming, writhing mass of need. "Julien," she begged, her fingers gripping the sheets. When her husband finally lifted her hips and put himself in place, she was pushing back onto him, and after he filled her, she nearly sobbed with the pleasure of it. It felt nothing like what she'd felt before. She was so full, so complete, and she still felt treasured and revered. It was a shared act of love between two consenting people, not one partner dominating the other. Makenna groaned at the thick slide of him and the delicious, devastating friction. She wasn't far off from losing her hold on her sanity as the pleasure coiled indescribably tight within her body. Julien's fingers reached around to touch her, and she shattered into a million pieces. He stroked in and out as she shuddered around him, and then shouted his own release, collapsing over her. Gasping, he rolled off her body and shifted to the side. He looked flushed and sated, much like she looked, she imagined. "Are you well, love?" he asked. "That was different," she said, turning to face him. "I didn't expect it." "People can make love many different ways," he said with a grin, trailing a hot path down her damp shoulder, across her ribs, and over the curve of her hip. Makenna felt her body respond at the merest graze of his finger on her sensitive skin. "And I plan to teach you all of them, in great detail." She shot him a wicked, lazy smile. "Do you?" "Yes." His fingers crept back up, his index finger circling her dusky areola. Under his expert touch, her nipple tightened and budded. He'd pleasured her into oblivion, and still she wanted more. She wanted it all, every possible thing he could ever give her. Makenna reached over and covered her mouth with his. He tasted like satisfaction. He tasted like heaven. "Then you should ken that I plan to be a devoted student," she promised. "What's my next lesson, my lord?" Her husband smirked, and she leaned in to nibble the corner of those full, irreverent lips. "Tell me how much you love me." "I love you as much as you love those hideous waistcoats of yours." His eyes widened comically. "That's simply not possible." Makenna giggled, her fingers tracing his beloved face. What was impossible was to qualify or put into words how much she loved him. There were so many little things behind it. His love for his mother, his protectiveness, his intelligence, his courage, his humor, his loyalty. Everything he'd done for her, teaching her to forgive herself, finding her own strength, loving a man again, being loved in return, and trusting again. She had fallen a little in love with him the first time she'd met him at Maclaren, and then at Duncraig, and that love had only deepened with time. She'd thought him a popinjay, but he had the heart and soul of a Highlander. She could open her arms wide and say this much, but it wouldn't even begin to encompass what she felt. Makenna met his gaze, not hiding anything in hers. "I love you the way the light catches the sea during sunrise on a summer morning, lighting it alive and freeing it from the darkness. You light me alive, Julien." "Forever, Makenna mine?" Julien asked, his eyes full of love, draping her over him and holding her tight. "Aye, Macrach, forever."
He was her heart. He was all she would ever need. Chapter 25. Makenna rolled her eyes for the 1,000th time as a very pregnant and very bossy Isla shoved a nearly finished gown beneath her nose. "Do you like this colour?" "I dinna care, Isla," she said. "It's a wedding reception, not a royal ball, and I've been married before. This is just for the family." "That doesn't mean you don't have to look your best." "Your brogue is back." The slip back into her Scottish brogue alerted Makenna to her sister-in-law's mounting vexation. Isla had spent 6 years in Paris, estranged from Niall, her husband and Makenna's brother, before they'd become reacquainted, and as such, her brogue only appeared when she was highly agitated. Isla scowled. "Your husband will love this colour." The thought of Julien had the effect of sun appearing after rain. Her irritation lessened, and then rose. She hadn't seen the man in a day that felt like a week. He'd been off with Niall and Ronan, helping with some new build in the Cairngorm mines on Niall's estate, Tarbondale, a few miles away from Maclaren. "Are you daydreaming?" Isla nearly battered her in the face with the claret-coloured cloth. "Don't make me get your sisters. Just pick one for the love of Tulle." Makenna paled at the threat and tried to focus on the choices before her. Sorcha was even worse than she was when it came to clothing. She'd wear men's clothes all day if it suited her. At least Makenna had only worn trews once. And Annis, well, she adored fashion, was the size of a doll and dressed like one. If it were up to her, Makenna would be dressed in frills and flounces, and layers of frothy tulle, like the gold dress next to the dark red one. Annis had returned from America with her husband just the week before, though not for the wedding ball specifically. She and her husband had been away from her family for long enough, and had arrived with their twin boys, 8 years old and far too similar to Evan and Finlay, for a visit. "How about that one?" Makenna said, pointing to a discarded gown that shimmered in the colours of the sea, an aquamarine that shifted between blue and green. It had been the last of 3 gowns that had been sewn for her, and the simplest of the lot. The bodice, square and dangerously low, had dissuaded Makenna at first, but now she was desperate. She wanted this to be over. "Aye, that's it." Isla squinted at it and then back at her. "Fine, that will do." She nodded to the seamstresses who had been silently waiting for instruction. They'd already taken all of Makenna's measurements. She'd been surprised to see that a side effect of being happy was a change in her shape. She'd gained weight and filled out her frame. Julien loved the changes, particularly in her bosom and hips. Makenna fought back a blush at how well he'd worshipped those areas in the past few days. Are you thinking about Jules?" Makenna's blush grew. "What? You get that glazed, calf-eyed face every time you do." She made a gagging sound. "I can see the neediness written all over you. I don't want to know what you and he do in the bedchamber." Fighting the heat climbing into her cheeks, Makenna pursed her lips primly. "I wasn't going to say anything. In any case, you almost married the man, so I wouldn't be casting any stones." "In friendship," she said, and utter desperation. "I'll tell him you said that. Well, it all worked out. He came to Scotland and met you, and you fell happily and deeply in love, and now here we are, celebrating your marriage." Isla leaned in, one hand on her rounded stomach, her copper eyes warm. "Are you happy, Makenna, with Jules?" She hesitated and gnawed on a fingernail. "He's a good man, my best friend, but he's guarded at the best of times. Keeps everyone at arm's length with that acerbic humour and those dreadful waistcoats." They shared a laugh. Makenna knew what she meant, but they'd both opened up to each other. He'd let her inside, and she'd done the same. They knew each other's hearts. Julien knew her deepest, darkest self, and she knew his. "I'm happy. He makes me happier than I've ever been." Isla smiled softly. "Good. He deserves someone like you, Makenna. Someone decent and kind, with a spine of steel under all that sweetness. I've never seen him with anyone the way he is with you. I want us to be as deliriously happy as you and Niall are." Isla's smile turned back into a scowl, and Makenna nearly recoiled at the swiftness and fierceness of it. "I'm not happy with that man at the moment. My feet are so swollen I can barely walk, and all he does is prod at me incessantly, asking if I'm fine. I'll bloody well tell him if I'm not fine, you ken." Makenna bit her lip and tried not to laugh at the disgruntled woman. The bairn was nearly due, and Isla's mercurial moods, along with her violent shifts in accents, had been a source of entertainment and terror for all. Makenna forced down the spike of sadness that always came with thoughts of pregnancy.
Colin had said that Graham couldn't father children, and even Julien had said that the fault might not have been hers. But Makenna refused to let herself hope. She'd been so disappointed for so many years, hoping for a child of her own. She drew in a breath. They had Malcolm, and he was a blessing. "I have found the perfect shoes," Lady Dunrannoch, Makenna's mother, announced, holding a pair of gorgeous embroidered silver slippers, her soft-spoken English syllables edged with a slight brogue. "Should go with anything. Did she finally choose a colour?" "Yes," Isla said. "The aquamarine." "Ah, lovely." "I'm right here, Mother," Makenna said with raised brows. Weddings and receptions seemed to make the woman slightly insane. She couldn't recall the same amount of fanfare for her first wedding. Then again, she'd been young and shipped off to the Brodies as fast as she'd said, "I do." Most Scottish women from noble families married for the sake of clan alliances, and her marriage had been no different, at least on the surface. Her mother gave her an indulgent pat. "Yes, darling." She kissed her mother's cheek. They had had a long and heartfelt chat that had ended in copious amounts of tears. Lady Dunrannoch had been broken to learn what her daughter had endured at the hands of the man who had promised to take care of her. "If that bastard were alive, I'd gut him myself," she had sworn. Makenna had laughed through her tears. Her mother hadn't raised so many fierce Maclarens without being one herself. "I'm sorry we failed you," her mother had whispered. "You were not responsible for Graham's actions," Makenna had said. "No one kenned the man he truly was. Why did you not say anything? I used to think a woman's burden was hers to carry. And now?" Makenna had smiled. "A wise man reminded me what family is for, and that asking for help doesn't mean being weak. And for that reason alone, Lord Rivoli will have a place at Maclaren, and in my heart as well." Lord Rivoli, her husband. A pillow hit her squarely in the face. "Oh, no, you don't," Isla smirked as Makenna gaped at her in shock. She scowled at the grinning perpetrator who ducked behind her mother-in-law, as if Makenna would ever retaliate against a pregnant woman. "She's thinking about him again." "Who, dear?" Lady Dunrannoch asked. "Her manly Marquis." With a growl of amused frustration, Makenna made for the door. She needed a dose of her manly Marquis before she went crazy and demanded that he put her on a ship bound for Paris, or anywhere but here. Shaking her head, she went in search of him, but their bedchamber was empty. She had a few hours before the ball was going to start, and the final alterations on the gown were completed. Makenna was certain her brothers were keeping Julien away on purpose. A knock on the door had her racing to open it, but the wrong pair of peridot eyes greeted her. She quelled her disappointment as a knowing expression crossed the older woman's face. "Julien said that he will be dressing at Tarbendale this evening. He sends his love." "Thank you, Eleanor." She still felt strange calling her mother-in-law by her given name, but the lady had insisted. "I know I've said it before, but I'm so very grateful for how happy you make my son," she went on, "and I'm so proud to call you my daughter." They embraced, and then, her message from Julien delivered, Eleanor left her to her solitude. Makenna smiled, despite the news that she wouldn't see Julien until the reception, and counted her blessings. Apart from being reunited with her family and falling in love with a wonderful man, Eleanor's health had continued to steadily improve, and she had become a wonderful grandmother to Malcolm. Makenna thought of the boy and felt her heart swell. She might not be a mother in body, but she loved the boy as if he were born her own. When Nora arrived with several maids in tow for her bath, as well as the finished gown in hand, Makenna gave herself over to their care. As her skin was dried and oiled, her hair brushed and styled, and the gown secured over her body, she felt like a first-time bride. In a sense, she was. She'd chosen Julien. He hadn't been chosen for her, and despite how they'd come together in a marriage of convenience, she had made the choice to stay. This was the only marriage that mattered. With some trepidation, she descended the staircase into the grand Maclaren ballroom. It had been polished and decorated to within an inch of its life, and though she had grown up here and attended many balls and parties within its walls, it felt different. It felt momentous, even more so when she saw the man waiting for her at the bottom of the stairs. A gorgeous, solemn, blonde man in a kilt. Her heart nearly stuttered to a stop as her eyes swept Julien's broad frame. A formal coat and pewter waistcoat with a snowy white cravat preceded a Maclaren tartan wrapped around those trim hips. Her chest felt tight. Her brothers would not have let him wear their colours if they didn't think of him as a Maclaren. His eyes sparkled with appreciation as she reached him. Makenna knew why. Her ample bosom was practically spilling out of the dress, but she was too busy ogling him in return to be self-conscious. The sight of a man in a tartan should not take a woman's breath away, but he did. God, he was handsome. "I want you," she whispered before he could say anything, and she wanted him even more when that devious smirk of his curled his full lips, a challenge sparking in his green gaze. She lifted her knuckles for his kiss. "Do not do that, my lord, or I will scandalize everyone in this room." "A marchioness does as she pleases," he said, kissing her knuckles. "You look ravishing, my lady." "Thank you. And even so, my parents would disown us both if I dragged you out of here like a mad marchioness," she said dryly. "I like your kilt." "You like what's not under it even more." Did the sly rogue mean he wasn't wearing undergarments? Makenna was literally, unequivocally on fire as he turned her to the room, and the cheering ensued. She held on to her composure by a thread as she scanned the faces of her family and greeted the friends who had travelled far and wide to attend the festivities. As such, the ballroom was crowded, and after she and Julien had made the rounds, any desire had disappeared. She was hot and bothered for an entirely different reason. Finlay elbowed her in the ribs as she sought out a cold drink. "Evan and I still think your Frenchman needs a beating." "He's an English marquis," Makenna said, elbowing him back. "And you and Evan need to cool your heels and stop making trouble." He scowled. "I dinna ken why Ronan gave him the plaid. He's not a Scot." "I married a Scotsman the first time, and ye ken what happened. And what does it matter? Julien is one of us at heart." "Aye, Finlay," Ronan said, hanging a beefy arm around her shoulders. "And he loves her, which is all that matters in the end." "You sound like a sodden sap. Next you'll be spouting poetry or some such nonsense," Finlay replied in disgust. Makenna could clearly see that her brother was spoiling for a fight, because no ball was without a brawl where he and Evan were concerned. "No lass will want a weakling for a man." Makenna grinned and poked her eldest brother in the side. "Nay, Finn, it's whether he finds a lass who will put up with him." Her brother's face went dark, and he turned on his heel and walked away. "Never." "Never is a long time, Braher," she whispered after him. Ronan deserved to find the perfect someone. After all, she had. Julien watched his stunning bride from across the ballroom floor. The moment he had seen her walking down those stairs, he had been transported to heaven. It sounded silly and sentimental, but there was no other way to describe what he felt, knowing that this caring, brave, beautiful woman was his. Makenna was in her element, garbed in a gown that set off her vibrant colouring to perfection. The shimmering blue-green colour made her eyes glow like gems, and her hair look like liquid flame. Julien wanted to demolish those tidy pins and let the mass spill down her bare, gorgeous back. His body reacted as it always did with carnal thoughts of his wife, and he adjusted himself discreetly beneath the tartan. Julien didn't mind the kilt, and was honoured when Ronan had presented it to him with little fanfare, just a muted, "You deserve this." He'd seen Makenna's eyes light up when she'd realised his choice of dress, and it had been worth it. She'd seen him in a kilt when they'd gone to the Brodie Inn, but these were her family's colours. He knew what it would mean to her, the significance, and he'd worn it to please her, to show her that he belonged to her as much as she belonged to him. She wasn't his property, and if anyone owned anyone, she owned him, body, heart, and soul. "You ken a ball is for dancing, dinna ye?" a high-pitched young voice said. "Not just standing and holding up pillars." "Is that so? Men hold up pillars all the time." Julien turned to see the rather dashing lad standing beside him, mimicking his stance. Malcolm had been allowed to attend the event, despite his young age, at least for a short while, and the boy was dressed in fine threads, including a waistcoat that matched Julien's and a kilt in Brodie colours. Makenna had insisted that he be proud of his clan. A few bad apples didn't rot the entire lot. She intended for Malcolm to be raised right, and to be a leader his people could be proud of. Julien had agreed. Hardship didn't hurt a man. With the right influences, it made a man stronger. His eyes moved to the lady standing beside the boy, and he gave her a kiss on her cheek. "Enjoying the party, maman?" he asked. "Oui, you look very handsome, mon fils." "And me, grand-maman?" Malcolm piped up. She pinched his cheek with a fond smile. "Also you. Très, très beau. Can you tell me what I just said?" "Very, very handsome." Julien grinned as the boy puffed out his chest, his young face glowing with pride at both his appearance and his translation skills. Apparently his mother was teaching him French, and he was a quick learner. Malcolm did look very smart in his miniature coat and kilt, his hair combed and brushed back. He tried unsuccessfully to hide a yawn. "I think it's almost time for bed," his mother said to Malcolm, and nodded to Nora, who was waiting on the side of the room to take her young charge away. "And you must say your good nights to your papa and your mamma." As if she'd caught wind of Malcolm's departure, Makenna arrived in a swirl of aquamarine skirts and wildflowers. Uncaring of the silk of her gown, she sank down to one knee and embraced the boy. "Good night, mamma," he said, and looked up at him. "And papa?" "Good night, son," he murmured. Julien felt his heart squeeze at the expression on his wife's face. Her love for the lad, for her small family, made her radiant. As he'd expected, she was a wonderful mother. He wanted to give her more children, but he knew that the subject was a tender one for her. Another scar left by a man who deserved to rot wherever he was. Julien did not put any pressure on her, and they were having fun, not trying. If she got pregnant, it would be wonderful. If she did not, he would still love her to the end of time. He watched as his mother left with Nora and Malcolm, after murmuring her own goodbyes. Her eyes carried some fatigue as well, but the change in her had been incredible. This had been her first ball in years. Julien turned to his lady, his appreciative gaze scanning her body, the beauty of her making him catch his breath as it always did. "Will I ever get used to your beauty, my love?" Her smile went straight to his groin. "The things you say, Lord Riverley." Angling his body so she was between him and the pillar, Julien leaned over to press a kiss on the elegant length of her neck, and he could feel the heat flood into her skin under his lips. A soft gasp escaped her. "Julien, people are looking." "No one is looking." No one could see, anyway, with his body in the way. But he felt the interest. Let them stare. He desired his wife, and he didn't care if the whole world knew it. He bit at her skin gently, and then soothed it with his tongue. "I want to lick your entire body," he whispered. Makenna sagged against him with a sigh. "You are a tease, my lord, and you are wrong. Everyone is staring over here. They're jealous, and it's our wedding party. What's a ball without some scandal, anyway?" He chuckled against her neck, his palm sliding down her silk-covered side and gripping the top of her hip. "Just ask Evan and Finlay. They're plotting something terrible as we speak. If I recall correctly, they bear-asked Niall's wedding. I think we shouldn't let them steal our thunder." With a laugh, she looped her arms over his shoulders, a pair of mischievous blue eyes meeting his. "My Lord Riverley, are you suggesting what I think you're suggesting? That we beat them at their own game? I knew I married you for a reason." Her grin was wicked. "What is your plan, then? You want to kick up that kilt a bit?" "You would love that, wouldn't you?" He laughed. "But it's no fun when only one of us is scandalized. We're in this marriage together, and we create scandal together." "I agree. What do you have in mind?" "Do you love me?" he asked, kissing her brow. "Aye," she said. "Do you love me, my lord?" "More than life itself." With that, Julien crushed his mouth to hers, taking her lips in a kiss that was as carnal as it was sweet. He dragged her to him, leaving no space between them, and kissing her as he'd wanted to the minute she'd sauntered down those stairs, like a descending goddess. She tasted of wine and woman, of light and love, of seduction and sweetness, and she made him drunk. Dimly, he heard the gasps and the cat-calls, and then he broke the kiss. "Ready for round 2? She panted against his mouth. "There's a round 2? "We should never do anything by halves, my love." His hand tightened on her waist, and without missing a beat, he whirled her into the throng of dancers, swinging her high and twirling her about. The music of the bagpipes shifted into something she recognized. She laughed gaily, the sound like bells. It was a traditional Scottish country dance, a shemit reel, and she squealed as Julien lifted her again and spun her effortlessly to the middle, skipping and hopping halfway across the floor. "Where did you learn that?" she half-gasped, half-shouted, when her brother Niall joined in with Soraka as his partner, a pregnant Isla clapping from the side. "Ronan and Niall taught me." Julien grinned when they crossed paths again. "When we were supposed to be working in the mines, he was teaching me this 6-some reel. You're much more fun to spin about, I'll tell you, not to mention several stones lighter." Her laughter lit his heart. They were both breathing hard when the dance came to an end. "Now for round 3. "There's a round 3? She pressed a hand to her chest, but her eyes were filled with merriment and love. "You'll kill me." Julien drew her close in the middle, the cheering around them growing louder by the minute. He kissed her nose, and then tossed her over his shoulder like she was a piece of baggage. "Put me down this instant!" she screeched. "Julien, this is unseemly." Julien patted her on the bottom to the tune of another screech as he hastened from the room, up the stairs, and straight into their bedchamber, hearing the laughter, gasps, and cheers fading behind them. Kicking the door shut behind him with one foot, he shifted her position so she was gathered in his arms. "Scandal for the ages," he crowed. Makenna smoothed the curls from her face and giggled. Her pins had fallen out somewhere between the ballroom and the bedchamber. Good riddance. She looked tousled and delicious, and he was going to consume her the minute he could get her out of those clothes. Shaking her head, she blushed. "They all ken what you're going to do, what we're going to do." Julien deposited her slowly on the ground, letting her down inch by inch so that her body clung to his, letting her know exactly what she did to him. He was grateful for the privacy of the room. Taming an erection in a room full of people was a challenge, but now he gave it full free rein, as if the tent in the folds of his kilt weren't signal enough. "Chérie, it's a well-known secret that everyone knows what happens between a bride and groom at weddings. They make love until they're ragged." He grinned at her. "Now sit and enjoy the show." "The show?" she asked weakly, collapsing onto the bed in a heap of aquamarine silk. Round 4. Makenna looked around the room and blinked, taking in the details of the rose petals on the floor and scattered on the bedsheets. A bottle of brandy with 2 glasses stood on the mantel, and a low fire burned in the grate. "You planned all this?" "Yes." "For me?" "Always for you." Julien removed his coat with excruciating slowness, watching as her eyes darted to him. They stayed there as he divested himself of every piece of clothing, and his boots, until he stood there clad only in a Maclaren tartan. "I am yours, Makenna Leclerc," he said, his voice husky. "Yours, to do with as you wish, for as long as you want me." His wife licked her lips. "Is eternity long enough?" Eternity was exactly what he hoped for. Epilogue. 3 years later. Makenna sat within the small embrasure of the window in her bedchamber, staring down at the gardens below, where Julien's mother, now Lady Cranston, she and Maxime had finally taken the leap a year ago, watched over her grandchildren. The spiraled design of Makenna's newest garden at Duncraig, one of 4, all designed in a formal and symmetrical French style, looked like a nautilus shell from above. The white and pink roses, purple harebells, and yellow gorse all in full bloom. In the centre of the garden was a half-moon stone bench and small fountain, where presently Malcolm was playing with his little sister, Innis. The 2-year-old's pudgy arms were up to the elbow in water, dunking her older brother's beloved carved wooden soldiers into the basin of the fountain. She was splashing enthusiastically, and thoroughly soaking both herself and Malcolm. She could hear Innis's shrieks of mischief, mixed with Malcolm's patient pleas for her to stop drowning the soldiers, and Eleanor's soft trills of laughter from where she sat on the bench, an open-laced parasol blocking Julien's mother from view. Makenna wanted to capture the moment and preserve it forever, the sights and sounds so lovely and perfect and serene. From time to time, like now, she still caught herself reflecting with wonder on how her life had changed over the last few years. She leaned her head against the frame of the window, gazing down at her loves. Then, with a glance toward the large bed, grinned at the man who had given her all of them. With his dark blonde lashes fanned against his golden skin, Julien somehow looked as sinful and luscious in sleep as he did awake. The bare expanse of his brawny chest, the familiar white scar along his ribs from the fight at the Brodie so long ago, made Makenna's fingers itch to reach for him. Again. They had made off to their chamber shortly after breaking their fast, ever grateful that Eleanor reserved Saturday mornings for the children to play and read in the gardens. Even after 3 years of marriage, they still had not developed enough patience or fortitude to wait until night time to slip away and make love. And their fervour had not diminished in the least when Makenna had started to round and plump with child shortly after their wedding ball. It had been a miracle, something she hadn't allowed herself to dream or hope for until even the 2nd month of her missed menses. And then Innis had arrived, the wee thing squalling with lungs as hale as steel. Seeing Julien holding their bairn for the first time, her tiny fists above her head as she'd squirmed, Makenna had wept. So had Julien. He'd pressed his lips to her little wrinkled forehead and whispered a simple declaration. "Now I understand."
As if the new small life inside her was listening to her thoughts, Makenna felt a nudge of pressure at her ribs. She placed a hand over the swelling of her abdomen. "All in good time, my love," she whispered. On the bed, her husband stirred, his strong, muscled legs moving and stretching under the thin draping of linens. Julien reached toward the spot where Makenna had lain, languid and completely satisfied after their love-making, and when he grasped nothing but pillow, opened his eyes. "What are you doing all the way over there?" he drawled, his voice husky from the mid-morning nap. "Watching you," she replied. "That's slightly disconcerting." "You love it, you arrogant man." He showed his teeth, and it was as much of a smile as it was a wicked promise. Makenna got up and went to the bed, slowly letting the blanket she'd wrapped around her naked body fall to the floor. Julien's eyes dropped to her rounded abdomen and heavy breasts, and he responded as he had countless times during this, and her first pregnancy. The linens around his hips tented. Makenna laughed. "You like my increased figure, I see, my lord husband," she teased, crawling into bed beside him. He gathered her close, one hand rubbing her belly gently. His palms were roughened by the work he had been doing in the stables, expanding for the new shipment of horses due the next month. Don Craig's stables had become known for its elegant and nimble Arabians, and aristocratic clientele from all over the world, from London and Paris, Madrid, and even New York City, were forever seeking quality stock here. "I like your figure in any state or form, so long as I am permitted to hold it against mine," he replied, nipping at her neck and cupping a breast. One touch from her husband, and she was honey-limbed every time. This man, he would never cease making her witless with want. "Permission granted, husband," she replied. "Have you read your letter?" he murmured, as he continued to lick and nibble her neck, then softly bit one earlobe. She shivered and jolted. "Dratted man, you made me forget about it entirely." Makenna reached for the envelope that she'd set on the bedside table, before the two of them had tumbled into a mass of hands and hips and lips earlier. It was from Maclaren, and addressed in her mother's hand. With Julien curved around her back, and still wrapped in his arms, Makenna opened the letter and began to read. She gasped, then laughed. "Please tell me one of your brothers has done something to embarrass himself," Julien murmured, his lips dropping kisses along her shoulder. "I need ammunition to needle them for the next time we visit Maclaren." Makenna continued to giggle. "Oh, you'll have ammunition indeed. It's about Ronan. He's getting married." Julien pulled the letter from her hand. "I don't believe it. He's finally found a woman he deems worthy of a second glance. And here you thought I was a snob." He tried to read the letter, but Makenna ripped it from his hand. "He isn't a snob. He's protective of his clan, and will only accept the perfect woman to take her place as his lady." "Very well, he isn't a snob. He's a starry-eyed idealist." Makenna jabbed her elbow into her husband's stomach, but she could not quit laughing. Oh, Ronan was going to be furious. "And nay, he hasna found a woman. Mother has done the finding for him, for a new codicil in father's will. Only he doesna ken it yet." "An arranged marriage, then? You'd think your parents would have learned their lesson in that regard." She rolled over and looked up into her husband's serious expression. He hardly ever brought up Graham or her previous life with the Brodies, but when on rare occasion he did, she could still see the tempered anger that made his pale green eyes sooty. Though Makenna never felt uneasy or sad, or even angry any more. There was no need. She was in the safest and most loving of hands, and their life together was only moving forward. "I dinna think you need to worry about Ronan. He'll never stand for it, though it will be entertaining to see it all unfold," she replied. "And you never ken. He could end up accepting our mother's match. Sometimes men just need a little shove in the right direction." Julien's legs scooped over hers, locking her into place beside him. He kept his hand against the swell of the babe inside of her. He always loved to feel the bairn kick and wriggle. "I pity the person who dares shove your brother in any direction at all." "He's in need of a good shove, and I'm rooting for her, whoever she is." Makenna smiled and kissed her husband's perfect lips. She leaned into him, marveling at how well they fit together. "My mother only wants him to be happy. I hope he is too one day. As happy as I am right now, here with you, with Malcolm and Innes, and whoever this wee little one turns out to be. He or she will be the third